Hello and welcome back to the South America Qualifiers, where we are getting into our second last day of the qualifiers, and it is getting down to it right now. We've got the best teams left fighting it up here for that qualification slot. Just one slot available for this region, and 6 teams still fighting over it, but soon to be down to just 3. T Governor, how are you doing?
I'm very well. I don't know if you just caught the end of the Chinese qualifier, but my God, the high ground hold, the fact that you got like, some sniper, of course, is XM. You got I don't know, like when you think about,
man, it was insane.
Yeah, Jinky also popping off. Like I don't know, there's like when you think about TI and like what it does. Like of course we have so many qualifiers, but like for that moment you could feel like the intensity, like what they're playing for. Of course, home crowd, Chinese TI, Chinese teams, like, I don't know. To me, that was just like such a magical moment. And I am hoping that we're going to see like our version of it here in the South American qualifiers. Of course, we are playing for one slot over here. There's multiple teams really wanting it. So it really feels like we are due, we are kind of destined one of these moments ourselves. So yeah, very, very good stuff happening today.
We are indeed, but of course we had plenty of games happening yesterday. 2 more teams eliminated. Let's take a look back on the results and see exactly what went down in our last few matches. Well, here's what we got coming up today. Amaru versus S-Star backs to open things up. Team Nemesis versus Red Hot Chili Pibble, and then LGD versus Playtime a little bit later on. How did we get here, I hear you ask? Well, a bunch of ruddy 2-0s, T Governor. It's 2-0s across the board yesterday. We had one of the fastest days of 4 best of 3s I've ever seen in my life. Red Hot Chili Pepper just destroyed Lindo Fetos. S-Star Backs also kind of made a mockery of Hikori, which is a bit surprising. We expected Hikori to bring a little bit more to the table. And then we had the 2 kind of expected series, didn't we, T Gov?
Yeah, exactly. There's a very clear pecking order in South America. It's LGD and Playtime pretty much holding hands at the top spot. No one's going to be shocked by that. And then, of course, Amaru and Nemesis sitting behind. And then below that, everybody else. So today, as you look at the kind of the playoff bracket, we are really looking at Chili Pibble and Esterbacks to create the first upsets in this qualifier bracket. Because so far, if you were to say, like, could you please predict it? It probably would have gone somewhere like this. Maybe, some Hikoris or Esterbacks, Rising Rages, you could maybe have kind of 50-50 those. But the kind of the general top 6, top 4 is inevitable. And I'm now really, really hoping that we get to see some, Parker versus K1, Parker upset, some Red Hot Chili Pibble. No one expects them to be able to beat Team Nemesis or some of the bigger orgs, and then they come swinging in. But today's the day. Please give me an upset in South America.
Or just a 3-game series. We've had one. Shout out Lindo Fitos versus X5 Gaming in the very first day, the very first match, actually, giving us the only 3-game series of the qualifiers so far. Absolutely ridiculous. And now, of course, we do look at the schedule and what we've got coming up today. So, yeah, I mean, later on we'll have the upper bracket matchup, LGT versus Playtime, which I think is what a lot of people are expecting to be that grand finals. But, of course, one of the teams got to make it there first. The other team going to have to play an extra series to make it there. So that's going to be a very interesting one. That should give us a sneak peek as to what's in store of us for the rest of the tournament. And of course, most people are looking at LGD for that one. They have had the international success recently and probably a lot of confidence to go with it. But as you mentioned, Amaru, Starbacks, Nemesis, Red Hot Chili Pebble, we're finally getting down to these teams which are much more likely to take games of each other and perhaps give us some sort of upset. Let's start talking about Nemesis versus Red Hot Chili Pebble first quickly, because that will be our second series of the day, but I do want to know your thoughts. Can Nemesis be defeated by Red Hot Chili Pebble? Are there weaknesses with this Nemesis team? I know we haven't covered them, so it's a bit of a tough one, but
I mean, Nemesis feels like the team that I would be surprised if they qualified based on just general results. They haven't really been able to muscle up against Playtime very well. Like, if it was at least a 50-60 minute game, I'd have gone, fair play, Nemesis. I could see you making it, but it's like they were formed too late in the season. They like, everything is kind of against them in that regards. And when you look towards Playtime LGD, it's so consistent. And then using that logic against Chili Pibble, I honestly could see Chili Pibble causing an upset. Like Nemesis, I feel like at the moment, unless they're like clear on paper favorites, they probably play to the quality of their opponent. That's often the case of like some of the newer teams. Like you don't just have your Dota, you're kind of like entering the ruckus of whatever you're into. So as much as the likelihood of Nemesis winning is high, I can see Chile people call it, like, this is the most likely upset, I feel like, is Nemesis maybe being a bit too blasé and then suddenly getting reminded that Chile people exists.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's probably what we're could be interesting to see happen. But let's not forget, I mean, Team Nemesis, they did manage to qualify for EWC, where they took down Estar Backs in a 3-1 grand finals there. Just having a look, and they did 2-0 Red Hot Chili Pibble in the process as well. So, you know, Red Hot Chili Pibble, they need to step things up if that is to take place in these qualifiers. But yeah, I do agree that, like, from what we've seen from Red Hot Chili Pibble, you know, they really handled Lindo Fitas yesterday. So if they can pull off some more of those extremely tempo and high execution drafts and actually make them work, I could be on board. But yeah, let's see how that one's going to go down. And of course, we need to look in on our first series of the day. It is Amaru versus Estar Backs. So Estar Backs, the Parker team, which, you know, there's a lot of players on this team. We saw some great stuff coming out from the mid lane yesterday as well. He picked himself up an MVP, but of course, any team with Parker on it, we will call it a Parker team, not just for the drama, okay, not just for the Reddit posts and everything, but also he tends to make the game about himself. That is just the nature of the carry he is, and a lot of people love to work around that, and it's not that different to a lot of the top teams which do the same thing. It just means that we are going to be looking at Parker and his approach to the game, his SFs, his tinies. They're always going to make a big splash in these games.
No, for sure. I just like, at least for me, this series, it's just so hype in the fact that we get to see like legacy carry players from the region. And I say, you know, legacy, Parker's kind of building his legacy, but like K1, right? You know, he is the farmer, the guy that has, you know, he's like maybe out of touch with the meta because he's always the guy that wants to hit the creeps and be this like, I am like top net worth kind of guy. But to me, it is just cool seeing K1 get to play up against Parker in a qualifier. You know, of course, only one can progress. Only one style of Dota can make it another round in the lower bracket. But, you know, compared to other teams, like they don't have like carry players that their name sends like a wave of nostalgia through any region. Like these two players, they just carry such kind of a history, an aura for the region, right? And that alone is just so cool. Like, and I really wish that, you know, both Parker and K1 could get themselves on teams that are more consistently kind of just better, especially in the future of Dota, where, you know, SA Dota is getting to top 6, top 8, will be getting invited. Like, I kind of want to see the return of Parker and K1 at like winning qualifiers, getting to lands. They don't need to be teams that, you know, get top half of the event, but I just want to see them at events because like their style of Dota is so unique and so kind of gripping if teams enable it. So again, this series to me, like I really want to see, like I just want it to be like the carry showdown. Like I want to have like some K1 farm pattern that's like obliterating and Parker's also keeping up, and it's like some TA versus Terrorblade, some like back and forth stuff. Like yeah, it is just like the best series that I think you could ask for, outside of course of like LGD versus Playtime.
Yeah. I think when I got the invitation to cast SA, you know, this is the kind of series I had in mind where I was just like, hell yes, because you know you're going to get a few of these going along, and you know it's not just going to be the Dota that's hype, but it's the, you know, interplayer relationships and everything. Everybody knows each other, and everybody knows that this is going to be a hype and very kind of contrasting matchup between the two. So I'm excited to see how this one goes down. And yeah, Amaru, of course, you know, you got K1, PP, Oscar, Genek, and Panda. So a mixture of some very, very experienced players, as you were saying, some slightly newer blood. But, you know, PP, he's had his experience. He's been to a bunch of Wallachia, so he's not entirely inexperienced as this mid player when it comes to getting it through qualifiers, qualifying to events, you know, that travel and getting in front of the international stage. So, yeah, really it is just Oscar and Genek who we haven't seen too much of in terms of big tournaments and everything, and where the inexperience from Amaru really lies. So, yeah, eyes towards the offlane to see if that can be abused. And Parker, of course, if you do show weakness, then he is going to abuse that from the safe lane and give himself a crazy start to the game. They need to make sure they don't give him anything like that, both in the draft and in the laning phase.
No, for sure. I also like, you know, when you think about at least Amaru, right? Going back that way for a second, we talk about the carries and how important it is for the series, but, you know, there's players like Panda, right? Panda used to be one of the supports from the region that everyone would talk about as just like, he was just like this wholesome guy. He, of course, had his stint on EG, on Boom Esports. He was turning up to kind of like, they were the team that was kind of taking the slot in the qualifiers to get to these kind of LAN events. But since what? A year, maybe 2 years since those organizations had faded away, he hasn't turned up to any lands, right? I think he's literally just been a qualifier player. I think he might have had one Valahia back in like super early, like season 1 or 2, if I remember correctly. But other than that, he's just been an online warrior, stuck back in the region. So I think it would be just wonderful. Again, maybe not this TI qualifier. We are talking about two teams that are still very much underdogs in the qualifier, but it is just nice to be able to talk about Panda again. He's such a wholesome 5. He's very sacrificial as well in nature. Like he wants to play these, the Pugners, and if they're in meta, of course, the Jakirus, the let me get my carry through the lane. Like he's a full PMA kind of guy. But yeah, it's not really worked out for his career recently. And like I said, it is just nice to be able to talk about a player that used to be at the forefront of South American Dota.
Yeah, and it's always worth wondering as well, what the reason is for not being at major events for a player of that caliber. Did he take a break, or was he, focusing on other stuff, or did he simply, let his standards drop for a bit? We don't really know. But what we do know is that he's back with Amaru, back with Hector, and looking to make a statement here. Starbacks, meanwhile, they want to get back to another grand finals like they were with EWC for those qualifiers. They want to run that back again, but this time for the big one, for TI. So let's see if they can do that. And I want to talk about their mid laner a little bit more as well. Of course, it's always Parker, but Pokemon had an amazing puck game yesterday. Like he was on fire. Didn't really drop a beat. And in the counter matchup into the Slardar as well. That's got to be scary for Amaru looking at that game.
Is it pronounced Pokemon, Nomad?
Pokemon.
We're going to get a lawsuit,
I did
Chief.
say that in the cast, yeah.
You have said Pokemon. Okay, no, it's fine. No, I mean, I wish his name was just Siren, because his Wikipedia name's Siren. It's so much easier to operate with Siren.
Yeah, but both in-game and official info says 17 Pokemon.
17 Pokemon. Do we know what that means, by the way?
Haven't a clue. When I see the numbers, I'm always like, is that meant to be like a D or something? Is it the Pokemon? That doesn't make any sense, so I just generally ignore the numbers when I see them. If you want your name to be read out correctly, just make it easy for us.
Well, dodging a lawsuit aside, I do feel, I kind of agree. I think the mid laner for Estabax has had a pretty decent showing. I think the games yesterday were relatively stumpy, so I think mid laners in stumpy games will just always look a bit better because you have this level advantage. You're playing killer heroes. You're going to be getting kills. It is quite interesting though that for the performance he had yesterday, his MMR doesn't reflect like, wow, he's going to own games. Like he's like ranked 700, I think, on EU leaderboard, which is relatively, is very low for one, a core player, and 2 for a mid laner. Because normally mid laners are like minimum like top 150 on professional teams. So I think that alone is actually really impressive that your MMR might not be that high. Maybe it's the whole being South America, EU, playing on ping, like that type of thing that we saw from, let's say, Wits or even Tai Lung, where they were kind of mid 300 rank and suddenly shot up. But it's still impressive to be able to see a player who is relatively low rank on the leaderboard be able to hold his own and also be a MVP in multiple different games. When you have players like Parker on your team, it's like, that is, again, testament to MMR. May, at the end of the day, just be a number, in the words of Dendy, especially for this lad, because he does play kind of above what the rank says.
Yeah, absolutely. Looked absolutely like crisp in that game, even under the pressure of the Slardar and all that stuff, still able to pop off, carry the team and secure them a pretty clean victory. Amaru, meanwhile, they've got to lick their wounds a little bit after their loss. They did get dropped 2-0 by LGD in a pretty tidy 2 37-minute games back-to-back. Didn't look ideal from them. They even got their hands on the Drow, one of those games as well, but still wasn't enough to help them secure a victory. I do like what Amaru do, though. They try to bring their own style to things. They're willing to take the Lycan, whilst nobody else in this region really is. We saw a Brewmaster coming out from them as well, which, again, is not super common in the region. So they are willing to sort of pick stuff which the other teams in SA don't really play too much. They have got their own style, at least, but it didn't work versus LGD. But it doesn't tend to versus LGD, a very high standard to beat. And I'm hoping they learned some lessons from that series, which they'll take into this one and be ready to be even cleaner and even better in their matchup coming up versus Starbacks, and see if they can put the pressure on and get themselves victory. Also, They have their own sort of legacy support player in Panda, and then on the other side, of course, we talked about him a bit, and then over on the side of Star Backs, they also have two very like well-known support players as well, Axel and Michael, also repping for Star Backs, which is a lot of experience between those two. You know, those guys have been around for ages. Not the same amount of international play as Panda, for sure, but they've definitely made it to a whole bunch of events under previous titles. I think they made it to a Wallachia under Hokori. They were at a Wallachia under Edge, and I think Michael even maybe turned up to an event or two under Infamous as well back in the long ago. So they've also had their own sort of reasonable success within the region, breaking out of qualifiers, etc.
Yeah, no, for sure. It is surprising a depth of experience that you have in South America. Like when you look at these rosters, like you'd expect that, you know, a Parker team with, you know, looking at the leftovers wouldn't have that much international experience, but there's still plenty of players available. And again, it's just testament to the region. You know, we said it the other day, right? How kind of hype and also how just beautiful South America is in the fact that, you know, even throughout all the adversity of their region, the ping, the qualifier slots, only getting one slot, one team often dominating it, like the players still turn up. Like unlike other regions where they've had this like access to playing qualifiers and they just let it be, you know, oh, we can't beat X team, let's just burn our region to the ground. South America was like, no, we're not going to allow that.
You looking up north there a bit, buddy?
We're not looking up north at all. We're not naming any names. Okay, right. It's on the viewers to decide where that goes.
Ambiguous point. No
Very ambiguous. Yep. It's super ambiguous. I feel like that's where South America, you just have to kind of like, you know, tip your hat to them because the fact that every qualifier, hundreds, if not thousands of players just rock up to the qualifiers. They try to, you know, they try their best, even if there's an LGD or playtime, just sitting in the grand final, just looking back at them. Like they are truly just putting on like the respect that a region deserves for having access to, you know, to the international and whatnot. So and it's always an honor.
People also talk a lot about like the inconsistency of SA teams, but the thing is, inconsistency and, you know, struggling to regularly qualify for events. I mean, I don't think that's been the case for the past 2 years as we've had LGD and previously to that, Heroic regularly being on top of the region and pretty stable at that. But previously to that, the reason that's the case is because there was plenty of other teams ready to take their place if you let those standards drop. The qualifiers aren't free. You've always got somebody ready to go and take your spot. So what that does result in is the top team tend to not get as much experience as other top teams in regions who can get out to tournaments more regularly. But again, they don't have the skill, in fairness, so they don't tend to get those sort of automatic qualifications. But that is changing. You know, we are starting to see over the last 2 years some really, really good consistency, some discipline from those top SA teams, and domination coming out as well. But yeah, I remember, you know, regularly back in even like the EG days, they would fail to qualify and then everybody would be posting like lol EG or whatever. But like very little respect was paid to the tier 2 scene in South America, which is a reason why these teams would struggle to regularly qualify to every event. Because again, you try out something new, you know, you go through an experimental phase, whatever, you go to, you try again and, you know, you don't make it because teams like Estar, Amaru, Playtime, obviously not those teams back then, but these players, these same players were ready to take your spot and have their moment on the international stage as well. And that's why I've got so many players from the SA region with international experience just due to the churn of the region, which is both hype and, it gives a lot of depth to the region compared to others.
You know what's not hype though, man?
The fact that lobby ain't starting.
This lobby ain't starting. Yeah, no. So just to update everyone, this is the third time that the lobby has tried starting. There is a fault somewhere, maybe a connection from somewhere in the world is not working. So one person, naturally, it's normally one person just not able to connect and the whole lobby just stops because of it. So once they find out who's to blame and who we need to kick, hopefully it's not a player, then the draft will start. But we are not holding it hostage due to our desire to podcast. Do not fear. We are also waiting to...
There is a pattern of behavior where we have been, you know, I think our record time is probably equal amount of time just talking to you guys on camera versus casting through these qualifiers.
We are paneling at this point. Yeah.
There may be some conspiracy theories going on about you and me, you know, potentially bugging these lobbies to try to launch our own podcast about the SA Dota scene. which is coming to a podcast service near you. No, I'm just kidding. That doesn't exist. This wasn't fake promotion. And we do have a lobby now available. Sorry, T-Guff. We can start it if you like, but I just feel like there's too much conspiracy now behind it. It would never work. It would never work.
Didn't time it correctly.
Yeah, it was close enough. It was close enough. Let's get into it. All right, we now have the draft available for Game 1 versus S-Bax versus Amaru. We're here in the lower bracket of the SA qualifiers. I am reading this all out again because you might have forgotten considering how long it took. But this is the lower bracket, which means the losers get eliminated and will not be going to the international. The winners will get to fight on, but there's still a whole bunch of series to come next. They'll have to beat the winner of the other series happening this evening. So you've got to play again today, and then you've got to play tomorrow, potentially twice as well. So if any of these teams are to win, they need to win 4 series in the next 2 days. So lock in, brothers. It's time to ride.
Damn, look at K1 on player cam. Look, even showed it, production. Like when I said damn, they knew exactly what I was talking about. What a blast from the past. My guy, welcome back, brother. Welcome back.
I missed you.
Yeah, I mean, when you are to reference their LGD series, though, in the upper bracket, just looking back at their drafts, you would have to argue there are some holes to it, right? Like they had a Venge carry trying to counter a Doom, but suddenly you're playing against a Brood carry, and Brood kind of just beats Venge on paper due to kind of the map play and Venge's single target needs. Then you had like a Drow game, but playing into a Darkseer. So I kind of feel like LGD just had some really cool little pocket picks that just broke all of Amaru's kind of concepts. And when you look at a team like Amaru, they are very much built on structure, formula. Like when you have K1, like, you cannot understate how important it is for everything to kind of be balanced around him. You could even argue the same thing for Parker. So the draft for both of these teams is often make or break for the teams, and it's maybe why both of them have struggled against some of kind of like the titans of the region, as those teams have that international experience and are able to be a bit more cheeky.
5 seconds.
I like this quite a lot. I mentioned this before at the start of the qualifiers, but Storm Spirit, I reckon, was going to be a first phase hero in this region in particular. That is something which Heroic has been doing. Tai Lung is so confident on this hero. He's more than happy to, go whatever build needs to be. Greaves, whether it be, power treads into Witchblade into BKB, or just, full on Storm Spirit, wait for late game, just kind of keep the game stable until you can hit that 25 talent. Whatever it may be, he will do it. Storm is first pick material at the moment. What I also like, though, is the Ember response, okay? We know the matchup's pretty decent, right? But also, anything you want to ban to protect the Storm also protects the Ember Spirit. So it's a very nice bit of draft strategy from S-Bax.
Yep.
Radiant team ban.
I mean, not only that, like, there's such a simple draft opening where I think the main response that probably should have and maybe could have been picked from S-Bax was the Viper. Because the first pick Storm, you just want to shut him down on lane, and then he's a underfarm Storm and can have problems. Like, I do agree that he can be a first phase hero and can be very annoying, equal to maybe Puck in regards to draft value if your player's that good in it, but there are ways to stop it. It's not like it's like some unlosable lane type hero, but it's not really been punished in that regard. Ember's just, the chill dude will be able to CS and kind of mirror the Storm Spirit play.
Yep. Chills. I mean, sometimes we see the Ember Spirits going for the Vessel, and then you see them being active very early, getting involved in every fight, trying to make plays, trying to set up kills. Or potentially you just move into the Mage Slayer, which is a lot slower.
Yep.
A bit of jungling, a bit of kind of chilled pace of Dota to find that tempo. And really, it just depends on the rest of your team. It doesn't really even depend on the enemy team that much. It depends on what you pick and how your team is going to be enabled. Whether you need to enable them, or whether they can enable you to be a little bit greedy.
Oof. Damn, they really are going for the let's stop the Storm having a game, right? Like Nick's assassin
queued up a Vessel already.
Yeah. A classic counter. Like I don't know how good it is in the grand scheme, because I think Storm Spirits, at least nowadays, in difficult games, will shove mid farm jungle and then just go like Witchblade BKB or Kai BKB and their game's fine. It's not like old school Storm where it's like only kill, only map move, only map pressure, which of course Nyx breaks. But still, in that map play, if Nyx is in the right position, you have carry pace, you're going to stun the Storm at some point, Ember will follow up with slight chains, it's going to be very good. One option Storm does have also is just to go for Greaves, that we've been seeing, like the Mana Boots build. He can go like mana boots Kaya, BKB back for Greaves. Then you have a way to deal with the Ember with the Dispel, and you also have, of course, survivability against the potential chain lockdown. But either way, I think both teams just progressing the draft very nicely, respecting each other immensely. Like, you've got the Lion pick to shut down the Ember. Also against Nyx, Lion's very good, because when you see him Vendetta into your kind of ob-sentry high ground areas, you just insta-hex him, then you get the layered stun after. Like, it's just really nice control. And a Witch Doctor, a hero that we don't see often.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I feel like Witch Doctor should be played a bit more. I think Ducalis from P-Vision is showcasing why it's very good. Because you can blind pick Witch Doctor, and you enable a lot of your safe lanes to put pressure on the offlane because of Maledict, of course. Like, if you want to go for any tanky blob offlane right now, you know you're going to get counterpicked by K1,
Radiant team.
and there's a Maledict you need to respect.
Yes, exactly. Maledict is this hero. Unfortunately, guys, it's not Death Ward why you pick this hero. I'm sorry to say. I know a lot of you watching that's a cool thing. I love
Yeah,
watching.
no ags.
Look at it go. But no,
10 seconds
nobody cares
remaining.
about that spell in competitive Dota 2. Every now and again we might see it have some effect, but
5
for the most part,
seconds remaining.
we're all about the Maledict. We're all about the Cask. Those are the two abilities which I make the hero. And Cask constantly isn't really like even a particularly relevant spell. It's just you throw it down in a fight because it's a stun, which does stuff. But Maledict is the headline. Maledict finger.
And yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a fun little combo. Also, for Amaru, it helps a lot that, like, Nyx Assassin, you just sacrifice a lot of your laning when you pick this hero, especially when you don't see the lane you're playing into. It's very much a response pick for the game rather than anything for lane. And that alone is a big indicator of, like, pick an aggressive five. And in fairness, Estebax, this is a pretty... I mean, it's an okay response because Beastmaster can be independent. You're going to have Hawk and Boars to be able to tank up some of the coconuts, which allows you to, you know, disengage whilst you're maledicted. If they just had
10
a
seconds
non-summoning offlaner, whilst Nyx pull waves, it just takes a bit of
5
poor
seconds
positioning.
remaining.
Coconut bounces between range creep and hero, and then you could argue they're going to die. So Beast at least can deal with the Witch Doctor.
That
in
said,
some
it is
degree, but-
really funny if the Beastmaster's ever running around with his Hawk and then
Yes.
the paralyzing Cask comes out and just sits there. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I hate you, Hawk.
Team banned.
It's very good.
Phantom
Ooh, okay, hold up.
Hey, K1, hello.
You're speaking to me, brother. I mean, PA is a hero lost in time. Of course, you are
Radiant team banned.
very greedy, right? You want to farm a Battle Fury and a Deso and a BKB, right? You compare it to like a Kez. You buy Mage Slayer, you fight. You buy Manta or Deso, you fight, right? Like, PA, you know, her timings can be a little bit more kind of gradual for the game. Maybe why she slipped out of favor. Also, with the
10
rise of
seconds remaining.
Underlords and Tide Hunters and all these kind of annoying offlaners, PA can be a little
5
bit,
seconds
again,
remaining.
volatile, at least for, you know, the laning phase. But, as we already mentioned, Nyx Assassin, very weak laner.
Banned.
Beastmaster against the PA, you're probably going to get jumped multiple times. Like, it's just Maledict, dagger, jump, go, go, go. And I kind of like it, honestly. It's a rare time where I see PA and go, yeah, fair play. Like, this is it. In the matchup as well against Ember, Nyx, and Ench, you just blow them up
10
for
seconds
best part of the
remaining.
game. Ember can itemize with, like, Shivas and a lot of different little, like, armor and life
5
items.
seconds
But,
remaining.
yeah, it's, on paper, pretty good.
We'll see how it works out for them. I'm not as confident as you. I do feel like this hero is pretty, you know, both these heroes, Witch Doctor, PA, not that picked for a reason. I think I'm not sure they can do enough. I'll just put it that way. You need to do so
That-
much to enable this hero early to give her the space that she needs to be able to do stuff late or, you know, even in the mid game. I think you just need to be like an item ahead of where you're usually at in the game. And with the Storm as well, who's kind of
Radiant
answered in the
team
draft as
back.
you would expect from a first phase Storm. You gotta get so much out of this last pick mid lane from Amaru.
Offlane, you mean?
Sorry, offlane, did I say?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying everything wrong today. Just
It's
whatever I
okay,
say, just
brother.
assume I mean something else and we'll be fine.
Shift it one to the right.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
What does Oscar want? Again, Oscar is picking blind.
5 seconds remaining.
He doesn't see what Parker's going to
Team
play.
pick.
I feel like for him, honestly, I wouldn't mind like a Dawnbreaker. It's like, you already have PA, Storm, and Lion that will like run around, do things on the map, and pick off. I don't think they need a traditional offlaner that has to like walk in and start a fight. I feel like you can just play on this very like mobile style lineup that you've got. Even Witch Doctors nowadays also like to buy Blink Dagger. So it's like Storm has Zip, Lion, Witch Doctor might even have both Blinks, plus PA has Blink Strike. So I wouldn't be opposed to it. And, okay, they go for Underlord. I don't mind, honestly. It's not a hero that walks in first, but you can... I guess the difference between Dawn and Underlord is they both apply the same pressure on the map because of globally, but Dawn will buy items for herself, like AC, BKB, this type of stuff. But Underlord, of course, will just buy like some casual pipe, some casual thing to like give PA life, where we already mentioned PA is quite greedy in her items. Underlord is like, I buy 1 or 2 auras, slap it on PA, and now you're like, your Fury Deso timing is complemented by me like making you feel stronger. And then Parker goes for the Ursa in the last pick. That is, honestly, it's like, it's cool, but you have to respect that Lion is a very, very good forward position at keeping lanes alive. So I can see a world where Ursa is always half HP because of like Earth Spike and Firestorm spam. And then maybe we don't get to see the Ursa truly chase down and break the lane. I really feel like the first like 2 levels of the Ursa Underlord lane will be very, very critical to if Parker demolishes it or not. Because if they go too passive, if they don't find the entry, I could see a world where Underlord Lion actually can kind of like sneak their way through this lane, even though it is like Ursa versus melee offlane.
It's Ursa Enchantress though. Like, doesn't Enchantress just bully out the Lion? I struggle to see them surviving this, honestly. And I think the Underlord needs to survive the lane. I think personally, I just can't see the Underlord surviving the lane well enough to be able to stop Estar Bax taking this one over. I really think this is an outdraft from Estar Bax. I respect that you have a different position on that, so I'm kind of excited. It just makes me excited to watch the game and see how it goes when we don't see eye to eye on drafts like this, because it's it's interesting.
The thing is, like, Esterbach's heroes, they look very like competitively safe, you know. So like you see the heroes, you know how they function. It's like very like it makes sense. And I think like the Witch Doctor PA, it shares the same logic as Ursa and Ench, where it's like on paper they have to break their lane, like they are meant to as well. And it's like if the Ench Ursa, they fully outplay the entire time, Parker will be complete free farm. And Witch Doctor PA should outplay, and K1 should be complete free farm. So in theory, this game should become 2 carries who have Battle Fury, who are just trying to like out carry each other. Like Ursa will go like Battle Fury, Blink, MKB Basher, and will slaughter the PA. And then PA, of course, will have some like Abyssal Blade or whatever killing other people. Like it is just going to be like 2 big carries. And you know, I fully agree. I think the offlaners, they need to find ways to survive the matchups. I feel like the Lion and the Underlord, if you block certain camps, if you do these little shenanigans, it is deceptively better than maybe. But I think both offlaners on both teams, if they crumble too quickly, we will just see either carry just maybe take over the game. So again, it is just an exciting game. I think both teams they've drafted for their carries clearly, and it is exactly what we asked for.
Yes, absolutely that. Mid lane's going to be hype as well. Of course, we got the first phase mids on both teams, which is very cool. Like when the mid laners just go, screw it, just lock our heroes in. You guys can do the drafting. We're just going to, I don't know, go practice against bots for a bit whilst you guys draft. You know, that's just like a very Chad way for mid laners to do things right now. As everyone's just spinning on the side of Estar Bax, which I also like. But yeah, I mean, in theory, the Ember comes out on top. It's a naturally Ember-favored matchup. However, I have seen a lot of Storms do well in this. I'm going to talk about... I've talked about him so much. I haven't even cast him once, but I'm going to talk about it again. Tai Lung did really, really well. It's a blast into an Ember Spirit. Just harassing the ever-loving crap out of the Ember. Just right-click, 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 right-click. You know, utilizing the Storm's naturally high attack speed to sort of bully the Ember. And suddenly his spells don't seem to matter as much anymore, and that is always the impact a ranged mid laner can have. So we'll see if PP can come out ahead. Of course, he's got the MMR advantage and the Grandmaster advantage, unless Pokemon doesn't have Dota Plus. Who knows? But yeah, it should be fun.
Pokemon's been bronze on a lot of heroes.
I think you're right. Angel. Yeah, I think... Oh dear, that's a little painful, but the dagger actually goes onto the boar instead, so...
Yeah. They kind of baited me. It honestly looked like they were about to full send it, but like you said, yeah, they just threw dagger on a different hero onto the boss, and then just walked away. Yeah.
Just murders his own boar. But yeah, daggers to kill boars are always really nice. The Witch Doctor's pretty naff at killing the boars off, but PA is pretty good at it. He doesn't have to leave lane to do so like many other carries would, so. Oh, PP getting a little low here. It's okay though, it's mid lane and they've got Qualifiers. It's just trading. Just suffering with these early trades due to the Sleight of Fists coming out. There's Michael. Oh, Maldic, it's gonna hurt, and the blood grenade comes out as well. It's not gonna hurt enough though. Michael is going to survive for now.
Yeah,
and
Amaru actually blundered the top lane a bit there. They opted to split where they're going on again. Like they maledicted the Nyx rather than the Beastmaster. They didn't want to use the blood grenade straight away, and then K1 had dagger on cooldown. So I think honestly Nyx should have died there.
Could have died.
And yeah, but
shoulda, coulda, didn't. Bottom lane, they're going to go onto the Enchantress now as Excel's getting blasted. Uses the Nature's Attendants, doesn't have any more heals left, but they just don't have enough damage, so Excel is going to live. Not sure they could have done that any better on the side of Amaru.
Edge being level 2, now getting a point in enchant. And the small camp is blocked, so she's going to have to walk over to the hard camp. Just get a little hellbear. Honestly, not the worst, especially when it dies and it gives the attack speed aura. If it's in a good position, they might be able to utilize it.
Good old death throw.
Yeah, back when Chen was able to always pick what he started with, it was just pick the hellbear one, run the creep under tower, and just full send dive. It was quite an egregious facet, honestly. Oh, Ursa's career is dying top because he was trying to get the ring out. Panda, you have sent. That is. Oh,
Panda. Panda.
This is kind of this is very lane losing.
Yeah, it's also first blood, so
yeah.
Yeah. Oh damn! If he stacked that whilst getting the kill, that would have been so cool. He almost did. That would have been like mega style points.
Yeah. Honestly, a little disheartened by how Amaru played the safe lane. Like, it feels like there should have at least been one kill under the name right now, but
it started so well as well, just running it down with the Maledict. Looks sick. K1 getting a little low here. The balls are time to get to work. There's a Maledict coming down onto Angel. Angel should fall here. There is a stick. There is a fairy fire, but now he's all out. One more dagger will be required, or maybe not. Maybe Angel's just going to pop. Yeah, he is. Ain't surviving that one. There you go. You happy now, T-Gov?
So much happier. Like, this should have been the lane the entire time. Like, go, 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 kill, kill, kill. Yeah, it took a little bit of time, but maybe now that they've kind of felt the aggression, felt kind of like the rhythm of how these two heroes operate, where they're going to be firing on full cylinders. That's, I'm sure, a phrase, I think.
It is. Absolutely right.
Yes. Go me.
You got
English is my only language.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's the only one you need, he says, casting SA qualifiers and not able to understand anything they say in all chat.
For legal reasons, that was a nomad take. I don't attach myself to that. I feel like language is beautiful. Wonderful. Anyway, back to you, Nomad.
No, I tried learning Spanish once. It's a nice language, actually. It's a lot easier than English, that's for sure. Stuff just makes sense. Although, gendering everything is always strange. It's just like, this is a door, and the door is, of course, male. Oh, okay. Pencil. Female for some reason. It's never... I don't know. Everyone just seems to know it as well. So curious.
I think, yeah, I've had to learn Spanish for like 5 years in school. But it was always like, they never really progressed further than like, where is the library? What is honestly, it was like Duolingo for 5 years, but at school, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think learning languages in school is extra bad because you can only go as fast as like the worst student. And the worst student usually isn't very good.
That's normally probably us.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was very good. Yeah.
But you can at least, even though the kind of pressure of Witch Doctor and PA didn't kind of satisfy what I was hoping for, the kind of the CS is still reflecting that there is pressure getting applied, right? It is 28 CS for the PA to 18 of the Beastmaster. And they're even rotating the lineup here. They're trying to go for a kill, but they... What?
The split aggression is quite something, but I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You just remove the Beastmaster from the fight, you go for the easier kill onto Michael. And you know that Angel can't really do a whole lot now that K1 did tank like 3 tower hits there, but can't do a whole lot now that his support is dead. Panda going to want to get down some vision in this triangle, or maybe just take the Watcher.
I don't think I've said best many times in a cast before. I gotta stop looking at top lane.
They're playing it interesting. There's a rotation coming down the bottom side. They do have the chains to stun up the Underlord, and Pokon will just leave. He realizes that he's done what he needs to do to get the kill, and just go, all right, Pokon, there you go. I'm gonna head back. See you in a bit. And PP is getting good pressure on the middle tower whilst the Ember is away.
No, it's absolute despair for the Underlord. If at any point the Lion leaves him, there is a massive target on his back. Like, Ench Ursa will happily go for a kill. Of course, Lion is kind of the reason why they might live, as both of the supports are off to try and kill Michael, but he just presses carapace and disengages. The question here for Amaru is, like, is breaking down the lanes at this point, like, is this the correct move? I'm guessing Underlord will just want to hit the jungle now, because if Underlord dies again bot lane, of course, the answer to the question is very simple. But you'd also like to think that with a Witch Doctor and a Lion, wherever they go, you should be able to net some kills. As long as you don't jump in nicks with carapace.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal.
No, not ideal at all.
Yeah, both offlaners I'm expecting to sort of retire at some point soon.
Jesus, man, don't be so rude. They're still playing in the qualifier.
It's over. You gotta recognize that. From the lane, to clarify, but that's a really good rotation from 17 Pokorn. It's gonna get them probably 2 kills here. He's got slight chains available in just a couple of seconds. A pesky creep wave in the way, and that will stop him from going for any more. And still had that fairy fire available. Pokorn sees that, says, hey, you know what? I've done what I need to. Let's not overextend, feed anything away. Jobs are good. And nice early moves from the Ember Spirit. We do indeed see him going for this Urn build, so this is also going to help him accelerate his game. But Michael, it's gone a little too far in the middle lane. Pokorn running in, looking for Janek, but K1 with the rotation. That is curious. And what is Ember Spirit just kind of dancing around at the moment? He's really trying to min-max this one and almost pays the price for it, but does get back to his Remnant eventually. K1 still in the neighborhood, though. They will not be laying eyes on each other.
Ooh. Panda tried to go a bit of aggression as well top, but I mean, fair play. Kind of a cool rotation from K1. Maybe could have got the kill. But Pokon, I love the aggression. Going bot for the Underlord kill, rotating around the map. The key is being an absolute menace, and we're just not seeing Storm Spirit be able to match the Ember's play. Of course, Ember is just a lot better at these kind of cheap movements in the early game. You run somewhere, you put Remnant back in the other lane. Like, you're never really losing out on the map, but Storm Spirit, every move has to be perfect. It needs to be like calculated. Whilst Parker come through the Twin Gate, just trying to run down K1, carry aggression at the 9-minute mark, and yep, he's gone. The race to Battle Fury, very much advantage Parker at the moment, leading by about 1,000 gold.
That's a chunk of change, isn't it? That is a huge amount. And again, you know, you do have to look at that rotation to mid and say, you make that rotation as a carry, you don't get anything out of it. It is a lot of time spent just running in between lanes after that, which is going to come in as a cost. And now with that rotation, it's it's looking really good for Parker on the Ursa.
Yeah. I mean, there's just multiple things from Amaru in the early game. It's the lack of aggression from the Witch Doctor in the laning phase. It's the line rotating top to give Parker a free kill on the Underlord. Like, all these things just kind of naturally make Parker feel more comfortable, because all the negatives that I just mentioned, it's kind of aggression near K1. It's Pokorn having complete freedom on the map because the side lane pressure is in play. Like, I think Astabax, as much as the net worth is kind of close for the Beast and Ember, I mean, the fact that these kind of mistakes have occurred for Amaru, it is kind of exactly how Astabax often win their games, right? Parker leading the charge.
Absolutely. They are playing their style of Dota at the moment. Amaru, though, you know, they're going to take things a little slower, of course. They do have the slower heroes, as PP trying really hard for this rune, and it's just going to feed his life away. Oh, no. That was a very costly death. He was the one hero who was kind of pulling ahead out of their team. If he hits a good timing on those greaves, I was still kind of expecting him to start to make some plays happen, to be that kind of sticky, annoying mid laner, but that's going to set him back a lot as K1 gets low up on the top side to the Roar from Angel, and Angel's going to use the opportunity instead to run down Panda. I think this game's getting out of control a little bit. I know it doesn't look like that from the net worth, but I mean, the the net worth doesn't mean a whole lot when you're watching what we're watching.
Yeah, the real debate will be how do they respond right now, and the response is trying to go into Beastmaster, who is taking tier 1 tower top.
Looks like it will be a kill, and a pretty important one at that. PP, of course, going to need a lot to bring him down, but does do so in the end with the help of the Firestorm. But there is a whole menagerie chasing the Underlord here. Gotta get away. Excel comes in from the sidelines.
Give it to the Beast,
No
give it to the
way.
Beast.
No. You just gotta take this one, surely.
Alright, PP's dead off screen.
He certainly is. And yeah, okay,
That
OJ
was
will be
nice.
given the kill after all. Shout out Excel. What a support player, man. He does two things in this world. That is his anime figurines and enabling his cause.
Is under attack.
Throw a throwback to a different series on a different day, a different panel point.
I
But
will
fair
never
play
forget that. That's one of my favorite camos of all time.
if you remember from chat, fair play, lads.
That's
Then you're a true
that's a
SA
ball
qualifier.
right there. That's
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah.
true SA qualifier heads only.
It's the backs, they're just chilling. Like Michael just lived mid, pressured. Oh, I say that.
Yeah, best up back.
Three,
Certainly
four.
not super Jamie. He's still got the remnant down, so he's just kind of baiting, fighting, maybe baiting a little bit too much now. Alrighty.
That's what you call in the industry.
And Amaru are back.
Yeah, sure. There you go. That's the PMA way to say it. Whew, okay, that was very unnecessary. I was about to praise Estabax on like just the discipline on like how fluid their moves were, just kind of drifting from lane to lane, but never feeling like it was forced. And as I was preparing that sentence in my head, they did that. So yeah, well, either way, before that play, the point stands.
Yeah,
Of course, for
Pokemon
Estabax now.
had a remnant the entire time down as well, so could have just left. Chose to try to bait out far too much. Didn't realize there were 4 heroes around. It just ended up getting massacred. Raw coming out
The key thing is
onto the
play
Witch
on
Doctor,
the
but in
beast.
comes PP with the response, getting on top of the Beastmaster, and the Malik's going to be there as well. Death Ward comes down, and Angel is gone. And Panda's still alive. He's just letting it go. Full duration Death Ward used. Yeah, no worries. Will eventually fall, but what else can they get for it? Pokemon's in the neighborhood, of course, getting down the chains, but they'll turn around on Amaru, look over towards Michael. Michael slowed up into oblivion and killed off by K1. Hector getting himself a critical kill here. Down the bottom side, meanwhile, Parker getting pressure on the tower. He's got that Battle Fury finish, so he really wants to start taking over the map. This tower would be massive for him to build more space for himself on the map.
Yeah, it's honestly just surprising. Estabax, the last 2 moves they've made are just so unnecessary, right? It's like the Ember diving mid with the Nyx, and then you have Beast rotating to mid, and playing through Beastmaster at this stage of the game is an exceptional thing to do. Like, if you ever play with Beastmaster, his Helm of the Dom timing is the thing you play on. It's like Dota 101. But he rotates to mid, and the Ember and the lads are still trying to get back to mid after the previous mistake. So you've kind of like made a mistake, gone, guys, play on the Beast. That's the correct thing to do. But they haven't like factored in actually bringing the correct numbers, and they've rushed it. So you've actually made 2 mistakes because of just one, and I think, yeah, Amaru are going to be very happy with that, just knowing they can just stabilize the game. Just a tad more, of course. I think the saving grace for them is that Ursa is still yet to get the Blink Dagger, of course. Still exceptionally farmed, but just knowing that your Storm might have Greaves in time, as Pokemon just runs it down mid again. And is he going to die?
I think he might. He's got the Maledict on him. It's going to hurt.
It was
Actually,
a late
Maledict
Maledict. He's
came
fine.
really late.
Yeah,
He's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. But still, my guy is just running it down the lanes. Of course, if all of this is because he
I
wants
like
Parker
that.
to farm, he's doing it. It's successful.
Space created should be liberally used on the voice line from Pokemon here, because that was a full 5 men to mid. It's also Storm mana dumping him as well, which always feels quite nice. Of course, with Arcane Soul Ring, it's not too bad, but it is going to force PP back to base earlier than he really wants to go. And we are just 28 gold away from the Guardian's Greaves. So with Greaves, it's going to allow you to play a little bit easier into the chains and just generally give you that tankiness to be annoying and upfront.
Yeah. And PA's Battle Fury is now on the Courier, flying out. Ooh. So how will his farm change based onto the Ursa? I feel like at this state, as we watch Michael get jumped top with the Lion and the Storm Spirit, nice use of dust, and it's a kill.
Yeah,
This is where PA, bottom of all the calls. But she'll start creeping up. As long as she doesn't randomly die. Parker with the Blink Dagger, though, you very much can kill.
Oh my god, he's
The
so
PA.
farmed. What the hell? He's massive. What is...
It's at the stage of the game where, like, you might even look at him and go, go on, mate, buy Basher MKB. Just be a bit of a cheeky devil. Of course, he needs BKB. Like, I'm not going to undersell that. Like, into Storm, Underlord, Lion, Witch Doctor, it is such a great item at ensuring us to play the game. So realistically, Basher, BKB, MKB after makes sense, but you know how Parker plays. Like, he's queuing up Moon Shards and Rapiers and whatnot. Like,
Double Sanjin Yasha.
yeah, like, in reality, we know what he's going for. As Storm is roared for a second. Press Greaves. I'm sure he's dead.
Greaves. And oh, that was unfortunate for the Raptor. Could have maybe got the zip away, but yeah. Helm the Overlord Beastmaster coming at you. Gotta respect it. Didn't respect it, now you're dead. 550 gold for the Beastmaster as well. Angel is getting the stonks right now, and PA's in trouble. Uh-oh. K1's going down. Pokon finds him.
Panda.
Also gone. My god. Guys, Earth has a Blink Dagger. Didn't use it to kill me, but he has it.
The map is just complete despair for Amaru. Like, they just need to get their heroes in the same position pretty much. Like, they need their supports to play behind the Storm, keep poking for these kills, like kind of open up the map for Underlord and PA to farm. But right now, if you're not making these moves in the supports, then your farm lineup is just going to get just destroyed by the pickoff.
They're making a play here onto the Ursa. Fingers coming down. He needs to get off the in-range, and he won't be able to do so. No one's there to save him. An incredibly greedy camp for Parker to farm, and he does get punished for it appropriately. Michael sees Mr. PP, but with that maledict upon him, recognizing that it's time to go. Unfortunately, he's been seen. There's a dragon coming to help him out, but I think he might be dead to the maledict regardless. And now Death Ward coming down to farm the wolves and to farm the ancient black dragons. Very nice. Meanwhile, Angel's getting picked off. Hello, Amaru. They're back in the game, T-Governor.
How many times are you going to say that in this game, actually?
As many times it happens.
Well, at least Amaru started doing what I very quickly asked for. And, you know, play for pickoffs, keep poking. Like, you can't just sit back and farm if you're Amaru. Like, the heroes that you have, you don't have this natural formation where you, like, park up in a triangle and you're, you know, unkillable. You are this, like, free-flowing movement of, like, smoke, get killed, maledict, finger, storm, zip, Underlord comes in, bada bing, bada boom, reset, go. Like, you have to just always be on your toes. And they just haven't done that at all. So it is cool to see that they have some life in them. It helps that Estebax seem to go from great, beautiful pickoff play into awkwardly walk into area and die. They are the two, you know, modes Estebax are playing on right now. But like, even after all of that, the gold is still 4,000 to Estebax. So it's not as if Amaru suddenly have like created a net worth lead to play on. Of course, they are locked into some cooldowns. Lion 15 seconds for a finger. And then 20 seconds for the Death Ward from Witch Doctor. Not that important in the fights, but all these small things will add up. And Estebax, they know that they can be aggressive. They can cross the river. The Ember's about to pick up a Mage Slayer. You know, he's very, very tanky. And the first Roshan is absolute freebie for the side of Estebax with the Helm of the Overlord and Ursa. Of course, they have a medallion as well from the neutral items. First Aegis at 19 minutes will go the way of Estebax.
Twill, Parker getting himself a little bit of protection, which in fairness he probably needs considering his last play. That's alright. That's why you get yourself an Aegis first. TB in deep, farming up some camps. See Parker, Genek. He's going to go for him here. Finger coming down. They just want to take that Aegis, and there you go. Aegis gone. PP and Genek, the little strike squad in the back lines, immediately TPing out of this one. Parker won't be finding anything here. Nice Aegis. Completely taken away. Really, really good play there from Amaru.
Oh, top. Oh, Corny has a remnant out. He's trying to be a little cheeky devil with the haste.
He is. Oh, back in! What the? Oh, it's the sleight of fist thing.
Oh.
So, one of the quirks of Ember Spirit is that when you're using Sleight of Fist, you essentially have another remnant on the floor, which you will return to when the Sleight of Fist ends. So if you use Activated Fire, sometimes, it's not consistent, but sometimes, I think it's if you go over the maximum range of Activate Fire remnant, then you'll just hop straight back to your Slider Fist. It's odd. Stun out onto Michael. Michael getting blasted down and killed off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, honestly, it's fine for first of fight. That's a smoke, but the Nyx just broke. The Nyx, you know, he's 1 and 8. You know, like what's the difference between a 7th death and an 8th death? You know, it's like it's all the same at this point.
Radiant's courier has been
That's some support logic right there, if I've ever heard it.
I mean, he bought Blink Dagger as well, so it's fine. He might even live next time he plays. It was quite a slow reaction from Amaru breaking smoke. There's about 2 seconds of like kind of buffer time. But PA showing on the bot wave there, smoked again. At least this is the type of Dota that I want to see from Amaru. This constant like exploration of the map, but they're using a lot of smokes to do it. So this might unravel in
This
in the
feels
future
like
when they don't have as many.
the team call is essentially they're going to get BKB soon, and when that happens, I think these exploration parties aren't going to work. So use all your smokes now, get all your kills now, and to be fair, that is a fantastic play to get the kill into the middle lane. Genek is doing work. Get your kills before the BKBs come out, and build yourself a little bit of a buffer so that you can survive the aggression.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. And you know what I said about Parker and how he plays the game and how he reads based on like the tempo? His itemization is so tempo driven. You know, I joked about him going MKB.
Oh yeah, he's just gone that.
He's just got MKB. Oh, he's got it in like what, 500 goals time, and that still will create a. Like, it is a beautiful item choice in the fact that the story of the game will be based on it. Will he enter a fight, get hit by an Underlord Duels that he just picked up, into a fight, into a pit, into death, like a Lion Hex, or does he always jump PA, kill her in like 1.5 seconds, and then Amaru have nothing to play on, right? Like it really is like the.
It's all in.
You know, it's the 50-50 itemization choice for sure. Spell, of course, with the double capital E's.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Essentially, if the Lion or the Underlord are nearby when he tries to jump this PA, and to a lesser extent Storm and Witch Doctor, there's a few options here, which could just absolutely ruin Parker's day until he lands a BKB, but at the same time he's going to farm a BKB extremely quickly, and kind of just his idea if I'm not looking to really run this home right now. I also know I'm not getting an Aegis anytime soon, so get the MKB, play opportunistic Dota 2,
Radiant's top tower is
and when the BKB comes about, it can be a bit more front lines. Ooh, stunned by the dust. Interesting. Doesn't matter though, Michael's still going down.
What's the difference between the 8th death and the 9th death? You know what I mean?
One, I think, is the difference.
Ah,
One
yes, and
equals
also
two.
So, I would like to see Amaru pick up at least one 4-staff on their lineup, just because like the way that Estebat's kills, it's like inside a root, an impale, or a roar. But if you ever displace them, Ursa's already blinked on that location of the stun, and then he has to waste like a little bit of time to like reposition once again. So I feel like it could be in the type of fights from Amaru. It's like you need to throw in all these little bit of layering. Like it's the Yule Save of an Underlord, it's the Ghost Kite of a Lion. They are jumping on edge. Beastmaster is on the bot side of the map, has TP, Blink Dagger Gold if he wants to, but also might opt for the BKB. No, he just goes straight Blink.
Yep, I like it. But maybe that,
It really is an indicator of, like, yeah, exactly. They need to make a move. I feel like they've kind of sat back and allowed Amaru to dictate the kind of the pick-off game in the last like 4 to 5 minutes. And when you have Parker pick up the MKB, unless Parker is telling his team, I want the entire BKB as well, you kind of feel like they should be making their own moves.
You would think so? We'll see how that kind of comes into play. Of course, there is still a lot of caution being shown. I don't know. If,
Connect.
would you say Estebat's are on a timer this game? Or can either team
The heroes
take
that we have in play, there is no like simple timer between these two drafts. Like it really is a matter of like fight selection, itemization. Like both lineups just look really nice throughout the game as Panda. They went for a really deep dive to try and find the Beastmaster, but I don't know who used the scan, but it connected. And that alone gave Beastmaster enough reason to just blink out from the jungle camp he was farming. So, great scan usage from Estebax.
Was good, and PP of course has the Invis rune, so he was able to just get himself away, holding the Greaves as well. We'll look at
bot
Pokecorn
lane.
here if the Lion's able to connect, and yeah, Jenek is in the area. This could be bad for Pokecorn. He's changed things pretty nicely here, but with K1 coming to help out as well, it's a death for Pokecorn.
Yeah, it also goes back to the fact that PP and Genik sniped Parker's Aegis really early, right? Because like, if he had that Aegis, you might even look towards Estebax trying to take every tier 2 tower with the Beastmaster. Ursa will then jump in, trade his first Aegis life for the fact that he can then, reposition and go for more. Just swiping that away was honestly quite a game changer. Not game changer, like kind of
I think it was. I think it changed the pace of the game entirely.
Yeah.
It's basically pre-BKB that Aegis functions as a BKB would, allowing Parker to play wherever he wants to restrict more of the map of Amaru, is what I would say. What up?
Panda did the thing. He bought a 4-staff. Yay. He was
Yippee.
he was holding on to a worrying amount of gold. He had 1,800 gold with like nothing spent. And normally, if this was a pub, all these witch up to players are like, if I feed 12 more times of my Gree, that's angst. But Panda, he knows. He just locks in, gets the 4-staff. And we'll see how he wants to position there. And of course, just the... Oh god, they're jumping mid. K1 had to use his BKB.
Out. Yeah, he's just stuck at the moment, but K1 will be able to back himself away from this one. So roll for a BKB. It's a neutral trade at the moment. Ursa looking for a way into this fight. He's nearby, but pretty far. They've run in the right direction, Amaru, to get themselves away. Angel blinks forwards here. That's actually very aggressive posturing from him.
K1's going back in.
Yeah, they're ready for the return. In comes PP, looking for a target. He's actually just picked up this Orchid. They have to be so careful though, to not give Parker a play. He's going to jump in onto Storm. Storm has a zip away, though. No bashes for the Ursa, because he's going to have a basher. Would be why. Dagger's coming back the other way as Chain's coming down. The Lion forced to stand his ground. There's the Orchid coming down onto the Ember Spirit Ember. He has the shield rune, but is that enough to keep him alive? Death Ward coming through as well. It's good damage coming back the other way, but Pokecorn, his time is up. He's got the Maledict on him, so he will fall. K1 gets a kill. Parker jumping in, but he's got to be careful here. He doesn't have an ultimate anymore, and he doesn't have a BKB. Nobody does. As XL gets himself caught out a little out of position here, and they are fighting the Punishers. Both supports will be taken down here, along with the Ember Spirit. Amaru are holding on and forcing so many mistakes out of Estebax.
I don't understand Estebax. Like they're jumping into this engagement, and again Parker, he's just not there. Like I don't know if that's between Parker being out of position or Estebax, jumping too early. But between the two, they had this initiation on K1 on the mid lane, force out his BKB, and then you fast forward another 15 seconds. Then Parker appears, jumping in with the BKB. But Amaru, they beautifully just keep kiting back, keep inviting the aggression, going, please, you can kill us, but it's not in our triangle, it's at our tier 2. It's at the jungle camps to the right-hand side of the tier 2. And that is exactly what Amaru needed, especially because they used such, critical items so early in the fight. The BKB, the Greaves, the Yules, they had to bide their time.
No, he's not. Okay, we can watch the replay in peace.
But it's just like when you look at this replay, just look at this. They go for the stun, but the communication is really good for Amaru. It's just the instant disengage. They don't overcommit. And then as soon as Parker uses BKB, it's like, just seeing the whole team just shift to the right is just really good understanding of where you want to engage. And the Ember just gets caught off guard, I think, by the Orchid of the Storm.
Yeah, I've got another fight taking place right now as they're able to blow up the Enchantress deep into the enemy jungle, and then immediately looking down to the bottom lane to try to get a kill onto Michael also, but Michael, he is in the tree line and will not be picked off.
This is where Estebax, they have to just be a lot cleaner with who they jump. They have plenty of damage. That is not a problem at all. They have the items, they have the heroes, they have literally everything you could ask for to blow up a hero from 100 to 0. But they are still struggling to connect on it.
They played the laning phase a lot better on Estebax, but some of these mistakes have been really harshly punished by Amaru.
Yeah. And now Roshan, because it was taken so early by Estebax, we are now at that phase of the game that whoever gets picked off in the next minute or two will probably be the victor to also take Roshan. As it does respawn bottom. Parker smoked. Both teams are smoked.
Parker does get hexed up here, but gets off the in-range, but immediate Yules. BKB comes out late, but allows him to get away. But that means no BKB for the Roche fight. But Roche is going to take a bit of time to get up to the top lane, of course. The
Arcane bottom.
long walk through the river. BP happily grabbing that Arcane rune. Incredible rune for the Storm to grab.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Are there any smokes left on... Yeah, there's 2. Okay, there's so many smokes actually available for Amaru. Oh. The Ember completed the Agnums. Interesting choice, honestly. I feel like the way that the game's progressed for him, just getting a BKB, even like a Lotus, if he didn't want to go for BKB and wanted some armor against the PA, just some type of dispel would have been quite nice, but he just blinked into all of them.
What? Well, guess he's dead. I mean, pretty damn tanky to be fair. Deathward comes down as well, and the Maledict is upon him. He's already got the kill to... Well, actually, no, it's Michael who's dead in the backlines. The Witch Doctor is still alive somehow through all of this, just healing up with the Voodoo Restoration. He's not going to be struggling at all. Now look to kill off the Helm of the Overlord as well. Meanwhile, K1, he is into the pit. I mean, they're not playing as a team on Starbacks. I think that is the main issue here, is that Angel is a bit of a maverick. Pokorn also been a bit of a maverick, which I think gets you through the first 20 minutes of the game really nicely. Everyone's making plays, everyone's feeling good, but there comes a point where the discipline has to come in. Nice try from Pokorn there, trying to go for the Aegis steal with the Remnants, but a little off time. Cute idea, but not going to happen.
That's fact. They're just not playing as like cleanly as a team as Amaru. You know, I fully agree. I think that the early game individual skill is clearly there for Estherback. Like they have all the tools to be able to take over an early game, but just the coordination of like where and why they want to put heroes on the map is just not really working the same way compared to Amaru. And K1, it's taking him a really long time, but he is potentially going to overtake the Ursa in net worth throughout this Aegis window. At least now he's in contention to even be close to the Ursa. That is something that we haven't even been bothering to talk about because it has just been an uphill battle for him the entire time.
Yeah.
He does have the Abyssal Blade complete coming out on the Courier. So a very defensive starter build, right? The Manta and the BKB, of course, utilizing the Battle Fury for the farm. Now finally going for a bit more aggression through the Abyssal Blade. But pretty much like for him, that's either an Abyssal to stop the Ursa when he jumps him, or he can assist and just break, just slaughtering the Ember.
There's a lot of tools to slaughter this Ember. I don't predict Pokorn being able to do a whole lot outside of dancing around. Like, this fight goes one of two ways for the Ember Spirit. He either gets jumped and dies pretty much instantly, or he's going to be able to remnant into the backlines whilst there's distractions, whilst there's fighting going on, get himself a kill, play off the shard, and this Aghanims can really come alive for you. And you can be a real nuisance, but it's not easy. It would have been much easier to play this game with a BKB. So
But it's like, as long as... But how you describe it is what you need to see, right? Like, you want to see him press like 4 remnants at the start of a fight, create this chaos. Like, if he's doing that, then the Ember, the itemization is fine, because he's giving so much information. But if he doesn't press like 3 remnants, go crazy, and do everything you just mentioned, then sure, I would have preferred to see the BKB. But they are smoked up. They are trying to run into the Aegis PA. Who can they find?
Well, bye-bye Lion. He is just immediately taken out, and nothing used by the Ursa, by the way. No BKB, no Enrage, and now the Roar coming down onto K1. This is his first life. Going, gone. As the Underlord comes across, he throws down that Pit of Malice, tries to buy some space for the PA. PA is going to come back here, and of course, no Roar on the second life, as in the backlines, PP is just having absolute blast. Taking down Pokorn with that Orchid. Now looking over towards Excel. Excel is going to fall. So... a bit of a split fight here. I don't want to say it's like a full-on loss for Starbacks. Of course, losing your Ember hurts. But you do take away the Aegis. There's at least something forced out of this. The Now, Amaru looking to push down here as Parker goes in. That is aggressive. There comes the Abyssal onto its head. Enrage still available, trying to wait until post BKB to use it, and they get the kill
Ember
onto this Underlord. And look at the Ember go. He's running in. He knows that there is an Orchid waiting for him, and he's not going to let it get off for free. Bouncing around to the side, looking for a target. K1 turns around. Dagger Bash going to come in, but the chain's going to be there. Parker closing the gap onto K1, forcing out the BKB. Parker goes in. Enrage gets used, but immediately used up into the air. Stunned as well. He cannot get the damage off the K1. K1 gets away to the backlines. They will get on top of Pokon, who's just brought back into this one. He needs to live. Huge Sleight of Fist coming out, going to keep him invincible for quite a long time, and Panda's the one to fall in step, but Pokon still chased by PP, cannot get PP off him as they'll turn around. Stun comes out, Pokon still alive, and it's PP who dies instead. Oh no! Parker gets on top of him, gets the bash, gets the kill. Jenik in trouble now as well. He's trying to get away, but he is just not going to do so. The chains come out, the damage comes in. Angel on a killing spree now as 4 heroes dead on the side of Amaru. Star Backs finally got the puzzle pieces together, and man, it looked good.
I kind of want to see a replay in that fight, because to me, I'm looking at an Amaru who's trying to clutch up, right? They understand the threat that Estabax is bringing to that fight, the constant chase down, the layering of little pokes and prods and stuns. But K1, brother just dipped from the fight so quickly. Like, he was like, no, I don't want to try and clutch this, I'm out. And of course, Estabax are going to go, thank you very much. And the saves, of course, with the Nyx Assassin helping the Ember live. The slight lasted like 7 years, so he was able to disengage. But I gotta say, from K1, like, I know your BKB's on cooldown, but it kind of felt like you had an opportunity to just assist in some of these clutch moments. That aside, though, Estabax kind of proving that, you know, damage is not the problem.
What a blast this game has been. We've waited a long time to go like these two, and it's, yeah, there's been mistakes, but like the level is very, very high between these two teams. It's a game of inches, not of meters or miles like we've had previously. I do feel like Pokon just played such a risky game by going for the Aghanim Scepter. In that fight, though, it paid off so well. It allowed them to keep the chase going. It allowed them to keep running at them. Yeah, sure. You know, he did have that death to start things off, had to buy back. It is a high cost to pay.
Okay, can I just look at the replay real quick? So, we go for this move, right? PA's disengaging. At any minute, they did have Orchid available to go on whoever, but they're respecting Ursa and the jump. So, PA jumps in, getting healed still. At what point does he disengage? So he's 2/3 HP, nearly kills Ember. And at this point, yeah, still getting healed. Huh. Yeah, just full set disappeared. Right.
Two very low heroes, but just couldn't get it.
I guess the only reasoning why is like his fear is jumping on top of the Beastmaster with double Hawk, and then if Ursa hasn't showed, then he will get double rooted by Hawks, and Ursa can click for free because Manta BKB's on cooldown. But I kind of expected him to at least like sit on the fringe of the tree line.
Gotta
and, like,
play the odds, yeah.
But again, I think in the moment, it felt like his presence would have been a lot better. But when you rewatch the replay, there is a decent argument for him like not wanting to throw away the game.
Big jump, Orchid out onto Pokon, and he is going to get killed off here. PP immediately launching him back into the game with 2 back-to-back kills and a dieback onto the Ember Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So hard to keep track of what's going on in this game, to be honest with you, but yes, SR Backs won the team fight. Yes, SR Backs got all their lanes out, got loads of vision down, but then immediately Amaru just come rampaging across the map as 5. Recognizing how strong BP is, and there is no BKB still on this Ember. And now he's gone for a very long time. They may be looking at high ground here. No maybe about it.
He wants the wraparound. Look at the wraparound though. Advantage on vision in the area though. Triangle vision to Amaru, but Parker, he's leading the charge. Angel and Michael trying to find this deep wraparound. Ooh, Jenik!
He runs at everybody here, and immediately Underlord comes linking out onto Angel. Angel, though, he's going to try and just take the portal to get away as Panda's down the backlines. Parker does find a good kill to start this fight off with, and now he's looking in for more. Going over towards the Underlord, the roar is going to be there from Angel. They've finally found their spells together. Parker and Angel linking up and getting it done. What a beautiful way to split the fight. You're 1 player down. You have to clutch up in that moment or you're losing barracks, and they find that perfect way to do it.
Yeah, they just found the jump, and it helps that Angel just disengaged using the portal.
Yeah, I love it when people do that.
It's like, thanks, mate. but also say Janet kind of went by himself, and I don't think Amaru just wasn't ready. Like, you have vision advantage, but unfortunately for the Witch Doctor, he gets abyssaled and dead. Like, he didn't even press Voodoo Switcheroo, Yules, Force. He pressed nothing. My guy just disappeared to one Abyssal Blade, died in a second. So that was just kind of the benefit, I think, of having such an aggressive mindset on Estebax is, like, even into the vision, you are just blowing them up. You just don't care. It really is just a matter of, like, who jumps who. Like, both teams have proven that they have the pick-off potential through, you know, the Lion into the Storm layering with PA, or if it's the Beast Nyx plus an Ursa. Like, there is plenty of tools in play. And that's why the game feels so back and forth, because one team smoke gets kill, another team smokes, they get kill. It's at some point a team will run out of smokes, and that might then dictate who's going to be leading the game.
Yeah, that's definitely going to come into it in a game with as many like 5-on-5s and hunting situations as this, because both of these teams just have very kill-heavy drafts. Ember. Wait. Can you click on this Ember Spirit for me, please?
He's got a BKB coming out.
Oh, okay, good. I thought it was just straight for Assault Caress.
No. Especially when his Beastmaster has AC already, then yeah, that would have been...
Yeah. He's still building it, though.
Mate, so far, that quick buy could just be a bit of a bait. He might have bought Buckler thinking, oh, don't worry, guys, I'll go Beastmaster. Yep, no worries.
They should comp this. I hope they comp this.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'll update you if he buys the Herpstone. You'll just hear me cry.
It also just doesn't seem like a good item for Ember to build. Imagine he gets an Octarine and he can just continue playing elusive. You know, your BKB only lasts so long, these fights are going a long time, so get a lot of value from that one, but whatever. We'll keep our eyes on it. Ember Cam will be existing as they cower in their base inside of Amaru, but now, smoke up, jumping out. PP. Looking to make the jump. 43 mana regen on this hero. Galvanize.
And they still have the ward down. They haven't actually dewarded. Because, of course, the Sentry is earlier, so that's why they've not checked again. The illusion of the blue
Parker in trouble. Immediate jump coming out on him. He needs some help, but he's not going to find it. Taken down 100-0 by the Phantom Assassin and the rest of Amaru. And now it's a cleanup time. They're looking to Michael. He is going to fall. Jumping over K1 onto Excel, realizing that it's actually not that easy to bring down. Angel, much easier. K1 gets another. Panda gets a kill with the Death Ward, and now look over towards the Enchantress as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 heroes down on the side of Estebax. Parker gets deleted to start that one off.
That's where the classic line comes into play, Nomad. Wards win games. If you look at the triangle, there's a Sentry from Estebax placed, but it's 3 minutes 44 on expiry. And then you look towards the Sentry that Amaru places after. So clearly, on the minimap, they see Sentry on high ground. They think they're safe, but they're not. They haven't rechecked the high ground since taking over this triangle. So this entire fight, slightly off camera, of course, where the high ground spot is, Amaru just playing into complete free vision. And being blunt, that is unacceptable at the 40-minute mark of the game to not constantly recheck high ground areas whilst you're trying to take back areas of the map. It is a game-losing thing. So all 5 players on Estebax have just blundered there because not a single one of them wanted to check that high ground spot. And you just gifted Amaru the freest pickoff in a game that is on a knife's edge, that either team's pickoff accelerates the game, gives an Aegis, gives momentum back the way. You have Ursa, you have PA. Like, it is the story of the entire game. That is, yeah.
Honestly,
that is
a disappointing,
unacceptable.
Yeah, a disappointing kind of slip there from Estebax, and what was a pretty high execution game up until this point, but
that one ward is just exactly what Amaru is. Just like, it's the 6th man on the roster right now. Like, that's how important it is. Parker, of course, I believe he bought out the Swift Link. Either he bought out, so he doesn't have gold for buyback.
Can we get
he has to always be careful.
Number 16 as our MVP, by the way.
Just a screenshot of this high ground spot. That's the MVP.
Exactly. Nullify is picked up.
That is the MVP in
PA
question.
And the Ursa, by the way. PA is seen at mid. I mean, they can blow her up, but it is an Aegis. Onto the backline they go. There's another fight coming down, and Genek is just gone in the blink of an eye. Panda's own Aeon has been popped as well, so also making him a target as K1 tries to get an Angel. Angel, though, he's still surviving, and he's holding that roar, and he's going to need to use it because K1's in trouble. The roar comes down, but it's not enough to save Parker. He's dead regardless, and now everybody needs to leave. They need to get the hell away. Angel's TPing out of this one. They're going to be able to make it out, but they have lost Michael, and a big zip across onto XL. XL, he takes a long time to die, but die most certainly shall as the rest of them get over here and take down the Ench.
Parker, he doesn't care. He just jumps in again. He uses BKB. And after that point, the Underlord is like, wait a second, guys. This is no BKB. Let me just jump in real quick, double root. They get to blow him up again. It's just, you can feel, I think, just the frustration in Esterbak's gameplay.
Genek with the buyback, TP's into the outpost and just like blinks back in and basically immediately stuns the Ursa the moment his BKB ends. It's pretty brutal.
For sure. I mean, it's just the triangle has been such a crucial area for Amaru to play in, right? It's the vision from the previous fight. It's the kind of buyback utilization of outpost for Lion in this fight. Like it's just understanding where to fight pretty much is the difference between these two teams. Amaru, again, like when you think about the kite back at the top tier 2, right? Like, sorry, the bot tier 2, like kiting back, baiting Parker in. Their placements of the fights has really been so critical in them being able to potentially win this game. Ooh, Panda forcing his teammate deeper for a second.
Get in there, K1. Come on.
No, but you can see from Amaru, they're just resetting. They want to push bot waves, get the tier 2. Trying to play for mega creeps. Going for end would have been unhinged, but to be fair, this entire game has felt somewhat unhinged.
A little bit. Been some great plays, been some questionable plays. And now we're hitting the point where it's 10k up for Amaru, despite being behind for most of it.
Jenix just using finger to farm the jungle.
Yeah. The Fist of Death. Great farming tool.
Oh yeah, of course, guys, don't forget Genek, not to be confused with Genek, Sibylite's brother. Very different players.
Very different. Different regions. Different.
Same play style though.
That's same play style, yeah. Same hairstyle as well.
Lucky.
Storm hits the level 25, doesn't have the Aghanims to go with it, doesn't really need it though. I mean, Overlord bounce is just that OP. You hit the shot, it's just crazy. Uh-oh, Hex out, onto Ember. Ember, he needs some help and he's not going to find it. Pokorn is gone. Comes the Ursa, trying to get on top of anyone here, but once again just used into oblivion, cannot find a target, kited forever. That BKB is gone and so is he. Ursa's out of the fight, no buyback available. Parker, beautifully controlled, could not get anything done inside that BKB. Sure, they killed off the Lion, who really cares though? Now, it's just a clean-up party. Panda is dead though to Michael at least. He managed to find something on the back line, but will get on top of Pokorn, take him down, no buyback available as he already came back into this one on the Ember. PP just running around getting whoever he wants, wherever he wants, and doing it in style.
Again, carry and mid dead, no buyback. You'd like to think Amaru will take the megas, maybe take a deep breath, and look to try and end this game.
The burst just isn't there for our startbacks, which is about the only thing that can save them against this Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's bottom tower.
K1 just putting on a bit of a show of patience and discipline, just knowing that Park will make the mistakes and he won't. In fairness, he's been correct in that. Jump in onto the end, using the Phantom to disable the untouchable, but not quite enough to get the kill. Dude's over towards Angel though, and well, Angel has fallen. He will go down. XL as well, dead inside the fountain, Yule's out onto the Michael. They're trying to force the GG out of their cold dead lips at this point. Starbacks, they are done, they are out, they are not calling it, they will watch their throne explode, but there it comes from Michael. Game number 1 goes to Amaru in a back and forth romp.
Again, still, I think tactically, quite a nice game from Amaru. I think just with how the lanes went and underperforming there, like deciding how they wanted to get back into the game, I think the adjustments mid-game was very, very good. And maybe that's a reason why Amaru struggled against some of the better teams, because you're not allowed to make adjustments against like top teams. You just get punished. But I think just seeing the rhythm of the game, the pacing, realizing that the Storm had to be more active with the Witch Doctor or the Lion, kind of seeing that tempo shift after Esteback's kind of early dominance was kind of the reason why they got back into this game. They kept improving as minutes ticked over. And this fight, of course, still probably the best fight from Amaru, like baiting out certain spells, going back towards the tier 2. You know that Parker and the lads are so aggressive, so they kept kind of dangling the opportunity of, you might kill me, and eventually they got wiped. So Amaru just kind of proving to have a better kind of team understanding of how they wanted to win the game compared to the kind of like individual raw aggression of Esteban.
Yeah, honestly, great picks from Hector, both at the end of the game and after the game. He was playing a blinder, and PP as well. You know, the two of them just utilizing their mobility to run through the fights. But yeah, it all came from that mid-game baiting. Just absolutely perfect understanding, not just of the drafts, but also of SR backs as players, knowing that you can get them to overextend. You know, they just don't have that experience, they don't have that discipline for the captain to say, stop, get back, we've got the area, that's enough, we don't need to chase these kills this far, we can't all connect on it. It was a little too loose for Estar, and they do end up losing their advantage despite a really good laning phase. And yeah, I was wrong, team. At the start of the game, you know, I said I reckon Estar backs have got this one. I reckon they're going to run this over, but they weren't able to do so. It looked for a moment like they were going to be able to put it together, but Amaru, they managed to play a very nice, long, patient, disciplined game. And then I say that is what ended up winning out this time around.
Yeah, it's an intriguing one, right? Because the way that the game also ended, it's like, you know that going into a full best of 3, Esterbacks, they're one kind of shot call away from just having a very clean game, right? Because of the laning phase, having the Beastmaster survive the lane that could have been different, the Ursa getting left alone in a 1v1 because Lion was at top, like a lot of Amaru's choices enabled Esterbacks to be super dominant, and then because of that, you are looking toward Amaru and going, you can't be happy after this win. Sure, I think PP, exceptional Storm Spirit game, like really just connecting the dots in a lot of the map moves. So again, PP, probably the MVP, we'll see. But I think for Esterbacks, their adjustments are very minute. You know, it's like play on the Beastmaster in the early game. Pokemon's got to chill just a little bit. And then for Amaru, fixing lanes, that's not an easy thing. Yeah.
I already knew it was going to be PP. I mean, look, listen, PGO Production, they love this guy, okay? I'm telling you, every Wallachia, you know, he was always getting an inordinate amounts of MVPs, okay? They just like the player. Don't know what it is about him. He's just got an aura, which they seem to appreciate. So when it's PGO Production, PP's getting that MVP. It's just how it goes. But absolutely deserved this game as well. He was playing super well on the Storm Spirit. First phase Storm Spirit, by the way, and still managed to go 18-4. It's exactly what you want to see from your mid laner.
No, yeah, for sure. It was exceptional work. I feel like that will be a debate, again, going into the next one. Is the Storm something that you need to consider in regards to the bans? If it is, are you overreacting in the last game? Because you know, he still was kind of shut down a little bit in the early game. So yeah, so many questions for Esterbacks to try and answer. And all they've got to do is pick one and really pressure it going into game 2. Because I really feel like this series, it has the makings to be a full 3 gamer. Unlike the majority of games that we've seen so far, this one, it is so close between these two teams.
Please, give us the third game. We would really appreciate that. Thank you very much. But I'd also appreciate just watching a good game of Dota 2 like this one. So let's see. Starback's just a little bit cleaner, and they could have had this one in the bag. So who knows? Hopefully they can channel that positive energy of the things that went right this game, bring it into game 2, and give us a cleaner game. Because if not, Amaru will take it again. So let's jump over to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 2 of Starbacks versus Amaru Gaming.
The human.
See you in a bit.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the SA Qualifiers, good friends. We are now into game number 2 of Starbucks versus Amaru Gaming. And of course, PP giving us a performance on the Storm Spirit, K1 as well on the PA, playing it patient, playing it smart, and playing it cool. And just a few mistakes from Starbucks. I mean, I can pinpoint maybe like 3 specific moments in which Starbucks made some pretty big mistakes. The first one being that overextension in the triangle, I think the biggest one as well, where they just got dragged and dragged and dragged under the tier 2, back onto another high ground. They found a whole new high ground to fight on, which they then ended up losing to. Parker just could not get there in time, way too forced, and yeah, they ended up dropping that one. The other one I was thinking of was also the Beastmaster just blinking up into 3 heroes, trying to just sort of Rambo it a little bit, ends up dying. That was also giving up erosion, giving up even more momentum towards the side of Amaru. You got anything to add to that? Moments for Starbacks to work on?
I feel like the dive tier 2 was like the biggest game changing point.
Yeah.
And I'd probably argue when Ember dove mid tier 1 and Beast then ran to mid tier 1 after and they both died. Like that to me, like you forget your kind of your tempo. And I just felt like Esterbacks throughout the entire game, they had timings to play on, but it just wasn't like, they weren't syncing up. Like there wasn't this communication of like, Armstrong, play through me, Armstrong, do this. It really felt like everyone was playing their own game. Like even the way that Esterbacks were smoking, it was like 3, if not 4 smokes that Parker would just smash it on himself. And then he'd run around and grab some people and go, we're going, woohoo! You know, it's like, you compare that to Amaru and it was like, you know, the classic, you know, 4-man smoke. We run across map, we find kill, we do big team thing. So yeah, I think for Esterbacks it was, again, individually, they clearly are very good, but they just don't have that kind of perfect team synergy that they can play these complicated games, because it feels like they really lean on like, you are going to outplay your opponent, and if you don't, unlucky, you know? So I'm just hoping Esterbacks, they probably should just utilize that style more. Like they're not going to suddenly become a better team over, you know, the course of one game. So just go crazy on this individual skill. Like they need to like break lanes, obliterate their opponents. You know, I want to see these like pucks from the mid lane that just do everything, you know, that type of stuff. So yeah, it's a battle of, you know, individual skill versus a team working together.
I mean, in fairness, I really, really liked the Ember for the first half of the game. I just think it got a little bit brutal. I think Aghanims could have been really cool. Just the way the game ended up going ended up being a little bit rough. I mean, there was that fight where they were able to win the game because of the Aghanim Scepter, which is exactly the concept Pokemon had and why he ended up doing that and how they ended up kind of getting ahead. But then also, you know, there were about 3 or 4 that he did just die a lot. Like, yes, he made the fights happen, but he died a lot without that BKB. It did hurt them, and it did slow their game down. And by the time you get the BKB, there's the Abyssal up on the PA as well. So a lot of things which make it tough for the Ember to play that game. And, yeah, I mean, they were just very confident on their timings on the side of Amaru. I'm interested to see if Amaru drafts for another late-game situation, or whether we're going to see them try to take a little bit more tempo this time around. I'm not sure if they want to sort of put the game into S-Star's sort of hands again, like they did last time. It did work for them. To be fair, like they did find their timings and they did kind of read it correctly. That Star would overthrow. I just would like to. I'm very interested to see if they're like this. This is their read on the series, and they're going to try and do this every single time, or whether we're going to see a swing.
10 seconds remaining.
I believe the pick order will probably be the same coming into this as we do double check. Yeah, it's first pick. So yeah, it's so far the same bands. So I would be happy to see Amaru at least do the same Storm Spirit opening. I think the only thing that I would want to respect is the Viper on 9. I think again, Ember, he played a good game. Like you said, the first 20 minutes, great. Not buying BKB or Dispel and dying to Orchid 3, 4, 5 times in a row, bit of a problem. You know, not a fan. So yeah, they take the Storm and they go for it, but sure. So they are just running it back. Again, there is no real negatives to be found. The Storm clutched up for Amaru, the Esther backs, Ember did the early game shenanigans. Great. I think also the supports played a massive part in the early game. I think Nyx living mid lane hurt the Storm Spirit quite a lot. So maybe that's something they consider in regards to the bans. I believe what did Amaru ban? It was Doom Bane last time, so they're going to ban the Doom again. Will it be another Bane, or are they going to promote maybe the Nyx up? But still, I really don't see fault in how the draft progressed.
Yeah.
Give me the same heroes actually. That'd be hype. Just give me at least 4 out of 5 heroes for both teams being the same, please.
Once before, where we've had a full run back, maybe twice, but definitely once in recent history.
Yeah, for all picks bans, it was the Blast Slam Finals Singapore, and then I believe in South America in a qualifier, they had the same. So yeah, it's ruined.
I did predict this, but I didn't say it. I figured they would probably be looking for the
what
line
a based sentence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know it to be true. I don't need validation from anybody else, which is. But then why would I say it if I didn't?
Yeah, I feel like you've unraveled yourself there.
Self-exploration. I'll head to the mountains.
Bask in the moment, then off you go.
I'm very smart. But can I get the next ban? No, because I don't really know what Starbucks want to get rid of. I mean, what are the problems last game? PA wasn't really an issue. I don't think they're that bothered about how last game went, other than the fact that like they misplayed. I think their draft was fine. I think they kind of feel the same. But they will take Ench for another run, and they ban out the Bane. Could symbolize a Pangolier off lane as well, potentially, but probably not. It's probably just a Bane to protect the Ember.
10 seconds remaining.
So, do they run the Shaman on Amaru? Potentially take the Nyx for themselves? You do want to grab yourself some sort of instant stun. What else is there? There's like Hoodwink, which is an instant, a little bit harder, or Rubik. Wouldn't mind Rubik.
Yeah, I think Rubik's fine. There's a quirkier option, which is like the Grimstroke here that we don't see too often, but it's dabbled with in the region. Ember's a hero that naturally wants to get in and out of fights. You get soul binded up, you're going to be stuck in place depending on who the target is with you. You also have a Storm Spirit for Inkspell, so there's like quite a broad range of options for the forward position. Do they want it to be simple Hexman, or do they want it to be a bit more like skill expression in regards to like a Grim? They are taking their time to think on this hero, so it's not as simple as go, 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 go. And also in regards to laning, like when you see an Ench, you could easily go with like Tusk plus Dawn style of lane. Maybe not picking the Dawn as of yet. You might want to just double pick supports, but just going for the fight is quite an exciting approach. But alas, they do go for the Grimstroke. Get on paper, it does look pretty damn cool. And not many teams respect the hero. I think it's Na'Vi in Europe respects it quite highly. And then LGD, Amaru, some South American teams, they have like a little bit of respect for it, but like I already mentioned, conceptually pretty cool in this game.
Good call. Very good. Now it's your turn to bask a bit.
Sorry, I was having a drink, mate. I nearly just spat my drink out.
You'll do. Techie's going to come out for Amaru now. You give them a little bit of damage. There's one thing Grimstroke really lacks when you do pick up this guy. Gives you a nice little stun, gives you a nice little... But Stroke of Fate is just kind of
10 seconds
mid
remaining.
when it comes to offering you too much. So the Techie's going to make up for that.
5
Definitely give you
seconds
damage
remaining.
and surplus and the ability to kill stuff, which Storm likes and Grimstroke likes.
It's just such simple Dota. Like when you see these heroes, like it's nothing complicated. It's you are going to walk to an area of the map, you are going to try and kill a dude, and then you reset. And then there's also like good map play because like Grim can push lanes, Techies can push lanes, Storm will skip waves as well. So if the game gets difficult, like you have wave shove to make sure you have like kind of like the macro
10
game.
seconds
But
remaining.
Estabax, they look at all this random cheap skirmish shenanigans and go, here's our keeper of light. Like the double supports on Estabax are menaces in the early game, right? With the amount of like sustainability that they're going to bring. Ench, of course, with her heal plus Kotl with the illuminate, like nature's attendance, illuminate. These are two things that you just need to respect in pushing people forward. And the Beastmaster returns to the draft once more, and it's going to be a much more potent
10 seconds
Beastmaster
remaining.
because you are playing with a keeper light in lane, so the axe spam will be a lot.
5
I don't know if
seconds
so. Let me rephrase that. I don't think PA is as good this time around because you are going to be threatened by just so much magic damage in lane. It's not as simple as like play with your Witch Doctor and get healed. Like Grimstroke, he is a weaker laner, but again, going to the 4 role, Techie's a bit more potent in that 5, but because you don't have the heals, your carry ideally needs to just kind of have something like that to survive it, unless you go full crazy mode and just go full kill. Like, if you get a carry and just kill Keeper like 3 times, that's the other option,
Radiant
but
team back.
you don't really see that. Okay, fair enough. They are just going to run back the PA. Now, I am scared for them because, like I just mentioned, it's just so much more volatile. Like, you can kill Kotl like 3 times in this lane. That is like the key thing. Like, I'm going to say it again because Beastmaster, if you jump him, you are tanking Illuminate and some balls, and it's going to get uncomfortable. But if you kill the Keeper of Light, you suddenly get Ring of Health on the PA. You can like get your way through it, but
10
there's a
seconds
lot of
remaining.
pressure on Keeper of Light. His positioning will make or break this because I can see Beast being pretty happy. Maybe even you try lane. Maybe you bring the Grimstroke in at like minute 3, and then you kill that way. That's also another very good option.
Radiant team back.
It's a hard one. Like, there's so many things I don't like in both teams in this draft. I don't like their star back support duo. I think what you said about the early game being problematic is absolutely true. Ench and Kotl can be extremely annoying. Later on, though, you really are narrowing your catch down to just a Raw.
Yeah, you are.
Which is really going to hurt them, I reckon. So I'm not a huge fan of that. I think they
10
need some
seconds
carry which is
remaining.
going to potentially help with that.
5 seconds
I don't know
remaining.
if
Radiant
necessarily
team
a
pick.
stunning carry is the idea, but something which could offer some form of like doesn't need the Raw to play like the Ursa did. I think would help Starbacks.
No,
Don't know what
I
that
agree with you
looks
in.
like though.
But the thing with Estabax is like because their supports are so early game focused.
10
If they play
seconds remaining.
correctly, then this
Dire
like
team
the problem of the scaling of support shouldn't be a problem. If you push your beast into the game, if you play through the Helm of Dom, the Helm of Overlord timing, Ember with a Vessel getting chakra'd up for multiple slights, you take towers with the Ench plus Beastmaster, like their entire draft is built on outplaying in the lanes and playing together
10
really cleanly.
seconds
Sure,
remaining.
Yeah,
they didn't do that in the last game, the clean part, but like
5
it is
seconds
quite
The concept
formidable.
is strong. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, the execution of Estabax, does it enable this type of draft?
So we're gonna find
We shall
out.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They almost
But
got there in
Amaru-
game 1, to be fair. Like there were points where it was looking almost impossible for Amaru with how much farm Parker had. So we'll see that again this time around, maybe, and maybe they can hold on to that advantage. What is the pick
Yeah.
from Parker?
Ooh, what's the Parker pick? Is it?
Is there any room
Morphling's
for a
a-
morph? Yeah. Ooh,
Yeah,
hello.
I was. Hello, how are we doing?
Hello
I'm
there.
I'm thinking maybe morph, because you won't die to the Dawn lane, and like Grim, you don't really care too much about until maybe he gets Ags way down the line. You also buy Manta, so Storm Spirit can't do some like weird little Orchid build like he did last game. Like there's an option. I mean, there's also just go Terrorblade and just play like a. You can never really get close to our style play.
Yeah, it's a little scary with the Storm and the Techies, especially later on in the game, but you
Sure.
hit that tempo, you hit that sort of I am God moment in the game, and there's nothing Amaru can do about it at some point.
Dude, what a shock call that would be for your team. Just randomly a player says, I am God, and you're like, oh,
Go.
I need to play on him.
They can do nothing. Okay. Let me
It's like a
slice.
level 2 Crystal Maiden speaking. It's like, pipe down,
Yeah,
Keith.
funny.
Congrats, you got 3 mangoes, Frostbite, and Crystal Nova. Right, similar. I mean, they are taking some time. It's like, it's uncomfortable because Dawnbreaker is so aggressive in lane that you have to respect it, and you can't go for like a very like squishy carry.
What's interesting is that
And then
Parker's
there's-
not actually. Oh, he is talking. Okay. I was going to say he's just sort of listening for a bit.
Oh, the morphling. It is
Listen,
time.
when we come together, we're gonna get it right
Yeah.
every time. 100% prediction rate when we double drop something. So there you go. Just
I think it's
happened
the only time we've double predicted.
very rarely. Yeah.
Oh, God. The Parker morphling. Oof.
What a treat. I mean, we have
Yeah.
not seen much morphling these qualifiers, if at all. So you know it's a good game.
Yeah, I just
for
want. I just really want to see what he levels early on, right? Because in the letter patch, he got quite a major change in regards to his starting attribute balance, I believe. So yeah, his agi is now 33 base and his strength is 16. So obviously, normally when you're morphling, you take attribute shift, you shift it slightly more towards agi so that you can actually CS. Because of course you're a bit of a clunky bot if you don't do that. So with the change in 7.41D, it kind of made leveling spells an option, but I just, that's been like the greatest question that I've wanted to find an answer to, but I've just not seen a morphling game yet to find the answer. But yeah, I think in regards to both drafts, I think Estebax, they have the same tools they had in the last game, and if they have had a conversation, which was clearly Ember chill bro on the mid lane, you don't need to dive 20 times, just dive 19 like you did last game, that's great. And then Beastmaster, when you have Helmet Dom, we want to play through you. If that's all they said to each other, we might just see a very different Estebax game where they just complete snowball through. Because the problem for PA, it's not as simple as like you buy Battle Fury +1, you kill Morphling. Like you're always in this weird like battle of like I need to kill everyone else because just killing Morph is quite difficult. So it is once again 2 Titan carries, the PA, the Morphling, and then the lineups in front of them. One which is about map progression through Ench and Beastmaster, and the other one which is just raw damage, Grimstroke, Techie, Storm, the counterplay of a Dorm. Like, I am looking at just how these guys team fight in the first 10-15 minutes, because whoever sets up their carry and gets item advantage might just take over the game. We'll have to, of course, wait and see, but
Yeah, it's
Morph
not
took
just taking
attribute
over the
shift.
game.
Unlucky.
Okay. It's not just taking over the game; it's keeping hold of the game as well, though critically.
Yeah.
Smoke up onto the high ground. Panda, K1, leading the charge, have been spotted. Angel does smooth. Oops. Smoke up, showing them everything here. Excel's getting jumped, but he's going to level the healing attendants and try to heal his way through this. Double bug grenade coming down. Excel is going to fall, and Janet gets the first blood on the Grimstroke.
30 seconds to battle.
Nice play.
Pretty good
They are
kill.
very, very strong level 1 on Amaru, so absolutely the right kind of play you want to be making. Not going to have a huge knock-on effect to the lanes, though. It's a little bit of gold for everybody. Grimstroke, what's he got coming out for him? Just more regen, sentry, that kind of business. And
And
still
top
keeping
lane.
hold of her blood grenade, so potential for some plays there, but it's Morphling Edge. You're not really going to see a whole lot coming out from them.
And top lane is just a matter of like you have to respect the Grim Dawnbreaker will have kill threat like level 2 on Enchantress. Probably not on the Morphling, as Parker just gets a free courier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to get
So
the range
mismicro
creeper and
from
just found
Janek, yeah.
himself a courier in the process. But this was heads up though, because Janek and Dawnbreaker went to go and take their range creep, and Parker just does the exact same thing in response to neutralize the lanes. Very heads up. Of course, now they're just breaking aggro as much as possible, just to try to mess with the aggro and get it pushing into themselves, which does look like they're going to be able to do. Meanwhile, at mid lane, once again, it's Ember Spirit versus Storm Spirit, the Spirits matchup. And I'll say it again. Yeah, traditionally Ember favored, but at the moment, Storm, he just has very good stats for harassing out an Ember Spirit. And generally, we see him doing absolutely fine in these matchups.
Yeah, the difference in the two is Ember can make such cheap moves around the map like we were discussing in the previous game. While Storm, it's like you're locked into, do you have a good active rune? Are you TPing to a tower and like your ball lightning right next to the engagement? Like that's the type of difference. It's the kind of the speed in which you just make moves.
Yeah,
Ball lightning. We'll look to see if Pokemon just pops off.
Expensive.
Yeah.
You cannot use it as like a getting from the rune spot to a bottom lane or anything like this. There is no other character in Dota who's more about mana management than Storm Spirit is. Like Leshrac, Medusa, pretty basic.
Okay, you said Leshrac. Good.
I got it. Leshrac's very much just like, if you have mana, you're doing damage. If you don't, you don't. Meanwhile,
Sure.
Storm is
Yeah,
also
you're
your
right,
mobility, your survivability, is everything. You know?
Yeah, okay. No, that's right. The Storm is just such a great hero in design-wise, right? Like, it's so simple in nature. Like, the spells do exactly what they say. There's no, like crafty thing. But
Yeah.
being able to, like, manage the mana, the item path, one wrong item, you feel like you're not present in the fight. Like, it is pretty cool as a hero. Bot lane, they are trying to kill off Michael. But
Yeah,
it's just a lot of poke. And I feel like the thing is, though, they're not getting killed now, but the fact they're whittling down the resources, it just creates this like inevitable pressure that if they don't bring up more south, if they don't bring up more tangos, you will eventually die to just a million bombs and daggers.
It's the bombs and daggers versus the axes, though. The old versus the new. The axe spam is going to be intense, especially with the constant chakra magics coming down. Angel, he recognizes that. It's going to keep on trying to utilize that as much as possible, as well as getting the lower cooldown on the Razorbacks. So, can neutralize the lane in that way. But at the moment, it has, of course, been PA favored. Very aggressive from Panda. Last creep is dying here, so lane aggro is about to switch. They realize that and back themselves away, but both Panda and K1 pretty low here. They're going to use the axe onto Panda. Kind of gives K1 a little bit of a pass to just run back to the creep wave rather than having to go the long way around. Panda dragging the creep wave with him, but does lose one creep. So, bit of a reset here for both sides.
Looking pretty good across the board. They're very different in nature. Right? Of course, don't forget last time Panda did give away a first blood. Gave a bit of a freebie to the Beastmaster, which also kind of shifted the balance of the laning setup.
Parker, ooh.
Everyone's content.
A little scary. You are down to about maybe 1 or 2 HP there, genuinely.
It's been some time since we've seen Morphlings, right? We've got to get used to the fact that...
Oh, I'm not going to get
5
used to that. The axes catching them out. Michael and Angel spamming them out non-stop. And K1 just getting hit with the extremely high damage from all of those stacks.
And now Axel comes through the Twin Gate as well. So PA steps up on this wave. Morphling, oh, sorry, baited you.
Well,
We'll get to that in a second, don't worry.
yeah, we'll
Panda's dead bottom.
revisit. Maybe we can get a replay, I'm not sure. But
Yes! Sorry. 1 second, just watch the fight bottle quickly. I'm too excited.
Okie dokie. Well, there's not much happening anymore. K1 is back. Well, I said that Jedek has TP'd in on this, so right in front of them, and they're just going to run down the Grimstroke. And it's just non-stop down here in the bottom lane. What a death for the Grimstroke. I mean, he's going to have to walk back to lane. K1's just having to limp away from this one. They need to bring in more. Panda's going to TP across, try to get some sort of control out of this. Again, has to be careful. Can't get too close. Excel, Michael, Angel, all too strong to really play up into them.
Can they stop fighting for 1 second so I can be excited, please? Because look at Genic. He leveled Bug on Grimstroke at level 3. Or technically level 2 because it's, you know, but that's what my excitement was for. So many Grimstroke players always like default take Inkswell, but there are certain moments where having a silence where you have to have 2 right clicks into it is really good. I'm a big Grimstroke enjoyer, like level 28 on the hero, massive fan. So when I see people take Bug, I'm like, you are a real Grim player. Other than that TP bot, we don't talk about it. Because now they walk towards mid, he's got the Bug, sure, he gets to get away, but If only there was +1, would have been a lot cooler. Still, I'm loving the build. Yeah.
Michael
Oh,
demands
great
the
tonight from
arcane
Michael.
room.
Yeah.
PP going to be left without. Pokon with the most aggressive return remnant ever.
Yeah, straight to the high ground. Amaru needs to be mindful that when Ench Beasts want to sync up again, they are... You cannot really go near this. Like, unless Dawnbreaker gets a quick 6, which, to be fair, a creep wave or 2 away. That will be the turning point in dealing with this bot lane pressure. As Dawn tried to go for the Morphling kill, but...
It's a little scary. Wouldn't want to be on Parker's team watching these plays take place. He does play it down to the limit.
Luckily, the health bars are only for spectators. Yeah, the first catapult wave is just obliterating this tower. Ench Coddle Beast just syncing up just perfectly. This is exactly what you want to see with these heroes. And Stormthreat, he's TPing down.
Good damage onto
Dawnbreaker
Angel, and the
6.
Dawn's coming. Oh, no, she's not. Interrupted by Parker up on the top side, which might keep Angel alive for the time being, but PP still got plenty of mana to work with. Gets a kill on the way out, but K1 gets the kill streak off the Beastmaster, but K1 will die himself here as the blob just continues. The Beastmaster balls are still alive, and Pokon's in the neighborhood, so can just keep it going here. PP trying to stand and fight here as Pokon casually grabs a tower on his way through, and now with the chains being available, PP realizing he's got nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide, and will be dying as well. S-Star backs once again with a dominant laning phase.
Just the cancel of the Solar Guardian from Parker, just really changing that fight around. If Dawnbreaker was present, he could kind of help body and just deal with some of the pressure that Estabax was providing. So very heads up from Parker. Of course, having 1 point in adaptive strike. Sometimes carry players go for these builds where they just fully maximize their farm and kind of take trades and spells that they don't really need, and you could maybe make a case for Morphling. Sometimes they skip it. He does get the shift off though, so this time around the silence does not really change anything. But yeah, Estabax. I think you can see that the conversation as a team shifted from game 1 to 2, right? Because we didn't really see this level of like utilizing Beastmaster in game 1. It was quite lost in nature. But this time it's like they brought all the heroes to him. They're taking the tower. They're giving him the Helm of Dom. I wouldn't be surprised if it was... Yeah, exactly. Like everything is about Beastmaster. It's why they weren't afraid to run back kind of the same start of the draft.
Now Pokon and Michael teaming up to go at K1 under the tower here. K1's going to need some assistance, and he's going to find it as PP comes through, and now the silence lands onto the Ember Spirit, and Ember is done. Nice little kill there as the Excel's going to land as well, but Roar comes out from Angel as well. Make it look, get the damage back over towards PP. The Solar Guardian's coming down, but it's too little, too late. PP's already gone, but maybe a return could go through onto Angel. Angel getting low, kills off the Remnant, but does die regardless. The Embrace falls as
Nice
Angel's
Angel's
Furia will also fall.
Under attack.
Takes a hammer to the face. Again, more space for Parker, of course. He is contested up here in the top side whilst this is going on. But overall, a big win there for Amaru, as once again, S-Star backs cannot measure their aggression.
It happened again. In the previous game, I was like, wow, look at how they're playing the map on Estabax. It's so beautiful. Then Ember dove mid and just destroyed his own game. As I say that, they're playing through the Beastmaster. It's so refreshing. It's so great. Ember will go for like a 2-man move and full commit. And again, the bug of the Grimstroke helping kill the Ember once more, just not respecting the silence so early on from the hero. And then Beastmaster just rocks up at the end of the engagement going, hi, hey, this is me, I'm strong, top net worth. So yeah, Estabax fumbling some of the advantages that they have. Still, they've got the net worth lead. They have kind of outplayed the lanes, but these small mistakes are the reason why it's not a 4k gold lead, it's only a 2,000 gold lead.
And getting chopped up here by Excel as the whole team are nearby, but they're just kind of watching Panda die. Always a bit sad. Now moving in on towards Genek. Pokon, he's got the illusion rune to get rid of that silence. Ulti used from Genek here, but doesn't connect onto anything, and Pokon just keep the chase going and get another kill. Utilizing Solar Bind as well. Also very, very effective to team up with the Ember Spirit. PP still got plenty of mana, but Pokon, it wants to force him to use it. He wants to keep chasing him down, get his resources low. Sometimes it's not about killing the storm, it's just about forcing him to use those resources, to use those zips, But sometimes it is about killing him as Raw comes into the sidelines, but there's a Solar Guardian coming down once again. PB still in trouble here, though. He's got to be so careful as he's trying to min-max this fight. Chains out onto the Dawnbreaker as Pokon comes in once again from the sideline, and again, it's the Solar Bind. It's the Ember Spirit. It is too much magic damage for these heroes to stand their ground. And Estar back to take control again and get themselves another critical tower in this game.
Yeah, they're just moving around, you know, applying that pressure. Sure, there's the weird blunder of the previous fight, but, you know, they shrug it off, they reset, they go again. And yeah, Pokon, he only has one mode, it seems like, and that is just go. And maybe having that type of player when you have such a farm-intensive carry makes sense. But you gotta understand the limits of it. But still, 4,000 gold lead, taking the 2 tier 1 towers. They are being as annoying as possible. And of course, PA just desperately farming. And her farm speed is so slow compared to most carries. A reason why we don't see her is because of this. Like, look how depressing it is. Like, you walk to the camp, it's 12 minutes in.
Yeah. I'm farming. Yeah, I killed a creep.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
don't like watching that at all. Let's watch
it's
the
just,
Beastmaster farm.
Or anyone, literally anyone. Like, even Grimstroke probably farms faster than this PA at the moment.
Bottle certainly does. Line up for the double illuminates. He's got the space to be able to be greedy. Oh, no, never mind. Angel comes and says thank you very much. Throws down the axes. Farming like a madman. But smoke up on the top side. They're going on a Parker hunt. They're hoping to catch a big one. Currently hiding in the trees, sensing something's wrong. He is Falaji. Won't take much to bring him down if they do find him, but he manages to dodge out the gank perfectly. But might just show on this wave of creeps. It's pretty hard to get the silence off on him though, since he is farming creeps now. He will be aware. But doesn't get the strength morph off and is dead regardless.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Jenek a little too quick on these Phantom's embraces from the sidelines. Parker just not ready for it. There's another death for the carry.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it's kind of helpful, right? When you see Estebax having such a dominant map position with all the other heroes, you either run into that, which feels a little silly because it's kind of their power spike, or go find the Morphling who's often is lonesome.
Angel, meanwhile, though, having a fantastic time, gets the helm of the Overlord at 13 minutes into the game, takes control of the Ancient Back Dragon, and now can continue to pressure this map. Likely going to be looking to pressure this tier 2 in the bottom lane. If they don't do anything about it, they could be in trouble. But Jenek, once again, looking at Parker. Parker, though, he has got the strength morph going this time around, so probably won't be falling to this. But that said, the Dawn's coming across. It won't be enough, but Parker will survive.
Still pretty close, right? That's kind of one of the patch changes, right, to Grimstroke, not having the facet to cancel when Inkswell stuns. Like, if he had that ability, he would have cancelled the stun, Dawnbreaker would have come in, and, like, all the small little changes over patch to patch, but, yep, Morphling able to get out and disengage. But at least Amaru's response to all of this map play is just keep throwing some spells top. And, you know, credit to Estebax, they are ignoring Parker being pressured, and they're still doing their thing. Like, they're not randomly bringing heroes top right now. Still, they might smoke up, as you'd see right now, but I think the important thing is just not overplaying your hand. As I say that, Parker just overplays his hand.
Yeah, they're just on him again and again and again. Parker is refusing to leave this top lane. They were kind of baiting with him a little bit there, but not quite.
I just don't know why he needed to go in so early. It just...
Ooh, and in the bottom side, K1 was able to farm up the Ancient Black Dragon as well. That's a 250 gold injection you don't want to ignore.
Interesting. Yeah. Like, again, we see everything, so it's a lot easier to pass judgment, but like Estebax are in such a very chill position. They don't need to overcomplicate the game, and they're trying to make these like additional over-the-top moves where it's like Morphling will go back top and he'll bait and then he'll waveform in, but he'll strength shift, and whilst he's strength shifting, we're gonna smoke up and get the kill, and then it's like, lads, you have a Beastmaster with 9,000 net worth.
Yeah,
Just walk down a lane. Yeah.
It's overcomplicated.
Again, maybe normally in like the intensity of pro games, you can kind of like miss some narrative based on like the pacing that they're setting and like all these factors that you have to apply, but it really isn't that complicated for Estebax right now. And now Parker's like, ah, yes, that's what I can do. Bring the Vlads to my beast and let's go tickle a tower. As the tier 2 is to fall. Post glyph most likely.
And we can just go and sort waves elsewhere, drop down the remnant, come back whenever needed. But he's not going to be needed. This little tower's going down regardless. The Overlord's there to make sure of that.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, as much as the state of the game looks bad for Amaru, I will say this Grimstroke pick looking pretty damn fine.
I also like the fact that he put 3 points in bug. It's a very important point for the hero because it changes the hit count from 2 hits to 3 hits. Ignore the fact it says 6 and 9. It's whatever. But yeah, it's unnecessarily complicated for like a newer player.
Yeah, it really is.
But yeah, it basically takes 3 hero hits, and that alone for like a Morphling, you're looking at like 1.5 seconds. For an Ember, it's maybe like 2 seconds. For Beastmaster, again, around a second. So it's kind of like a pseudo stun in some degree, because you have to stand still, hit it. As they are going Roshan on Estebax, Panda jumps in.
That is brave with the Stolen Guardian to follow up as well. Maybe it works out. Michael is dead due to the distraction, and now all of a sudden, it's Amaru in the pit. They just did a full-on, like, full team swap inside and outside the pit. Now, well, they got to invade here. Pokon trying to get in on this one. Michael's going to have to buy back here. In comes Angel, though. The Beastmaster arrives. Raw goes down. Roshan is dead. Aegis on the floor. Parker grabs it, and they will now kill off the Dawnbreaker. PP forced out. Pokon still chasing. He could get Panda, but you know he wants his mid-lane rival as he continues chasing Mr. PP. Chain's going to connect here. Pokon on top of him. Very little mana left for PP here. He's not getting out of this one. Pokon asking for the high 5. He's not going to get it, but he will get the kill. Oh, on the tip as well. My goodness.
I mean, what a weird, awkward moment for the game, right? Because like Estebax just kind of run in, they start taking it. I mean, Amaru, they use quite a lot of tools to be able to snipe away the initial kill, but they are just awkwardly left in a choke point. I think Ember just poking them from the southern side of the pit just helped immensely. And then you've now given the 11,000 net worth Beastmaster team an Aegis, and they're just straight walking to the bot lane.
Parker not getting caught out this time around. Morphing strength. It's Panda dead. They kill off the helm of the Overlord creep at least. I mean, that is okay, but you're not defending this high ground still. Barracks being attacked 18 minutes into the game here by Estebax, and it's not like they've completely dominated. They've just found their timings, and Angel is just being an absolute monster. Running in again, using the heals of the Keeper of the Light. My god. What?
But like, look at the adjustments. Like, not only like from game 1 to game 2, like they've clearly identified the problem from it, right? Like the fact that the Ember Spirit has gone for Vessel with the straight BKB, the Beastmaster opting for the pipe, knowing how snowbally the game is. The Morphling, of course, Vlad's Manta, like a natural item path, but it really complements this style of map pressure, just buffing up the summons, buffing up the fact that you can just make such objective moves. Like the PA, she's only got a Battle Fury to her name 19 minutes in. There's no Yasha, there's no Manta, there's no BKB, there's nothing.
They're going on the back lines. PP and Dawnbreaker looking at the Beastmaster and the Morphling. They do manage to get the Aegis of the Morphling and now jump in from the techies. Good damage out. Angel has fallen. Parker's running around to the side. Michael is dead as a BKB TP from the Ember Spirit, this time going for a much earlier timing on that BKB. And narrowly getting out there on the Enchantress as well. Amaru, they TP out to their outpost, get the backstab, get the Aegis, and get a kill onto the Beastmaster, who's been such a problem for them, and buy themselves a bit more time in this game number 2.
And that is where Amaru, they kind of need to play on the constant aggression of Estebax, because they are playing like probably the simplest form of Dota right now. Have resource, run down lane, A-click the buildings, like go, go, go. And of course, against Storm, PA, I mean, to be fair, Dawnbreaker vying for MVP if Amaru are to turn this game back around, right? Because of her ability to just find the initiation of a Storm or a Techies and turn it into an actual kill. Going back for a Lotus to try and soak up a Raw.
Good silence up in the top lane. Ember, though, he gets it off in time and gets himself to safety.
I mean, that is where Estebax, they need to be very decisive right now. Like, as much as it's really cool how they're running down lanes, if they do it one more time, and then you accidentally give PA like the completion to a second item.
Oh, this is bad though. War is going to be available in just a second. Pokon's already here and everybody else has just left. Solar Guardian's not up for another few seconds. A1, he's going to die. Pretty costly death for Amaru. I think I know what Estebax are going to do now. They're going to start running down the lane, T-Governor.
There we go. It might be a little Tormentor on the way there, but we'll see.
Cheeky Torm, don't mind if I do. Parker, trying to play the sports here. Forcing them out. He's got his Manta finished up. He's tired of being killed by this Phantom's Embrace. Breaking the silencers up in the top side. Just grab the shrine. Everybody else just goes back to deal with the Tormentor. Very easy to do Tormentor with a Keeper for light on your team, especially when he's got himself a Holy Locket.
It's just, again, first the backs. 8,000 gold lead, of course, inflated by just taking the Tormentor. But their timings, they fully itemized for this stage of the game. So you're really looking at Esterbacks. If you are a fan of them right now, it's like they need to kind of just make sure their next engagement is clean. Like they are one core pickoff away from probably getting the mid-racks. Maybe just the top tier 2 to then maybe even progress with Mega Creeps. That's where Amaru, they got to look to each other and go, what is our, like, how are they starting to plan their high ground defense? Are they setting some random ward down the lane to be able to smoke onto later? Are they trying to last minute pick up some desperate items? Because it does feel like it is inevitable that Esterbacks are going to come knocking on your high ground. I would be surprised if Esterbacks played for the next Roshan. It is quite some time away. That would kind of offer up K1 the ability to at least complete one item post Manta, post Battle Fury.
I mean, like I say, he's already got that.
Oh, they're smoking. Okay, here it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And PP, what's he finished up? Not much. He's still just kind of halfway through. Free is available. Gonna have to use its breakthrough from the chains, but it's Pokon who gets his hands on that haste rune, so the chase is gonna be pretty damn good from him. Such a good rune for an Ember to have, speeding up his remnants and allowing them to get on top of these heroes. It is, of course, gonna be Panda who dies.
Just a bit awkward there from Amaru, right? Like, they saw the rune, they could have just probably nabbed it and just walked away, but opted to go for some bigger move. And the lines are drawn by Parker. The top line is drawn, the mid lane is drawn. He wants to get out of this game.
I like to see even pro players struggle to kill the techies' mines. Michael having to give it 3 shots.
Such a clunky spell. With
I just think
activation
once
delay,
once the ranged attack is coming towards it, you shouldn't be able to like survive. You know, you shouldn't be able to, just because you back out of its range. You shouldn't then just like go invulnerable. It's like
ooh, they've scanned the PA. She does have TP though, and she already disengaged the area. But this retreat from Esterbacks is kind of proof that they want to play for the pickoff in Roshan. And the pickoff, they're gonna get it.
oh, hello, oh, bye bye, oh, yep, okay, yep. I mean, the PA is dead. It's awkward, but she's dead.
Oh, to be fair, that was very greedy farming from K1, right? Like, you've used your Manta illusions, you're showing it on the tower, so you get to see the illusion duration, and you're farming the closest camp to it. You kind of offered up yourself to be picked off. And very good from Esterbacks.
Mana into a zip over onto the south. Doesn't really work out, so just shove the lane and leave.
But at least he has the gem though. That's like, as much as you're kind of making these random moves, he's checking the high ground, spend some mana, go check top, reset. They just need to find the ward on the left hand side of the map, and then they've done a pretty good job utilizing this gem. They are smoked up. They just keep sweeping across the map. They really are just trying to stop all farm from Amaru, just delay as much as possible for that Aegis.
Parker, look at this, just running in onto Genek. Remember me? Remember who you bullied in the early game? Yeah, I'm coming back now, brother. Genek on the run. Excel trying to chase him down here. Everybody on the side of Amaru just trying to scatter here and get away. And to be fair, the Dawnbreakers made it out. Genek might just be escaping
run into
this
him.
one as well. Panda escapes at least, but okay, well, they'll at least get Genek here. Angel, meanwhile, cutting waves, getting ready to push this high ground once again. Gonna have to wait a little while for that creep wave from top to push in, though.
You can just see from the minimap though, Parker's drawing on the triangle. He's like, PA's probably going to run to our side of the map. So as much as you just ran top, they're now running all the way back down bottom again, trying to prepare for
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
this
They're getting
ran.
their steps in, man.
They really are. They're getting an absolute workout.
But somehow through all of these moves, Beastmaster's still remaining top of net worth, which is impressive to me.
Just kind of, you farm as you move, right? It's got a ton of summons doing random shenanigans. I think as a Morphling will slowly probably take the top spot. I would argue Beastmaster's net worth, like his GPM has slowly started kind of stinting a bit because of this constant map move. Still impressive he's up top, but
He's coming at the top side. Ooh, Parker uses Manta. That could be punished here. In comes the techies from the sidelines as well. Panda's on top of him and Insgenic.
Well,
Well, the Phantom's embrace, they will be able to kill him off. Manta used, death comes. Parker down.
twice now the carries have used their Manta into a quick demise.
Yeah. His carry matchup
Roshan
does
is up.
feel pretty damn even.
Yeah. So now the question is, will Estabax give the Aegis to the Beastmaster? The Ember? Or are they going to wait for Parker to respawn in 20 seconds? This feels kind of like the Aegis we want your Morphling to take, so you can just step up the high ground, you know, be a bit of an attribute shifting menace and just click away. But it's like deja vu.
Full send into the pit. I mean, this time they don't have the Dawnbreaker to help out, so he's just going to die. You know, I
now
kind
it's
of
Grim's
respect the send. In you go, buddy. I don't want to. Come on,
Panda has actually kind of... It's actually kind of an opposite play. Because now Panda has delayed it long enough that Morphling
Yeah.
can take it.
Which
You
they
kind
may
of
have
didn't
been
want to
wanting
contest
do
it.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're always going to leave it on low health for the Morphlings to come in and scoop it up, to be fair. So,
Potentially. It's always risky in competitive games, right? With a Storm in the game as well. Like,
Radiant's
yeah.
middle tower is under
Oh, you not leave it on the full, but leave it low.
yeah.
Dire's top tower.
Still spooky. Okay, they're just here clicking down mid. It's taken a little bit of time for Estabax to refine their confidence, but Aegis was the confidence that they required.
Yeah.
And there's no one home. That's just a melee rack for free.
Great, lovely, what a gift. Goodness me, they know exactly what to give Starbucks for Christmas. Now, onto the top side as well. It's just
Backdoor
it's just
protection.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, we'll
Where
get
are
it
you?
Eventually. Always seems to take a little bit longer than you expect. All
Eventually.
lanes have been cut, so
There we go.
there we are.
And now the counter smoke. Amaru. They got the BKB on the PA. They're looking for the fight. Of course, Morphling with the Aegis, not an ideal target. There is no BKB on the Beastmaster. Maybe that's a good target. Kind of smoke very quickly fizzles out as they just hit the mid wave and go, okay, let's stop.
Yeah, we're good. Actually, we don't want it. I mean, I think either you find a kill there because they split across the map trying to get a bit of efficient farming whilst they wait for the waves to get in, or they've all run together to top side to push it in and are just not going to break formation. So I think that's the read. Panda forced to jump in again here, doesn't really have a choice, and the Grimstroke comes out with the ulti as well. Double Roar, well no, Singular Roar coming out onto the Phantom Assassin, but she'll be okay with the Lotus coming out. Will they keep the banner alive? Yes, they will. They couldn't get it. I think PP might just need to do what's needed here and kill off that banner no matter what. There you go. Will it be enough though? I'm not sure. They're still there, still going on the high ground. Panda throwing his life away just to try to give him a little bit more space, just to give K1 an entry to the fight. He's going to pop that BKB and try to go for the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit has to play really carefully here. BP on his backline as well. They've taken the first life away from the Morphling as K1 just going ham on the backlines. Will he be able to survive once that BKB ends? No, he will.
Glimmer?
Maybe. Hello, Glimmer coming out along with the Blur, trying to get to the high ground, but no, K1 is gone. No buyback available. So jump forward here on the Ember Spirit as well, trying to lock down the Dawnbreaker, getting Dawn as well, and looking for the 1-1 draw in this series. The final lane of Barracks going to fall. Mega creeps at 30 minutes. Feels like a bit too much. Pokon, once again, going pretty ham here, going pretty deep, and once again, the Grimstroke ulti off cooldown, but not enough to get them a kill. And considering they get no punish there, it's just really hard to see how Amaru are going to hold on to this one.
Yeah, that was kind of like, that was their moment, right? Fighting into the Aegis, you have the PAB,
Bringing the
KB,
buybacks.
really hoping to get more, and now we're Raw on the Storm Spirit. Will he use buyback in his valiant effort to defend? No, he will not. He'll rather GG and disconnect, which is very fair. Estabax, they made their adjustments from game 1 to game 2. They kept kind of the same theme of their draft with the Beastmaster and the Ember, even the Enchantress from game to game, but you could clearly see that their team discussion, their analysis of why game 1 didn't work was absolutely correct, absolutely spot on, because they made those little minor adjustments and they played extremely differently. Like, they played through the Beastmaster, Ember itemized slightly different, and for Amaru, there was no time, there was no map for this PA to find her farm. She was always kind of chasing her next item, hoping for a comeback. But yeah, great stuff from Estabax, just really respecting what a best of 3 is truly meant to be about, which is just adapting and understanding from game to game.
Refining. Yeah, absolutely. They did the same thing in game number 1. Too many mistakes, too many blunders, and too many individual misplays. But this time around, they were still there, but they held on all the same. It didn't cost them too much. And as a team, all the moves were correct. Just individually, there were still those sort of cracks, but for the most part, very, very nice here from Estabax in game number 2. And yeah, exactly what we wanted to see. You know, Amaru, I also respect that they tried to run it back again with, you know, Storm Spirit plus a hard carry. It's always going to feel like a bit of a later timing for them. They know that they will get their moment, but this time around they didn't. They kind of challenged Estabax and said, yeah, like, you don't have the discipline to hold out. You will not see an early finish in this game. But yeah, Estabax, they showed that they have resilience, that they have discipline, and that they are able to play these shorter, more aggressive drafts. So yeah, I really like seeing that one from them, and I think that was a very cool game, and I think that will change up the drafts a lot for our third game here. Like, I feel like Amaru cannot get away with another like first base Storm. That's just not happening at that time around, surely.
I mean, the Storm, honestly, the Storm's still fine, I think, conceptually. I think just the Beastmaster from game to game is my disappointment, I think, with the changes. Where it's like Estabax, you see that they're rough around the edges. They're a team that is so tempo driven and kind of like, they make mistakes. So Beastmaster simplifies that, especially like in this game. Like, all these towers fell because of Beast. Sure, the Enchantress played a big part in like at least the bottom tier 1 towers, but I think between the combination of these two heroes, mainly Beast, you just have such awkward map play. And I feel like K1 versus Parker, you know, it's the farm of 2 incredibly high GPM carries once they get their kind of their farm item online. So you kind of want to preserve your map state like this. And I mean, in game 1, they had ways to deal with the Beastmaster through the Witch Doctor lane or the PA, the Underlord. Like, they had these little tools, this cheap aggression. But in this game, it really didn't play that well. Like, the amount of just oomph that was brought at like minute 5, the first catapult wave, that's so hard to play into. Like, your PA never wants to have that amount of pressure. So I think for me, Beastmaster, it's got to go going into game 3. Just throw one ban on it. Like, you're banning Lion or Bane in the second phase from Amaru. Like, sure, they're very good supports, but will they win Estabax a game compared to what Angel was being able to do with the Beastmaster? Especially because he, like, game 1 to game 2 Beastmaster, it was like a completely different player. Like, it felt like he'd, like, I don't know, just insane. Like, so yeah, for me, Beastmaster, maybe you want to get rid of it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Should be a consideration, I reckon. And yeah, Angel deservedly getting the standout player for this game number 2. He was just so farmed, such a dominant lane into such dominant map control, and basically being the battering ram to break down Amaru's base so early on in this one. Angel just having a absolutely phenomenal game, and Estabax just keeping it cool, keeping it calm, and recovering from that game number 1, making the necessary adjustments, and flying back in to this series and bringing us to a 1-1. So yeah, I'm excited to see the adjustments. I'm excited to see how Amaru change it up in this third game as they try to stay alive in this tournament. And yeah, we do finally, T-Governor. Since the very first series, we haven't had a 3-game series, but Amaru and Estabax, they're giving it to us. So let's get to a break, and then we'll be back for a game number 3 at last between Estabax and Amaru. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It is time to find out who is going to be making it through between Amaru and S-Star-Bax as they battle it out. One final game here in this best of 3. We are 1-1. Either Parker or K1 is going to be making it through in these qualifiers. The other will be eliminated. Who is it going to be? That's what we're going to find out. You know what, Tiga? What is your prediction? Who do you think is going to take this third game? Who do you think is going to make the necessary adjustments?
That's such a difficult question.
It really
Because
is
I feel
hard
like
between these two.
It's like, how do you pick one of these teams? Because like one is playing, like arguably I think S-Star-Bax the better team. I feel like the fact, like if you're a team winning early to mid game, you probably should just be winning series in competitive Dota nowadays. Like that's how like important it is, the tempo. At least to kind of build up a big lead. So I want to lean with S-Star-Bax. I think they also are understanding the kind of progression of the best of 3 quite nicely. The problem I have and why I'm hesitant to truly hype them up is like Amaru is like one good draft away from just changing it back around. Like taking PA in this game just felt like a misread. Like it did, like as soon as they picked it, I was cringing. But in the first game, I was like, nice, woo! You know, it's like I don't know. I feel like the draft is very volatile, and maybe that's all that Amaru needs. It's like they just need to reduce the volatility of their draft, and maybe they're more competitive. So whoever the coach is, whoever the drafter is in game, like they might need to just step up and go, you know what, game 2's on me. I didn't give us the correct tools to be able to deal with what S-Star-Bax had.
Yeah, I think they should. I think that would be the correct read as well. Because when the game collapses so quickly like that with such a small net worth lead, then, I mean, it is sizable hero to hero, but overall it wasn't that massive. I do think you need to sort of look at that and go, right, something strategically went wrong here beyond what my players are doing, because nobody on your team is that bad where they've misplayed that horribly to cost you an 18-minute barracks. So yeah, definitely some reflection for Amaru to be had. I want to see how S-Star-Bax play without their Beastmaster and what the adjustment is there. How do they play when Angel is on a different hero, when Angel is maybe forced into something a little less dominating, a little less sort of comfortable? That's when I think things are going to get interesting here, because we've seen fantastic performances from Angel. We've seen not so convincing performances from him, games where he's just kind of been the backup dancer to Pokorn or Parker. So this game, you know, he was the main player. Game number 1, he was also very, very central to the early success from S-Star-Bax, even though they did lose. So yeah, let's see how it works when things are swapped around. Also, do you think we're going to get Ember and Storm first picks again for a third time in a row?
Yep.
No
Because
worries.
S-Star-Bax, they won the coin toss and they chose second pick, which means we are going to have 3 games in a row where Amaru are first pick and S-Star-Bax are second pick. Of course, you know, the way that S-Star-Bax have drafted, it was an Ursa in game 1, it was a Morphling in game 2. So they have utilized last pick for Parker, and that is only possible because you are sacrificing a core elsewhere in the draft in the lineup, right? So for me, I really just want to see same bans into Storm, into Ember, and then watch the adjustments unfold in the next phase. And yeah, it's, to me, like I already mentioned, Beastmaster as an Amaru ban, and then to counter the fact that you don't have Beastmaster, you might then want to throw out like a Lion ban or something on the side of S-Star-Bax to ensure your Ember can have a game, and then your offlaner can be a bit more scaly and less tower driven and more just kind of like a rock. But still, to me, same draft in the first phase, show me your creativity in the second phase. That's what I'm expecting. And also hoping, to be honest, because I feel that's one of the strongest paths to a competitive game 3 from maybe even both teams.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. I wouldn't mind seeing a Pokorn Puck coming out here as our final game. You know, it's fine in lane versus Storm. You can...
That's banned out every time, Chief. I'm a stamp that. Amaru's like, boom, Puck every time.
Wait,
and here it is.
Yep, there it is. There it is down there.
Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah.
Gone, shame.
Sorry. I agree with you, though. I feel like for Pokorn, his Puck has been exceptional. But once you progress deeper into the qualifiers, teams will identify what got you here. And clearly Amaru has done their research and promoting Beastmaster even to the first phase bans. Now, that's what I want to see. Like, all I wanted was Beastmaster to be banned. I was expecting it second phase ban, but of course, maybe S-Star-Bax even promote it to first phase. So, taking the percentage chance of Beastmaster being that important, they trade it for a Tiny ban, because that's the ban they've always had. So now Tiny is in the pool. again, it's
10
okay. It would mean
seconds
Parker would take his hero a little bit earlier. It would then kind of create a different narrative shift that off lane or mid would get priority later down the line. But still, Beast getting banned, big W.
Storm and Ember, Storm and Ember.
Nah,
Unless-
Parker anti-mage.
Yes, the best Storm Spirit counter. I love it when my carry is just sitting, waiting for the Storm to use all his mana before entering the fight.
Yep.
There we go. Yippee! 3 games in a row. All right. Well, at least we just straight up don't need to watch the mid lane this game. We just can entirely focus on our side lanes.
To be fair, I don't think we covered much mid lane in the last game, so maybe we should just
No,
do.
we kind of already bailed on it.
We should do negative mid lane in this one. But okay, that's wow. Also, the Ench and the Kotl ban from
Okay.
Amaru,
10
which
seconds
means
remaining.
Much respect there.
5
I
seconds remaining.
the thing
Like-
is with Ench Kotl is like
Radiant
they
team
both played a part because of the beast, right? Because Ench Beast could take tower, Kotl Beast win lane. So between all three, they're very, very good.
Yeah.
I do agree. I don't know if they needed to ban both. Alas, Estabax, they didn't take the line themselves.
I'm just trying to think of like what else could they have he enabled in the
seconds
off
remaining.
lane? Because that was part of the fear, right? It's the healing, but it's also the chakra enabling in the early. I don't know. Rubik grabbed by Amaru, though. This is something I've been asking for the entire series. I wanted one team to grab Lion and one team to grab Rubik, and that's kind of how I was expecting it to go. And this time we do
Cool.
get it. And Underlord as well. All right, you got this super strong lane now. Rubik, Underlord, pretty much. I mean, I wouldn't use the word unbeatable, but it cannot be beaten.
It is very
10
formidable.
seconds
I mean,
remaining.
Underlord Lion, Underlord Rubik. As much as Underlord is a
5
blob, he
seconds
has
remaining.
roots and damage and all these annoying things. Like Underlord and Lion was beating / trading with the Ursa lane in game 1 up until the point where Lion ditched him for like 5 minutes and then Underlord just lost 2v1. So it really does a lot of a lot of work. And also in this position from Amaru, it's like if Estabax wants to pick Ursa to try and go, haha, we've got our Parker Ursa. It's like K1 will then see the Ursa pick and get to pick like the better scaling carry. You know, some Terrorblade, some dude that's like, please try and out carry me. So it's it's always fun when you get to pick an off lane in this position. I mean, even Panda's going to get a lot of priority in the draft. He potentially
Yeah.
down the line might even be able to take like a silencer or something, depending on the draft construct, because Ember and Lion, they both are initiating heroes that don't buy Dispel until later on. Lion will never really buy it. And then Ember, like, we've seen how Pokemon was allergic to BKB in game 1 and was absolutely in love with it in game 2. But still, quite a lot of investment. So we will see. Yeah, Estabax taking a lot of time to decide how they want to approach this.
I generally really like Storm Spirit with Silencer. It just kind of gives you that extra layer of protection when you go in, and also when you're splitting the map. You can just farm a lot more greedily when you have that Silencer in the team, knowing that there's that backup
Dire
available for
team
you.
pick.
I don't
Interesting.
think I'd ever have said Winter Wyvern, to be honest. Because like when I look at Amaru's lineup, I'm already seeing heroes that will shove wave and get quite tanky. And my concern is like, will Estabax be ready to deal with the pipe
10
timing of
seconds
Underlord
remaining.
when your draft is quite attached to that style of play? I
5
think Underlord already
seconds
kind of
remaining.
deals with it. Line Ember plays for pickoff, Underlord TP's in, your pickoff's broken, Amaru then kind of rides that wave of the mid game, like dealing with all pickoffs. So I'm expecting a bit more damage, a bit more like oomph to be applied, or even
Yeah.
just laning
I
advantage.
can... Or does it not give you a bit of laning? Because that's what I was going to lean towards. It's like good damage for the Underlord, who's, you know, traditionally pretty high HP, so the burn's going to hurt. Plays at range, so isn't likely to get called out in the pit lift combo with Firestorm. Feels good to me, right?
It's okay. It's like
Also-
Wyvern. Wyvern will just basically she'll tickle her way through the lane, depending on her carry.
Team pick.
And Cold Embrace is the key thing, because it's like the Underlord Rubik spam can push out certain carries from farm. Wyvern will just simply mean your carry will farm, but it's not like it will fully break the entire. It's not going to be like, wow, Wyvern just pushed Underlord back to base 3 times. It's like that never really happens. You just the damage numbers aren't that high, and then we get to see a Abaddon pickup. Okay,
Everybody's
the
getting spicy in
K1
this
carry
third
Abba.
game.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
I mean, it's a very good Abaddon pick, even though it's out of meta because of changes
5
to
seconds
what do
remaining.
your mantas actually carry over in the damage output, and
Hold on,
also
Is there not a chance this is still a pos 5 Aber, just like utilizing the shield against Lion and Ember? Or no?
I
know K1 loves
in reality, yes, but I would like to just see it carry because
Okay.
because everything you just mentioned, you put it into a core role and you're just frontlining. It is really spooky, like dispelling, not caring. You just like Lion tries to jump you and you're just like, cool, bro. I've got Underlord behind me and Rubik, and if you don't blow me up, I'm gonna get borrowed time off. So to me, I feel like it should just be the carry.
10 seconds.
The only
remaining.
reason you'd put it 5 is if you wanted to pick like, I don't know,
5
Drow or
seconds
something,
remaining.
and then you have just a body to protect Drow, and a way to survive the Axe Lane, which is naturally an okay
Radiant
counter to
team
Drow.
banned.
Also funny that Drow has not even been a hero that we've even had to entertain in any of these drafts because teams have just ignored it.
Yeah,
is,
we literally haven't mentioned that hero once, which is
Yeah.
pretty insane considering.
Quite refreshing.
Yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy. Also, I'm talking about Snap because it's just first banned every game, but that's fine as well.
Yeah,
10
thank
seconds
the
remaining.
heavens almighty. I'm so bored of talking about Snapfire.
Yeah, and every team in SA seems to
5
think they can
seconds remaining.
answer it or let it through. And in fairness, some have, but for the most part, I still think, yeah, just get it gone. Breath of fresh air for us. This has felt like an entirely new day of Dota today, and I'm enjoying it.
Feels good, man.
Feels very good.
Dire team
Now,
banned.
what is... Okay, the Esterbac's taken away the TA, which is a Parker specialty, and also Monkey King for some map play. And the problem for Esterbac's this time around is their entire game plan is built on outplaying the lane without tower progression. And normally that playstyle can be
10
halted,
seconds
especially when
remaining.
Amaru have the
Radiant
heroes they have,
team
right?
pick.
It's like Underlord, Rubik, Abaddon. They're all pretty annoying, tanky in their own rights through spells, survivability, like Fade Bolt damage reduction, Storm Zip away, Underlord, Root, Abaddon borrowed time. So will Esterbac's actually be able to like get multiple kills in lane, utilize catapult
10
waves,
seconds
break down the
remaining.
map before Radiance on Abazon line, like all these things?
5
Like
seconds remaining.
I really feel like Parker has to find like his carry that could just outscale pretty much, because the aggression doesn't feel like the solution here. There needs to be something else.
So, Amaru to pick first, though. They need themselves a support, most likely, if we're assuming the A1 Abaddon, which we are, and Estarbacks are, based on their bans. So
it's
what
just
is
some
it going to
chill-
be? Gosh,
some
so
chill
many
support.
supports have been banned out.
But you also need laning impact. Like you don't want to play
Tree.
into a trees ban. So like I could see like a Jakiru or something. I just want some like super generic 5 that can play the lane. Like give me a Lich, give me a
Lich, yeah.
Jakiru, yeah. If you wanted to be super like I want my Abaddon to farm, like you go for like a Warlock. Just slap the hill on Abba, he dispels the battle hunger, you know he's gonna 100% farm. And then you can like progress the map for a bit of Golem later down the line.
Yeah, I don't mind
I
that.
mean, if you want to go more aggressive, there's Disruptor for a bit more catch. You have Static Storm versus Ember. You've got high range, so you can play away from the axe. Sure, you're going to get battle hungered, but 2 packs of Tangos and a Salve, and you kind of survive the lane. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I think Panda has, honestly, complete freedom on whatever he wants to pick.
Yeah, the draft doesn't need anything at this point, but it could use a lot of things, so they're going to go for a bit of
complete
flair.
freedom.
A mystic
Yeah.
flair at that. Skywrath Mage coming out as a final pick for Amaru. Very nice.
I'm intrigued to know where it's going to go, because I really think Rubik should lane with Underlord,
10 seconds.
which
remaining.
then means is Sky just a random... Like, I did say they had complete creative freedom to pick any 5, right? So they have taken that...
Words?
But I don't think I would have gone for Sky. I understand that into the style of play that Esterbacks will present, having the Ancient Seal against Ember will be quite nice. You already know he dives towers and he's super like aggressive. So just, hey, guess what, Ember? You're silenced. You're going to die to something else. It's okay. But
Oh, there it
the
is.
anti-mage.
From downtown, first base suggested, last base pick. We don't miss.
Yeah. Woo! Okay.
There you go.
This
There
is
it
a banger.
Wow, we're ending things on a Parker anti-mage, huh? Okie dokie. Well, you do have...
It is a... Sorry, go on.
Oh, you got the 2 big mana batteries in the Storm Spirit and the Skyroth Mage for your surface level observations from me there. And now let's get the deep dive from T-Governor.
I mean, it is an anti-mage that will be able to pretty much get his way through the laning phase perfectly fine because you have specifically the Winter Wyvern. So if there is any pressure to be applied through Firestorm and, you know, Fade Bolt, anti-mage is fine. Like, it's like, what? Ooh, I lose 200 life, but I regain 300 from Winter Wyvern. So Parker should, in theory, be complete fine on his farm game. Into the carry matchups, you just never really fight the Abba. When Abba walks in, you just blink away from him, you jump other heroes. So I am looking at Parker to be truly an absolute thorn in Amaru's side as the game progresses. Of course, for Amaru, they have to look towards how do you deal with this anti-mage that has a good lane. Panda, maybe going through the Twin Gate, Ancient Seal, get a kill. Storm Spirit has to opt for an early BKB, maybe even an Orchid Rush. Bring back some like 2015 Storm Spirits where he goes like straight Orchid to hunt the anti-mage 12 million times something. But yeah, this is just the Parker game. Will he find his farm? Will he get his items at the correct time? Can he blow up the Storm and the Skyroth for free every single engagement? That is honestly just it's the best pick for a final game. If you're to be eliminated, fuck it. Let Parker play his anti-mage. But if you are to progress through the lower bracket, you also want Parker on his anti-mage because, I mean, the reason why you got here have been clutch moments like this. So what a great setup for a game 3.
It really is exciting, that is for sure. I mean, both teams just kind of getting a little bit wild with these game 3 drafts. Can't believe we're seeing a Skyroth mage and an anti-mage. I mean, it's all the mages coming out here. I mean, I guess that makes sense. You pick the Skyroth mage, you pick the anti-mage. It's the clues in the name. Disconnect from PP just to really start this game off in a truly special way and really build the tension.
Again, the last time Parker was able to play a competitive anti-mage game was 3 months ago when he stood in for Tundra at PGL Valahia Season 7, a 22-minute victory where he got a 13-minute Battle Fury, 18-minute Manta.
Lord.
Of course, he was playing into a Medusa, so Aurora's drafter may have forgot about the oopsie, because that is kind of a cardinal sin, is to give anti-mage when you have Medusa, but still.
You know what? It's a classic. My Medusa player saying, "Oh, it's fine.
We can beat it."
I can beat it. I do great versus anti-mages."
23 pick. I was just trying to double check the stats on Parker anti-mage because also I don't know if Parker's been using like other accounts on his qualifiers. I feel like he probably has at some point because he's only got like 9 competitive anti-mage games on Dota Buff, and that just feels very low for someone who is very weirdly attached to the hero in regards to like when you think of player-hero combinations. Parker is probably up there in like top 5 for just you want to talk about him at some point playing an anti-mage game, but it might be more of a pub thing that just holds true because he will try to get anti-mage in pubs a lot more than other players. But yeah, competitively, not as many games as in reality. But still, we shall see how it unfolds.
Yeah.
I guess one silver lining for Amaru is Abaddon is a natural Orchid buyer from the carry role. So it could just be a game where he goes like Radiance, Orchid, Blink, skipping the Manta, and then opts to go for more pressure. The problem with that is, if you don't get the anti-mage kill, now you're at a farm disparity because you don't have Manta whilst anti-mage does have Manta and all these little weird things. So itemization, I think, would be critical for Amaru in winning this game.
Do you love the wording of some stuff in Dota 2? Curse of Avernus. Damage over time component to buildings is reduced by 100%. Just saying it doesn't do damage to buildings, I mean. Gotta be technical.
Very technical.
Michael and Angel gonna go and take some chunks out of K1 here. K1 though with the early level on the Aphotic Shield. Gonna be fine. Actually with Panda and Genic here as well, they are outnumbered, so forcing them back and getting a bit of trading going in as Genic gonna TP up to the top side, join up with the Underlord to start off this game. Parker looking for a courier, finding a courier. He's doing this every time. He sees that his Underlord doesn't have his full inventory ready and just go and take advantage of the fact that, yeah, he's gonna bury in some tangos. Very naughty. Also like how he didn't have anything skilled there, so if anything got really awkward, he could just blink away. If absolutely required, but all good. As we have Storm versus
Michael.
Ember in the mid lane. I mean, let's talk about this matchup, which we don't really get to see that often.
Go on, talk about if you want to talk. I'm not talking about it. I'm on timeout. No, I want to talk about Michael.
I think we'll get to 10 minutes, and PP will have slightly more CS, but Pokon will have been able to make a rotation or two.
Okay, well, you know, in what technical business time, we'll circle back to that later. Because Michael, he had to TP away. He was trying to pull the creep wave, but got concussive and blood grenaded by the Scarif Mage, and then TP to tier 2. So Panda just stopping the lane shenanigans. And Parker just chasing down the Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, this Genet guy's gone on a bit of an adventure. The adventure has led to his death, as many such adventures do. Stay inside, everybody.
Yeah, no, Anti-Mage is... Honestly, Anti-Mage in the correct hands is a very aggressive laner because you're always playing on the ability to ignore the creep wave that's next to you and just jump onto someone who's out of position. And like Winter Wyvern, because you have the slows, you do set up Anti-Mage to get like the additional 1 or 2 right clicks in. So you just have to be mindful. Like
Yeah,
pretty much you hug the wave and you just spam it out together. There's no
slow, painful kills.
Yeah. It will be like, oh, I'm hit by Arctic Burn. Oh, I'm hit by 7 right clicks of an anti-mage. Oh, okay, now I'm dead. Of course, that's why you have to think about your lane position. Ideally, having the small camp blocked would have been ideal, but it's really hard to re-block the small camp because of the kill threat that we just mentioned. The joys of an aggressive anti-mage. Of course, axe into Abaddon. Not that ideal. A lot of your laning advantage is kind of bullying out the support and then overwhelming the carry in a 2 versus 1. But because you have the Aphotic Shield, you don't really get to see Battle Hunger at all in the laning phase. And kind of K1 gets to just pretty much sit back and free farm.
Yeah, it's a great matchup. Ooh, nice double catch here with the Pits of Mouth. It's a shame there's no Firestorm available at the moment as the battle for this Lotus is getting really, really intense. Parker standing his ground, will take down Genek here, but trades his Wyvern. Parker still looking to fight up here, but realizing the Underlord's just got a little bit too much gumption and will have to blink himself to safety. Gives up the Lotus.
Coming back in. Still feels very good though for Parker. He's not going to really care. He's like, ah, sure. Death occurs, but I continue to hit creep. And this is the type of game where he either goes treads to full bully the lane, or if he identifies the lack of pressure, it could just be one of those like naked battle furies where he's like, oh, guess what? I've just bought a void stone. Oh, guess what? I've just bought another item. Because Amaru do find a kill on axe. Yeah.
Yeah, BP's not particularly healthy mid, but he will be okay with the Fairy Fire available to him as well. Both supports coming in for that 4-minute water rune. Panda is the one that scoops it up here. So Pokon will be left wanting. Does he go for the slight play? No, he does not. Would have been way too
very good move though.
The Rubik there.
Very, very helpful from Amaru. Like, they already know the side lanes have kind of fell apart a little bit for them, specifically the Underlord lane. So secure the Stone Spirit's game.
Pokemon even going aggressively here onto Panda. Panda dares come forward to fight mid, and Pokemon just runs at the guy. Oh, Jesus, very unhinged.
Now, Axe is skipping behind tower. I mean, Amaru have a very awkward phase of the game now because if you waste your TP, you are going to break your map state very quickly. And Axe will farm a lot behind tower, and then Anti-Mage, of course, will get a free Battle Fury top. So they have to decide, like, we are going to pressure one, and we need to pressure them correctly. And Panda is trying to do it by himself.
I mean, he's just staying at range, utilizing his mana, just blasting him with spells, keeping Angel low, keeping him killable. Even Genet going to come in this one, and now he could be in some trouble. K1 comes over. They found the kill here. They will end up just going a split between them. This axe is not working well for them at the moment. Skyrath is completely shutting him down.
Yeah, very much opting to try and play away from the Anti-Mage. And it's something they may regret in the future, but for now they are at least getting, the odd kill here. Of course, Axe 0-2-0. He's kind of quite an important part of the pressure that can be applied to open up the map post-laning phase. So if he's stuck in the jungle, and Anti-Mage is stuck in the jungle, that could be what Amaru is playing for. Oh god, Michael just missed his stun by like 3 monitors.
I mean, the thing is, I do think Pokemon can probably hold up the tempo by himself just with the support. But again, he's going for Angel. Pressure all the time. K1, he's level 6 now and does not have that ulti level.
Parker's here.
Whenever he wants. Yep, he's on Parker, triggers that ulti. Axe is already gone. He knows he needs to help out. Panda's going to be that target from him. Mana Void available, but they'll just chip him down the old-fashioned way. Holding onto that ulti just means that the Storm cannot join this fight.
I don't know if PP even wants to. It's so far away from the tower.
No,
For him,
he's
it's
chilling.
like, thank you so much. You've opened up the map. I can go and farm a bit more.
Yeah, he's even going to be able to steal the bounty rune here as well, refill his bottles. So yeah, full efficiency for PP.
Yeah. I mean, Axe is completely out of this game.
Yeah, he's going to be in the jungle for a very long time. I do not expect to see Angel until about maybe 18 minutes into the game when he's able to pull out an item. Might even just go for the Blink Dagger first, just so he's able to play if he feels like he needs to. K1 being jumped here, doesn't have the ultimate. He's going to be in some trouble. There's a Mana Void coming out. Parker, he never left the bottom lane, and K1 getting absolutely destroyed by the Anti-Mage and the 2 supports. Now it's a double kill for Parker. 5-0-0 at 7 minutes 30.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
you couldn't ask for like a better start for an anti-mage. Like normally they're 0-0-0 and they're hoping their team stabilizes the game, but there's only a few anti-mage players in the world that can make the hero feel this aggressive. It's like, I think Parker, Yatoro, Satanic, I think they're the big 3 that you'd ever talk about in regards to playing anti-mage like into the map.
I was about to say, you know, anti-mage players in my pubs, take note, you can actually play this hero before 25 minutes, but yeah,
Radiant's top tower is
bit of
under
a skill
attack.
difference there, I'd say.
No, I'm sure it's fine.
Oh, good. Arcane Rune for 7 Pokemon.
He's gonna get butt off you like 9 minutes.
This is looking absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
That is vile. And he's already, of course, he's bought Tread Stick and Quelling Blade. So it's not as if this is just naked Battle Fury. Like, that's an okay time. That's a very good timing for naked Battle Fury, but to have these random items as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
To say Amaru have some problems is really just putting it politely.
I'm looking up the stats for Battle Fury right now. Give me a minute.
All right, sure. Are you checking for any Battle Fury, or are you factoring in the items bought before Battle Fury?
No, just any Battle Fury on an anti-mage.
Fair enough. Oh, there it is. 9 minutes and 5 seconds.
9 minutes and 5 seconds. All right, give me a minute.
Oh. Bought for the first time on this hero. Yeah. Also, we don't see anti-mage, so no, that is Parker just proving that the hero is not played at all by being a first of a very obvious item timing for the hero. That is.
Apparently the fastest of
Damn,
all
what-
time was 3 minutes and 17 seconds on Moo. Don't know what happened there. But yeah, this is the 3rd fastest of all time, according to that Dota data correct, I believe I have.
Sorry, 3 minutes. Can you link me that though?
I genuinely want to.
Yeah, I need the. Sorry, what dash cheats were we using in that one to get 3 minutes?
Let's see. It was a Void Boys versus Root Gaming as we have PP blown up in the middle lane. What a jump in. Anti-Mage is getting started early. Battle Fury's a farming item, but Parker, he wants blood and he's finding it so far. Panda also going to fall here. Angel getting involved, choosing not to be relegated to the jungle, choosing to fight, choosing to play, and 2 tremendous applause from his team as there'll be another kill for Parker here. 6-0-1. Oh my god. On the 8th of May 2015, Void Boys played against RootGaming.com. And Moo on the Anti-Mage was able to get a 3-minute Battle Fury.
Yeah, Yeah, I believe you.
If we take that one out of the equation, which I think we probably should do for the sakes of stats, then it is the 2nd fastest Battle Fury of all time. which is insane.
What? Yeah, cool. That alone, yeah. Let's just do that. Top 3 still. That is ludicrous. Like to create an all-time stat like that. Like again, it doesn't happen often. Well, fair play, Parker. He's only gone and done it.
It's not even like one of these patches where we see anti-mage regularly. So yeah, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. Parker, please get it together and get back into Tier 1 Dota. It's clearly just such a good player.
I mean, the thing with Parker though is like he's very volatile. Like his highs are very high and his lows can be very low, but it's like that alone is worth wanting to watch.
Oh yeah,
like he is like a South American EE. You know, it's like the things he does. He plays with the tempo of the game. Like if he senses it to be good, he'll just do it. He won't go, oh, but statistically this is the best thing. No, he'll just go, I want Moonshot, I need it. I need attack speed because of this one thing. Like it is just very cool, but still. What a performance. I'm still just trying to work out how you get a 3-minute battlefield, by the way. Hence why I'm not really adding to this task. I'm still
assuming
just shook.
Starting with Ring of Health and then, I don't know, Rampage, I guess? Yeah, I don't know what's going on
It
there.
has to be some like egregious chain feed, but sure. That I'm still... Because the second is... It's Pakaz with 8 minutes 28, Parker with 9:23, and obviously then this game at 9:06, which puts him 3rd and 4th place all-time. Sorry, I just missed. That's Pycat. Why did I say that's Parker? Anyway, he overtook Pycat. My bad. So, still,
Apparently, if your
very cool.
name starts with P, Pakaz, Pycat, and Parker are all the top 3 anti-mage Battle Fury timings other than Moose, so...
Yeah, Palos is...
He's also, yeah, there's just Ace hanging out there as well.
There's a rogue ace, but sure. I can't wait later for there to be a tweet. Well, guys, do you not remember the epic game where Moo did this? I'm like, clearly not, because I'm still baffled about 3 minutes.
I did not watch Join Dota in 2015, I'm sorry.
No, maybe that was the patch where Battle Fury was like, you know, 110 gold or something. Clearly, obviously not. That would be insane, but alas. Back into this game, because I just took a real dip out of it for a good hot minute. Amaru. The net worth still is relatively even, I think. As much as Antimage is having the best game of his life, his Axe is probably having the worst game of his life. So that is something that they can try and utilize as they find the best and most farmed Antimage in South America.
Oh my god, they get on
He's
top of
gone.
him at last. What a jump. The movement, I mean, it was never the free anti-mage game, not until you've got this Manta at least, and it wasn't far away, to be fair.
I mean, there's a very finite window in which you can apply that pressure, right? With the Skyroth Mage, we spoke about it earlier, like Ancient Steel into Ember Anti-Mage, like there is some kill threat, but you need to bring the numbers. And maybe they were as surprised as we were to some of the stats and the speed in which stuff was happening, but
Yeah.
they kind of brought their act back together. They identified that they need to find that kill.
And
They are doing a pretty good job at making this become a game where it will just be like Anti-Mage and 4 supports, because like the Ember and the Axe, like they will scale in a very awkward way because of the pacing of this game. Ruben with the
Ember's
blink,
being
able
forced
to
to do
engage.
a lot, and he's not getting a whole lot out of the map at the moment, so yeah, Michael's taking a step too far forward here. The very rapid descent into middle lane is going to cost them at least 2 support kills on the side of our star backs. Ember looking for something, won't be finding anything. Denek just going to quickly steal the steering chains, but yeah, that's going to be the end of that play in the middle.
And they need to be extremely mindful in the fact that if you throw bodies into the game, like this net worth, it means nothing. Because like if Anti-Mage has, let's say, a 2k net worth lead, but suddenly AM, Storm, and Underlord are all kind of within contention of that, there is a lot more factor in play. Like Storm will be able to buy items to survive. You know, BKB is really important. Underlord, of course, needs that lockdown, so he rushed the Atos. Like, he's not trying to go for a pipe, which on paper, pre-Anti-Mage could have been okay. Like, he's trying to play into the map. He's running around with his team. He's not always playing on Fiend's Gate. He's ready to, you know, throw a root down.
No worries either. And throwing down the concussive onto Angel, now with a Mystic Flare. It's good damage. It hasn't quite finished the job, but surely will be dying here. Going very deep in just to look for a bit of punish. And yeah, K1's with them as well, so able to scoop up that kill, and the Ancients here as well. Parker does not see an opportunity yet, just wants to finish off this Manta, knowing that he can't get caught out by a Rogue Agent Seal is going to make his game much, much easier. And of course, the ability to just blink on a hero, pop that Manta, blast them away with your 2 illusions. Michael, forward in the mid. Atos Underlord just going to do his thing. K1 helping out as well, the Radiance Burn. And they do have a very scary death pool. Maybe they can look for some revenge here. XL though, he's run down again as K1 starting to get into this game, and they look towards Axe once more. Axe trying to survive, won't be able to do so. Now even looking in towards Pokon. Pokon, is he going to be okay? 2 seconds left on the Pit of Malice, so he does get himself out. And again,
Amaru really
doesn't see the opportunity.
But not only that, I think Amaru, they've identified the perfect opportunity, right? Like when you click on Axe and he has a consecrated wraps, like he's just playing for survival. There's nothing to praise really with this build. If you're crushing the lane, maybe it's like an item to take over, but he really is like on like plan C, D, E, or F of his normal item build. I think it's where Amaru, like bringing the numbers, just overwhelming the map a bit. It is a pretty good way to approach this game. Just forcing Ember and Axe to just keep wasting time. Like, they're not going to stop Parker farming. Like he has the Manta, like you know he's in the clear. So just try and threaten the game elsewhere.
Michael just sitting behind
Really
top,
impressive.
Parker at top, knowing that this could be an opportunity. In fact, turning it around, there's a finger, there's a kill. Very clean, very aggressive. Parker, even now running into the triangle. Ooh, some lovely stacks, pour moi. This
You
might
gotta
be a
give
little
credit to
too
Amaru.
greedy. I don't know, man. TP has been seen, Manta used by Parker. Now it's time to get himself away, but that means it's open to the... Oh, no, never mind.
Silence.
Michael is there with the Hex. Good job from Michael. He is going to trade his life here, but he was just ready for Panda to come in on this. Parker already used his Manta, so if that Ancient Seal went off, Parker was dead. But Michael makes the stand and saves his life.
But also he counterspelled the Vortex and the Ancient Soul, so both the Storm and the Sky was like, ah! Pretty much getting stun locked by the fact that they just threw it on top of the Anti-Mage. I mean, but Parker though, like the way that he's playing aggressive there, is like, if he doesn't counterspell, if there's not a lion, if there's all these little things that don't go his way, he probably could die. Like that is like, really just pushing the limits.
That's what he does. K1, meanwhile, he's really catching up here. Despite the phenomenal start that Anti-Mage had, that one death into K1 just being able to find a whole bunch of kills, and of course being behind at the point where they were being really, really aggressive, just gave K1 that springboard to get back into the game. And now he is very close to this Anti-Mage. Both of these carries really, really well farmed now. The Orchid will come out for K1, but it will be post-Manta.
Yeah, he has opted to kind of stabilize his game with the Manta post Radiance. Again, it's like the standard build for ABBA. He knows, like I think with the speed in which Anti-Mage got his Manta, like there's no point rushing the Orchid. You're not having some item advantage, right? So he just continues his game with it, trying to go into the Ember. Plenty of roots and silences, and only a Mage Slayer to Ember's name. He is looking at the Lotus this time around.
Yeah, I think it's required.
Into the style of lockdown is very important. I think just the cooldown of Lotus will always exceed the value of a BKB in this game because of it being, of course, silences and roots as the lockdown. So very good read on the Ember to think about that item.
Yeah, and another reason I like it as well is that BKB's got that massive cooldown, Lotus doesn't, and with their spells, what teamfight spells are they waiting for on S-Star backs? Nothing, really.
Oh, I would say that he's pivoted to BKB, lads.
Yeah, so the obvious choice here, I think, you know...
No, I actually think Lotus
I like the
conceptually
Lotus,
is
yeah.
better this game, but of course
We'll stand
there's
by
always
the
an
points we
argument
made as men of integrity and honor.
No, I just think Ember's itemization this series has been a bit lackluster, so I'm down to critique it. It's okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Game 2 was good though.
Game 2 was excellent.
Yeah,
Game number 1, just a little late on the BKB for our
Amaru, go to Menta. Estevax, they're smoking around there. They're hoping to get a quick little pick potentially, but
This could be big. They're pretty unhealthy at the moment. Storm still has plenty of mana to keep on fighting. Parker moves in, looking for a target, doesn't find anybody inside the Tormentor. Genek was not seen, Mana Void available, but doesn't come out, doesn't see him in time, and the Storm is out of here. Paste Rune picked up for PP as well, so he doesn't even need to burn his mana to get away from this one. Very nice.
Amaru just doing a very, very good job just like moving around the map, finding the correct ways to shove, getting Tormentor kills. Like, you have Manta on Storm, Manta on Abaddon. And Storms, they don't often buy Manta, but because he went Yashikaya, then disassembled Yashikaya to then go back for Manta, it's not like he's like wasted gold to get to the Manta.
Yeah.
And then he'll complete the Sanjkaya, so it is a build that you sometimes see, but Dispel into the Ember Spirit, even sending out a random illusion to bait the Anti-Mage or Lion to jump it will be a really key thing to focus on as the bigger fights progress. You smoke up, smoke your illusion, send it up first, it breaks. All it takes against Anti-Mage is to have a split second, incorrect choice made. You waste that blink on Anti-Mage, you can die. 15,000, 20,000 gold, it doesn't matter. Like, you are a carry, but at any minute, your network can come crumbling down. There's also a fact that he is itemizing in a way that he wants to be getting in and out of the fight, poking, doing the damage, going for this Manta Skadi. It's not like he's going for like a BKB into like a Bastion build where he's going to always lock onto the Storm Spirit and not care.
Yeah.
So there will be
Storm
opportunities.
wants to use that opportunity for sure.
Nice blink out from Lion.
Yeah, I thought he was a goner, but he does manage to just get himself out there.
Dire's middle
Sentry. Oh, just out of range of the Observer and the Sentry from Michael as well. Colossal W's for the Lion here. Look at that, right on the edge. You hate to see it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Skadi completed.
Yeah.
23 minutes.
I think it's not as impressive now when you click on like Abaddon and realize that he's kind of close.
Yeah,
Like 1,400 behind on net worth. Like, if this was Anti-Mage buying Skadi and Abba barely completed Manta, but I mean, Amaru have just done an exceptional job at making this Anti-Mage not feel like he's truly doing everything.
Has fallen.
Yeah, that small window they identified where the Anti-Mage wasn't really going to be much of a threat, despite the start he had, was really key in Amaru just forcing the aggression, finding their feet in this game, and leveling things out. I don't think a lot of teams would have been able to do that. But they found their moment. And despite being a record-shattering timing on this Battle Fury.
It's also like the Scarif Mage is up to go for like a naked Blink Dagger build. So you are going to be seeing, like, if Anti-Mage wastes his Manta, instantly Panda will probably sacrifice his life just to get the silence onto the Anti-Mage. Laxel stays a bit too long on the Radiant side of the map, and he is punished because of it.
Indubitably, all he had shown from K1. Set that a little bit of time now, and already moving into the Basher as his next purchase.
Okay. So Anti-Mage is opting for the BKB. He understands that pick-off potential, respecting, the Scarif Mage, the Abaddon, even just kind of the roots of the Underlord. Plenty of tools to keep Anti-Mage in place. He doesn't want to have any random deaths. 7-1-1 on the Anti-Mage. And Aegis most likely going the way of Amaru. It would be unhinged if there was an attempt to steal it from the state of the meme map. Close to
most
impossible.
certainly. I mean, I do feel like Estar probably should have been more aware of that. I don't know if that was contestable. What do you think?
Not really.
No.
You're not running into the ball. Like, we've just seen how impressive the team movement of Amaru was. And it really just goes back to just how, kind of, putting it bluntly, how useless the axe is right now in the grand scheme of
Yeah.
Estevac's win condition. It's just like, he's got consecrated wraps, he's got a blink, he's going Lotus. Like, he's never jumping, like, of course, jumping Underlord and Abaddon as an axe, you're not killing them. And a Storm is quite hard to find anyways. So it's not as if it's a good axe game. It's just like, he has nothing to lean on, at least. So I feel like for Esterbacks, their biggest kind of win condition and kind of way to get back into this game is waiting for Parker to say, I found my jump, now we go for the kill.
Angel spotted out in the mid. Concentrated Raps ain't going to save you from this amount of magic damage. He is going to go down, and Jeddick grabs a kill. PB immediately looking for more. Doesn't have the most mana to work with anymore, though, as he picks up this Arcane Rune. And looks to back up K1 as he barrels it down the middle lane. Aegis on PP, though, he's feeling invincible. And that's because he is. But Parker still shoving down this bottom side pretty aggressively here. Underlord has turned up, but he's got himself the ultis to jump up and get on top of Pokorn. They want to force out this BKB from the Ember, and they will. Ember, fortunately, just using this BKB to back himself out. I want to say it, but
the line's been drawn though. They're going to do the wraparound. Esterbacks, they're going to try and potentially even smoke here and cut behind them, but they have the vision on Amaru on the high ground. They have pretty good positioning here. K1 just hitting for free. They're going to go into the storm.
It's an Aegis, don't forget, so it's just a singular life as Axe. Oh no, that's not an Axe, that's a Rubik jumping in and getting the two-man cool. Pretty cool from here. Parker going in deep here, has the BKB available when he wants to use it, wants to try and hold it for as long as possible, gets on top of the Underlord, and the Underlord's going to die now as well. Michael's already fallen, and Angel's dead as well, but the AM is still uncontested here. BKB used as K1 gets on top of Parker. Parker just going to try to trigger the borrowed time and get himself out. Blinking away to the side, realizing that Pokorn is gone, and wanting to just kind of leave this one, although PP is getting low, but Anti-Mage just does not have that 25 talent. Still very early on in the game here, of course, so Storm can do what he wants, and there you go. I mean, Amaru just absolutely destroy Estar. 4 heroes dead. What a win from them.
Yeah, they just held each other's hands, right? And even though Anti-Mage kind of found a decent entry, the Aegis on Storm Spirit was so important because they had to brush off the initiation from line. Anti-Mage just reset, and then, you know, Winter Wyvern, sure, you set up an Underlord kill. Parker also then finds the Scarf Mage after, but you've kind of utilized all of your aggression to get this, and you know, K1, PP, Rubik, there's plenty of kind of items and tools in play that, you know, they will be able to kill Parker if he ever wastes a blink.
Is there any world there where you can just take all the Storm's mana and then just leave him, save their mana void for something else, or even use him as a bomb in the fight? Like, does that line of thinking ever exist?
I mean, there is an argument that you could leave him, but he has 19-1 charges, and I just don't think that's really a possibility. I think you just need to, you either need to get the Storm kill reset, let the fight breathe for a second, because what happens is, like, once they get the Storm kill, they continue really pushing the limits, and like the Ember and the Wyvern, even the Lion to some degree, they overcommit next to the Abaddon, and you could argue it's like, if you get the Storm Aegis into Underlord kill, walk back to high ground, get full mana, you're probably going to be able to defend top racks. So I think in the moment they might have got carried away, but it's very easy to...
Parker getting jumped
like
here, he has the Manta, but he gets bashed the moment he comes out. Oh, that was really lucky for K1.
The root, force.
Parker holding that BKB forever, turning around, trying to get on the Storm. Storm in trouble. PP, is he going to blow? No, he's not. It's Parker that goes down instead. K1 bashes him again. Oh my goodness, the timing on that bash couldn't have been worse. Tip that, man. Absolutely. The golden hands today. Pokorn trying to get himself out. I can't wait to see a replay of that one, but Pokorn trying to get away. Orchid is there, forcing out the BKB, but he's not going to use it. There's no point. He's already gone. Tip's coming out. Amaru, they're feeling it. You can get your Battle Fury as early as you like, but Amaru is still feeling absolutely confident. K1 feeling like a god in this game.
So he
Bash is the right man.
So no, a second, hold on. He gets rooted, turns around. He could have bombed there. Could have bombed there. He didn't get.
Oh,
bashed.
he just
died. He just
cancelled it.
Yeah, okay, he didn't get. Yeah, that's just awkward for Parker.
My bad.
Very good though from Amaru once again to just keep making the moves. Just keep, like, they see an opportunity, they just go. Like, they're not allowing Parker to have this freedom. And like, I think under that pressure, I think Parker every fight in the back of his mind, he realizes, like, I have to win this fight. I need to get the kills. There's no like team in this moment. They have all the control and setup for him. But as an anti-mage, like, this type of game is like one of the hardest anti-mage games because of that kind of reliance on his impact. And he just didn't clutch up in the moment. He didn't get the Storm kill, quick blink out.
Couldn't utilize it. They will be able to catch the Rubik here at least. Parker jumping in, looking for more. Underlord trying to escape here. Mana Void just to cancel that TP. The call will be there from Angel as well. So it'll be a double kill for Pokorn. A little bit of money going to someone else on the team won't hurt Estar backs. And They stay a little bit too long after the range barracks here, and it does cost them a couple of kills on Amaru.
But yeah, I'm trying to think, like, is there a point where anti-mage truly becomes like, a bit more of like the 1v9 kind of carry? Butterfly will be a good item point for him. Sure, there's a Bloodthorn in the game from Abaddon, but still, I think with Mantis and BKB, there's lots of tools that Parker can utilize. I mean, for Amaru, it's a matter of just, you know, reset, kind of regain, I think, your understanding of the map state. Because if you get carried away and just keep running it down lanes in the hope to, guys, we're about to get mega creeps. It's 30 minutes into the game. Like, we're going to beat this anti-mage. It's okay. Like, don't worry. You might fall into the trap of, you know, letting the anti-mage kind of re-enter. But Parker, is he? Yeah, he's going for it. Cool.
Going for what?
Rush. No, the butterfly.
Oh, yeah.
But he had the disperser in his quickfire as well. Because he has 2 components of butterfly, but then queued up disperser. I am going to assume he's going to run over.
You would hope, but then again, judging by that Mana Void play earlier, I'm a little concerned that he might be second guessing himself a bit too much this game.
Yeah, because he's kind of there. That's why I'm like, I just guess he changed his quick buy in the assumption that he's just going to walk to shop and just click it anyway, but he might actually just not be going for butterfly. And Lion gets picked off mid. PP chasing down the lane. Has a 9-second BKB as well, so that's why he's a bit more confident. Panda setting up onto anti-mage. Manta to get rid of the silence. Instant Croaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Croaker. Always there to help out when you least need it. Alright, just straight up going disperser, it seems. A casual claymore in the backpack.
Yeah.
That is weird.
Okay.
Yep, he's actually selling the sold the claymore.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Okay.
I know what that means. T-Governor does not approve.
No, I mean, at this stage of the game, I think Parker, he just, like, Butterfly, it's a very cool item for anti-mage, very good for him. But I think the mentality of Parker right now, it's not the long fight, it's the, I want to jump in, and I need to blow up whoever I jump. He doesn't want to play the 2, 3, 4 blink anti-mage fight. He wants to play the 1 blink and I am done. So I respect it because that's his read. It's more just, it just continues to level up that intensity. The entire game is like Amaru functioning as a cohesive lineup, making these moves, understanding approach timings, doing this.
If that's your read on the game, then where is the basher? But then I do suppose you've got Lion and Axe with you, so in theory the lockdown shouldn't be the problem.
Exactly. Like, you are 100% utilizing your team here.
Wrap around again.
They're going for the smoke. Like, this is why they're buying disperser. They want to find a jump. PP in the river, jumping up. Maybe Axe can find him. Whew. No, he doesn't.
Do not PP in the river. That would limit it for the fish. Jump in, chains out onto Genek. Finger into the Aeon disc. That's not ideal. Good call coming out from Angel onto both Genek and K1 as PP gets Michael on the backlines. Parker looking for an opportunity here. Can't really find it. He's running out of teammates as well as Angel's fallen as well. Genek still alive through all of this, but big Mana Void coming out. Both the supports are dead, but K1, he's still absolutely fine and absolutely chasing Parker till the ends of the earth. And Pokon and Parker, all they can do is run away from this horrifying Abaddon. They cannot fight them. Close fight by all accounts, though.
It really feels like they just wish they had a way to have that cheap lockdown. And of course, you could argue there is a Lion, there is an Axe that is available, but smoking in the river, playing on the low ground, bumping into a Storm Spirit of all heroes, unless you already have the vision in play and Lion ready, you can't rely on the Axe. Like, you know, PP is always going to be able to dodge it. So it is very close. And another thing as well for Disperser that we didn't mention, of course, is another layer of Dispel into the silences, into the roots. He now has 3 defensive tools to make sure he can continue trying to clutch in the fight, where Butterfly would have been, you know, more maybe right-click damage. There is the burst potential of Disperser because of more mana burn. There is the survivability of it. So there is a lot of logic behind it. And you can see the confidence of Parker is like slowly growing. Ember doesn't have BKB for 17 seconds. Mystic Flare is missed. Lotus Orb
from the Axe and the Winter's Curse as well. They need to get him out of here. 10 seconds still on that BKB, but I think Pokemon's just about going to survive this one. The Storm's
dead.
actually going to die. XL, God, what a Winter's Curse from him. He was only doing it to save his buddy, but actually, turns out he gets a whole damn Storm kill out of it. Is that his first death of the game on the Storm as well? Second, but godlike streak still. What a way to go.
Dire
What
are
a,
scanning.
yeah.
Radiant's top tower
Okay.
is under attack.
Estar almost accidentally finding themselves a way back into this game.
It's a classic anti-mage game. You make a couple of mistakes and you start second-guessing yourselves, and especially like Winter Wyvern. You know, you've got Abaddon who wants to always get into melee range. There is that clutch potential. Going towards Roshan. Amaru have to contest this. Placing the wards on XL. Instant deal though from the Underlord.
That's tough.
They were
K1
jumping
getting
in.
onto Ember. Ember lifted up as well. The load is going to be there from the Axe, try to keep him alive as Parker just jumps in on the back, going on to the Underlord. Underlord thinks about escaping, thinks about it twice and will not get away.
No buy
He's
back.
dead. No buy on the Underlord, but the Storm comes back in and Parker just being held still inside the Cold Embrace, which he does need to be fair, but he's just orchid it up and taken down. Parker is gone. Immediate buyback though. He wants back in. They don't want to give up this Roshan. And in fairness, his teammates are still alive. They can keep the fight going if they want. But he's got to deal with mid first.
I mean, they need to deal with the waves. Need to shove them out. Again, Storm Spirit not having buyback. He could be on cooldown as well. You could argue maybe Estebax can look towards the Roshan, but they can't just go and hit Rosh. They don't have clean Rosh damage. They need to make that sweeping smoke move, find a pick off.
And PP, you know, he does not like building the Aghanim Scepter is what I've noticed. He tends to just prioritize a lot of other items first, and will maybe go for it a lot later on. Perhaps if he gets like a refresher shard from
Going into the
Roshan or
pit.
something like that, but it does just mean they don't have that late game team fight from him. Still very strong, of course, but
Just walks into the pit though on Estebax.
they have indeed, and they're immediately going to look for the opportunity onto the Ember, but the Ember's just straight out. But Parker, he doesn't have a BKB right now. They need to get him out of here, and they will. They will
Disperse
just
are paying
about.
off.
Yes, exactly. Purging that silence off himself and staying in the mix. Ember getting back, looking to defend. Wyvern getting back into the mix. Roshan. Oh, AD up on Parker.
Ooh, these golden braces. So you got to be
like
careful.
that. I
boss.
did not like that. As a finger into the Aeon disc once again.
What a curse.
Throw jumps in, but another amazing curse.
Storm's
And
banner.
Parker's just using the opportunity to turn Storm Spirit into a nuclear bomb. Bye-bye, PP. He's out of here for good this time around. And Parker gets on banner as well. 4 dead on the side of Amaru. All that's left is K1, and he's on another continent right now, leaving this Roshan over to Estar Bax. Amaru, they had this game on a silver platter. Everything was theirs, but a few hesitations, a few misfires, a few buybacks, and all of a sudden, Parker is back into the game. Estar Bax are back into the game.
I mean, it's not about that. It's Axel is into the game. The Winter Wyvern, the curse at the top side.
Absolutely, good lord.
I mean, he is finding the entry. He is finding the ability to enable everyone else to shine, right? Like, of course, you saw the Underlord Sky die in the previous fight. In this fight, he enables Parker to blow up Storm Spirit, burn all his mana. The BKB was still on cooldown by a matter of seconds. And that is why you want to have, Winter Wyvern in the late game. There's always that clutch factor. And Estebax needed some clutch factor to even be in contention in this game, because Amaru, they were just playing so efficiently.
K1's going to show himself. Pop the borrowed time pretty early here as we have a pause out from the Underlord and a disconnect from the Abaddon.
It was a bit like, I had a bit of
I
lag
had it
too,
as
so
well.
yeah.
Ooh, all right, gives us some time for reflection, that's for sure. Abaddon's jumped in, popped the borrowed time very, very early here. Does not have a BKB, by the way. Maz the Manta, of course, but that is going to be it. So the Hex timing from Lion could change everything here. Skyroth is nearby, but all he's got is Glimmer in terms of defensiveness. Rubik will be back in a minute as well, but also doesn't really have anything to help out.
He doesn't have buyback on anti-mage. This... Ooh.
Also true.
So on
And he doesn't
Abaddon,
have
sorry,
buyback on Abaddon.
No.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, both don't
Both
have
of them.
Abaddon. Both don't have buyback.
yeah, cool, okay. I
No,
don't think
ignore me.
Park is going down.
I
here,
meant
buddy.
Abaddon. Sorry, I clicked anti-mage, but no, Abaddon doesn't have buyback. And at least, like, if he had blink right now, it's kind of okay because you get borrowed time, just blink, whatever.
Yeah.
But
He blinked in.
I can't. I'm really worried for the sake of how hyped this game has been.
Is this the end?
That it is just going to be. Is it just Abadai, tier 3
Let's see.
taken, tier 4s get
End.
taken?
The Underlord will be back soon. It's hard to push into him, right?
It's just an Underlord. We're assuming Abba's dead. Storm
think
has
he's-
no buy.
Is it over?
Part of me is concerned. Like, at least if you look at the dire base, you could maybe hope for some like shenanigans of creeps, but the tier 4 is very healthy.
I mean,
Right, we'll see. They're going to
Hector,
unpause.
you got to
but-
prove what this play was about, because you just blinked into your death. If you just blinked into your death to just lose the game like this, then I don't know what to say.
Lift back from Rubik.
It helps.
There it is.
Helps
That's
a
the
lot.
saving grace. We're in the clear, boys.
All right. Trusting his Rubik to get him out of there. The shard of the Rubik, yeah, that was the save. I was looking at the items, not at the spells. Now onto the barracks, though. Still going to be damaged, but 30 seconds on PP.
Surprised that Estebax didn't go a bit more crazy there. Like, if they had anything to stop Rubik from casting his spells, then K1 just dies. But they're playing discipline. They don't want to overcommit. That was the problem in game 2. The overcommittal at the tier 2. Aegis for 3 minutes 30. BKB in the backpack of Parker. So it's not as if it's going to be a quick little Aegis post Aegis.
They got lanes to deal with, though. Top lane is severely pushed in, so it's time to leave. Can't let these creeps just take another tier 4 for free. Spent enough time outside of base. It's time to reset, so... Game definitely falling back into a very, very neutral position.
I mean, after Aegis, there is going to be a 1 minute window that Parker doesn't have buyback. So if there is a chance that Amaru has like time to buyback usage and is looking at the Aegis timer, there could be a pretty cool window to smoke. You know, you try to jump anti-mage, you abyssal pre-BKB, you throw, you know, the entire kitchen sink at his face. There's a opportunity that Amaru can try and just regain some footing in this game. Even with the kill lead and the very, very slight net worth lead, it means absolutely nothing. Positioning, as always,
Lag again.
so critical for Estebax. There is a little bit of lag. Hopefully it's not affecting the players. At least for Angel, he knows his job. Both Angel and Pokemon, they just got to jump into the middle engagement. Just be this really noisy, chaotic kind of blob of aggression. Enable the Winter Wyvern, the Lion, and the Anti-Mage, you know, them to shine. It just takes one curse on Storm or Underlord, and you know, Anti-Mage has done his job. Burn the Managerian Curse.
Yeah, that combo is pretty clean and pretty easy to get off for the most part.
Dire are scanning.
Excel has been extremely
scan
reliable
connects.
this game.
What a scan, actually.
Yep.
Really, really good at battleships.
Has been caught here and will be sunk. Give him a finger, give him mana void, why not? Level 25 hit, minus 50 seconds mana void cooldown. That is scary this game, to be fair. When you have like 3 really, really good mana void targets, this hammer is just obscene.
Radiant's
The fact that Parker's buyback comes back in 2 minutes, and he's like, yeah, it's fine, I'll farm buyback in that time. He full buys out for an Axe Blessing.
It's just so greedy. It's just so much.
It's greed, but also it's trust. There's so many different ways to phrase it, but I think right now, he's seeing the team step up in the team fights, connecting on their spells, knowing that he can connect.
Immediate jump onto Park here, of course, has the Aegis, so he's not too bothered by this. Immediately absorbing an Axe. Gets into his courier and then just immediately absorbed into his soul. Amazing counterspell usage.
Alright, 24 seconds left on Aegis. If you click on Anti-Mage and see him suddenly have an Axe Blessing, you 100% know he does not have buyback.
It's almost
Especially with
like,
the fact that the timer.
I know that these guys will read it, but like, to me, it's almost like I'm not sure I'd spot that if I was playing. I wouldn't really spot the guy, but like filled up an Axe Blessing, and so it's so unexpected. Maybe The power of illusion could be stronger. He's even bought a shard. My goodness.
Buy back in 60 seconds. How much gold left until you get it back? 3,000.
3,000. All right, just yeah, nice 3k GPM. I'm sure that's possible. Maybe with a rampage. Guys, just give me a rampage and I'll have buyback. Just what you want to hear from you, Gary.
It's rampage or bust. That's pretty much it. Amaru smoking down the mid lane. They've been struggling to find their connection. Unable to really kind of lock down the necessary heroes and get the kills. At this point, you might even argue jumping the Winter Wyvern could be the key piece in their success. Yeah.
This guy is a huge problem. Axel has been our MVP. Bar none. No net worth advantage at 44 minutes. Crazy. Yeah, that's a graph and a half.
It's your stereotypical anti-mage graph, to be fair. it's like win, win, lose, 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 win, lose, 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 win! Ooh, okay! And then...
We're so back. Oh my goodness, he's jumped on the bottom lane there, immediately going to jump in, but he doesn't get off the counter spell and the BKB, but now he's got to fight, and I mean, K1's just cooking him. Parker needs to leave. His BKB's running out, doesn't really have a target. Sees Panda here, he's going to have to go from, oh my god! That at Skywrath Mage just got absolutely obliterated. Angel jumps in, gets a call off onto K1. K1, by the way, still has not used his borrowed time. There is still a factor here. They're going to try and force it out of him now as Parker jumps in, and there's also Michael on the sidelines. PP's going to jump on him, but he's sucking, so he's invincible. As now they jump in with Angel as well. Call's going to come out.
He has
Parker
Arcane Rune.
still looking for his opportunity. Tries to get on top of K1. K1 is going to die. Bound goes the Abaddon, but can they get more? Yes, they can. Underlord also to fall. 3 dead on the side of Amaru. PP gets away, as does the Rubik. Estar, they lose 1.
They just didn't have enough damage. Amaru, the fight lasts so long. Estebax just keep kiting in and out of the fight. Multiple cold embraces. Axe, of course, able to live on a sliver of HP. And for Amaru, they just weren't able to connect their heroes onto a single hero. Panda disappeared quite early in the fight, and the Underlord, he Fiends Gates in, but he doesn't try to go for like the heroes that Storm and Abra are going on. Storm also enters the fight just a little bit later, and that's where Estebax once again shine in these longer, drawn-out fights.
Yep.
They're not pushing it too quickly, and there you go. Buyback is now available for Parker. A successful fight, multiple kills, no problems here at all.
And buys a new item.
Imagine.
Onto the high ground we go. Fortification forced, buyback from the Underlord. That's your high ground defender, but it is a dieback potential if they can get on top of him. Back again. Flare dropped on him as well. Get him down to about, let's say, 60% HP there. Cold Embrace heal is getting insane this late into the game. K1 coming back. They will respect him on the side of Estar back.
Well, now K1's turn. He buys a BKB. He doesn't have buyback.
But that's a
He's
neat
feeling
trick,
like he's
Parker.
just missing. I want to copy what you're doing. He feels like he's just getting a little bit too kited in the fights, right? But from some random stuns, some roots, and whatever.
Oh yeah, I completely.
He's not able to just have continuous damage. All these moves though, the tier 4 is slowly getting chipped down on Estebax. So there is maybe an argument that that could become an eventual plan for Amaru. You know, pushing a wave that's always getting shoved in top. You go for like a rat play, force the glyph, reset one more time when glyph's on cooldown. There's always a chance that the game progresses, especially if we get to tier 5 neutral items. You start throwing in some additional damage into the mix, and it's something to consider. But Amaru, they're smoked up. They're just hoping for a clean kill.
Doing it the old-fashioned way, throws down a remnant, and then just runs down back to base to push out. But he needs to be in the fight right now, as they've already lost Panda. And that should just be that. I don't think they'll commit to any more here on Amaru. Trying to poke out the base, trying to see if they can get anything in their Blink Dagger. Skywrath, but unfortunately he does just get 2 shot by the anti-mage at this point. 4 attacks is all it took.
They really need to deal with this top wave. It just keeps coming on.
Yeah,
through.
I mean, Ember tried. He ran all the way down mid, and then just the moment the fight started, just remnanted straight back immediately.
They've lost the tier 4
Ancient
tower.
exposed.
Woohoo! Okay, the game continues.
God, he would just, I mean, anybody, I feel like Parker's just like immune to stress, kind of. Well, no, he has made mistakes, but everybody else is just watching Parker play without buyback, like they're watching their tier 4 go down. It's just like, oh god. Oh no. You gotta keep that stress out of your mind. You gotta stay calm, stay calculated.
It's also just like a matter of like, I'm surprised that Esterbacks have had such a priority on playing the bot side of the map, because you've taken mid racks. You could just shift yourself to top. Of course, Roshan is going to spawn on the bot side, so right now it makes sense. But I'd like to see them post Roshan really have a priority on like playing top side, like enabling one wave to constantly go through top. It feels like you're giving a last, ditched hurrah for Amaru. But again, with Roshan in play, it doesn't really matter. I'm sure they'll happily trade a tier 4 for map state.
They're gonna kill it in
It's fine.
time, right?
Easily. Yeah, don't worry. That is not in question. They're good. They're good.
But yeah, even when he starts moving, you still got a few extra seconds to whack him.
Yeah. Aegis and Parker again trading BKB for Aegis. It does open up for some instant lockdown to be thrown back onto Parker once again. Is there anything picked up by? I feel like there's not really been major item progression from Amaru. The biggest thing will be the Storm, who's about to complete the Agnums.
Michael.
Dude, where's Zeus actually? Come on.
Zeus ult now.
Yeah, please. Yeah, you can see on the minute Parker's drawn the line. He's like, play top. Do
Yeah,
not
we
let
are
this
sick
wave
of
get
this
into
lane.
base. We are sick of this lane. And again,
They've got a big wave mid. That's going to push in. They've also got barracks mid, which help. So
yeah.
it's just this top lane they need to deal with. No one can really get out onto the map particularly well. I mean, bottom has a lot of range creeps from the Radiant. They have super range creeps as well, so this will push a bit.
They have to deal with bot lane as well, but to be fair, bot lane at this point, it could be like Anti-Mage goes through Twin Gate, pokes his head bottom, pushes one wave Twin and Manta. But everything we've just said about top lane, you still need to respect the bot because of that. The range barracks advantage is naturally going to shift in.
Let's not forget,
I really feel like at this stage,
is in the game, so that portal to just threaten that base is going to be in play at any point.
I mean, you can even fake portal. Just fake portal, send it to the base to Ancient, make one guy TP, then you take a fight in your triangle, right? Yeah. Like,
Can't just go, oh well.
I mean, the intensity of late game, these things, it just takes one bit of miscommunication, like, oh, they're porting base, and suddenly Anti-Mage TPs or something, and
It's so funny.
Storm
if
zips
I've,
in.
Just looked at the base there.
sorry. Nah, he knows I was, telling a story. Bot wave, though, is crashing into the Esther backspace. Parker jumping into the high
Bissell
ground.
extremely quick onto K1 there, actually. It wasn't Parker who got Bissell there, it was K1. And we're looking at Panda as well, but the division isn't going to be there for Panda, so he actually gets himself away just under the cover of the Glimmer Capers. In the back lines, they're going in pretty deep here. PP jumping around, dancing around, having a lot of fun. As Curse comes down, not onto anybody, so it will be Genek just eventually going down here in the back here as he's really trying to play around. And as you can see, creeps are on the high ground. You've got to be aware of this. On the base, K1 looking towards the Axe. Axe still has that BKB for cover though. They've lost their melee barracks to these creeps, by the way. Anti-Mage finally peeks, and Anti-Mage is the one to TP. Oh no, Pokon.
No.
TP's back, that's fine.
perfectly fine.
They have the same looking silhouette on the TPs, I'm sorry.
They TP back and they're going to go for a quick reset. They still have Aegis.
There is an AD.
They did lose a Rax, but it kind of doesn't matter in reality. As long as Estabats can, as long as they continue applying the advantage of having Aegis forcing your base, you just send the Ember to the side, he pushes it out, you need to go back, but
Jules going to spot
still,
the AD.
Amaru.
Yeah, there you go.
Underlord keeps pinging the bot racks, by the way. Just to remind you, I feel like Underlord might even be throwing in some words of encouragement
To the
He's
creeps.
pinging the base.
You can do it, creeps. Get him.
You got this.
Don't think that'll help somehow. Amplified damage on the Anti-Mage. Aegis is there. Refresher Shard, BKB, anything you could want. for your minute 53 anti-mage. Now is the time, and Rubik is spotted, and he's just going to get blown up, but not quite. Still alive for now, but there he comes, the Mana Void. They will take him down. Parker, though, backs away, goes over towards Panda. Panda's also going to fall. Buyback used from the Rubik, but not from Panda just yet.
Oh, accidentally got the call.
He almost caught PP there. Axe dragged back into range of the tower. He's feeling pretty strong now, Angel, at last. It's taken him a long time to get to this point. They want to get this bottom barracks here. In they jumps. There's the Aghanims from the Storm Spirit, but the follow-up, it's okay. They managed to catch one, and maybe they'll get Pokon as well. Pokon gets off the BKB in time, jumping across all over the place to try to get out of here. But Yenek is there in the back lines. But is the call's going to be there? But Yenek's still absolutely fine. I mean, this Rubik is just tanking through everything at the moment. Finger's going to come out onto him. He's even got a counterspell to play with. Surely Yenek goes down here without the buyback available, but another counterspell comes out from him. Surely he dies. How many spells is he going to fucking counter? Finally, Yenek falls without buyback, and now they have to hold with 3. Angel went so close to dying to that Rubik there, by the way. So, Pokon buys back, Michael buys back, but both the supports from Amaru have bought back, and they have both now died. Refresher Shard used on the Ember Spirit to get all of his remnants back to help him go back to base to defend. That's clutch.
Is under attack.
So with a 5-on-3 in K1, he buys the Refresher, hoping that he can maybe get 2 borrowed times off in the fight, and that can be enough, but can support, so no buyback.
Yeah. I mean,
Parker
he's
just
given
wants
up
to
his
move
own
towards the
buyback
top
as well for this. Jumps in onto the AM, chases him off. At this point,
They
it's
have to
just
push this mid-wave.
delay.
They need-
Delay.
Yeah. There needs to be some incredible clutch to make sure they don't get Mega. Parker just jumps in though.
He does indeed, and the call
No
is there
BKB
from
for
Angel, just
25.
dragging him out of situations, getting him into this awkward spot here, K1. The K1, I mean, you've got the Refresher, but will you ever have the mana to use it? Nice electric vortex coming out. Parker has to blink away, but he's not going to survive it. The ticks are too much. He's down. Buyback use immediately here from Parker, but is he teeping back into the fight? Yes, he is.
He
Buys route to travel too. He wants to end this game right now, and PP would be a great way to do it. The base is falling low, though, to these creeps on the Radiant side, and they've defended on Amaru. Excels back to defend. Their throne is fine. Yeah, K1, I'm not sure about this Refresher because he's never going to have the mana to use it in the fight, so...
It is a bit rough, yes. Like, Antimid just has to, like, sneeze on him, and the mana disappears, but...
It's an Aghanim's disperse anti-mage, like 2 shots, maybe even 1, and their mana situation gets awkward, but...
I mean, that aside, though, PP, he is just really clutching up with these vortexes. Like, the reason why Amaru is even still in this game, it feels like, is because he is hitting multi-hero vortex. Of course, into Ember, Anti-Mage, Axe, a triple melee core. It is inevitable that a Storm Spirit is going to find it, but PP, he is at the right place at the right time. Anti-Mage nearly lives as well. He, like, blinks out, but from all the little bits of burn damage from the Firestorm to the Abbot to the whatever, he does tick down, and like the buyback, it doesn't really pack a punch.
Check back on this later because I swear Storm Spirit had a Plasma earlier, but no, he's only got the Witchblade. He either switched up for the Scepter or he actually sold out for it to make the high ground defense. I don't know. We'll have to check back on his items at the end. I don't know if you spotted that. Parker
Jumping in.
away. Yep, another Vortex coming out. They found the Wyvern. Wyvern is the best possible target here, and he's gone. No Winter's Curse. PP still jumping around. Parker gets on him, just using the Mana Void to keep him stunned and get off his mana. That's all you have to do at this point, but your barracks are now being taken. K1, he's focusing on those objectives, just trying to get those barracks down, but Parker goes under the backlines and catches out PP. There is no Storm. Angel jumping onto K1, just trying to keep their barracks alive. Fortification being used for the Megas here, by the way, which could potentially open up a window to win. K1, is there anything to stop him here? Not really, not with the Underlord backing him up. Fingers coming out. Refresher is there for K1, though, if he needs it. Suck it away with the mana drain here as they go onto the backlines. They find Yenek as well. Angel, though, he's so low. He's going to die. Buyback available, but Pokon's dead without the buyback now. Amaru, they're smelling blood in the water. 3 versus 4. It won't be an easy finish here, but I think they're going to go for it. No fortification either. Don't really have the heroes just going full send on the throne, though. You need like at least 2 heroes to go and hit to do that. That's not going to work. Roshan's up in 2 minutes.
They just need to take deep breaths. You've just got the Mega Creeps after Esterbacks owning the entire map. I mean, fair play. For what felt like the last 20 minutes, backs against the wall, stuck in your base. Maybe they're taking a page out of Richie Gaming's book, knowing how important the International is. they're just making cool, calm, and collected moves. Find the jump, get the kill, reset. I mean, all that time spent in the base, they were like, guys, this is the game plan. We had Underlord pinging bot racks, we had K1 pinging mid racks. Then they make this epic clutch defense. So they clearly knew what their 3-step plan was to get back into this game. And with the no buyback and Winter Wyvern Ember, Amaru looks like they're going to try and force a little bit more whilst they're here. The Mega Creeps are walking into the base now.
Yeah, and Rubik's going to be joining them shortly, but the Wyvern will be there upon the TP time, and now K1's just going to go for it. Stuns will be there, though. They've got a lot. Call as well, coming on down. K1, no mana left, therefore no borrowed time available after this one. But the Ancient, it is starting to drop.
No glyph.
Hex is going to be there. Parker keeps chasing. Mana Void gets used, doesn't really do a whole lot. Finger's going to be there as well. Parker stays on, and K1, he's getting so very low, but he's not going to die just yet. Parker, he finally finishes the job, and Parker blinks away. He might not even die here. Excelgood also keeping himself alive. Parker gets out despite the Underlord. The Ancient is exposed, and K1 is back. Getting to work, using the buyback to get on top of that Ancient. He's already used a refresher as well, so he's got no second borrowed time. Angel jumping in, there's the electric vortex. Anti-Mage may finally be going down, and yes, they've got him, and that should be it. TU hack, don't know what it means, but Amaru Gaming take the win in 59 minutes. Esther, what a way to be eliminated from the tournament. A record-breaking anti-mage performance. Winter Wyvern Axel just pulling out the clutch moments, but it is just not enough. Amaru just will not give up, will not back down, never stop defending, and somehow they get themselves back into this game, and somehow they come out with the win. My gosh.
I mean, it was an incredible game from Amaru. Again, Parker, the laning phase, the 5-0, the early game, the Battle Fury, 9 minutes, third fastest in the history of Dota, potentially second. Like, it was an incredible start from him. The problem there is the rest of the pieces of the puzzle, they got dragged into the meat grinder of Amaru. They grouped up really nicely. They let Parker have his room, but they dragged Pokorn and Angel, the Ember, the Axe, into these fights. They made their net worth feel like it was getting translated into surviving rather than, taking over with the Anti-Mage. And that alone was such a great read from Amaru, because sure, Anti-Mage, have an absolute freebie, but if you chase him, then suddenly if you don't find him and there's all this farm elsewhere, you're just going to struggle. So the shot calling from Amaru to decide who to pick off was really great. And then of course you're going to get these little moments, some Axel Winter Wyvern with a multi-hero curse, some Parker pop-off potential. Like, it is inevitable. The skill of these players will make the game last a lot longer. But Amaru, just knowing how to pick and choose their fights. PP Stone Spirit 3 games in a row. In game 3, we might want to praise K1 on the Abaddon. We might want to praise Janik on his spell stealing, but PP picking up the Aghanims at the right place at the right time, him finding the additional hold was what gave Amaru all of the chance to win this game. So they have very well deserved progressed their way through this lower bracket. And I believe the Aghanims, it was picked up around about, what, 49, 50 minutes into the game? Actually, it's 53 minutes into the game. And at that point, the game completely changed once more. So maybe he wants to buy it earlier next time. But alas, what a great game from Amaru Gaming. And I cannot wait to see how they do in, the series later.
I really hope this series gives them, a lot of motivation to keep on playing. But of course, you do have to think about the human aspect here. This was a massive series, went for a very, very long time, and emotionally exhausting as well. With their backs against the wall for such a long time, they have to be feeling it now. They need to really, really rest up. They need to chill out a bit, and they need to get logged in, because they are playing again later versus the winner of the next series. So I really hope they are able to sort of reset after this one and get some rest in, and find a way to be fresh and ready for their final series of the day later on, because they're going to need it. But S-Star backs, end of the road for them. I mean, you got to give it to them. They've been so entertaining. They really have, and they're always a massive threat in these qualifiers. They've only been around in this iteration for a pretty short amount of time. They've also never played Amaru before, at least officially, so this is kind of cool to see them match up. Maybe this will be something we see more of in the future. But yeah, their story is done. But PP's, well, it's only just beginning. Congratulations to him, of course, our standout player. I mean, yeah, you mentioned it, that Aghanims. It was everything this game. It was a huge turning point on this one, and it absolutely got them back into it just by completely breaking apart these team fights.
Yeah, it's just exceptional to think of, the severity of game 3. You win, of course, you get to go to the next round. One mistake and suddenly your chance of TI just disappears in front of you. You could feel that on Parker, the idea where he's like selling his items to buy dispersers, and then Storm Spirit's thinking about, oh, do I want to go for Parasma? He doesn't. He then goes for Aghanims. Like, any wrong choice and it can all just disappear in front of you. I think for Amaru Gaming, I feel like the concept of this organization, it is a true South American organization. It's kind of built from the remnants of previous SA orgs. Like, it is just like something that you want to see for the region. It is just net positive to see, South America try and thrive. And I'm happy for the org to be able to progress further. I think the way they play Dota, it is very fun. Sure, you can always apply the logic of like LGD playtime, but right now that doesn't really matter, because in this series, in this moment, they played their hearts out. They deserve the next round. And, to play up against Nemesis or Chili Pibble, I feel like this is going to be the motivation to be able to break into top 3. And that still in itself is incredibly respectable in what is a very, competitive region between these mixed middle pack teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I it's just excited to keep watching. Excited to see more. We are going to jump over to a break, and then we're going to get ready, locked in, and reset for our next series of the day. It's going to be another lower bracket matchup, hopefully half as good as that one. We're jumping in to Team Nemesis versus Red Hot Chili Pibble just after this short break. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Oh, I've got another series in me. Done. We were done, I remember. Got the magic in me. Was that like real, or was that like a kind of jokey thing? Wow. That's crazy. That is insane. Welcome back to the regional qualifiers for the South America region for the International 2026, as we are getting into our second series of the day, and it is another elimination series, this time between Red Hot Chili Pebble and Team Nemesis. To you, Governor, let's waste no time in getting this draft up and getting into our second series, and my goodness, we've already got 2 picks on the board.
Yeah, it honestly feels like our third series of the day. That first one was so long, but yeah, I'm actually just really excited to look at Team Nemesis. I've not been able to cover their games since the formation of this new roster. They have, of course, been trying out, SEA rosters, and obviously then they had the SEA roster that went to EU to now come to SA. So it's kind of been of a weird timeline for the org in general, but we'll see where they are standing. Of course, we have said it multiple times already. The pecking order for South America, they are in line with Amaru, but not to LGD playtime level. But the ceiling of Nemesis feels like it, conceptually, based on the player names, should be at the point of like one day getting to LGD playtime. Is it going to be during this qualifier, though? That is the question that we have to ask.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe. Maybe, but yeah, they've got a long way to go, especially if their opening series, well, their second series with anything to go by. They did, of course, get knocked down to the lower bracket by playtime. So, yeah, and it wasn't really that close, if we're being honest with ourselves. The games were relatively convincing. So now we're really looking for Team Nemesis to step up, lock in, and see what they can do. So we're going to start this draft with a Snapfire being let through the draft by Red Hot Chili Pebble. Nemesis take it up without any consideration. And now we're going to have a Zeus as a response to it from Red Hot Chili Pebble. So I think the interesting thing here is definitely the Zeus. Is this a particularly good answer to Snapfire, or is this just something which Red Hot Chili Pebble want to play with? Is it like something they're happy to run mid? What's the call here?
It feels like it's Chili Pibble's way of saying, if you put Snapfire mid, we have Zeus mid, we're fine. I would like to think that there has to be some other logic behind the Zeus, because if you're Nemesis, there is a chance that you just put Snapfire 4, lane it with the Doom, and you're pretty happy. And then the whole picking Zeus thing doesn't matter, because suddenly you're laning mid Zeus into like some pretty decent active playmaker that Zeus can't pressure. So we'll have to consider if Nemesis are able to flex the Snapfire versus just default. But their draft is just very, very stable. Like, there's no real complaints right now with their draft pattern. It's Snap that's very dominant. Bane can secure lane. It's a Doom that, in theory, will just be able to play his game no matter what. Like, sure, there's still a +5 and carry to be picked, but you can't really find fault with Nemesis' first 3 heroes so far.
No, honestly not. It's extremely difficult to criticize any of this. Maybe there's an argument about Bane having his ulti too easily cancelled, but of course, once you get the Aghanims, that's no longer the question. And just generally a strong hero at the moment. So, any hero that's a competitively meta hero will have more facets to them than just their ultimate or just one aspect of the hero. Almost always there'll be multiple things that are strong with them, or just one thing that's extremely Omega broken and can't be countered, but that's rare.
Yeah, it's just a lot harder for Chili Pibble to progress the draft in this position. They are going to go for a die. Okay. I need to see the next pick before I comment. It's like right now...
it is Rio Estillo. He's a bit of an offlane undying specialist, as we saw. He did kick ass on this hero yesterday.
For sure. And they are protecting themselves from the potential Drow pick Nemesis might go for on pick 18, final pick of the second phase. Because I've got Undying is pretty good against her. You put Tombstone down, you chase her down. So it's like, I can see the logic that Chili Pibble's applying. Like, even with the Nyx Assassin pick, you've got the Zeus pick to deal with the laning of Snap mid. You have the Nyx to deal with the game of Snapfire because you have Carapace to cancel Mortimer Kisses and also just hunt her down when she's trying to play in the fog in the backline to then get the initiation. So a lot of Chili Pibble's draft is pretty much everything's react. Zeus to Snap, Nyx to Snap, Undying for the potential Drow, and then you pick a Terrorblade. Like, team fight and lockdown is not Chili Pibble's friend, but trying to just be efficient in the early game is maybe their approach, because Undying, Terrorblade, and Zeus core right now, based on the lane matchup, should just be able to farm.
10 seconds remaining.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, they've got good lanes. They've got no aggression coming out from Nemesis in terms of early timings or anything like that. Yeah, Snapfire into Terrorblade is kind of annoying. Like, the kisses can be a problem. It's good magic damage for him, and also Snapfire with a Blink Dagger just getting in his face could be an issue, so it's not the freest Terrorblade game of all time, but at the same time, you know, once he gets his items, he can just blast heroes away. Sunder, of course, if Snapfire gets in close enough to do that sort of innate related damage, then TB can, of course, just click off an old Sunder. Lovely.
I mean, they also have played Doom carry, but okay, they're going to PL carry. I'll be honest, I'm not. Was that a confident face from from Astini?
There was this. Yeah, Astini did this earlier as well, where he picked something and just went, ooh, like. Your picks, brother. Like, what?
That was
After the guy drafting for you drafts and he goes, ooh. Gonna be like, what?
To be fair though, on PL is a very good hero. If you think historically for matchups in this game, sorry, out of context, if you clip that incorrectly, I'm gonna sound egregious. But in this game, like PL to Terrorblade, you have so many illusions. It's hard for Terrorblade to do damage on the correct PL. To Sunder, you rarely get the right PL. Into Undying, you can just kill the Tombstone quite nicely. And as always, because of Nyx Assassin, the lane becomes a lot better for carries. Like if it was like Undying Willow, Undying Rubik, Undying SD, just anything with some more lane presence, you would be saying that, oh, maybe PL can actually get, you know, a little bit of fight in the lane and maybe he gets pressured. But Nyx is such a weak laner that you could even argue PL won't have too many problems. So yeah, I think PL is a pretty cool pick conceptually into Undying Terrorblade. And it feels like Nemesis will just sit back and play for like the farm, right? It's like Doom's going to get his BKB timing, PL will get to like Manta +1, and then, Snap, be it mid or support, will just kind of connect the dots to the aggression. Based on the bans from Chili Pibble, they are expecting Analog to find a new mid hero. And I honestly wouldn't mind that. I'd like to see the Snapfire probably go to the support role, just so you can kind of float around the map. Like imagine going through Twin Gate and then just jumping onto Undying, little shreddering the Tombstone down, like just assisting with some of that early pressure to the side of the map could be kind of cool. Analog could just play like some like mid Ursper or something. Like just have some random dude that just goes crazy, like presses stun, makes things happen. Would be kind of cool. But
mid Lion, let's go. Yeah, it's probably Snapfire going to be in the middle. We can dream.
Sure.
We can dream.
Yeah, I don't mind it. At least like I did want to see a new mid potentially, but they at least pick a 4 position that still will roam the map and do things. Like if they picked like a weak map playing a 4, potentially you could be critical on it, but they've gone for the guy who has like the most lockdown from the 4 position. And when you have Doom, PL, Snapfire, you want that additional bit of lockdown. And then Chili Pibble's response to all of this is taking the Underlord. So it is going to be a +5 Undying to then get Underlord.
I think I'm down to see Prada playing a +5 Undying because he does like to get up in people's faces. He likes to outplay, and I think Undying's a hero you can certainly do that on. Could be cool.
It's probably one of the most reactionary drafts that I've seen throughout the qualifier. Like every pick felt like it was an instant like, wait, you picked that? I'm gonna pick this. Wait, what? It was very like a chest out kind of like very loud and proud style of draft compared to other drafts we've seen where it's like, I'm gonna pick my my heroes and you're gonna try and counter me. Like you could pretty much connect a line to every single pick and just the raw aggression between both teams. I think I still prefer Nemesis lineup. I think Underlord into PL, sure, Underlord's going to farm quite nicely, but the way that Nemesis will fight in this game is going to be very kind of fluid engagements where you're going to like poke with a Snapfire, maybe set up with a Bane or Lion, either poke for that kill or you'll disengage, wait to see the Crimson buff go down from the Underlord, the Shiva's wasted, and then PL will then connect after. So it's going to be a lot of like multiple fights from Nemesis, outside of course of a quick pick potentially with like Lion Finger or something. But for Chili Pibble, I think my fear for them is just when they get online, they really have to make sure that every spell is for an objective because they don't have much team fight to lock down engagement. So they kind of need to go hit like a Roshan or a tower and go fight us right now or we take this objective, because the rest of their draft is a little clunky. It's not as like cohesive as the Bane lockdown with the Lion, the Snap, and we'll see if they have the kind of timings and the laning phase ability to enable this type of draft.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would very much like to hit minute 60 this game. I would like to see an Aghanims on the Snapfire and Aghanims on the Doom. They just have like a AoE Doom projectile in on the enemy team. Rampage done. That's what I'm
You've
here
been
for. That's what
asking
I'm hoping.
for Ag Snapfire for so long, and it's
You
one
know
day
I
you're
love
gonna
this
get it.
Aghanims. You know I love it.
I know.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I know you do. I know, and I just don't know how to ease you in with the information that it's just not going to be picked. Like unless, like you
But
said,
it's so
I think
good.
I respect that you've at least said 60 minutes. That shows progression because earlier in the qualifiers you wanted it to be like
Or
a second item. So I think you have like
well, it should be, but
improved.
they just don't know yet. They haven't tried it.
Okay.
I think they made it so that when you shoot in a Helm creep, it dies now, right? Because I used to terrorize my pub with Helm the Dominator. Good with pause. I can keep talking. Find the Centaur,
Sure,
use the Aghanims, throw the Centaur in, use kisses, and then stun with the Centaur to keep them locked down in one place. It's just like easy mode for the kisses. You know, you don't need some noob support to come and help you set it up.
No, this is your bit, Nomad. Keep going.
I don't really have any more than just like it's also fun being able to use your teammates like pawns. You know, so many of
Right.
the time you're like, come on, dude, like get into the fight. My stupid carry, my Medusa wants to go farm some creeps. Not today. Blink over, gobble them up, throw them in. No choice now. You're in there. You better hit that ulti or you're gonna die. Perfect. And I guess you can save people as well, but I mean that's kind of boring.
That does sound kind of boring. But
Absolutely.
if there ever was a game to see it, maybe at 50, 60 minutes when Analog wants to eat some Ag's blessing, sorry, it would be this game, Smile.
Potentially. I mean, yeah, actually, no, it is pretty good because you've got Lion stun talent. So there's a point where Lion could be thrown in with a nice AoE stun, but yeah, could be funny. But probably not going to happen. Let's focus on things which might happen. I mean, is there any chance Analog goes for the right-click build? Because we did see Wonder Boy hit that one a little bit earlier in the qualifiers. Just went for... I think he did get a Blink Dagger and a Shard, but then just completely pivoted to, I think, Maelstrom or something. I can't remember the exact build, but yeah, he went full into right-click after the first
Yeah, he just
initial
went.
item.
He just went Daedalus. But
was
not
it.
really. I feel like in this game, because you have like Terrorblade, Zeus, Nyx, all can be susceptible to big burst damage, especially from Snapfire, who's maybe even going to take over this game due to the natural aggression that the supports will bring through map movement. I'd like to see him just go like Kaya, Blink, maybe a BKB for a little bit of defensiveness, but just go for the simple murder everything style of play. Like you don't need to overcomplicate anything. It's also like when you look about the farm that is required on Nemesis, Analog needs to be a bit more sacrificial in his playstyle to open up the map, because Doom and PL, if you give them free entry to, let's say, 2-3 items in the game, it's kind of on you to lose the game, right? Because like it's very hard to kill PL. Like Underlord, Zeus, sure they have pretty good ways to deal with illusions, but you know, you get a heart on a PL and kiting in and out, he's gonna be fine. And then Doom also will just delete a hero. So I kind of feel like Nemesis, they should be the ones in the driving seat in this game. They have the heroes that can be active. They can make the moves. They've got the pick-off potential, the little smoke ganks. I am honestly quite worried for Chili Pibble. I mean, not only the fact they only have 4 players right now, but like if any of their lanes get broken, they don't really make moves. Like Underlord just farms, Terrorblade farms, Undying doesn't smoke gank. So Nyx is kind of by himself going, yeah, I'll Vendetta get someone. And maybe Zeus throws it on top of it. So there is this like major requirement on Chili Pibble to ensure the game feels stable. Like the first 15 minutes, it's like it's entirely on them to stop any aggression with counter TPs, defensive moves. Like, if they ever lose pacing, like I said, very scared.
Yeah, for sure. I will say the Nyx Assassin we've been seeing in our games has been very different to the Nyx Assassin of the past, where you are like deep into enemy territory, like hunting, trying to find like pickoffs. There could be a return to form with that, just due to the, as you say, like the Zeus, especially when you get to the Ag. So like we could actually see the Nyx Assassin getting on map and doing that. I don't know if that necessitates him going for like the full committal with Dagon or whatever. I think you still want to be a support, but you have the option to play like that despite not having that sort of Dagon pick-off item in your inventory. I think Dagon is sort of
It's
not
a bait item.
buildable anymore.
Yeah, it's very, very
Sadly. I thought it was really cool when they added the lifesteal part to it. I really liked that aspect to it. It was kind of interesting. You know, there's a couple of like close range magic heroes who could have some fun with it, but yeah, that was short lived, sadly. What does it take to bring Dagon back, T? How do we get it back?
Honestly, I feel like Dagon needs to be this item that is sometimes picked up, but not that good. Because if you bring it back and you overpatch it, everyone's going to want to buy an item with burst damage, right? So as much as I want to try and entertain this, I really feel like it's in an okay
There's a difference
spot.
between like, I don't think it's an okay. It's not buildable. You just said that's a
Puck
big
buys it.
item. Like,
Puck buys it. It's
I've
okay.
never seen a Puck buy it.
GPK at Blast Slam 7 bought it in 2 different games.
Okay, all right. Why?
Because he was winning and it looked cool.
Yeah, okay.
It was just like fear fight.
Kind of goes to the crux here a little bit.
No, again, the thing with Dagon, it's like, if you make it too cheap, like, okay, let's assume that it is still going to be not respected to the point that everyone's trying to buy 1 per game. To then balance it, I would probably say you need to give it an additional like stat or buff, so then int heroes that naturally play on spellcasting feel like it assists them in their spellcasting. Because right now it kind of feels like it's in its own area of Dota. Like adding cast range, I think that was their attempt of making spellcasters be happy, but it's just not enough to make it like viable. Like to get Dagon 5, it's so expensive. Like Dagon 1 just needs to have good stats,
Pretty insane.
but not.
I do think
lifesteal.
that,
No. That was a bit. That was a bit too much for me personally. Like 1 Dagon and you burst like full HP, like that was sometimes kind of crazy.
I do think they should make it so that if you ever Dagon someone and they Dagon you back in the same frame and you both have the same level Dagon, you both just instantly die. You both just turn into a smoldering pair of shoes as Lelis is getting run down by Prada. And Kotoro Hayama down in the bottom side. Reflection is all that's needed, as they're just going to go on to Jabs here as well and chase him out. So what a start to the bottom lane for the Red Hot Chili Pibble.
That was a really awkward death as well. That's the type of death that like you don't even talk about it at the end of the game. The players just kind of go, yeah, bit
Happened.
Yeah.
We're all going to acknowledge it happened.
Again, in this bot lane with the Lion and the Doom, there will be points of pressure against them due to Reflection, Tombstone, and spells that can contain them a little bit through slows. But it really should just be about farm
Lost
efficiency.
his creep wave. Uh-oh. Yamson with the Nightmare needs these 2 melee creeps. Look at this adventure that these melee creeps are going on. I know Jabs is in trouble bottom, but there are certainly melee creeps coming onto the high ground right now on the bottom side. Oh, they found a courier? No, they haven't. Oh, no one can see it. Promise you it was very exciting. Analog and Latroni kind of going at it right now, and Analog is not coming off very worse for wear, but he does now have his bottles delivered, so can chug away and get himself nice and healthy once again.
And this is why they went for the kind of the Zeus into Snapfire. Like, as long as there's not like an Ember or Viper type counterpick to the Zeus, you are just going to be able to trade a farm, and you kind of mirror the damage. When Snap has good damage, Zeus also has it. It's quite nice conceptually for the lane. Meta is used bottom.
It is indeed. Again, the aggression continues. Jabs is getting good damage off onto the Terrorblade Lelis. He gets off the Hex, and that'll be enough to get the kill, but Jabs is the one that goes down first by a whisker. Literally almost the same time they die.
Top lane, Yamson having to nightmare himself out of the route, but he's only level 1. 1 creep from level 2.
That's rough.
And very good sign from Chili Pibble.
10 XP.
Just really utilizing the heroes that they have for the lanes. Right? This is their best window to kind of give themselves entry to the game. Because, like we said already, their ability to play the map is a little awkward. They need to just kind of outplay. And right now, Terrorblade, the Undying, the Nyx, Underlord, all kind of doing their job to make sure Nemesis doesn't get free access to freeing up their supports to run around the map.
This is the Snapfire Zeus matchup in a nutshell we just saw there, where Analog Goes for the cookie onto the Zeus, but of course gets a ton of damage off, but then on the retreat, Latroni's just free casting spells and Analog and getting a lot of damage come back the other way. But that said, Analog has come out a little bit better from this trade and can now start to zone out Latroni, who's looking a little sad in this middle lane now, honestly.
Yeah, we'll see at the 4-minute mark if any supports will come over to the mid lane. It's maybe a world where Analog will just crush the lane. Zeus really needs access to one of the water runes. And you can see, look, both Bane and Lion, they identify the need to shut down this Zeus. And then another pause comes into the mix. I believe there's only 5 minutes left of pause time. So Chili Pipple, they need to be mindful of this. They had a problem with their Underlord. Now they got a problem with their Terrorblade. You never want to have these type of issues, especially when you are progressing your way through the lower bracket of the TI qualifiers.
Definitely. Yeah, hopefully they can get these internets fixed ASAP. Never want to play 4v5. That's never fun for anyone.
It is possible,
We
though.
get the gold from them in lobby games. Sucks.
But if... What was the team that did it? I won't say the carrier's name because you never want to advertise people who do malicious things to our community. But what was,
yeah.
what was the...
I remember the whole situation. I can't
Winter
remember
Bears.
the name
Yeah.
Winter Bears, my goats.
I think, yeah. The 4 lads that stuck through that game and was able to close it out. Now, that is impressive. But again, shame on that terrible, vile soul who, wanted to ruin, tarnish our beautiful game. But still, to win as 4, mad props. And luckily, for the sake of our coverage, we aren't going to watch that as Terrorblade has reconnected. And we do have a beautiful 5-on-5. But yes, as we said, 4-minute marks coming in. Nemesis trying to shut down the water runes. They don't want the Zeus to have any regeneration.
We'll force him back to base as well if they do manage to do this. But Wu comes up to the top side. Looking to secure that water rune. Nightmare out from Yamson, though, just to make sure that Analog can get in. Actually, Analog sees himself an opportunity for a kill here and will absolutely take it. But Yamson did inadvertently take the water rune during that. But luckily, Lelis is here guarding the bottom one. So definitely will be the double water rune spot. Analog, yep. Analog kind of thinking of going for another here, but...
What were you thinking?
Yeah, not enough mana, unfortunately, for the combo of the cookie into Scatter Blast, so Undying gets away. Latroni will just have to ferry out clarities and hope for the best.
But you can see how important mid-rotations are, right? Because Doom had this kind of awkward, Undying Terrorblade situation he was trying to navigate, and supports walk mid. You drag 6 heroes to the mid lane, of course, including mid laners, and now Doom gets to farm back up again. PL in the 1v1 versus Underlord, it's fine. Like, Underlord can shove the wave, but PL can then just farm. And it's not like Underlord stops PL farming in the early game. The counter kind of comes through later on with firestorms and kind of itemization. So Nemesis just doing a pretty good job at just ensuring their cores can get through the lanes and not get any shutdown. Again, Undying is meant to be a lane dominator. We don't see it too often in the 5 role, but not really feeling its impact as of yet.
No, not so far. We'll see.
As that is
I
comes
was
back to the
hoping
mid
for a little
lane.
bit more.
I think it's very hard though. Like, Terrorblade is locked in behind cooldowns, so if your carry has less cooldowns, then Undying can thrive based on like stepping up, bodying, and bringing them low. But
Here we go,
bit of a
everyone to
awkward
mid.
combination.
It's time. Kiss is coming out onto Latroni a little bit here. Lelis is there with the follow-up with the stun, and that's going to be a kill onto the Zeus. Invis grabbed by Prada down on the bottom side at least, so Analog will not get the bottle refill.
just very good map play from Nemesis. It's just more like they just got a very basic script they're following. 4-minute, get waters. 6-minute, contest active. And then they're there, they're ready. But Chili Pipple, they're not there. Like Prada, on the 4-minute rune, he walked in like 10 seconds late. On the 6-minute rune, again, not really ready. Zeus is already getting locked down by the Lion plus that fire combination.
Bottom lane, play coming out onto Jabs here. Wu's in the neighborhood as well, but, well, Jabs already dead. The stun from Lelis is not going to help him. They will lose their SEA offlaner. Lelis running to the Wisdom, realizing what could be afoot here. He might need a little bit more help to secure this Wisdom rune. Is it going to come? No, it is not.
it's just him by himself. Like, if Snapfire had ultimate, then you could maybe make an argument that Analog would TP down, Lelis would bait, but they might just lose both wisdoms. That Death on Doom
trying, but doesn't really come in, and that is rough for them.
Luckily, again. Sorry, go on.
And he's just 2 supports, which really like a lot of XP.
And silver lining is 200 XP. Of course, it was nerfed, so it's not as if it's what it was in the past, but still double XP. Still very, very rough to lose. Just not completely game losing like it used to be a patch or 2 ago. That was the dark days at 7 minutes. And Doom is gonna get a Nyx kill, and then hit level 6, and potentially might even continue the dive on the Terrorblade. I take it back. Nyx didn't die. I did.
You lied to me, Robson, and I don't appreciate it.
It happens, mate.
You're a scoundrel.
Alright, now I'm going to do it again. Zeus wouldn't die in the mid lane.
This guy's super dead. Whoop, Zeus going aggressively here onto Analog. Thundergod's coming down as well. Stun out from Lelis. Analog will take down the Zeus, but will die himself. As Yamsun desperately tries to deal with the tombstone in the back lines, and does do so. Gets himself a little bit of gold in the process. Blue Stun's going to be available in just a second. Throw in a bit of Malice, and Lelis is cooked. 2 kills going the way of this duo as the red hot chili pibble make their presence known on the map.
Yeah, it was a good response from Chili Pebble, just to try and thwart this constant aggression that we're seeing through the mid lane. But again, for Nemesis, I don't think they mind, right? I think like the logic of the draft that we've already mentioned, it's like the supports and Snapfire will create all this noise and chaos of the early game, and then you're hoping that Jabs and Rubicon just can take over with how incredible the scaling of PL and Doom will be in this game. The Chili people, they need to try and set a bit of narrative themselves as Lelis and Analog rotate down to the bot lane, execute the Nyx. This is kind of my concern. That you can see from the map move and Nemesis, like they're not, like even though they have some random deaths, they just don't care. Like they understand like the script they need to follow.
You can just keep going here. Analog, he sees Prada down on the low ground. His stun is here. Lelis running over. Kiss is available, but I don't think you're going to need to use it here. Just get yourself the old cookie into the shotgun to the face, and it's a feeling you're going to have to get used to if you're a support on the side of Red Hot Chili Pebble. Getting a scatterblast to the dome, unfortunately, just going to be a lot of your life here if you're not careful on this map.
They're going to sit back, probably go make some stacks, and just try and be efficient. 2,000 gold lead at the 10-minute mark. Of course, the major disparity is the Snap to the Zeus. Zeus is having to use so much resource to survive, while Snap, of course, we see him getting the kills. 14 seconds until the next Zeus ultimate. Maybe they can try and set up a play around that. And he walks up into the high ground and just gets deleted.
You're learning a lesson. Latroni getting blasted by a few kisses. Going a little wide here, but will still land regardless. Jervis is in the thick of it at the moment, but Prada's the one getting whacked down as Rubicon makes the early rotation on the PL to join the fights. It does get a whole bunch of kills going his way. Nemesis getting started on this map.
Yeah, Nemesis just understand, I think, the concept of the draft timings really nicely. Like, the PL has a Yasha. He knows that he doesn't have to just AFK sit top. He can rotate through, pick up a regen, keep applying that pressure. Like, Underlord Terrorblade are so greedy in the first, 50 minutes of the game. So just keep trying to, poke at your opponent, make them waste TPs. Lelis has to be careful. He's behind a tree and doesn't even care.
Too much. Well, yeah, apparently it is. Well, it's absolutely fine. The Doom kills off Lanatroni.
Just scrambling. Wait, and Yamsun killed...
What?
What?
Huh? Excuse me?
He got nightmared into Brain Sap and then Fiend Script and just got solo killed by a Bane.
Okay, Yamsun, I see you. That's
I don't think the Nyx did.
Right there.
The Nyx...
Yeah, that is true. That is...
He was adding shuffle to the playlist and just got deleted. Okay, unlucky.
Sora Hayama is being chased down to the bottom side now as well. Cookie up. Oh, doesn't quite make it to the high ground, but Rubicon does. Hello, coming through the portal and blowing up the Terrorblade. Lelis does die to Lalatroni at least, as Prada trying to look for something here, but unfortunately, this Golem is just going to get killed off as Analog gets himself a double. I don't think they should have let Snapfire to the draft.
I don't think it's a Snapfire problem.
Is under attack.
Okay, that's alright then.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Analog does seem to be utilizing it better than from what we've seen from all the Snapfires in this tournament so far. And I do think that's a lot down to Lelis as well. He's just willing to just run in and stun shit to allow the Snapfire to blow their heads off. It's pretty impressive.
That aside, Analog has shown the strength of Snapfire to the top level of what the hero wants to do. The damage it can provide, the setup. But I think just on a team-to-team level, Nemesis just truly understood the first 10 minutes a lot better. Like there were slight advantages to like the first 4 minutes of lane from Chili Pebble, but I think the supports just knew what to do on the map so much better on the side of Nemesis, because then that kind of activates Analog.
Local bounty.
That's a lot of gold. They've been playing mid to bot quite heavily, and you know even the PL TPing to mid, so kind of makes sense why there's some bounties up there. But no, I would agree. I think Snapfire, silly hero in the right hands, and clearly I think Nemesis is proving what to do with the hero quite nicely as they rotate top.
Count the kisses. Don't get the Nyx though. He's got Spike Carapace. Beautifully done. Rio SD is gone. That's actually really nice from Analog, just dropping the first kiss onto the Nyx assassin and then going down. I mean, admittedly, Wu probably could have Carapace the first one with the burn, but took a minute to react. Got out of the burn first before the Carapace came off, and then Analog gets to unleash a full volley onto the Underlord. What a gift.
Yes, that's a constant poke and prod that you love to see. It's the reason why Bane and Lion are even kind of contested quite heavily within the qualifiers so far, is their ability to always use the twin gate, run down the river, move speed, get some random like bit of lockdown. Sure, Snapfire, Zeus, these type of heroes, Embers, Storms, you get any bit of control in front of you, you're going to pounce on that opportunity. And the 6,000 gold lead is built due to these map movements. Rotating through. Oh no, Undying, you've been put on the high
I don't
ground.
want to go up the high ground, boss. Yes, I do. Tombstone down, get out, run. Yamson gets away to the trees, but no, in comes an Otos from the Underlord, but is this chase getting a little bit too far? No, it's fine, I'll kill him. Thunder Gods comes down, and I'll see everything. Just want to point out, Jabs is like full mode go fast in this game. He's got his Scorched Earth, he's got his Speed Aura from the Kobold, he's got his Kobold Cup as well to go with it, he's got Quicken with the 15 movement speed, he's got Phase Boots, and he's got Drums of Endurance.
Yeah, he's spooky. I mean, I kind of want him to do the full, the San Jasha build from like Amaru, and then you get the Alpha Wolf and BKB. Like, honestly, that build it could kind of break this game, but yeah, we'll see where he wants to go. Okay, this Nemesis just have full freedom to do what they want. Ideally, they don't want to smoke break onto the Undying. They want this wraparound to connect on the Zeus. There is a ward still down from the Radiant side.
Here comes more kisses, this time onto the Zeus, comboed up with the Fiend's Grip. He's absolutely destroyed.
Were they going for
About it.
They were thinking about going for the gate. That would have been pretty sick. Just
come
the wraparound on the Lord. Oof.
The blind gates, I always have so much respect for that. Rio Estia in tree lines, looking to throw down a Firestorm here after the fortification just to try to defend this tower.
And if he presses Firestorm, he is dead. He should just... Yep.
Nyx has been spotted. Katora Hayana though, seeing an opportunity here, and will go for the Bane and will take him down pretty damn fast. Now the Doom comes out onto Undying, but Jabs is still in trouble as Katoro has not moved an inch. He's just clicking through this fight and gets himself 2 freebies onto Yamson and Jabs.
Yeah, you can feel like Nemesis, I think that they started that with pretty good logic. The idea about you smoke around with the Lion, Doom TP to mid tower, so it's like you kill Zeus, Doom turns up, you have number advantage. But it just got a little sloppy. You know, Lion disengaged to top side, Snap cookied the Bane on top of the Nyx, thinking they were going to blow him up, but they didn't. And really good movement from Terrorblade, identifying the fact that he can turn up with his meta to get a bit of a clean-up kill on the Doom. But I think Nemesis, they started that move quite nicely, but miscommunication kind of broke down and they just kind of got punished at the end of the day.
Beautiful first fight from Kotaro there. You know, he's had a really rough lane, but to turn up to the mid game with your first fight being one which results in 2 kills for you, feels really, really good for a Terrorblade, and exactly how he's going to have to play this one if they want to stand a chance in this first game, because they are 5k goal behind. I cannot stress how dire the situation is for Red Hot Chili Pebble.
At least it's been 5k for some time, right? Like, it's kind of been like going in and out of like 5 to 6k gold. It's somewhat stabilizing. And I say that loosely because PL is becoming an absolute monster. Like, he's about to have like Ags in what, like a minute and a half time.
Yeah, an incredible Ags game as well. It'll be really, really good. As Wu has a pin spotted, and with the shard now picked up from Analog, they can blob this next with ease.
Discipline from Lelis. Holding the press his finger and goes, no.
I shouldn't.
Yeah, probably should.
You deserve it, King. Go for it. There's two kinds of Lion players in the world. Those that would and those that wouldn't.
Yapsor and everyone else, correct. Also, Analog, I like the fact that he went for this build. Like, we're talking about Blink and Kaya and these standard, but he's trying to go for like the no thrills version. Like, what he's saying is, I have enough damage and my team has enough lockdown, so I want to ensure that my damage is continuous. Of course, still respecting Nick's carapace. Therefore, boots will travel from map play into BKB to prevent Nyx having any type of game against me. I think it just shows a lot of respect to Chili Pibble. There will be an argument of maybe he misses a Terrorblade kill because of lacking the Kai or something, for the positioning for the Blink. But if they continue to play, I mean, it's a nice little cheap kill to get. Like they need to get something on Chili Pibble, and these random kills is why the net worth is somewhat stable. Good D-wall as well from Nyx.
Thunder Gods was used though and didn't actually get Latroni the kill, which I think is a little disappointing for him.
Yeah, he has close to no game.
No, he really doesn't. They shut
Like
him down
1,
very
5,
hard
and
at
2.
mid. Yeah. Not ideal, but you know, he has got the lightning hands, so it does give you the ability to farm back up into the game better than a lot of other heroes can. So keep an eye on Zeus. He might be able to climb up that net worth rankings if you keep your eyes on him for too long. But yeah, Rubicon, that Aghanims is on the way out right now. Just called the courier.
Yeah, it's just so scary. It's like he gets Manta, then Ags, he continues to farm, and then he gets like Skadi or something, and Butterfly and Bloodthorn, and yeah. The hero is just like lost in the meta because of off-lane counter picks and also the pacing issues. But with Terrorblade Undying, that honestly was a big enough of a read that like my hero counters 2 heroes out of 5. I'm just going to play the hero. I'm going to rely on my team to do the rest. If they do kill Zeus, who's desperately trying to farm up, and a godlike Snapfire. 11, 1, and 5. Analog just pulling an absolute shift.
He is styling, catching out the courier here as well, but Katoro is doing some damage to this top tower. Should be able to bring it down. Trying to just find his team something out of this map.
But with meta shown though, you are also giving a window that maybe Nemesis look towards Tormentors and Roshan. It's not as if Terrorblade's going to want to turn up and contest those. And there is an amp damage top. Maybe if Nemesis see that. Okay, they do. Analog's already on it.
Jabs, by the way, picking out the shard, grabbing the ancient black dragon. Now he's got himself a fireball and a splash to play with, so a little bit of inbuilt cleave never hurt.
No, it's kind of like that's an industry standard for Doom these days. What a way to phrase it, but it is a good farming tool. Honestly, I prefer this style of Doom than Radiance. Like, I get Radiance can be good in certain games, but Shard into Drum BKB is very reliable, and of course the splash attack from the dragon is very nice. Nyx is currently on a partial cliff. Now he's off the cliff.
Now he's shotgunned. Very good information to his team, utilising that free parting from the shard. Just give as much information as possible. But the information is, don't go in our jungle, guys. Don't do it. You will die.
This is the awkward part, right? That's about Nyx. Like, it literally is Nyx by himself. There's no hero that actually wants to join the Nyx on these adventures.
Yeah, you might. I mean, Underlord has Ags now, so actually Rio Steer can kind of help out, but yeah. The whole global thing isn't really working because its Aghanims is taking a 1.5 years to come out for the Latroni. He's super far behind.
There's a rough TI15. We'll look forward to seeing it. Oh, Yamson just tumbler-toying in. They
That's
hate
pretty
Zeus.
crazy. But yeah, they managed to get on top of the Zeus, get the Doom off, and Rubicon looking to finish the job. Wu jumping in, trying to help out Latroni where he can. Latroni not dead yet, but Rubicon going under the tier 4s. What are you doing? I mean, surely this is punishable. And the Doom, oh, he ticks out on the final tick. Come on, man. Oh my god, perfectly read by Rubicon there, has to be said. I mean, I thought that dive was absolutely, like, insane. But, fine, they can't do anything about it.
Phantom Rush. That's all you gotta say. Nemesis, they understand their timings, they understand what they gotta do. You pick up the Ags from the PL, you got the additional cast range, they're jumping onto Terrorblade as well, they got the stun, they got another stun,
So
and
many
bam!
stuns available, they can just kill him up at any point here. Prada also being dragged back into everything. Have to wait a second before he can go to work due to the nightmare, but go to work they most certainly can. Analog gets that kill. Rubicon though, he's just feeling completely immortal on this PL right now.
Yeah, it is just very, very kind of clinical gameplay. They just know exactly what their timings are, they're making the correct moves, they're enabling each other. And there just isn't really any rebuttal. Unfortunately, I'm going to go for the probably the cheapest analysis that you can ever hear, but the draft just doesn't really help Chili Pibble fight into this at all. There's no gotcha. And again, Undying 5 often is the reason why. You didn't crush the laning phase, you didn't make Doom play too defensive, you couldn't rotate top to pressure a PL, you were late to every single rune, you pretty much gave Analog freedom to punish your Zeus. And now you're just kind of missing certain components that in other drafts would be able to fight. So yeah, I think it's the first time in the qualifiers I've had to really lead on this type of analysis, but it really is just support rotation plus general draft scaling. It's just very free for Nemesis. You're pretty much waiting for a mistake.
Like, there were moves made by Red Hot Chili Pibble. Like, they weren't completely inactive, but for every move that they made on that side, Nemesis had made 3 more, and almost all successfully. I feel like
There's also somewhat
they don't
empty
match the
moves.
speed.
Yeah. And now they go to Roshan.
Roshan.
Yep.
There's a pretty unprotected Roshan. He could come over if he senses something's up. He's got the observer. Could have really seen they were going into the pit.
Die, press the scan.
Fuse. Yeah, use Rio. Wondergods comes down, but Aegis already grabbed from the PL. Now he jumps at Wu, but Wu dancing around the cliff will be alright.
Now for Nemesis, it's a matter of just resetting, trying to kind of refine their footing. There's 3 tier 2s still to be taken. And now you have the BKB, of course, on Snapfire earlier, still 9 second. Doom just finished his, and they picked up a gem. They're going to try and just deward the map, choke out Chili Pibble from this game. It's like Terrorblade, he has to make sure that the next meta is a perfect meta. Underlord Haste Rune just running.
Damn, PLs won't leave me alone.
Terrorblade though, he's looking at Analog.
It's a cute play. Analog pops a BKB and just tries to back away. Very clean reaction there from Analog, not hesitating, just BKB leads. Like, don't try and go aggressive onto him.
Now, meta is on cooldown. Nemesis is going to utilize that and try and just take mid to top tier 2 most likely. They're already set up in this area. Once they take the mid tier 2, they'll probably take over Outpost. Provides them some buyback kind of TP potential for their supports. You can see that Nemesis very much, it feels like they have this like this script of the early game, and they very much are following it. It might be a reason why they struggle against teams like Playtime and LGD, just because it's like you can see this formula ticking over in their heads. And again, haven't really covered any of the Nemesis games, so have yet to see them play in like difficult situations. But if they follow the script, if they get to hit their timings, they do look like a pretty decent team.
Yeah, I mean, this has been super clean. Not really much to say other than everything's on track for them. Their draft made sense, and now they're following through with that. Some Very nice plays. Well, it's going to jump in, throw the stun onto the Underlord. Doom is going to be there, and Doom is going to get used. So Rio Castillo is going to be gone. Throwing some kisses as well for good measure. Why not? Let's get cancelled out in the end, but that doesn't matter. Yamson is going to sleepwalk down to the low ground for style points, and now the high ground push doth continue. Rubicon on that high ground. Stunned up for now. Matroni shows himself and Luttis with the jump, immediate blink in, Hex, the damage comes through, and a million PLs descend upon him, and Latroni is dead. Prada also going to get taken out. Rubicon, of course, doesn't want to waste the Aegis as such, but also more than happy to use him here if needs be. We'll keep him alive with a cookie. We'll blast out. Catapult to full, but Rubicon jumping back in. You're getting to work on this tower.
Terribly just doesn't want to join the fight. If the Zeus and Underlord are dead, but the anti, the wave shovers, the high ground dominant heroes, if they're gone, he's not going to turn up. But now he does. They are slowly respawning.
Yep, it's being used and the stun comes out from Wu, so a nice little combination, and they will be able to catch Yamson here at the very least. And the Aegis is gone for the PL. Analog, BKB's already used, but Lelis and Jabs waiting in the wings, ready to help out. Ready to help out. Never mind, they left. Toro gets a kill onto Rubicon. They did not break the high ground base. Concerns perhaps getting arisen here for Team Nemesis.
I did have the question, like, where were the cracks in Nemesis's game plan, against these top teams? And maybe that was it, right? The desire, the hunger to try and progress the high ground. You have like Bane constantly jumping in. You're putting yourself in this position. They still had some cooldowns soon coming back online, but they just forced it a tad too quick. And fair play from Chili Pibble. Just so much, I guess, discipline. Because Terribly clearly made the call, like, guys, I'm not joining this until, X things have occurred. And then when he joins, that's when the go switch occurs. They just, they run over the fight, find the lockdown. And PL, he's very scary in open play. One of the better heroes at just utilizing open map fights. But at the high ground, can be quite clunky. He's not really a natural BKB bio or these defensive items. He wants to play on stats and poke. Not terribly. He's gonna have a butterfly for the next engagement.
Damn.
This is just it's just the tale of two massive carries, and you still need to lean towards Nemesis. Having Doom, Fiend Script, and, all the Snapfire toolkit. They probably are fine in the next fight. It's not like this is the epic comeback moment, but at the end of the day, they just have to respect Terrorblade. Don't let him just free hit on meta. That is the only way Chili Pibble will get into this game.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, we saw it there. Katoro just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to enter the fight. He TPs onto the side, runs on over. Wu is there as well with the Impale, just to break up the fight. From that point onwards, Nemesis just realized that without their Bane, with the amount of damage coming out of this TP, there is no more fight to be had. All here from Nemesis. So you've got the three heroes kind of leading the charge with PL, Lion, and Doom right up in the front. Behind, yeah, Analog. And Janssen just kind of hanging back, ready to go. But now the whole team will gather and get in and just try to blow up this Tormentor ASAP. Down, shot, Janssen, Bane is going to pull out the ulti, gets the kill onto
Nice.
Lilis, in comes a Nimbus, but Analog tanks it. Although Underlord's coming through here as well. BKB TP out from Analog, but Janssen, well, I don't think he's got a way out of this one, as Rio Castillo will cut him down. So it's 2 support kills traded for this Tormentor. Always the risk of doing Tormentor against the Zeus.
I mean, fair play to Yamson. Like, Tormentor dies, he instantly nightmares, thinking that he's going to dodge the Zeus, so he doesn't dodge it. But then Analog walks in to basically get to the center point of where the Nimbus probably will be to dodge. Like, they did so many little things in the hope to not die to Zeus. So, props to them. But they didn't give up on Chili Pibble. They have the heroes to keep on trying. The net worth slowly coming back the way of Chili Pibble. This net worth lead never really become anything more than what, 7,000 gold? Was it at its peak, or maybe? Okay, no, I'm very wrong. That was about 10,000.
It did get a little alarming at one point, but yeah, now it's
it kind of like ticked over to 10k, and then it kind of went straight back. I guess
not
I
too
blinked
much
in
more
the
than
moment.
that, but Yeah, I mean, close game in the end here. I thought we were watching a stomp earlier on, but the Stompers became the Stompies, sort of. Not really, but they came back and turned it into an even game. So that's
Yeah, I
nice.
think critically, Chile people just identified that they're kind of useless in open map play. So they have to shove waves aggressively and then full send the base defense. Like, you have Zeus Underlord. Like, these can just create hostage situations in any Dota game if you want to. You park yourself at the high ground. You know, PL, he's not going to be able to walk up and hit your buildings. You know, there is no natural building taker on the Dire side. That is something that we haven't really spoken about too much for Nemesis. They always, you know, strive to get kills, picks, and then use number advantage to go high ground. So if Chile people could continue this discipline, then maybe there's a shot. Maybe Terrorblade can eventually stand his ground. But Nemesis, they are smoked running down the lane, and they're going to find the Zeus.
Yeah, it's a great
Very
catch.
good pick.
Analog gets on top of him, and Latroni will be dying. I love that smoke as well. You leave 2 heroes back to kind of push the wave casually, whilst the other 3 charge in front of it as well. It just really baits any heroes into a false sense of security that, oh yeah, they're shoving mid. We can see that. They make an aggressive play, but we can see them. In reality, the players much more aggressive than they realize.
Yeah, it's also the fact that you want to be able to keep forcing Radiant back into the base as much as possible. Like, even though the mindset is we're playing for Roshan, get Aegis, and then overwhelm with just raw HP, you're still going to try and do your kind of your scouting out missions, like who are you going to find, send them back, force Underlord Terrorblade to share farm for a bit. Like, Underlord hasn't really touched many creeps recently. Like, he's been kind of sitting on this amount of gold looking for Lotus Orb for a hot minute now. Terrorblade has completed the BKB. So he is getting stronger. It's just like the concern is, like, is there enough lockdown for Terrorblade to get the kills? That you pretty much need Underlord Nyx to always function with the Terrorblade in every fight. If at any point they have a different plan, there will be problems. He's getting jumped, but has the BKB if he wants to.
Yeah, they'll force and cookie him away here, though, as Kotoro gets into the fight and just immediately starts going for the support. Jabs is on him, though, drops a Doom down onto the Terrorblade. Wu tries to help out, but just immediately does. Radagon as well, as they'll keep on trying to chase down the Doom, but the PL, he goes onto a different target, but it doesn't matter. They've got the damage anyway to blow up Kotoro. Lelatroni comes in from the side just to blow up Jabs. Still holding out Thunder God's Wrath, by the way. Doesn't see an opportunity. Now he does, but it's not enough. Yamsun survives, and with the shot, heals himself up to almost full. Nemesis, they do take down the Terrorblade, and they lose their Doom for it, but it is not a high cost.
Yeah, just unfortunately for Chili Pibble, like the comeback, as much as there's maybe a chance for the Terrorblade, there's a Bane and a Doom and a Lion in the game. It's like, if any of them just see the Terrorblade, they can just press their spells, keep him somewhat locked down. I think Jabs did a pretty good job just throwing the fuck you Doom on the Terrorblade. Like, he kind of jumped in with BKB Hurricane Pike thinking, yep, I'm going to do this, and there was no Sunder to his name. They kind of need someone to...
Doom just following him down, and it does cost the Doom his life, but absolutely worthwhile as he just chase him to the end of the earth and make sure he can get off as much damage as possible with that TP.
So if Terrorblade can get, like, Daedalus, and then... I just don't know what his next item's going to be. Like, he has Satanic in his quick buy. But into Doom, you are the main target. Like, the reason why this game is prolonging is because of it. As Wu tries to go for the... He gets the steal!
Oh my god, he gets it! Where'd he even come from?
He just snuck over. Little vendetta from the top. Beautiful stuff.
Oh my god. Well, that is another dent in the armor of Nemesis, and one they'll just have to kind of live with. They got outplayed.
Oof. You don't really see the value of Nyx Shard too much. Again, like, back with the facets, Nyx is, like, incredibly scary, and Zeus then dies bottom. But fair play. Yeah, you gotta make these plays if you're gonna try and force it. It's terrible.
Zoro just turns around and just murders Lelis. I mean, it's a meta and a BKB, so the cost is high, but at this point in the game, you'll take it.
It's so scary. Every time I watch Terrorblade use meta, there's this, like, your heart skips a beat, because in the back of your mind you're like, is that enough? Like, has he scared Nemesis enough to, like, not run down the lane straight away? Like, are they going to be able to hold for, what, nearly 90 seconds, no Terrorblade, pretty much? And of course for Nemesis, in their mind, it's like, can you just run down the lane? Is that a big enough window for you to to get what you want. Of course, ideally, this was meant to be the Aegis window to enable Rubicon to go, you know, batshit crazy in the Radiant base, but we had a different plan on that one.
A little bit, but the push is getting started in earnest down here in the bottom side. The tier 2 starting to crumble. And now Rubicon once again looking towards that high ground. This time he's equipped out with an Act,
catapult
a
as well.
Mancer, a Bloodthorn, an Ascari, and a Reaver to go as well. That's why not. So very, very farmed on this PL. No meta yet up for the Terrorblade. Doesn't really feel like there's much of a threat. Of course, Underlord always going to be that annoying slug to throw down the Firestorm from the pits. And a lot of time.
They
That
put
is
the
a
banner in the wrong place.
very
That's
far
awkward.
back banner. It's just a very defensive banner as, well, Yamsun does get blasted by the Nimbus and by the Thunder Gods.
Do you think Estina right now has got his notepad out and wrote 36-minute banner, you know, circle?
It's going to make him go into a lobby and just place 100 banners down.
1,000 banners! I'm so tired.
I don't want to place 100 banners, I'll just play the game. Right, 1,000.
More! Yeah, that was awkward.
That was bad.
Right, Chili Pibble, smoking up.
Dire's middle tower.
Terrorblade has the Daedalus. He, again, incredible damage available for the Terrorblade. Can he find the right PL? Can he dodge the Doom? They are the main two questions for Chili Pibble. If they can answer them, if they can find a way to construct a fight.
So far the answer to both of those has been no, but the answer
Yeah.
to can he find supports and kill them in 3 shots? Yes.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Very good at that.
It's like, is there an
Flyers
argument that you just go
runs up a
Swift
path.
Blink?
Yeah,
You sell Tread, Swift Blink, don't Satanic, and you kind of just sit back.
Just send it.
The
I mean, you
difficulty
do
is that
have Underlord Zeus. Like, I feel like PL answers are sort of inbuilt into the heroes. The problem just being that PL is so damn strong.
it's also the layering of like, I'm dying in the team fight.
Is under attack.
Kind of has negative impact. He's not really doing anything. Tombstone dies in 2 seconds. You can't use the shard save. Soul Rip on a Doom target will do nothing. It's just like you are kind of missing a piece of your. Like it feels like a 4v5 in most fights. The best thing the Undying can do is Flesh Golem damage amp the guy Terrorblade is going on, and there just isn't enough control to ensure that Terrorblade will always get the right clicks off.
TV's Illusion's doing real damage up to the high ground here. He's also gone right up there to use the Conjure Image.
Rubicon going in.
Starting to go on to the Undying, but the 4-star away keeps Prada alive. Thunder God's coming down as well. On the bottom side, meanwhile, Analog and Jabs get back to defend the tower and will keep it alive. There is no chance they're hunting down Rubicon here. He's just too farmed. One of his counter push, the team will regroup. Nemesis will not get choked out on this map.
Yeah, luckily for Nemesis, they do have a Boots of Travel buyer already with Snapfire. So you can kind of like relegate the Snap to go, hey, just go wherever Terrorblade goes. Can you just please shove it? So Nemesis just not able to break the base, not able to even set themselves up a fight. Like the Lion, the Bane, they had exceptional early games with all this map pressure, shutting down the Zeus, setting up these kills. But it's been a very, very quiet mid game. They've not had a single attempt at kind of playing the fringe of the map, looking for the Terrorblade. It feels like they've just let him do his thing. They've opted just to kind of like clump up and try and just out, mass through kind of creep wave pushes.
Is under attack.
It is that single target damage carry into the PL. I mean, we mentioned how the PL does have those kind of counters inbuilt into the draft tool anyway, but hasn't really worked so far. So now you are looking towards the TV and wondering, what is he going to do about this problem? How does he fix the PL problem? I'm just not sure he does, but he might fix every other problem. It could be a team effort to deal with the rest. Smoke out available from Lelis and the gang. Move towards the top side of the map.
That's
Reclaim the
awkward.
vision round here.
So they saw the pressure from top of Terrorblade. They ran mid, smoked together as 4 in the hope to go back top to find Terrorblade, but he already was bottom. So the smoke in itself was somewhat wasted time. And Nyx then broke it, blinked away. So I think Nemesis was feeling that mid-game frustration, just not knowing kind of what they want to do. They feel the high ground defense of Underlord Zeus. They feel the map pressure of Terrorblade, and there is not there isn't one definitive call right now across Nemesis, and they are just kind of like stumbling their way through, just hoping that more creeps might be the answer. But again, at any point, just doom the Terrorblade, kill the Terrorblade. It is probably going to be game win to Nemesis.
Doom gets seen. Hello, everybody. BKB does come out in time, though. They don't get the chain lockdown on top of him, so the Doom's going to be absolutely fine here, but it's defensive. They're backing themselves away, and the Bane, unfortunately, isn't going to get away with this one. Alachoni drops down the Thunder Gods to make sure the Bane will fall. Happy Illusion still hanging around, even miles after the fight has ended. But Triangle is regained from Red Hot Chili Pibble. I say that. Lelis coming back in again. Rubicon looking for a target. And they'll try to just bring down the Zeus. There come the kisses coming on through. And under the cover of BKB, Wu won't be able to cancel it with that spiked Carapace. So, Lalatoni is gone, and Rio's not getting out of there either. Lelis helping out Rubicon, making sure that he kills are nice and clean. Looking for more here as Prada's been spotted. He's going for that TP. It's not going to happen. Triple kill now for the PL. From target to target to target. This is exactly the kind of fight that PL looks for every single game. Exactly the kind of fight Terrorblade doesn't want in every single game. Split, long engagements, it's not his cup of tea. And now, up to the high ground he goes. PL still plenty healthy. Ready to spam out the illusions and get to work on these towers.
That's blinked in the madman.
This is pretty crazy. Bloodthorn comes
Lotus
down
in cooldown.
to Rio's Dio. In goes Analog. They'll find Wu instead as Rubicon tempted by the fountain once again, but no. We'll get back and deal with the towers. Eyes on the prize. We'll see the sentry here, but chooses to back himself out quite nicely, still utilizing the speed of that scuttle. Middle barracks are starting to fall. The base is finally being broken. Stun out onto Jabs. Jabs still has the BKB available as a fingers onto Wu. He is gone.
Oh, Terrorblade, he tried to skip the wave. He just couldn't get it with his illusion. Of course, there's still a catapult wave top, so it's not that important. Mid-rack falls, top-rack falls.
Is now up, but either Nemesis timed this really, really nicely, or they have literally timed the spell cooldown, because they seem to know, and they are now backing themselves away, making sure they don't give anything, any kind of favorable fight, the way of Red Hot Chili Pibble.
The balance of these fights here, it really is a matter of Chili Pibble need to pretty much show their hand, and that's when Nemesis will pounce. And Doom at the very start of the fight, you could argue was out of position. It kind of maybe even gifted Chili Pibble a chance to fight, but they just kept kiting, kept kind of understanding where they wanted to fight, and PL, like you already mentioned, he just truly dominates these open map fights. It is kind of a shame for Chili Pibble that they opted to try and fight like that, because they were so scary in the base. They're just their sweet spot. It's just full send the base defense. They kind of broke from that. They got maybe a little bit too comfortable thinking, you know what, the game doesn't feel that bad. And as soon as you leave base, you get reminded about the Nemesis lineup and go, ah, that's why we weren't leaving the base for the last 10 minutes.
Pretty much. Yeah, the kill potential from Lelis and Analog completely carried the early game for Nemesis, and now Rubicon's a problem, Jabs has become a problem, the Dooms are scary. Aghanim's finished on the Doom as well, so he's going to have that AoE Ags just to stay on top of people and be a complete menace. Seconds of self-doom. How do you deal with this? Rubicon getting caught inside the Peter Palace here. He's taking a bit of damage from his own illusions and from the Firestorm, but easily able to back himself away with the heart to heal up pretty quickly indeed. As Jabs goes in, looking onto the Underlord, choose to use the Underlord, the Doom onto the Underlord. And now, well, you've got to be careful here, because they keep dooming themselves, forcing this Doom, force the Underlord around, trying to stop him from getting on top of his teammates. It's been a little stinker, this Underlord, but Doom has gone to waste in all fairness.
Much better banner placement this time around.
Yep, we like this. We like this indeed. And we also like watching Wu get completely slapped down to the ground and fight
Terribly.
fresh off the Doom. There's a double
grip.
as he comes out. TB, he's in the middle of everyone, but yeah, he's completely held still by Yamsun. Can't move, can't click, can't do a thing. Finally comes out the other side and starts hitting things. Yamsun has fallen in the back, and now Katora gets on top of Lelis as well, but Lelis trying to turn the backlines. Rubicon pretty much uncontested here. Needs to be careful though, as in comes that Pit of Malice, and there's the Tombstone down on Tim as well. Moves across the fight. Doom once again coming on out here, looking for a target, trying to get on the TB. I mean, does get on the TB. Damage coming out, and Katoro is gone. Jabs gets a kill with that. Doom as Rubicon just keeps chasing forwards, looking for more. As Prada will die as well. It's a buyback on the TB. TB, though, doesn't even have the meta available, though. He's just running in with the Demon Zeal, trying to find his way into this. Does get on top of the Lion, takes down the Lion. Rubicon still very, very low here. Has himself an Aegis if he wants to throw this down, but missing two teammates doesn't really seem ideal. Especially the Doom out of the equation, but still, if an opportunity presents itself, then they will absolutely take it. Moving on to Prada here, just with the illusions, trying to scare him, trying to force a response. And now onto the high ground we go. Range barracks look like they never existed in the first place. The circle misses. Rubicon just keeps on going, keeps on pounding away at these melee barracks. He's going to take him by the looks of it, T. Hold. Holding.
Still have the Aegis for a minute 30.
Butterfly just delivered for the Phantom Lancer in the middle of that fight. Has an extra Eagle song to go with its disperser. 13 seconds till the Doom's up, 40 seconds till the Lion's up. There will be a small window with Lion and Aegis still in play. Wondering if that's what they're interested in. Up the top side, they managed to find the backlines here. Two backliners just caught out together, but Analog's got the beacon. He just try and run himself away. Yamsun does actually get up an ulti before he dies. Use it onto the Underlord here, and now when the kiss is coming through, it's good damage. Got to road, needs to find himself a target. It does. Sunder's an illusion. It'll do. It keeps him alive at least, but Rubicon will not let him get out, and Jabs comes back in with a Doom and takes down the Terror Blade. And with no buyback available, I don't see a way out of it for him. The PL finally gives his Aegis up to the TB, but with the TB out of the game permanently, it's hard to see them coming back from this one. Nemesis with the Mega Creeps, all they need to do now is go high ground. Sure, Zeus is still around. He's still got a ton of damage to dump. What does it really matter? Bottom barracks will fall. Mega Creeps are out. Still 90 seconds on the TB. They want to do this, they'll have to do this. Sans Bane. And Lion kind of getting cooked up here a little bit. Lelis has just gone. Kind of expected some backup there from Rubicon or Jabs, but they were not in the neighborhood. Still waiting for Analog to TP in on this one. Analog is here now. Can the cores do it without their support? A true test here. Do supports matter in those?
Yes.
Thank you.
Back to you, Noma. It's such a weighted question. It's such a moment where they were so worthless, you know? It's like
oh. I just think they won't be finishing the game right now, though.
They're kind of siding with caution. I think they've seen the games today, right? Like the Amaru game, the Vici Gaming game earlier. Like they don't want to be part of the club of should have won but somehow lost it. They don't want to be the third team across, you know, two different regions.
Yeah, the third almost.
For Nemesis, like when you look back at this game, I think they're going to be pretty content. Like you can't expect this draft to win within half an hour. It is quite a slow and like methodical style lineup that will just win through just attrition. Of course, any perfectionist will look at this and go, "Oh yes, these moments are to be improved," but at the end of the day, Nemesis, they have kind of commanded the game for best part. Terrorblade, though, you got to give him mad respect. I think he has stepped up quite nicely and tried his absolute best to ensure this game just didn't end as quick as it could have. We'll see if there's another last hurrah in them. One more hold. They are clinging on. It's kind of pretty much what Nemesis wants to try and end. We're just in limbo until they They call for it, and now they spoke up. They're going to enter the base. This is the moment before the 60-minute mark. 50 minutes, of course. Smile. Can they end the game?
Prada is showing himself, but so is Lalatroni, and that is also a really good target. Rubicon jumps in, Hex out onto the Zeus. Kiss is coming as well. There's your mortar coming on through, and it's just blasting them. Rubicon getting on top of Kotoro. Kotoro actually not doing a bad job of fighting back into Rubicon and forcing him back, but of course, here comes your Doom. Lands out onto the TB. Grab the Lotus was actually there, so Doom, no, he's fine. He's getting out,
Any
and Analog's
rampage?
actually able to finish him off. Yeah, Analog surely he can find it. Anybody else want some? Anybody else gonna come close? Not today. They'll deny Analog what was promised. Rio still trying to stand, but once again, the TB is gone. No buyback available. Could not get it off as now the grip comes down onto the Underlord. Underlord's gonna die. Rubicon grabs that kills. Ancient's now exposed. And it looks like Nemesis will finish this one off eventually. This is coming down. Shotgun's going to be there. A little too late for the rampage for Analog, but it was a rampage in spirit. As they will take down that throne. GG is called. Game number 1 goes to Team Nemesis.
Pretty good performance, honestly, from Nemesis. Like I just mentioned, the draft itself was a kind of a slow burner style of draft. It needed to have this kind of methodical play to it. It needed certain elements to thrive, and you got to give credit to Leles and Yamsum. I mean, just their early game on the supports, knowing what runes to contest, knowing where to be, who they're trying to enable. Like, Snapfire had to be the center of attention for this game to look really good for Nemesis, and they activated him really nicely. And honestly, I'm just a bit upset with Chili Pibble. I think Terrorblade proved that he can carry these games against some of the more experienced players like Nemesis, but just the Undying to 5, it was just kind of just bad. They didn't do anything, and they were playing like every fight from like minute 15 felt like a comeback fight. There never was a fight where it's like, that's how you want to start it. Like, the ability to start fights was Underlord Ags, and that was pretty much it. Because the Nyx, you can't reliably initiate, especially when there's like Bane and Lion and all these sentries and lockdown and things. So just a really hard draft for Chili People to play. And you still got to give them respect. The fact that they made this game last even longer, like the high ground hold from Terrorblade, the little things they've done, but draft.
It was a pretty horrible EL pick in all fairness, because it just put so much pressure on Red Hot Chili Pebble. They decided not to run the Undying as the offlaner, which I think they had.
Oh, horribly good, you
to
mean?
do.
Right, okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, amazing.
Yeah, cool, nice,
Like,
yeah.
For Red Hot Chili Pebble, from their perspective, it was horrible, because they were like, well, we will switch it up, we'll move the Undying to the 5. I don't know if Undying 3 can work against PL, there's something to be said about loads of units with the heals, but then also just, you don't really do it, the case too much, so I don't really know. They decided it wasn't worth it, and I would trust Rio, because he did show that he's very good on Undying the other day. So if he says no, I think you've got to trust that, but yeah, Prada unfortunately has to tank the awkward pos 5 Undying, which doesn't really fit into the game. Just beautiful though from both Analog and Rubicon. You could give MVPs to either of them, like both of them 19-1, 14-1, like pretty disgusting stat line on both of the 2 cores.
Yeah, they knew exactly what they wanted to do in this game. They knew their timings, they knew their item path. Like Rubicon also styling with like the tier 3 dives on the PL so early on with the Aghanims pickup to then go back for the Bloodthorn, which of course is like an iconic PL item, threatening Chili Pibble's lives. They needed Lotus Orbs, and like you had people TPing in with the Lotus Orbs to desperately save supports. Like, Rio was pulling an absolute shift, just trying to keep people alive. Like, again, the PL pick, it was really, really cool. It just broke the entire, I think, concept that Chili Pibble had in mind. And not often do you meet PL players. They are kind of, an extinct species or soon to be extinct.
So hard to meet. Yeah.
Also true. But yeah, I think just the PL pick, as soon as you see Undying Terrorblade, why not bring it back? But as much as the PL was cool conceptually and it broke the draft, Snapfire, she is the hero of the qualifier. And 19-1-21, very, very strong. And of course, there's going to be a lot of debate of what you want to maybe even look to ban out in the next game.
Dope stat line, took part in 40 of the 47 kills they had. I think 85% kill participation is absolutely insane, and really kind of highlights why Analog was such a demon this game. And exactly the kind of Analog style of hero, like when we talk about Analog, I think the hero that comes to most people's minds is probably Spirit, but Snapfire certainly fits the bill as well. Just someone who wants to be all over you, constantly pressuring, constantly fighting, teaming up with some active support who also wants to go and make some friends on the map with the enemy team. And by friends, I mean kill. That's exactly what they wanted to do. So Nemesis with a pretty strong game one. Yeah, we had a little bit of a throw. We had a little bit of a stumble up at the top side. I mean, I say throw. It was also a really good timing for Katoro to come in, drop that meta, along with Wu, who also did an absolute shift this game, both comboing up with the TV to enable his fights and also to steal that Aegis as well. So full shout out to Wu on the Nyx Assassin. 1-12 does not do you justice, my brother, but you do end up losing this game one. So we are going to game two with Team Nemesis with a 1-game advantage.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to the South America Regional Qualifiers, where we are into game number 2 of Red Hot Chili Pepper versus Team Nemesis. And Team Nemesis has started us off with a win. And what did that win look like, T-Gov? Now, what would you say was the selling point of that game if you wanted to lure somebody to come and watch it?
I'd say just a pressuring draft, which had kind of disciplined play behind it. Like, it wasn't like some, oh my god, they're dominating and they're winning in 30 minutes, that's great, wow. It was more like they had a draft that they knew they'd outscale with, they knew the timings, they applied pressure. Sure, there's mistakes made. Like, again, we're not expecting Nemesis to be like perfect from start to zero. Like, they're not in the upper bracket for a reason. But I kind of feel like they kind of understood the assignment and they kind of hit the notes. I feel like for me though, Nemesis, I'd love to see them play a different style of Dota in this game. Because like, if you are to try and make a low bracket run and also to fight up against LGD and playtime, I don't know if you're always going to have like this good of a laning phase where you convert it into this much greed across your cores, and like Snapfire won't always carry you from the mid lane to activate it, right? Like, these things are shut down, especially when you talk about, you know, other mid laners and other cores in the qualifier. So I'd like to see them have a bit more of a, you know, win lane break game style in this game too, to prove that they're ready to, you know, actually put up a fight against Playtime or LGD later in the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I think this may be like a sort of adaptation where they've recognized that Red Hot Chili are poor in the lanes, and therefore they're going to take advantage of that with this kind of draft. Like, that wouldn't surprise me, especially with Astini drafting. You know, he is always looking to exploit any sort of information he can get and any reads he can make on enemy teams. So, yeah, that could potentially be like the force. You know, get us some strong laners, get us some slightly greedier heroes. We'll have an entire map to farm. We'll win the lanes. We'll have more map. Let's pick heroes which can take advantage of that. And then we can kind of roll the game from there. So, yeah, whether they want to do that again to secure the win, or whether they want to not do that, try something else to make sure they're as prepared and practiced as possible for their next series, that is kind of up to them as a team. But yeah, we'll see which direction they take it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. I mean, I'm sure we're going to get the Snapfire banned out here in game number 2. Like, there's just no way they're going to let that through again. I agree with you in the game when you said it's not a Snapfire problem. I do agree with that. I think all of their lanes went pretty poorly. I think that was also a PL problem, which they didn't really deal with. And to be honest, maybe even a Doom problem, which is a bit of an issue. But yeah, I think start with the problems you can fix with easy bans, and then also look towards your lanes. I think this Undying is probably a bait for Red Hot Chili Pibble, which they kind of fell into in game 1.
No, for sure. It's also like when you look at the bans available from in the first game, like Pibble banned Pango, Hoodwink, Lycan, Tree. And it's like, I understand that Lycan has been utilized by Nemesis in this qualifier so far. Lelis Hoodwink is something to respect. Pangolier as well for Analog, also respectable. But these aren't heroes that get banned out by like other teams in like international events. So there is this fine line of like, are you over-respecting a team? And do you think this hero is actually like game-breaking if they get it from first pick? Because like a first pick Lycan or a first pick Hoodwink, Pango, whatever, like there's responses, there's Banes, there's heroes that you can do, of course, Bane for the Pangolier. There's many other things. So maybe they could tailor their ban slightly differently to set themselves up for a better opening to the draft. Like, I think that's why a lot of South American teams ban Snapfire, because they see it in the first phase and go, damn, they got that hero, and anything we pick, it feels like it's like annoying to play into. That's how good Snapfire is in regards to draft value. So I would like to see just different bans from Chili Pibble.
It felt like the Zeus was kind of their answer to the Snapfire, and the Zeus did not look good that game. It got ran out, it got stomped. Like the ulti cancel, like the Nimbus cancel never really came into effect. Like by the time, I'm pretty sure by the time Zeus had eggs, Snapfire had BKB, so it was like, oh, okay, never mind. That didn't work, but let's get into the next game here. We've got a draft up for game number 2, I believe, so let's see exactly how this one goes down, and see, crucially, whether Red Hot Chili Pibble do indeed ban out the Snapfire early on here. But they do have the first pick, so they may be willing to let it through and take it for a spin themselves. Of course, look at the heroes as well, the Treant, the Pango, plenty of other stuff which both of these teams will want to take in the first phase.
Nemesis, turn to ban. Nemesis, turn to ban.
So
Team ban.
we'll see how they want to approach it. Again, Snapfire, kind of the obvious one.
10 seconds remaining.
But that's where it's like, again, Nemesis, they're always going to be the team that will try and, like,
5 seconds.
outcook you in the draft. That is always, like, going to be their shtick. And it kind of works, kind of doesn't. Like, when you look at some of their upper bracket games, you can kind of see, like, the creativity of the draft is, like, it's kind of gone a little bit too close to the sun, and they got a bit burnt by it. So at some point, you kind of need to ask yourself, like, is the creativity why you're winning games? Or are you just a good team and do you need to have this creativity? Again, I'm asking these questions now because I feel like after game 1, Nemesis has proven just to be the better team. You reminded us the stats earlier. Like, I think they're 4-0 against Red Hot Chili Pepper pre this qualifier. It's for a clear reason. But I'm looking for the future of Nemesis. Like, I'm looking for them against Amaru, the LGDs, the playtimes. But alas, Pangolier is now first picked. And that is how, like, the hero just lives rent-free in their head. The fact that they don't have 4 bans, so they're going to ban out Puck Tree, promote Cares, and then take the Pangolier. And that's how much they don't want Analog to get this hero.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. I mean, Pangolier always just feels like he's doing far too much. His damage is great. He's got a crazy ultimate. Been in the meta for about 6 years now. So, yeah, Pangolier first pick. Bane, immediate answer from Team Nemesis, and it is a good one. At the very least, it's going to force Pangolier into building a Lotus relatively quickly, perhaps before he'd really want to. And at the most, he's going to completely shut his game down by getting that grip off and stop him from being able to use that Rolling Thunder.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I just like the idea of Lotus. It's such a nice item for Pango, and it simplifies your game plan. Because if you don't buy it, you're just not pressing roll in the fight. Especially if Bane's got like Aether Lens and Blink's Force or something. Like it feels just like critical.
Perhaps. No, I was going to say perhaps the Silencer comes out, but I think you don't want to grief your lanes that hard, especially after last game. I think that'd be a huge bait for Red Hot Chili Pepper.
We gotta chill a little bit. Like, unless your carry is like Drow or
5 seconds remaining.
Gyrocopter, like some dude who just clicks the lane for free and doesn't really need help, then maybe. But
yeah, but I'm pretty sure Nemesis just take Drow here if it's let through, because Bane Drow is awesome. Bane Pangolier versus Drow is pretty miserable for Pango, so
100%
free.
It is an absolute.
Nemesis turned
Oh,
to
oh.
ban.
Why?
Okay.
Wyvern ban? That is
A Pango counter.
that is the weirdest ban.
Yeah.
I don't think Leles. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm loading his Dodo buff right now. Pretty sure he's not gonna just whip out a Pos 4 Wyvern out of
10
nowhere.
seconds remaining.
Hold up, Leles. Dodo buff.
5 seconds
Wait,
remaining.
unless he's okay. Yeah, no, thought not. He hasn't played it in this qualifier, I believe. All right, filter by alphabetical. Winter Wyvern.
Ban out Lycan, pick Drow, simple.
He last played it in 2020 when he was playing on Beast Coast.
But did he win?
10 seconds remaining.
Yes.
Ban it. Good ban.
5 seconds remaining.
Historical ban. Only the region would know, actually. Such deep lore.
Indeed. Yes, we always talking about how well these players know each other. Now we really see it come into fruition. Come on, just pick your Drow.
Teams, to be fair, have been ignoring Drow for some reason, but I would like to think they just pick it. Yeah,
No,
thanks.
it's too good here.
No, to be, I am 1,000,000% on board with you. Okay. I'm just, there's something in the air, you know? There's something in the air today in South America where, like, Drow? Oh, God, no.
Everyone's
okay.
just bored of it. Everyone's just like, we'll just leave it. I can't even bother about it. Just
Yeah,
don't want
Snapfire
to click
and
the hero
Drow.
at any
5
point.
seconds remaining.
Okay, what are we gonna do now, Red Hot Chili Pebble? Most likely Pango will go to mid, which means in off lane you're looking towards Axe, you're looking towards Undying, like off laners that can just kind of like run the Drow down in laning phase. The problem is Bane's already there set up, so if you have these like melee aggressors, you just get nightmared and now kind of that spacing occurs, so it can be difficult. They do take the Hoodwink. Feels like they're kind of taking it away from Nemesis. I just wouldn't be surprised though if you really like want Analog to have draft position and also to kind of see where Pango's going, there is an argument that you'll take like Lion for Nemesis and then just take an offlaner. It kind of really depends on what Chili Pibble show. Like, do they see the offlane pick? Do they need to pick the mid to preserve it if there's not enough information? But for Chili Pibble, Skirmish is their main style of play right now. When you have Pango Hoodwink on your team, you are looking to take cheap fights, move around the map, just keep poking.
Yeah, super good. Loving everything I'm seeing right now from Team Nemesis by Red Hot Chili Pepper. They will pull out the hood, and yeah, I'm perfectly happy. I actually think this support's been underpicked in the SA region so far. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the hero's very, very good.
Excellent. They are really, really running out of reserve time, by the way.
Yeah, 25 seconds. Like, come on, what's the pick? Go.
Lock in. All right, the Prada Disruptor. He earned an MVP earlier in this tournament on it. Maybe he could do so again, and maybe it will save them from elimination.
I mean, I do like seeing Disruptor, but I don't know if I want to see it into this game at the moment. Like, it is a blind pick. It also enables Nemesis to like take an offlane combo to play into it. Disruptor likes to play kind of chase down lanes where they poke you. You know, if you really want to on the offlane, you can go like, you know, your Enigmas, your Beastmasters, your kind of annoying zoo heroes that will just like take over the tower. Disruptor's very bad at protecting his tower. He just wants to keep playing aggressive. That aside, you are at least opening up your carry for more information because you have double pick support. I mean, Nemesis, they're in like not a difficult spot. It's more like if you pick mid, maybe Pango goes offlane and then Chili Pip will counter you on 18. If you pick offlane, you have to respect Disruptor and then maybe there's a counter from the carry roll. So they've taken Slot up. Again, pretty cool because of course it takes offlane to mid flex to the very end of the draft for them. That is a nice approach. Also, Slardar Drow, it's a very good combination. Of course, physical damage galore. Disruptor,
10 seconds
depending on the carry, can kind of be annoying.
5 seconds remaining.
But more often than not, Slardar just brushes it off and just wins the lane. It's like they're like slim odds. Like you need the perfect carry pick. Again, I still feel like the 4 position can pretty much just be any stunny map play dude. Shadow Demon. Sure.
Yep. So a little bit of save, a little bit of control, and a nice big ulti, which is really nice for Slardar actually. He's one of these heroes which likes to stay on enemy heroes, and he does have his stuns himself to do it, but like oftentimes you can have these issues, you can run into issues where the hero is able to escape, so Shadow Demon just really locks him down, and Centaur into Shadow Demon. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
It's not ideal. They snap picked it as well, but like the Shadow Demon does a great save and Disruptor. No matter what, like you're just going to be able to delay the static storm damage, potential Aghanim's as well. Centaur is often countered by SD because you just disrupt the Stampede so they can't run away. It's just a really high value SD game.
Yeah.
And yeah, even just dodging the Sharpshooter, dodging a roll, like Lelis in the right position is going to just do so much work. Even Nightmare just to be able to disjoint certain things. I think Nemesis, it's a very clean looking lineup. And it is exactly what I've asked for though. Like this is the type of lineup that you are meant to outplay in the lane, utilize your early timings, get the blink on Slardar, break down the map, take objectives, you know, build up a really big net worth lead. I think this draft is like, if they win within like 35, then they have a good shot at making a low bracket run. But if it lasts anything longer, I'm just worried for like the sake of like the future of the team. Like you've given yourself the tempo, now display it.
Yeah, they have the tempo. They have, I would call this a pretty solid outdrafting here. I don't think you get this Drow against many other teams. You know, like Bane is already pretty good, especially in Pango, and then you get the Drow as well, and it's just...
I mean, the
it's a
Winter
little
Wyvern
too
ban
much, I think.
is legitimately cursed.
I think, yeah. I think that was an evil ban. Not in the right ways.
That was, some rogue ban. But it's like a Nemesis last pick. So for Chili Pibble, you need to find a carry
remaining.
that can maybe lane into Slardar, but also then be ready to get
5
counterpicked.
seconds remaining.
So you're asking for quite a generic looking carry because you are, like, again, picking blind.
Yeah, blind into the off lane for sure.
This could just be an argument of you just take like a casual Tiny because it's just the dude that just sits up front. But again, Tiny, Slardar taking some armor. Tiny does get good armor, of course, with Grow, but
10
it's kind of
seconds
weird.
remaining.
Muerta could be a really cool option. But then there's SD who
seconds
takes a
remaining.
clone of you and it kind of gets a
Yeah,
little bit
it's
weird. Yeah.
Unbane as well is not exactly comfortable for Muerta to play into. You know, even if he doesn't get the grip, even if he just enfeebles you, it's still really rough. I know it's the same for most carries, but they'll try it, which I respect. I think this is fine. There was no good answer, and they had 1 second of reserve time left, so you just had to lock in the best of what you could come up with, and Muerta's going to be that. I mean, one would imagine
10
they'd plan this
seconds
pick a little
remaining.
bit further in advance than we were talking about it, and hopefully protecting it with some bans. So,
5
yeah, we'll see
seconds remaining.
how this draft ends up for them. But Nemesis can now pick freely. They've got a minute to think about it. Ooh, let me just flick through my Rolodex of offlaners I would like to play.
In short, can't you just pick up Axe here for the offlane?
It's
Slardar
so
into
good,
Pango
it's
matchup. Axe is just incredible to lock down. It's another way to stop the Stampede feeling good because you hold them in place. You don't, I mean, there is a little point of pressure of double range poking you a little bit with Disruptor Muerta, but in reality, you kind of brush it off. Right,
Choose your
done.
hero.
cool, done. Lock it in, boys.
Yep. Man, this feels good. This feels very, very good. I'm very happy if I'm Team Nemesis right here.
Oh, I thought you were
Maybe
talking about
I'm
the predictions. I was like,
underestimating.
damn, son. All right, yeah, you keep going. Sorry, go on. Back to you.
Thank you. Maybe I'm underestimating, you know, some aspects of this Red Hot Chili Pipple draft. You know, maybe the Centaur gets out of lane okay versus Drow. Maybe Muerta can hit her timings. Katoro certainly impressed me in game number 1, despite the grim state of affairs. He was able to give himself his team a chance. But man, it just feels like a lot to ask for this time around.
Yeah, no, it's just so awkward for Chili Pibble because for a team that needs a bit more of like kind of things given to them to look good, they have given themselves this like really technical looking lineup there. It's like Disruptor needs to find moves to Muerta in the laning phase, and Pango has to somehow survive a Slardar lane, and then through all of that, you're gonna create this aggression, and like it's just awkward. I just don't see the draft matching the performance of the team. Like Centaur, super farming offlaner, Pango susceptible to pressure, Muerta getting chased down by a Blade Mail Axe. Like it just feels like they are doomed from the start. And if they are to win this game, it is going to be a lot of like individual performances. Maybe Disruptor just absolutely pops off. Prada, we praised him earlier in the qualifier for his twin gate rotations, the aggression he brought. Maybe if he can find a way to, you know, punish the Drow, she steps up too far, trying to put more threat on that top lane. Like if he can find a way to just create some imbalance, maybe there's hope for Red Hot Chili Pibble. But yeah, for Nemesis, like I said before, this is the true test. They have to win this game within like 30 minutes. Like they need to prove that with an outdraft like this, with the tempo and the heroes that they have, they can just win a clean game without making mistakes.
Yeah, they have the tools. They have all the tools. They have an open toolbox. Everything's pristine, well-oiled, and ready to go. Put them to work. Let's see them cook. One thing I will say, Red Hot Chili Pibble, you know, TK, I love my 60-minute timings. If we get to 60 minutes, you know, Centaur, he's
Sunspam
going to
2.0.
bust out the Agonams, and then you're going to have Muerta riding in the back. Amazing. One of my favorite combos.
Okay.
And then just, you know, hope that maybe Yamsun will let us disconnect or something and can't use their ultis on him. Having an amazing time.
Is there any 60-minute strat that doesn't include Aghanims with you?
I don't know. I don't have like a list of them written down in front of me. I just, you know, I just see the draft and they speak to me. They whisper in me. I can see a minute 65. Every single 5v5, I can envisage the 60-minute fight in my head and how I want it to look. So I can't tell you that until we see the drafts and are presented in front of us.
No.
But yes, there is some permutation in the multiverse where Red Hot Chili Pibble win by putting Katoro in the cart and then just riding around the ancient in circles whilst Katoro shoots it and no one can do it.
I can see it.
Going, yeehaw! She's got 2 guns.
The battle begins.
gun better than bow and arrow, so...
Right now, surprisingly not. Bow and arrow is reigning supreme throughout the entirety of Dota competitive play.
Enough bow and arrow, please.
Okay. Double support looking bottom for now, but most likely we'll just twin gate. Prada has shown on the creep wave. So Drow will act defensive.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, they've killed off the range creep.
Yep. Supports are going to pass each other for a millisecond. They both went through the twin gate.
Muerta's courier kept alive. We see this almost every game at the moment where someone tries to kill someone's courier at minute one, just, you know, utilizing the fact that people be greedy and people be trying to get the tangos after bounties.
Yeah, they're trying to, you know, just punish the resources. Again, early game courier usage is very predictable. It's like most people want to start with a couple more stats, utilize the courier for the first bit of regen. Second courier will be like salve plus more stats. Okay, if you can find windows to make the move, it's going to be pretty good. But of course, we do have a focus on bot lane. Ooh. It's a very scary lane. Even with return, Drow can do some decent damage. Of course, I think like level 3, level 5 Centaur is when you really kind of turn the lane back around, especially with Helm of Iron Will. But until then, just be mindful. Drow's going to keep poking you down.
So I was actually oofing at mid, where we had a double range creep deny from Analog. Now Trini actually moves forward onto Analog. Analog, he's got the stun available though. We'll keep chasing. One more right click will do the job, and that'll be a first blood coming out for the Slardar solo in the middle lane. Tip that man, Lelis, give him some pocket money. He deserves it. Just a ridiculously illegal shield crash there coming out for the Pangolier, unfortunately.
Pango had been sent to the absolute wolves. Oh, okay.
Looking like a dead Jabs, trying to go a little hard onto Jabs there, but Lelis micros the Muertas to make sure they can get the kill onto the Disruptor. But still, good stuff for the top lane here for the red hot Chili Pibble. In all of what we said, we didn't mention that like this lane is okay for red hot Chili Pibble, right? Like we're not too concerned about Muerta surviving the laning phase at least.
It's a volatile lane. I think it's Disruptor and Muerta need to show kind of good skill to be able to keep applying pressure. Any mispositioning, you will just get chased down. But so far, so good. I think they've done a good job. Of course, at any minute in an SD Axe lane, it's one disrupt into Battle Hunger. You aggro the creep wave into spin, and you can go down.
Ooh, that dead shot missing, keeping Lelis alive. Lelis going to keep the poison coming on through its form, but it's not enough, and now Jab's going to go down again. Prada might die to the Hathunga, but it's going to be a double kill for Katoro Hayama up in the top lane. The Muerta is doing work up in the top side. You said you needed some masterful individual performances on the side of Red Hot Chili Pibble, but who better to ask that from than Katoro himself?
Yeah, they're kind of just running it down the lane on the Axe SD. They're really just not respecting just the cheap amount of damage that Disruptor were to apply through multiple dead shots, multiple thunder strikes, and yeah, fair play. The safe lane of Chili Pibble, they're doing it. And that also potentially frees up Disruptor, but you always have to be careful. You get a couple kills in the safe lane. If the support leaves too early, it kind of invites the Axe to get back into the game. So I think Prada, he is walking mid, he's on a ward, but he can't get too excited with the kills. He might need to return back top.
Alatroni won't try and contest the bottom water rune. We'll just go for the top one, kept safe by Prada, so not exactly a impactful rotation.
Yeah. Jabs is on the tower. A TP from Hoodwink. Jabs might die again. There's a glimpse here.
Oh dear. Glimpse back into the silence. Jabs in trouble, and it will be death number 3 for the Axe. The red man falls.
Yeah, it's just... I'll be honest. Very disrespectful positioning, honestly. Like, you're playing into a Disruptor. Your creeps are dying under tower, and you're kind of, like, then trying to also dive the Muerta. It kind of... Like, if there wasn't a Disruptor in the game, then that kind of makes sense. Like, you just run away, but still. They go into Tranquil Centaur. Nice attempt at the branch. Into pause. Ooh.
Oh, BM from Rubicon. Totally.
Bro, don't. Okay, fucking hell.
He looks like he's like dying in a super dramatic way, but he's actually going for the stomp. Will he survive? Type 1 or 2? I'm not going to tell you which is which.
Yeah, okay, cool. You didn't say which was which.
Both is die. I know.
Great.
You don't get the option. No. Oh, give him a cinematic death. Can we play it in slow-mo? Oh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A soldier's fortune.
Sometimes I like to go into free cam mode in these lobbies. Just have a look around. Go look at some stuff in, you know, eyeline perspective. Get up and close and personal with the heroes.
No comment. I don't want to know what you do.
Treads Null Talisman Wand out for Katoro. Just at 5 minutes 30, it's pretty damn nice for the Mortar. Now, just going to try and make a rotation up onto Rubicon here. Ooh, this could be very cool indeed. Not spotted out by Yamsun, but Rubicon, he does seem to know actually.
I think he saw the twin get animation as
Radiant
well.
Ward, yeah, potentially. Pushback though, does connect onto Yamsun. Deadshot also lands onto Rubicon, and Prada is here to get back onto Rubicon, so it's going to be 4 heroes down in the bottom lane, and a kill going to both, onto the Bane and onto the Muerta. Onto the Drow, sorry.
In the safe lane, disrupt the Murta. They are doing absolutely everything for their team. We already know that the Pangol is struggling in the mid lane, but the rotations, the pressure, the killing off the Axe, the coming bottom to utilize the first catapult wave. Like, all these small things all add up to Chili people just stabilizing the game.
It's one thing to win this lane, which, you know, could have gone either way, to be perfectly honest, for Katoro. It's another thing to then also let that spill out into the top lane. And you know what? I'm not even casting cursing because he's going to live this. In comes the ulti. Disruption out from Lelis. Wu comes in. Pretty not too healthy, though, on the Hoodwink. He needs to run away from his own illusions here as well because the damage is pretty severe. Rubicon on the run. Could fall. Will fall. Goes down. Does die. Now Katoro into trouble. Jabs. Got to get off that battle hunger there. Got to secure the kill onto Katoro. Hayama will do so. Lelis is the one to pick up the bounty on him. Yamsun takes down Wu. Meanwhile, now they can look towards Prada. Prada probably not getting out of this one. Jabs is going to have the battle hunger available in just 2 seconds, but nope, will back away. Doesn't want to chase up the higher ground, I guess. Scared of rotation of some kind, I don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Finally, the
Just
aggression from Nemesis pays off though. Like it was getting kind of desperate. They just kept throwing bodies up top, but again with the catapult wave, with the constant dives, they put a stop to the the tyranny of Disrupt and Muerta in the early game.
Rubicon though, very, very tough situation now for the Drow.
I've not seen a Drow be this out of the game for some time, to be fair. Like, she kind of always seems to have a free pass through the laning phase. Sure, like we mentioned, the Centaur, Helm of Iron will return, also retaliate, my apologies, not return. There is, of course, a debate that you can eventually stand your ground, but it's just the tower dives. So it was really, really beautiful from Chili Pibble. If anything, it now gets awkward for Muerta. Like, where does she want to go on the map? She doesn't have her Maelstrom yet, she doesn't have her farming tool.
Jabs picks up the haste. Slardar tries to get in here as Katoro makes another play, this time onto Lelis. So unfortunately, Rio is going to disconnect from the game. Luckily, he wasn't involved in any of this shenanigans, so doesn't really affect the play too much. But yeah, Lelis got absolutely blasted. What beautiful animations there. Just seeing how toasted Lelis got here. Pew! Bro,
This point is actually kind of awkward because Centaur, so he disconnected. Let's assume he didn't play for what, 2 seconds pre-pause. He is like 1 creep from level 6. So if he was actually already in this camp rather than standing to the right of the camp, you could argue he would be killing this creep using spells or aggroing it. So if Stampede is required for any reason in the mid lane, this disconnect does play into it. But to be clear, they are just running away. So they're probably fine.
7 XP needed for level 6. Yeah, I think Drow just wants some time in bottom lane by herself. Needs some me time.
I mean, it always happens though. Like when you take the tower this early, like we saw it in previous qualifier games. Like you lose tier 1 tower, it feels good in the moment, but in reality, the wave gets shoved down to the tier 2. The carry can farm tier 2 with better tower aura. You don't want to dive to tier 2 because of course, the damage it has. And then it actually kind of brings back the farming kind of mechanism. If you have the tier 1 up and you force the carry to play there, you're using Twin Gate, you're instantly diving. So there are some arguments that safe lane towers being taken at the wrong time is a recovery mechanism for carries who are already the losing lane. Like, I can see a world where Centaur just like holds the wave, keeps denying, farms the jungle camps, and then you take tower maybe at 10, and then Rubicon will have like 0 creep waves ever again. But he's kind of grateful. He's been given like at least 2 to 3. And to be fair, Centaur has done a pretty good job. Like with the double stack on the hard camp, he's still pulling the wave. So he has identified the fact that the bot wave will go towards the Drow, and he's doing everything in his power to stop Drow farming.
That is true. Yeah, this pull is a small thing you can do to keep the pressure on and try to keep Rubicon out of the game. But Katoran, man, what a game this Muerta is having. Maelstrom now well on the way for her. This Muerta is going to be a huge threat. I mean, it's one they can deal with though. Like, they have a lot of single target shut down. The Axe as well is also going to utilize the farm of the Muerta against her. She does need to think about that. I don't know what the answer is for the Muerta. I don't know if there's any item which can really help you out versus the Axe.
Realistically, it's like, what, you go Mjolnir, Dragonlance, maybe like Silver Edge BKB, and you just keep playing on positioning. But you wait for the Axe, you wait for the information, utilize Pangolier, who's such a crazy man in the fights, but Jabs get really far down the lane.
Yeah, and with 3 heroes missing, they will be able to jump in. There's the glimpse back and the kill onto Jabs. Well, it certainly helps with the Axe Dusty just doesn't have a blink blade mail until like 20 minutes. That will make things easier for the Muerta. Of course, tons of stacks being made as you would expect. Lennis, oh, he's pre-preparing the Ancients for the Axe. Yeah, okay.
This is a nice comeback tool. Saving grace for Nemesis. Like, the Axe build is so simple that, like, even with a difficult game, the communication on the team is like, get him Blade Mail Blink. That is all we need. So these stacks, of course, are going to be a really nice resource in doing that. 250 gold away from the recipe, which you will get from this camp.
Bada bing, bada boom. Blade mail in place. Step 1 complete. Step 2 will be the Blink Dagger. Step 3 will be sit on Muerta.
Radiant are scattered.
Analog, despite having a phenomenal lane, actually gets taken over by the Pangolier in net worth just due to the action that's taken place for Red Hot Chili Peppers. They have been everywhere, they have done everything, and they have completely countered this laning phase, which by all rights should have gone the way of Team Nemesis. Mostly off the back of Katora Hayama.
Katora just, him and Prada, truly exceptional, kind of outplaying the laning phase. So they're even diving behind the tower. Ooh, unfortunate glimpse. Bring in the numbers. Again, Centaur with the Helm of Dom, taking over the Troll Summoner. Does apply that additional kind of tower pressure, ability to kind of progress the map.
Yamsun kind of chilling in the jungle as a canary for the Drow. They'll see Yamsun getting jumped and just know that, you know, it's not super safe down here anymore.
I mean, doesn't this just make Dota such a beautiful game? The fact that a 0-4 Axe who just relentlessly fed the laning phase is still top net worth of your team.
Yeah. I mean, these stacks from the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Just
Exactly.
happy to scream back into the game.
And this way you will look towards Lelis to, if there is going to be Nemesis having life through the Axe, of course, like, you look towards the Shadow Demon and just go, thank you very much. Because without him, all the threat and punishment we expected to see on Chili Pipple, there just wouldn't be any at all.
No, Stacker Supreme doing work. Also, though, extra pressure on jabs now as well. You know, if you don't make some big calls with this Blink Blade Mail, then
Yeah.
not only are you letting down yourself, not only letting down everybody else, you're also especially letting down Lelis, who stacked for you.
I stacked for this?
Should have taken it myself.
Luckily, Analog is also going to have a blink soon, so there is going to be this like double offense that they can provide. The problem they face is Bane SD on incredible controlling base supports without damage themselves, and kind of the whole lineup functioned on winning lanes and like Drow slotting in behind the pick-off potential. Like any blink initiation from Slardar, Drow just appears with like Dragon Lance Yasha and goes, I'm here, let me get the kill. And she will be missing from some of these engagements because of how much of a disaster her lane was. So as much as we anticipate Nemesis wanting to make moves, even when the blinks appear, they might just hold back for a second due to the kind of the lineup that they have.
Wait until
Saying that, both supports
and show themselves.
Yeah, but both supports are sitting behind Slardar, sorry, and they're holding the blink on the courier by the tier 2. So they are going to look for a pickoff. They are pinging the Centaur as well. A Vanguard Helm of the... It's a tanky target. There is a tier 1 tower here as well. Like, it's not as if there'll be no response from Chili Pibble. Do they have the burst damage?
Needs to get involved here. In we go, jump in, there's the Amplify, there's the grip coming out, but Wu is already there to cancel, which is going to allow the Stampede to come off, and Rayo actually goes in aggressively, and they'll just cook up both of those supports in an instant. Katoro TPing in immediately here, just wants to be active, wants to be all over the side of Nemesis.
That was incredibly optimistic.
It was.
I was asking the question.
Biggest boy on the map.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like, do they have the damage? But that's just like the polite way of wording it. Like, unless your Drow standing right there, ready, willing to just fire in a million shots, and that's like Nemesis are just looking broken. They did not win the lanes, and there is no position on the map they want to be. Murta just running away with the game now. 8,500 net worth.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's getting ridiculous. It really is.
Yeah.
They need to do something about this Muerta. Don't forget as well, Supernatural is a pretty big factor of Muerta these days. So every kill you get is 1% spell amp. That does of course trigger when you use that ulti. Basically just be a flat damage increase to your clicks. Very, very painful. Now up to 8 stacks of super.
Now on Chili Pibble though, they need to keep trying to apply this pressure. Like 3,000 gold lead, you've done an exceptional job early on, but you've got to keep trying to, you know, force that pressure. You suddenly look at Drow and she picks up like Manta, Axe gets a BKB after the blink. Like, there are kind of comeback timings for Nemesis to strive towards. I don't think they're going to try and smoke kill a Centaur anytime soon. I say that, they just pick it up for smoke, so we'll see where they're going to go with it.
Here we go.
Round 2.
No, they've got the Blink Dagger coming out on jabs, so one would hope that this will be a smoke with jabs, and they'll look to hopefully find themselves a Muerta. Of course, Muerta's now farming in the triangle, but could go anywhere after this as she finishes off the camp there. So tracking down this Muerta might be difficult. Red Hot Chili Pibble all getting behind the Centaur down at bottom. They know that they do think that they can kill the Centaur, so they're kind of using that information to bait Rio Estio, showing further down the lane. But so far,
nice
all
break.
spotted. Yamsun, really good break from him. Nightmare into grip, but cancelled immediately by Wu. Katoro's down low ground jabs. He needs to get close enough to get off this cool, and does do so. There's a cool, there's a blade mail, there's a damage. Bye-bye Katoro. Jabs plays it perfectly. Does end up dying due to the glimpse back into the Pangalia. There's a big turnaround play, and now Rubicon can get into the mix as well. Start blasting away at Rio Estio, and with a nice little nightmare, they will keep him silenced, keep him killed, and get themselves 4 clean kills. Nemesis, they waited for their moment, they were patient, and they found it.
Yeah, I'd love to see a replay of that. I've
Just watch Jabs.
massive. Yeah, I mean, not only Jabs, but I think Yamsen and Jabs just really stepping up that move. Yamsen playing behind the tree line, getting the Nightmare into the grip, then enabling that aggression. Analog, he kind of jumps in, doesn't get the kind of the perfect start, but of course he gives the information. Jabs then gets that blade mail call that you want to see, the axe into Murta. You are the counter with these two items. And at that point, it's just a lot of kiting, a lot of, you know, just baiting Chili Double into this just awkward spot. But yeah, as soon as Murta on the low ground gets caught, the fight's pretty much over. Once again, Yamsen, just having that smoke break, just having the understanding of what he was meant to do. Obs placed, Nightmare, grip. They really just kind of outplayed them in that team fight. In a moment of the game that if you don't execute, if you don't step up to the pressure of this game too, you just get killed. Suddenly it's 10k gold lead. Murta has like, you know, one more item. You're probably looking at game 3. So very good stuff there for Nemesis to keep themselves in the game.
Kota are going to go in for the Mjolnir into Hurricane Pike, so yeah, not going for the naked Mjolnir, of course. That would be pretty suicidal. But does finish off the Mjolnir now that the Dragon Lance is complete. Then we'll go for the Pike, and then we'll go in for Satanic, so still not looking at BKB. Could be punished in the long run, we'll see. Lalatroni this game did go in for Diffusal, no big surprise here. Mage Slayer's kind of died off quite a lot on Pangolier now. I think we pretty much only see Diffusal. Ooh. And you definitely don't go both as Wu dies bottom. Pangolier builds
like Mage
change
Slayer,
a
like, it
lot.
has a time and a place. Like, it very much has a time and a place. Diffusal is like the default, and if you have a read for it, then you go for the other, but yeah. Not that necessary in this game at all.
I think usually though you only pick up one. I don't really see people doing both because it just delays your blink timing, it delays your Aghanim's timing, which are both really important timings for the hero. Yeah, the swashbuckles are pretty awesome, but yeah. Whatever.
Yamsen's opted for a Ghost Scepter, which against Pangolier, pretty good, very good.
Yeah.
Against Murta,
Absolutely terrible.
No, part of me was thinking that maybe Blink Dagger would be the item. It's Hoodwink. Yeah.
Oh, dies to Lannis's tick. But lives back onto Analog here. Analog in trouble. There will be a disruption to buy him some time. Axe Cam, he's up at top. He's chilling. He's farming. He's not getting on this Murta right now. But there's the Enfeeble out onto the Murta, which is super, super annoying. Analog still not out of this yet and will actually end up going down. Nice silence from Rubicon, though. Catches out the Pangolier, gets them the return kill. Very, very valuable.
Nightmare in one.
Has been seen. Nightmare used, sending him back. Rubicon looking again. Prada is on the high ground. What can you really do, though? Well, he doesn't actually need to do anything because the Centaur is just insanely tanky, especially with the Crimson Guard now as well. Able to block up the Drow's damage and be absolutely fine. So he was just going to leave.
He is a... He's kind of like, you know, like when there's the Medusa strategies, and it's like, you know what, let's deal with her at the very end of the fight. I kind of feel that's where Centaur's very quickly getting to. It's just, don't go near him. Honestly, it's the type of game that I'd love to see the Centaur get, like the Blink, the Hearts, the Krellas. Like, I just want him to be a bit more of a threat, because he's very much, he's itemizing for survivability, which is perfectly fine. The Lotus Orb into Bane, into Slardar, exceptionally good item. But after that, I wouldn't mind if he just tried to take over the game a bit more. Like, the eventual overwhelming Blinks, you know, the big ticket items, they will be a lot more commanding for him. There is a fear that eventually he will just get nightmared, and that's it, done. Nightmare him one time, and then you have 5 seconds to go and run off elsewhere into the fight and do something else.
I meanwhile going for the Tormentor. Grandfather's Shard. No real response to this, but you know what the response is going to be actually.
Roshan!
Oh yeah. Mutate.
I don't know where that voice came from, I'm so sorry.
I like it, man. It's going to get some hype. It's been the 5th game of the day.
Yeah, it's 6.5 hours of just, long games.
I need some help over here.
Don't worry, I will squeal if I see a great play. Do not fear.
Great. That's exactly the action that people want you to do.
I'll do that thing as well where you aggressively ad-lib during a really important fight with stuff that wasn't actually that important to ad-lib, but it shows that I care, you know? I can do one of those for you if you'd like. Yeah. Oh, the wand! Thunderstrike!
Tread swap?
Yo, that. Yeah, I never thought of that one before. Yeah, I've double clicked my so I'm ready. Strength. She's yet to swap, by the way, hence why I've not. Oh, in.
Oh, in.
Strength.
Big. Yeah, back straight though. Just being
Oh
attacked.
wait, no, we can do drow. She's on camera. Oh no, we're back to Murta. God damn it. Oh, we're on drow. God damn it.
Back to drow.
Oh, okay, whatever. I can't be
Stay on
done.
edge.
Yeah,
I don't think
I'm
drow's
getting
going to
played
be
with
able to
here.
be honest.
I've actually been treated like a fool every time I said a new hero.
You've been chumped.
Yeah, absolutely chumped.
I'm just interested to see if the Satanic is going to work for Kotaro Hayama as a "oh goodness me, I've been called" response.
If you press it, then yes. If you don't press it, then no. It's a crazy bit of analysis, but it's a very kind of says what it does on the tin type item.
Radiant's top
Drow
tower is
just
under attack.
utilizing the Aegis, trying to press the game state. With Manta and Pike, she is looking to be a bit more of a threat now. Happy to sometimes even lead the charge with her team. Axe, the BKB is coming out on the courier, and Slardar, you know, 800 gold away from his BKB. So Drow has all the protection that she needs.
She does indeed. Well guarded, and an Aegis, of course. Because why not? Bottom lane being shoved out. Aghanim's finished off with a Pangolier at least, so he hits a timing himself. Don't know if it's this timing which is really going to be that impactful. I mean, it is. It always is good, but not if you get gripped.
Yeah, that is the major concern. It's like Pangolier has done quite a lot in some of these fights, but they're going on to Slardar. They've grown up a lot since the last time they tried to kill him properly. Oh, Lotus.
This is getting awkward, and Prada's going to be there with a relatively well-positioned Static Storm. Jab's still looking for that Muerta. You can see Kotaro and Jabs both trying to stare at each other in this fight. Kotaro now going to show. Jab sees the opportunity, runs in. BKB, cool miss. Uh-oh, TP away in shame. Get out of there, Jabs. Mission failed. So now gonna get run down, probably Rubicon. Actually looking to come in here, but I'm not sure this is your fight, buddy. Needs to get away. There's a fear to help out, but a glimpse back. Tries to Manta dodge, it won't happen. There's a Hurricane Pike, but Latroni will not leave Drow alone. Yamson coming back in. Jab is going to be there, but the Yules is going to be there in a response from this red hot chili pibble. Rubicon is gone. Jab's trying to do something, anything to this Muerta, but cannot do a thing except die. It's a bit of a mess here for Nemesis. They're all dead, including a buyback, including an Aegis. This couldn't have gone better, honestly.
I honestly thought that Nemesis had kind of matured into the game, and if they're going to jump Centaur, that they had the damage. But one Lotus Orb from Centaur, Bane then having his grip reflected, and then nothing else happening, they just fell apart. Again, you do have to ask the question. Analog was a drop of gold away from BKB. That would have completely changed the fight if he was able just to lock on the entire time. But it's just a really, really sloppy initiation from Nemesis. You know, Slardar jumps in, SD jumps in. Where's the Drow? Where's anything? Where's the oomph? Now she appears at the start of the fight, like also quite out of position, being at the center next to Hoodwink and Centaur, having to really think about trying to disengage. Shocked using Glimpse, and then Axe at the very end, he jumps in thinking he's going to catch the Muerta, but you know just misses. So for Nemesis, Slardar didn't have BKB. They force the fight. They don't connect on their spells, and then Chili Pip will just go, "Thank you very much." Chase you down the lane, get the kills. Nemesis will be kicking themselves for that fight. It was nowhere near the standard.
Total disaster.
Yeah, like compared to the fight that they had in their jungle, where they had like the Bane smoke break into this, it is just a completely different attempt to fight. And yeah, that was not the discipline that you're expecting to see. Jabs jumps onto the Hoodwink. Stampede used to try and save
Analog, I would imagine, will be able to get this kill. In comes Lelis with the Demonic Purge just to make sure they can absolutely bring him down. A little kill onto Wu. Not a big deal.
You just to me, it's like the back and forth of this game. It's pretty much just on Nemesis. Because if they can execute in the fight, I feel like even with 10k down, 15k down, they can still just win a team fight quite easily. But if at any point they don't connect on their spell, they instantly get punished and reminded, like, hey, your Axe is out of your position, or your Slardr's not out of position. But they have the BKB on the Slardr, they have the gem as well. So they want to try and take over a bit more of the map. They don't care that the last fight didn't go their way. But Drow getting jumped by the Centaur.
It's a huge play. There's a disruption coming out to try to break this one. Yamsun going to try to do his best with the Nightmare coming out as well. And it is a fantastic call getting Prada down. There will be an ulti. And now a Satanic used by Katoro. Oh my god. Load of damage coming out. Yamsun just has to stand his ground. Go for the feed scope, but another jump in from Rio's deal is going to take down the Drow. Yamsun gone as well. This time, the initiation was better, but due to the fact they messed up that last fight so badly, they just didn't have the items. The Muerta had the survivability, the Muerta had the Satanic, and they do end up dropping.
Yeah. And they found the Muerta, but there just wasn't anything else to layer into that kind of moment, right? And the Drow, until she gets a BKB, she has to be very mindful, like, how to initiate the fight. And it also wasn't like on their terms. Like the Drow shows on the mid wave, Centaur just full sends it on initiation, and it's like the perfect jump. You make the Drow like waste some of her tools to disengage slightly. SD's using disruption, like all these little things that add up, and the Satanic on the Muerta, pretty cool pickup. Axe doesn't connect on the initial dunk. She presses Satanic and then goes, "Thank you very much. Let me just re-enter the fight once more." You don't often see the third item Satanic, but into the Axe makes a lot of sense.
Does indeed. It's the only item she really could have gone like. I just think BKB would have just been too much to ask. You know, it doesn't do anything if you BKB after the call. You're still just going to get run down and killed, so. Satanic, great choice. 10 out of 10. Katoro absolutely pulling a shift on this character. As he almost did last game on the Terrorblade as well. So he did pull a shift on the Terrorblade, so. Katoro coming alive as we enter the later part of these qualifiers. It's great to see. Drow needs her BKB. She's trying to get it as quickly as possible. One more camp, maybe two more camps, maybe three. We will be there.
Maybe 4, maybe 5. Yep.
Oh, death. We'll go back to 6.
Yeah. No, there it is. BKB obtained.
It's not a BKB which completely changes the game, but it does allow this Drow to stand her ground much easier, especially with no Aghanims, of course, on Disruptor. Not going to come out any soon either, so we'll always get a chance to get it off. There's no long chain stunning disables other than perhaps a Pangolier and a choke point.
Scan connects to Dire know exactly where Nemesis is standing. Centaur, he knows what he has to do. Just break the smoke, break the positioning.
Yeah. Use your body. Try to chase down this Slardar. Analog forced to blink away. Jabs also forced to blink away. They're looking, they're poking, they're prodding and trying to find something here. Drow.
Bane, he's doing the deep wraparound.
He is indeed, as Kodoro just in the middle of everybody again, just baiting them, saying, come at me, see what you can do. Again, another Manta miss, and that was not BKB used on the Drow. You wanted to pull that off, and now there's another axe right on top of Katoro once again, but Katoro, he's absolutely fine. The Cull's not going to land it over the grip into Analog. Analog will get the kill. He might just be saving them from this fight. BKB, TP away, but nope, dragged straight back in from Prada, but that might be Prada's demise here. Let's see, can Rio DeCio keep him alive? Yes, he can. There's a wall up as well. Mini Analog cannot chase any further. Will have to back himself away, but guess what? In 6 seconds, there will be another glimpse. As long as they keep this blink on cooldown, they might just be able to clean up Analog as well. But no, blink up to the high ground. Alatroni still chasing, but will not be finding. So they do get the kill into the Muerta, but I have to say, you needed to BKB that on the Drow, I think. Rubicon letting himself getting glimpsed back in, and then just completely comboed down. Really, really costly.
Yeah, I mean, Chili Pibble, they're just utilizing their tools really nicely, right? The scan to check the high ground, Centaur leading the charge, holding that formation on the high ground steps, never really breaking from it. And Nemesis, they're just struggling to execute. You got like Drow by herself playing on the low ground, trying to kill off heroes that are well positioned. Again, the BKB, should she press it, should she not? But it's like the Bane's off by the Roshan pit. You got Slardar at the kind of the right-hand side of that jungle steps. It's like everyone's in a whole different location. Meanwhile, Chili Pibble, it's like we are one unit. We move together. We kill together. And I think Nemesis, they're trying to outplay, but you know they've tied their shoelaces together and they're just falling over their own feet. Nothing's really connecting right now. And again, it's just testament to how Chili Pibble are being so beautifully chaotic with the right heroes in the right place. Like they're not throwing in a Pango. They're not offering him up to be gripped and die to the Drow. Like it's always Centaur.
Yes, exactly. I was going to make that point as well. Rio is just getting into their faces. He is being really, really obnoxious, giving all this information to his teammates and just daring the Radiant side of Nemesis to go on him, to use spells, because they'll be wasted. He's tanky enough to survive it through it all. And if you do unleash everything on him, then the rest of the team will follow up, get those kills. As you can see here with the Radiant Vision, don't see much here. Now they see a Hoodwink blink away, though. Wu is gone. He's out of here.
It's just
He is tempted on this Muerta. He's going to start here. They know they've cancelled the Axis blink, and that call has been made with Kotaro. The green light is given, but ulti popped. Not really finding anything. A lot of ultis popped on the side of Red Hot Chili Pibble. And not a single hero caught. This is a big win here for Nemesis. Do they actually just straight up get Roche now, maybe?
It's a difficult one. Like, Muerta is back up in 24 seconds, and a lot of smokes have been used by Nemesis.
To be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Drow needs BKB, of course, Muerta needs ult. You also need smoke because your entire draft is built on the pick off the explosive nature of, like, I see Muerta, let's kill Muerta. And because they're so starved of just good vision, smokes, and also BKBs, you kind of don't want to force it. Centaur is 100 gold away from the Aghanims, so we are going to be seeing a more defensive style of play from the Centaur.
Oh my god. Is it? Are we actually in the multiverse? I said we could be in. I said we weren't in.
I don't know. Yes, maybe. Who knows? Isn't life just a simulation anyways? Isn't that what people say?
Maybe, but it's my simulation. I control it.
Oh god.
I'm the main character.
I just threw up a little. I know it's TI qualifiers, but I just wanted to just warn you.
Respect.
Thank you.
Aghanims up for Rio Estío. That means the workhorse is going to come in. Centaur can hitch a cart whenever he feels like it.
She was popped
They're
on
just
state
beating Muerta now. Yeah, exactly. They're saying, yep, we're going for this. They'll get the vision inside the pit. They know it's low. They could go for the steal here, and they absolutely will. But in goes the Centaur to try to get the cart going. There you go. Muerta, she's up.
They got it.
Yeah, but the Aegis is going to be grabbed by Jabs because Muerta's in the cart. She can't pick the damn thing up. But she can't get a bunch of kills. There's Analog probably going to die here. Jabs is dead without a way out of this, really. He's going to have to try and blink out. Does actually do so, and now tries to look for the turnaround. Oh, the gust pushes the Muerta down the hill and means that Jabs, well, he got dual stuff anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference. Jabs will get killed, as will Rubicon. So it's a 4-hero death for the side of Nemesis. They will somehow get Jabs in response, I guess, just ticking out to the... to the poison and to the axe. Thank you very much, Observer. But yeah, a 4-for-1 trade. Sure, they get the Aegis. They managed to steal it away, but everybody just cleaned up afterwards by Kotaro and Co.
The Nemesis, they're just getting outplayed. I mean, simply put, Chili Pibble in game 2, they're just the better team. Like, once again, Muerta forces the Roshan, puts that intensity on Nemesis. They scramble into the pit. Centaur clutch saves Muerta. Sure, there's an Aegis snatch, but it doesn't really matter. Pango there jumping over the top, preventing Drow from getting in a good position on the high ground steps to maybe utilize the Slardar axe. Again, it's a double jump to play for the Aegis. And it was kind of important, but just things have not worked out for Nemesis at all. Like, just blunder after blunder after blunder. And as much as you say that, the positive is Chili Pibble, they're forcing them. It's really just controlled aggression from them.
Yep, the pressure's been very, very good, very, very constant. Kotaro just playing active from minute 1. I didn't expect this when this Murta pick came out. I did not expect Kotaro to come this well out of the lanes, and then to also just dominate the entire game, win every lane for his team, or at least the side lanes for his team, and then run around
they're
just doing work.
You're probably loading up the replay straight away, right? It's like, if you're Nemesis, you're looking at the first 6 minutes and going, what, how, why? You know, all the questions. And maybe if you're Chili Pebble, you're rewatching it going like, yeah, we're those guys. We did this. Hyping yourself up for most likely a game 3.
Is under attack.
It's looking that way. Very much so.
You go this way, and I'll go that way.
Like you say, there is always that possibility of the axe call at the right time onto Kotaro. You'll need a little bit more than that, but if the Sladar's able to help out, or if the Drought's able to land a multi-shot, something like that, as we have a static storm to clear out bottom wave. Fine.
Scanning.
It's an 85-second cooldown, to be fair, but it's also like, when was the last time, like, at least in the last 17 minutes, have we seen like Drow plus Axe, Drow plus Slardar, like together combo one hero?
No.
I just
no,
don't think I've seen it.
The only time they were given that opportunity was just now in the Roche pit, and that's because they had the Centaur Axe ready to reveal, so they were just fully waiting for them to try and do that. You always get one. Ryoseo jumps in with the workhorse, shoves the Moita into the back, only issue being that Moita could then not pick up the Aegis, so swings around about, say.
Structures are fortified.
And if there is a debate for Greedy as a concept, I think Disruptor is probably one of the few heroes that, one of the many heroes that demands it stays in the game because of your free path to Aghanims. What a great item for the hero. And without Greedy, you sometimes don't get it, but with Greedy, it's like, it's always inevitable around 40 minutes. Centaur, though, he picks up the Axe. Lure the BKB, sorry.
Lotus tried to go for the blink member, but an incredibly clutch dead shot there, in fairness, from the Muerta.
Oh, Disruption. I was like, what? Dismember, bro? The Pudge is in the game. That's hype as hell.
Guest appearance.
Maybe that's what Nemesis need. You need a Pudge on the roster. Out of nowhere. Left field.
Yeah, loosen up.
I mean, there is a BKB 9-second Muerta. BKB 9-second Centaur. These are not items that you...
Always looking. Smoked up. Ready to jump.
Don't go on Centaur again.
Opportunity. They find the Drow, though. Rubicon. I mean, there will be that nightmare to come down. Just buy Rubicon the space to get out of here, but unfortunately, Analog in the backline is forced to use his own BKB and just run away. Analog really cannot get anything off here. At least turns around and throws down the corrosive haze. But that's about all we can do.
I just feel that Nemesis just cannot find a way to get around this Centaur.
He's too
Every
fast.
single, like, we're gonna get to this highlight package, and it's just gonna be Nemesis jumps Centaur, Nemesis jumps Centaur, Centaur jumps Nemesis, Centaur jumps Nemesis. Like that's the entire game.
Dire are scanning.
That's all he really needs to do. Is just plonk himself in the front lines, be a problem, allow the team to play behind him. They can kind of move anywhere they want and do anything they want. We really need to see a more creative use of smoke from Nemesis. I think all their smokes are probably gone by now. They've just been getting out on the
They're onto Mortar.
They have
You by
got
yourself?
Mortar. This is
What?
Oh, whoa! Jumps in and gets caught as well. Kotaro Hayama, you've played an excellent game so far, but all it takes is one critical mistake. And you're suddenly inviting Nemesis back into the game a little bit. I mean, sure, it's a lot of net worth to recuperate here, but Nemesis needs to get out on this map, get these lanes out, and pressure as much as possible in this 70-second window.
Yeah, I mean, it's go, go, go. Like, if you're Nemesis, in the back of your mind, you're already thinking about, you know, what are we going to change in the draft? Like, how are we going to defend high ground one more time? You know, like, what's left in the tank lads? But when the Mortar just walks up by herself and just...
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
The Mortar showing at bottom, and then they caught a glimpse of My Little Pony in the middle lane and just went, absolutely, send it. There's no save, there's no stampede. Get in there and go.
You need to always be on your absolute A game in these qualifiers. You cannot have any lapse of judgment, any poor positioning. Good thing for Nemesis, I guess, is like you together as a group. You're like, oh guys, Mortar is still quite squishy. Like, you know, she has BKB, she has Satanic, but if they can, I honestly feel like I think it's more on Yamson or Lelis. They need to, I think, perform a little bit better in the team fight if they are to win this game, because they have the tools to stop the Centaur, right? They got to disrupt so Centaur can't cast spells, or a Nightmare, or a Grip pre-Lotus, of course. But they need to use some of these tools to just buy at least 3 seconds. And in that window of time, you then jump the Muerto or the Pango or someone, right? But we're not saying, I mean, even Analog, to be fair, like, it could just be Sala jumps Centaur, Axe jumps Muerta, everyone else piles into Muerta, but it is so difficult to set up this fight construct because of, you know, the Pangos and Disruptors and all the randomness that Chili Pibble will bring in. But at least for Nemesis, they've seen it works one time, and now they can try to replicate it.
It's also going to put the fear of God into Zoro Hayama, though, now realizing that there is no opportunity he has to ever be sort of solo pushing lanes or showing on any wave, really, without the Centaur just right behind it. But they're going to try and go mid, start off a fight onto the Drow. Drow in trouble. Is that an Aghanims on the Disruptor? You bet your ass it is. Rubicon's an issue, but does manage to go up the BKB in the closing moments of the disruption there. And now Grip out onto the Pangolier. There comes the Workhorse, but the call is there from Jabs, and they've got Kotaro again. Yabs finding him in the late game and shutting down Kotaro Hayama. Meanwhile, in the middle, well, they do get the glimpse of and manage to kill off Jabs as a response, but Drow's still alive, making it back to base. Drow is alive, and Kotaro is not. That is what's important.
Jabs has had a difficult game on the Axe, but he's finding the calls. He's getting back into the groove.
He is indeed. I almost want him to see go for like a Shadow Blade or something rather than the Shivas. You know, just work on your positioning even more, continue being a problem. But to be fair, if you're finding the calls, and of course that Chasm Stone going to help you out with the extra range. Because of course, like the slight anti-synergy which Shivas gives you.
Roshan's up.
Yeah, it is indeed. They need to get over here quick. I mean, Centaur's nearby, as is Disruptor. Well, Disruptor actually isn't. Centaur and Hood, though, going to try and be annoying here.
They're going to have to delay it. Just buy as much time as possible. Throw some spells into the pit. And for Nemesis, ideally, again, you got to wait for your Axe.
Yeah,
wait
they've
for
got the
15
outpost.
seconds.
It's a Radiant biased Roshan. Course, daytime always will be.
Ooh, that's all, but they're walking through the river.
His vision is here. Gonna jump in, just try to land a stun, get on top of the supports. It's a great start for the fight for them. Meanwhile, Analog just getting on top of Prada and trying to take him out. Rubicon, BKB's out, damage coming in. Alatroni in the grip will go down. They get that kill, and now they look over towards the center. Of course, still very, very tanky, as Wu's just duking it out with Analog in the back. Rio will get a kill before he goes down, but go down he shall. The Centaur can bleed. Into the pit, Nemesis. They are fighting back bit by bit, inch by inch. They are crawling back into this game, and with the Roshan, that crawl may become a run.
Again, look at the replay here. You can see that Chili People, they feel the threat. They do not want to give Drow this Aegis, so they start throwing bodies in. And then the Nightmare, the Bane steps up, he grabs the Centaur, then Axe steps up to stop the Aghanims cart to keep the Pangolier alive. Like, all these things. Like, if they don't clutch up here from Nemesis, maybe Chili Pibble buy just enough time for Muerta to, of course, TP. And she has to TP to the outpost. She doesn't TP to the tier 2, actually, so delays her entry. But both Bane and Axe really just kind of stepping up in that fight and making sure that if there is a comeback, it is because of, you know, their spell casting, but specifically Jabs. A really, really difficult game. I'll just remind everybody, this has not been a great game from Jabs, but the last 3 fights, MVP of the engagements every single time.
He really is. I mean, he kind of has to be in a way. If he isn't, I'm not convinced anything is going to stop this Muerta. But yeah, I mean, Muerta has just been like an absolute huge problem.
Everything that you thought about saying, yes, that's exactly. She has done all the above. What a timeline. Do you think Nemesis was ever going to hit a tier 3 in this game? I'll be honest, I didn't think so.
No, after this lanes, I think, yeah, I was wondering, I wonder what they do in this game 3 draft. They try to run it back to the lanes. They just run it back and hope that they don't make the same mistakes. I don't know.
Let's set up.
There's a lot of scary stuff in the late game, though.
Yeah.
Aghanims on Disruptor is scary. Aghanims on Centaur, also very, very concerning. A huge save available. They do have, at least they have like the 2 blink AoE stuns from both jabs and Amaru. So whoever goes in first, as you see here, Moita getting jumped, workhorse, nice and quick this time around.
Both
They get
supports, though.
right on top of those supports. Good lord, Lelis and Yamsun, just a smoking pair of shoes each. Alatroni
Both have
meanwhile,
buybacks, though.
knocking down jabs. Yeah, I mean the Drow just trying to stand her ground here, but even through the BKB, Moita's just pecking her apart. She needs to full stuff up, and she will get it. In comes Prada though, just getting on the Drow and forcing her back. Oh, that glimpse is godly. Drow is in some real trouble. Analog trying to get in to help. In comes Jabs. Refresher. Call onto 3-0 Jabs. That's how it's done. Continuing to just be the savior of Nemesis through these fights. Takes down Katoro. Looking in for more. Rio's going to be that next target. Drow, though, still in some trouble in life number 2. And they don't have a chance to save her. Yamsun's just brought back. He kind of needs to leave as he sneaks around the side of the tree lines here. A TP out from Jabs will not be successful. Wu guesses and guesses correctly. Jabs now will go down, has the buyback available. He's going to try and fight up here, but with 4 heroes upon him, he has no way out. And Katoro finally gets a bit of revenge here, but it is 2 huge buybacks used on the side of Red Hot Chili Pibble, but now they need to go and force some of their own.
The fact there's a triple buyback and how explosive this game's been, you need to be so careful on the Murta. As much as you're able to like step up and try and make these moves, it just takes one mistake now without buyback, and Nemesis will just run it down mid with buyback. The start of that fight, SD and the Bane both getting caught off guard by Disruptor. Yeah, like the supports, they need to think about the positioning a lot better for Nemesis. Like their value is saving whoever gets static stormed. They cannot be static stormed.
Yeah, both of them static stormed and stomped by the Centaur is really tough. I mean, they got a little too excited about the Katoro kill, and to be fair, they should have. Katoro did die. It's a huge win for them. Now they're just trying to hold on to this Drow buyback. They've used jabs. Jabs is also super important. We were in the front now. He's just sending out that Yules onto Jabs. Jabs has to be careful here. He's got 5 seconds left on the BKB, but he's not going to get jumped by Katoro. Katoro cannot risk it. Blows up Analog. Oh, cool. Just off the mark.
Butterfly
This game is
triple.
insane. It is so scary now. Triple buybacks used by both sides. I mean, who
Central
has the cojones to go and make a play now onto this completely like permadeath map?
And what massive items are coming into play, right? Center with the refresher for the double cart. You've got Hoodwink picked up the Wind Waker to save whoever acts calls.
Yeah.
You know, Slaughter just picked up an AC for additional damage for Drow to pump into the fight.
Are scaring.
Nemesis
Nemesis,
made
they're
the call.
smoked up. You know, they want to win the fight. They want to just pretty much get kill mid, hit tier 3, end the game. They are playing to win the game right now. They don't want this game to last any longer. They know that they can get choked back into their base.
I think it's optimistic to play up in this triangle though. Like they know that there is no vision, so they're just going to obviously take control of it. There's no sneakiness now. The play has been announced.
Both teams hugging the high ground ward, right? Dire controls this high ground ward spot. Radiant, of course, owning the other one.
All right,
So it's
Red
kind
Hot
of
Chili
disciplined.
Pibble, your smoke. What a lovely formal game of tennis we've got here between these two teams. It's one smoke after the other comes out.
And for buybacks, right? The Shadow Demon and the Disruptor, they're the only ones buyback. So maybe it's even a point where Lelis just, you know what, Chief, throw your body into the mix. Force some weird fight. Use your buyback and then you can turn it around.
I mean, look at him. He's definitely dangling himself out here.
What a wraparound.
More than happy.
What a way to potentially end this game. The fact that both teams are looking for the fight as well. It's not like there's this
It's really
fear of the
nice.
buyback. Like, they are going like, no, we're going to kill our way to victory. Drow revealing herself. Centaur initiating.
Ooh. Rubicon playing on the edge here. Drow showing herself there was kind of insane, but gets away with it.
The creeps, they're pushing in. Because of the Rack's advantage, they have to deal with bot wave. Sure, they're, you know, skipping mid somewhat, but they are at some point going to have to do it. Luckily for them, because they hold the bottom triangle, they can skip mid and bot wave somewhat safely. So they don't have to run back to base too soon. So really kind of a tactically very smart area to hold.
Yeah, always will be. Lelis finally gets around to dealing with this wave. Again, he's more than happy to show, has the buyback available. Everybody knows it. Will just dangle himself there.
There's a catapult wave though they didn't skip. They might actually need to maybe think about the bot wave a little bit.
Yes.
Ooh, analog.
Getting, yes. Again, no buyback. A little scary.
Thinking of Aeon Disc as well.
Yeah, it's a cool idea when you're in the buyback situation. It must feel so nice to get the Aeon. Rio, though, his buyback has actually come off cooldown. He's also bought himself a refresher as well. Pretty big deal. They might just give up these bottom barracks to creeps. Like, no one wants to come back here.
The move that Chili Pibble probably can make here is just force them back to base. And now that they kind of migrated from Dire side to Radiant side, that fear of what happens if Murder hits our high ground does force Nemesis back to base. And they do have the ob set up, they have the sentry, they have the high ground. This is not an easy position for Jabs to find that initiation. Are there any smokes available for Nemesis? I just don't
Be
think
very
there
surprised.
is.
I think
Yeah.
both sides might be dry on smokes at this point. It's been several occasions now where both teams have dropped them. Drow has just farmed this game so impressively. I know Drow is the meta hero, etc., but to be like 5 and 7, and yet still almost be equal net worth with this Muerta who's 22 and 6. It's pretty impressive.
Let's not forget, the winner of this series still needs to play another series after the LGD playtime.
Yeah.
What a long day for them. Well, mainly for
gonna be-
Amaru.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say Amaru, who I really feel bad for watching this. If this goes to a third game, they've got to then wait for another series after this one to take place, and then my goodness, it's going to get late. Get late indeed.
But Nemesis, they've crept out of the base, they've retaken control of this high ground ward spot. Again, at this stage of the game, it's always about the hill ward spots. Which one do you play around? Is it the correct time? Is it on the side of Roshan or not? Roshan is going to be in the top pit due to daytime, so it makes a lot of sense that Nemesis has been able to kind of claw their way back to this area.
I love this ward coupling over by the secret shop here. You know, it's not right up in that triangle. It's going to get de-warded the moment Nemesis come in. But it does give you
It just
that
takes one
extra little
person
bit.
to... you step low
down.
ground, poof, you're caught. Analog just on the fringe of that vision.
What happens if I step low ground? No, there's no one to make a catch at the moment.
Buybacks. Couple minutes coming off cooldown. Muerta, minute 15. Pango, 1 minute. Slada, Act both 2 minutes for their buyback. Drown, of course, 2 minutes.
Are they just giving up this bottom melee barracks? Because I don't think they should, but also no one really wants to come back and leave that Roshan to defend it. Drow's finally going over with the silver speed, multi-shot coming down. And immediately they'll get into the pit. Red Hot Chili Pit will say, yep, okay, Drow's shown, in we go, but Drow, of course, going to TP back over. Starting to get low here. Echoes that pierce the veil. Full commitment from Katoro. Swift Blink as well also being used. Roshan getting very low indeed. The small shot going to show them what's going on, but it will just be an Aegis for Katoro. Analog doesn't BKB off the glimpse. That's pretty rough, but now a huge Sonic Storm coming out to follow up with the Stomp there. Drow's in trouble, not going to be able to survive this. She goes down, no buyback available. Katoro in the middle of everybody does not die to the call and can just keep blasting away. I mean, even if she did, she's got an Aegis to boot as well. Drag in your Muerta, get that cowgirl on your cart and blast them apart. GG is called. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, I mean, fair play to Chili Pibble. Like, the way that they win this game as well, it's like, it really is just like understanding what you need to do individually. And Prada, Kataro, they are the two MVPs. Like, they have to share it. The Muerta and the Disruptor, between the two of them. And then not only that, like the Centaur as well. Like, the way that he played, always frontlining, it was just like such a high like level of understanding of your heroes. And on paper, like Nemesis, they had the heroes to play more aggressive into the lanes. They had the counter to Muerta in the game with the axe. They just, putting it bluntly, they just choked. Nemesis just did not utilize their heroes at all. They struggled in the lanes. The pressure of TI qualifiers probably got to them in the second game because they had all the tools to deal with a Muerta. But Chili Pibble just kept throwing bodies into the mix, kept frontlining, kept finding how to take the fight. And again, the highlights will just show that Centaur up front just leading the charge. And I just don't know who to give the MVP to. Like, is it Centaur? Is it Disruptor? Is it Muerta? They all played so well.
Yeah, it was clean from all of them, but I mean, just due to the early game, if we think our way back all the way to the beginning, the lanes were looking good. You know, Pango didn't really get a foot. Bottom lane, it was going fine, not amazing. And then Katoro just comes in and completely cleans up top with some nice little couple of kills going their way, just edging it out, and then just takes that advantage, brings it to bottom lane. To me, that's your MVP there. Getting through that really, really tough laning phase with such pizzazz. Shazam. Yeah, Katoro got picked out bottom at some point, but like overall, does that small
Yeah,
nullify
talk about that.
the thousands of like good plays she made in this game? I don't think so. It's pretty much like as good as possible from Katoro. So yeah, that's where I'd put it, but you know, of course you're welcome to disagree.
This played really well. I feel like you can ignore one word to death, because even after the word to death and like Nemesis getting back into the game, getting some Aegis, some refresher, axe, it was like looking real cool. The support, Yams and Lelas, the pressure, like I said, I keep saying pressure because it got to them. Like you're hitting mid-town with a Drow with an Aegis. Why is Shadow Demon Bane suddenly going behind the Drow and getting caught by a static storm? Like at the super late game. Like that is just not good positioning. And then you fast forward again, it happens. And that's where it then circles back to the happiness and the praise that we keep giving Centaur Disruptor, because they see Yamps and Lelas' positioning and go, this is kind of unacceptable. You want to kill them? And they killed them. So it was just constant mistakes from Nemesis and just constant understanding of what is a mistake versus like what is maybe like a bit more of a bait. And yeah, Chili Purple, I didn't think that this would be going into a game 3, like especially after game 1 was a very like methodical and like draft understanding of Nemesis winning the first game. It kind of felt like even if Chili Purple put up a decent fight, there would be this like inevitable class or maybe the experience of Nemesis's players come through, but that did not help them at all. Not at all, in the slightest.
Yeah, I think the lack of team fight really hurt Nemesis here as well. Like they didn't really have many big stuns or big control or anything like that. Everything was super single target. And when that target is a Centaur, things get very awkward indeed. And Rio Estia will be getting your standout player, which is absolutely fair. Like, he just plonked himself in front of everybody for the entirety of the game, was just the absolute sponge, enabled his team, and just got tanky and impossible to kill, and then throw down the workhorses at the end to really seal the deal. Absolutely deserved. So, yeah, Rio definitely up in contention there. I mean, I still say Katoro, but absolutely happy to go along with Rio as well. Both of them put in a phenomenal form. Everybody did, except maybe Lalatroni, who didn't get much of a lane to play on, and it just kind of had to play like the annoying Pangolin, which bounced around the fight, tries to absorb some grips or something like this. So, yeah, it was cool from him, but yeah. What a game from Red Hot Chili Pepper. They should be super happy about this one, and hopefully they can bring that momentum into game number 3. Team Nemesis, they need to recover. They need to get in the right headspace. They need to lock in, and they need to handle business right here, because right now they are staring down the barrel of a gun with Red Hot Chili sticking out the end of it. We're going to throw it to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 3 of this series.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back for at least us the last time. This is our last game of the day, but there's still 2 more series to come after this one, if you can believe it. And we are getting into the final match here between Nemesis and Red Hot
Nemesis
Chili Pibble. We're against
turns
all odds, against expectations, even going out of the draft. Red Hot Chili Pibble have pushed us to a 3rd game against Nemesis, which is crazy. Nemesis, they can't be feeling good about this, man. I mean, this is a team formed to challenge the region, okay? They formed to challenge those top 2 teams of Playtime and LGD. The fact that they are now 1 game down versus Red Hot Chili Pepper, when no one else has really struggled with them from those top sort of teams, that's a bit of a concern. And they have another series to come today if they're going to win this one against Amaru. So, time to lock in, Nemesis. Time for a clean one here, because if you don't, I think a lot of people, including themselves, are going to be a little bit concerned. So let's jump into the draft for game number 3.
To jump on that one more time, it's like, I feel like because of the result of this series, we are looking at 2 teams being very realistic, who are falling down the pecking order very quickly in regards to the kind of tail under this qualifiers. I think Amaru, even though it was a 2-1 against Esterbacks, there was some life, some back and forth, some kind of cool ways in which they had to win out the game. But I am really, really fearful for the magic of TI, the upset.
Yeah,
I'd say, I think all of our morning series, I don't think a single team has truly stepped up to go, we are going to contend with Playtime and LGD. And sorry if that's like a bit too realistic of an answer. It's not bringing up the hype of the broadcast, the narrative, but I think I've just been a little let down. I kind of wish that, like, out of the teams that we were watching, like, you understand how much of a beautiful position you're in. You're making a lower bracket run. No one thinks you can do it, so you need to prove people wrong. And it just hasn't really been the case. But alas, the draft is underway. Whoever wins this game will be able to continue their lower bracket run. We'll have another opportunity to try and just improve quick enough to then maybe contend against that inevitable lower bracket final tomorrow. But yeah, we have Disruptor and Drow, 9 and 13 pick. And we do get to see an Enigma. I wish we got to see more Enigma into Drow, just because of the Eidolons and just the mess of the lane. Like, taking the tower against Drow is such an important factor. Like, in the previous game, Centaur was able to take the tower quite nicely with team rotation, and then Drow just disappeared from the game for a good portion. Enigma will be able to do the same thing. Like, 5-minute catapult, 10-minute catapult, there will be that pressure. So I'd like to see Chili Pibble start building some anti-tower siege heroes into their play, so they can actually just keep the tower alive a little bit longer. Because Nemesis, the Bane, the Clock, they will happily run behind Enigma and just make these moves.
Yeah, they will. They will. The big initiation from the Clockwork and that kind of throwaway initiation, really, really good with the Enigma. Not to mention you've got the Flare as well. So that double sort of aspect of vision is really helpful for getting Enigma into the right place and making sure that he can get off these black holes. Not to mention, of course, I mean, the big part is the laning. Also, he could even go for the Helm build. He could go Aura build. Enigma can do whatever you like to help out your team. However, at the moment, there is no BKB penetrating stun on the board, so you may be tempted to go just like Blink, BKB, that kind of deal. We shall see. Bane, meanwhile, going to be that big lockdown, also going to deny some of that BKB penetrating stun, which is also very meta at the moment. Bane, super up in people's estimations, so probably would have come out here if they didn't take it themselves on Nemesis.
It's kind of crazy that Chili Pibble, like, throughout the best of 3, they've suddenly put Disruptor into, yeah, we're just going to pick it. Like, you know what, Prada?
So good for them. Prada's.
Yeah, like, you like the hero, bro? Just take it. Like, Nemesis are like, to counter this, we need that, and then to be this, we need to that, and it's just like, Prada, I just want to play Disruptor.
Yeah. Let me use lightning.
No. So Dawnbreaker is a kind of cool answer to Enigma, because you can deal with the tower pressure through, like, just counterplaying. The only problem I see is, where is your frontliner for Chili Pibble? They've constructed a draft that, unless their last pick just wins mid lane, they kind of are just waiting around for things to happen, right? Like, we're going to assume that Drow will lose her tower and have a kind of a comeback game a little bit. And then Dawn's waiting for things to happen. Disruptor's waiting for things to happen, with Hoodwink kind of running around the map. So it's like, there is a lot of, like, pressure on Lalatroni to find the mid pick, to shut down the puck, and to make moves. Because if he's not making moves, the supports might just be left out in the wind here. So I think Nemesis will be pretty happy with the game 3 draft at the moment. Again, assuming they don't just struggle in lanes like they did, because on paper they had good heroes for the lanes. They just got outplayed in game 2.
Nemesis.
Absolutely.
Turn to
We
ban.
fully expect them to be able to just destroy that second game. Not due to like any particular like player difference, but simply just due to the drafts looking much more favorable for Nemesis.
Dire
But
team ban. Team
something
Nemesis.
went really,
Turn
really
to
wrong.
pick.
And that something was Kotaro. He turned up. He did not want to just get 2-0'd out of it. He wanted to make a statement, and I think he did absolutely that.
Where'd you go with the old Nemesis carry?
10 seconds.
Tiny ban,
remaining.
that's pretty good. They don't have last pick,
5
so they do just
seconds
need
remaining.
kind of just a chill dude who complements the type of game, but oh, you know what? A rogue pick actually. Actually, wait, it's 2 rogue.
2 rogue.
I was gonna say like alchemist or something. Just shove wave, play your game.
Yeah, you
So
put
Broodmother would be pretty good in the carry. We saw Yuma play it earlier in the tournament in the upper bracket, but like, I just want a carry that looks at Dawnbreaker and goes, I respect your aggression in the first 5-6 minutes, but if you don't kill me, I just take over top area of the map, and then you're not killing me, I'm not killing you, but I'm just happier farming. And then you can eventually
can
twin
see-
gate and kill Drow.
PL potentially doing that for them. I know that they do have the Bushwhack, they do have Dawn, but like it's
Dire team pick.
stuff that's on a timer.
Stranger at your service.
Wind.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a lot safer. I think the heroes that we mentioned, if we continued analysing them, you probably would find... But Ricky? Okay. They're my goats. They don't give a shit. It's game 3, baby. Elimination on the line. They see Puck.
Lalatroni.
Ricky. Woohoo!
Yeah, Lalatroni says, dude, if we're going out now, I just want to get a Ricky game in, okay? Let me play it. It's good. It'll work. It'll give us everything we need. We will roll this game with my Ricky. And they say, you know what, buddy? I feel like I just get the read. I have no idea if this is true, but I just get the read that Lalatroni's the kind of guy to ask a Ricky every game. He's just like, what about Ricky? And they're like, no. Like, what about Ricky?
No.
No. What about Ricky? And then finally it's like comes down to like game 3 in this game. They just like, Ricky? And they're like, you know what? Smile across the face. Send it.
Okay,
Let's
so
see what you can do.
let's take a couple steps back real quick. We had excitement, but Ricky into Puck. Puck, I feel like with Orb, you can still bully the Ricky to some degree. The whole point of Ricky is just the fact that you force Puck to buy 4 stuff as like your first item. You can't just go Witchblade. And if you do go Witchblade, then you have to go 4 stuff after. But there are still windows in which you can find threat. It is just such a volatile pick, because we wanted the last pick for Chili Pibble to be the guy you play around to make moves happen. And to be fair, Ricky mid, you buy Diffusal and you run around the map. You are going to kill things. You invite Dawnbreaker to jump on top of you from invis, and then you just blow people up from But if you don't win your laning phase, if you get shut down and you don't get these timings, Nemesis will just be able to just kind of go, all right, nice Ricky, but I've got a BKB on my Wind Ranger, I've got a 4 stuff on my Puck or a Yule or something, and Enigma is still taking your tower. But I respect it so much. It is such a cool concept. But in 5 minutes' time, if Ricky isn't like looking to be like beating out the Puck, it is one of those, well, nice effort, lad, you tried, but it didn't work out this time.
I do kind of agree with that. I also feel like it's a little bit kind of too good of a 4-staff game, which sounds like a strange thing to say, but like it's not just the Ricky who's going to struggle against 4-staffs. You know, it's also if you can get out of the Drow's range, pretty good. If you get out of the stun of the Dawn, pretty good. So I just feel like Pikes just feel pretty amazing here. And they do have that natural Pike builder in the Wind Ranger. I wouldn't mind Enigma and Puck. Honestly, both of them just getting a 5 4-staffs. I'm fine with it.
I'm trying to double check the mid laner, Lalatroni. Like, is it like a regional specialty where he's like the Ricky guy, and like obviously us coming into the region not knowing everyone's specialties. But in fairness, okay, Ricky competitively played 16 days ago, and guess what? Guess who it was against, Nomad?
Nemesis?
It was against Nemesis
They
in
should
a
have seen it
regional
coming.
qualifiers for a different event, not as important as the international, of course. They did
none.
pick a Ricky mid To be fair, it was into Pango mid, so quite different. Of course, Pango's a little bit more, you could argue, a bit better than Puck in the general scheme of things, but still, I'm just really intrigued to know, does Puck truly get smashed by Ricky? I just feel like if Puck can still lane into Sladas and stuff with orb spam, it's still not great, but it's still possible. Surely Ricky also isn't this doom and gloom for the hero.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see some kills on the Puck if we're to be convinced by his Ricky pick. I would say we're gonna need to see some support rotations, which result in the Ricky being able to make the jump, connect, and smash somebody. Otherwise, I'm not sure I can get behind it, because I don't think a Ricky with the same amount of farm as a Puck in the mid game is gonna feel particularly great.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see, honestly. First active rune rotation, what happens? What type of game has Ricky got? It is quite hilarious that Lalatroni, the last time he played Ricky, was still against Nemesis. So, as much as it was to our surprise, of course, I think Nemesis probably in the back of their minds, when you pick a Puck, you're like, do you think they're going to Ricky again? We kind of smashed it last time. Surely they don't Ricky again, right?
Confirmation earlier. We were talking about the Battle Fury, and there was that 3-minute 30 Battle Fury on.
Oh yeah, what was that about?
Yeah, apparently that's just nonsense. There's just a few matches where they were just bogged. So
Thought so.
Unlucky,
So it was the
but,
second quickest Battle Fury.
second quickest Battle Fury of all time. Yep.
Fucking hell. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And he lost.
Yeah.
Dota 2,
Only
what a
Parker.
video game.
Only Parker.
All
All right. We've had a first blood and a pause, so a little bit of action and back to pausing. We also had a pause in the draft, and we're also now having a second pause in the game. So they're just really running down those timers.
Yeah, and if you are just tuning in, guys, this is Game 3 in the low bracket quarterfinal. The winner will have to play against Amaru Gaming after LGD Gaming playtime, which, again, a lot of people in chat are hotly anticipating that series, getting to see who's going to go into the grand finals. But just a really long day. Amaru, they started their day, what,
Crazy.
what is it now?
7 hours
3,
ago?
it's 10, 7 hours ago? Yeah. And they're still one of the best of 3. So let's say that goes 3 games. There's a chance that Amaru started 10 to 11 hours ago and still need to play a best 3. That is hats off to them if they are to win the series, of course. But yeah, what an extremely long day due to the 2 ones that we've had.
Yeah, it's a little bit brutal. Hopefully they can not be too swayed by that and still able to find their feet and play comfortably. We shall see.
Okay, all eyes on mid lane. Ricky starting with a very slight CS advantage.
I'm a little surprised by some of these orbs from Analog. He's kind of backspinning them a lot, which is meaning that he's not really catching Lalatroni with every single one.
Oh, he didn't hit him with that one either.
No, that's 2 now that he hasn't. I mean, it's not huge damage level 1, but I just hope this doesn't continue.
Yeah, I think it's more once Puck hits level 2 orb, you need to make sure you're utilizing them for aggression. Just keep chipping down the Ricky. But of course, the other lanes as well. Wind Ranger Bane. You'd like to think that this should just be a farm lane. You don't envision Wind Ranger Bane actually kind of trying to get the kill. I think it's more on Hoodwink Dawnbreaker. Are they overplaying the lane? Are they chasing too far? Have they wasted their aggression and then allowed for kind of the nightmare reset of the lane? At least in regards to the CS, if we do go back to mid, Ricky is doubling up the Puck.
Yeah, it's a really strong start.
Yeah. I just haven't seen the Ricky Puck matchup for so long that
No.
I just blindly assumed it had got better for Puck because most of these matchups had been slowly drifting towards her being able to play them, but
Yeah, Puck is
At the
still
moment?
the highest pick rate and I think one of the highest win rate mid laners. Certainly the highest out of the regularly picked mids. Puck has an insanely good competitive win rate this patch, so
I mean, it's close to first pick material.
Oh yeah, very, very much. Some teams will if they have the specialist. Could argue Nemesis do, level 30 from the puck. Much more specialist than that. But, I mean, I think there's an argument to be made as Wu is going to run down a little bit bottom and Yamsun will get the kill with the brain sap. There's definitely an argument where even if you have a hero specialist, it doesn't necessarily mean that your team is like gonna first phase that hero every time, because sometimes it doesn't suit the team properly or like every single game. You want to have a bit more adaptability than that. This is also an interesting sort of thing to look at, where you could have the best puck player in the world, but if the team doesn't particularly love playing the puck, wants a more sort of tanky or frontlining mid laner, or wants something which is kind of a little stronger in the late game, something like that, then maybe you don't look at it in first every single game. But Rio Steo gets a kill on Mr. Yamsun down in the bottom lane. How's our top lane going? We were very interested in this one because we haven't seen much Enigma recently, and we feel like we should. The hero's good, it offers good lane pressure. Drow, typically a lane dominator, but Enigma's one of the best lane dominators of all time, so surely he can hold his own versus Kotaro Hayama this game. Good harass onto Prada, chasing him out, and also making room for him to get past. Didn't get caught out by the clock and all of those Eidolons.
Yeah, Drow's net worth is a little inflated by getting some Eidolon kills. Multi-shot, it's an okay spell at getting at least 2 Eidolons, especially when they're split. But I think right now it's okay. But the inevitable tower takeover will occur, especially if Bane or Wind Ranger wants to rotate through the gate when Jabs makes the call. That's sweet.
Could be any moment as Analog facing the harassment of a Ricky mid. It's not fun, that's for sure. Bottom lane, good damage out onto Rubicon as the okay, a little bit of miscommunication there with the Nightmares.
Are fortified.
Lane's pushing in here, but everybody's sort of low resources down on the bottom side, so no pressure to mount to Rubicon. Win should be able to come and see us into tower here.
Nope,
Getting
Bane now
off the small
rotate
camp
through the
nice,
game.
though.
Jabs, he's preparing his Eidolons. He's trying to split them on the wave.
Yeah, and now
He's by himself
in.
on the
They're actually
right-hand
going
side.
onto Jabs, so Wu turns up unexpectedly, and Jabs is going to go down. Kotaro still kind of okay here. Lelis trying to get on top of him, pops a mango, gets off the cogs, and is going to try and grab Kotaro here. The cogs come out, the damage is enough. They get the kill onto the Drow, so they'll trade their off laner for the safe laner. Prada kind of sneaking around behind them here, trying to be naughty. Has got that glimpse to work with. Yamsun trying to go for the brain sap here. Glimpse. Means he's not going to fall yet. Rocket
Nice
flare
Fairy Fire.
and blood grenade available.
No, the Fairy Fire stops it. He's like, okay, no, I'm not wasting my spells.
Yeah.
But no, it's still very messy from Nemesis. Like they're trying to split the islands on the Great Wave, but then Leles goes up above the tower, while Shamsun comes from the left-hand side of the
Down at
tower.
bottom. Rubicon is going to dive this, and he's going to get a solo kill down on the bottom side.
Very good. Like they needed to
Rubicon.
get something.
The no-namer of Nemesis, at least by my records, just pulling out a shift here in the bottom lane at the moment. And they're going to get Kotaro again. Okay, all right, you happy now, T-Governor?
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy.
I'm expecting some enthusiasm,
I'm content right now.
joy,
We'll see in a second.
jubilation. Wu. Gonna get
Whoa! There we go.
Oh, there we go. He likes it. He likes it.
I'm hard to please nowadays. I'm 30 this year. I'm getting old.
It can take a while. Yamsun does get killed by the Lalatroni. Rotation up to the top lane, though. Ricky deciding to get involved here and trying to get a chunk of the action. That was nice timing on that cog, but it might not save his life, or maybe it will. Nice positioning from him. My God, he is absolutely playing Lalatroni here. Making sure that when he gets jumped, the cog is just immediately going to be there to buffer the Ricky and stop the right clicks coming through. Really, really clean. It's Rubicon. Okay, this is too greedy. This is too greedy. There's no way you get away with this. Yeah, sees the two heroes, backs away. Lalatroni, you bad man. Oh, sorry, Rubicon, you bad man.
It does help that Wind Ranger can just be left alone in the 1v1 by Stormbreaker, and that just frees up for all this kind of random shenanigans to be occurring on the map.
Dire's top
And
tower
Jabs
is under
just
attack.
constantly pressuring this tower, constantly just trying to whittle it down, and Drow doesn't want to be part of any of it. Even Rubicon coming through the twin gate. Just noting, you know what? Let's just make sure this tower is taken cleanly. No more shenanigans.
No more fun.
Drow's stepping up. There's no way she comes up for this tower defense. Her team is running over from smoke. Ricky is trying to get back into the fight.
Yeah, Rubicon looking for a shackle there. Onto the Drow, doesn't find it. Lalatroni isn't seen, so it's kind of just chilling at the moment. Black hole available from Jab. Sentry down here, so they know Lalatroni's around. Turning around, not with the black hole, just with the Malefice, because that glimpses upon him, and it does look like Jabs is going to fall. Wind TP down the bottom, trying to go into Real Steer, but Real Steer got the TP out, so.
It's really nice movement. I mean, the fact that the Drow kind of walked to lane, went, maybe I shouldn't be here. Then disengaged, of course, Ricky. Kiting around, making sure he's not getting clipped by any random sentry or anything. Getting the information and opening up the kill. The fact that Rubicon just fully styling on the bot lane in regards to that solo kill and farm, he is pretty much kind of the sole reason why the net worth is growing. And with Ricky making so many map moves already, the puck not pressured at all. Like, sure, there are some CS problems in the first, like, what, 4 or 5 minutes, but
yeah,
he's just farming the double camps in the Radiant jungle. He's pushing mid. He's not panicking, rotating. He's not trying to, like, mirror the Ricky's map movement. He's like, I'm going to play my game. Ricky, you play yours. And at some point, my hero is just better than your hero. And we'll get to play the game at that point.
It kind of just comes down to that will I coil you? Will you dodge it with some tricks of the trade or blink strike magic? If you land that coil on the Ricky, he's going to have a terrible time. Similarly, if Rubicon can close the gap on the Drow, get off that focus fire, God's also going to have a pretty miserable time as, well, Yamson's kind of lamb to the slaughter in the bottom lane here. Rubicon's kind of looking around, kind of not really. Ricky's going to TP back towards mid. Prada won't be catching anybody down here. And Jabs is loving this. You know, picking this Wind Ranger is really good for the Enigma because it just means that Drow's, the Wind is going to be more than happy just kind of sit at bottom, like you said. But that also frees up Jab's game to just get more and more and more. As Analog trying to go for the rune hit, does actually get it and then use a glimpse to get himself out. So thank you very much, Mr. Disruptor. Analog gets away to safety, and now can he even look for a kill onto Wu? Wu going to try and land the Bushwhack, but doesn't quite do so. Dodged by Analog, as now comes the Solar Guardian as well. Yamsun should be brought down here. Analog, can he find anything in response? So far, not really. Rubicon jumping in. They don't have the vision between them, though, on the court.
How does that connect?
There's a sentry coming onto Analog. Yeah, they do manage to land a sketchy one there. Focus fire coming out. Power shots there, and Lelis gets a kill with the cog. Ooh, Lelis.
There it
nice
is.
snipe. And he's not done. Lalatroni's going to drop as well. Okay, Nemesis. They have woken up in this game 3. It took them a while, but they've got a 3k gold advantage. Analog just chilling on his putt, blasting people, not being pressured by the Ricky at all.
I mean, they kind of have the heroes to do it, right? They have these like little poking map heroes, and of course Enigma. He kind of is the glue to it. He can kind of rock up and then let us just throw some cogs around. I mean, it's the reason why Clockwork is so, you know, hotly contested, at least in other regions, is the fact that you just take over an area, you hit a couple cogs on one guy, he's going to be out of mana, especially at this kind of like level 5 timing with 3-point cogs. It's really difficult to deal with this style of kind of cheap map play Nemesis is throwing around.
Nightmaring the
Dawnbreaker
to keep it alive. Yeah, that's quite something.
I mean, I've seen them do it before as well. Like, a lot of Bane players are just kind of trying their best to min-max their spell as much as possible, but
yeah, it's got some cool utility with the Sleepwalk. Being able to move creeps is always cool. I'm sure someone will eventually find a way to put a creep on a cliff in it or something and break the game, and then it will get removed, but enjoy it while it lasts. Bane players. Good catch out onto Lelis here from our HCP, but maybe looking at the puck as well. Analog trying to get away here. Alatroni picking up the shield rune. Nice little coil coming out onto the two of them. Jabso doesn't want to come in and go for the ulti. He sees Kratos sitting right behind and knows that no black hole is going to be possible. And actually the build from Enigma is going to be drums into Vessel, interestingly. So at least that's what he's got queued up. Hasn't bought anything yet, though. Yes, he has. He's going drums into Vessel Tiger.
Yeah, I was pondering on this item choice. It's like, normally after drum, they do have a weird build path where it's like, normally you want to go like blink, let the fight breathe, see what's happening, BKB. If you can't go blink, you often get one aura, then you decide after if you're the blink BKB guy. But in this game, with how like skirmishy they're playing, how chaotic that they potentially can present themselves, I can see Vessel. Like, blink is not that high value. There's a smoke screen from Ricky, there's a bushwhack, there's the Dawnbreaker, there's glimpse. Like, there's multiple ways to stop Black Hole. So him just building up additional stats and like throwing in more damage, it honestly could make quite a lot of sense.
So the Guardian down again, jabs, turns around, drops the Black Hole, cancelled immediately by the Drow and killed off. Did get the kill into Prada for it at the least, but still, big cooldown used here, but again, doesn't have the most value. There's the grip coming out onto Rio Esteos. Rubicon tries to bring down Kotaro Hayama, does do so. Focus fire out onto the enemy carry, but now she's going 2 versus 1 against the others. Takes down 1, looks at Lalatroni. Lalatroni's in trouble as well, but again, no vision available for the Wind Ranger. Has an Iron Branch, which maybe could be a dust, you could argue, but then again, I'm not sure Rubicon expects to be this aggressive this early on. Still doing well though.
He's probably not too happy with how people probably looked at him on the Drow game. You know, like, he's like, you know, I'm better than this. I don't want people to think of me as that Drow guy that, you know, wasn't pressing BKBs and Manta. No, I'm gonna 1v9 this game because yeah, he is just cruising through it. Anywhere he goes, people are falling. Gonna have me on it.
He's played on a couple of teams throughout 2025, but still a very young, very new player.
Hold up, we've just jinxed him. We've jinxed him. We've absolutely bloody jinxed him. It's over. We've ruined it. Yeah, it happens.
About to say, well, I mean, you know, he's set up for 2 kills here. This is an absolute win. Absolute
Go on, spin it.
analog with a double kill. But no, he's never really been the problem in any of these games. Like that Drow game, didn't really put it on him. I think it was. I mean, I don't tend to blame individual people.
Let's not sugarcoat it. He struggled. He did struggle a little bit.
So did
he struggled.
Jams.
True, everyone struggled.
So did Analog.
But he also struggled.
The supports were doing pretty well until they both sat in a static storm and died.
Yeah, let's just forget game 2. Let's just be positive,
Agreed.
all right? Yeah,
Agreed.
that didn't happen.
It was a learning game. For
Yes.
everybody.
Especially for LGD and playtime.
Guardian coming down once again. Doesn't quite land onto Yams in there, but with the glimpse back there, will be able to secure the kill. Pain will die. Leo gets out. Oh, I say that.
Leather's going in.
Just saying, absolutely not. You are dying, sir. But, Puck's in from downtown, but may regret his choices. There's a sharpshooter, there's a static storm. Puck's in trouble, and he will go down. Very, 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 very greedy from Analog there. Toro still alive. Shot. Never mind. Rubicon finds him. They need to deal with this damn Wind Ranger who's just cooking everybody right now. See you later. Woo! Triple kill for Rubicon. Oh my goodness. Rubicon is playing. It must be mango flavored Rubicon because he's absolutely playing deliciously. Sorry, I don't know what that was. That was game 6 comment.
Okay?
I'm sorry, Tigov. I could feel the judgment coming through the mic.
I was more worried you were going to ask me what my favorite flavor is. I couldn't give you one, mate. I don't drink the drinks.
Oh, they're great. They used to be great. They're awful now, but when I was a kid, they were the best. Lychee. Basically any tropical fruit. So nice.
I'm sorry. I have nothing to add to this.
It was niche. It was niche. It was a long ball, and you were like right next to me. You know?
No, I get that. I mean, I'm more of a Sunny D guy when I was growing up.
Well, come on, Tigov. What's your favorite Sunny D? You seem like a tropical guy to me.
The orange one.
Okay.
I'll be honest. 8 hours into casting, mate. The small talk's absolute drivel.
It's rough. Into the Roche
I'll get
we
dinner soon.
shall go. Rubicon blasting away at Roshan with his Mjolnir, with his Dragon Lance. 10k net worth, 17 minutes in. Saw Kotaro Hayama play that last game and said, I want a bit of that. I want to be the guy. And he's absolutely being the guy this game.
Bane
Need to do
found the
here
hoodwink.
is delay. Yep, and force out a bunch of spells, apparently. Not bad at all. Bane's going to tank so much here. Meanwhile, Roshan, he's
Why are
not
they
dead
going
yet.
in?
Rubicon's backed out of the pit.
But I just don't. What are the Nemesis supports doing? Why are you forcing so much? You're taking Roshan.
Jabs coming in. Oh, yeah, that was a small chance there for a very big lag. You know what? It'll do. It's got the Drow. The Drow is dead. Kadoru Hayama is gone. Jabs might pay with his life here, but Rubicon is once again just absolutely mowing everybody down. See you later, Rio Estillo. He's going to fall as well. Another triple kill for the Drow Ranger.
He's hiding.
Prada is playing sneaky, peeky around the pit, and then takes an arrow to the face and will die. Ultra kill for the Win Ranger in this game 3. Where has this been all series? This is incredible stuff from Rubicon.
I mean, Nemesis are very grateful. I'm very lucky that Rubicon is just popping off because I think the decision making at that Roshan, it has to be put into question. We need to be extremely realistic right now, even after a long day. The winner of this series is going up against Amaru later today and still has to play LGD or playtime in the lower bracket. So the fact is, when you're forcing Roshan, and then your double support running up high ground, dying, and then making it slightly uncomfortable. If Wind Ranger wasn't having such an insanely good game, that is the makings of like the awkward blips that the playtimes, the LGDs, the kind of the destined grand finals teams will punish. But that aside, Rubicon, he is having an insane performance. So he does save the day. 11-1-6, now with the Aegis. Nemesis will continue sweeping around the map, putting so much pressure on the Drow. Yeah, he's a madman this game. He has no chill.
Drow does get the kill in the end. I mean, Analog got the credit, but I mean, if you're watching that was a Lelis show. To a T.
I kind of want him to get Blink Dagger at this point. Like, the way that he's just moving, it's like, you know what?
Yeah.
Hold your hook shot for something else. I want you to blink in, cog, like, whew.
I didn't realize that there was a homing power cog talent, which he's somehow unlocked. Did not miss. Lava training, just kind of watching here, will jump.
Oh.
Now Solar Guardian coming down as well. Don't forget, Rubicon has got the Aegis here. Doesn't have a BKB, but doesn't really matter. 4 staffs galore coming out. The puck did indeed get one. Rubicon has a Hurricane Pike. Jabs, he didn't get the memo, unfortunately, on Jabs. He is going for the Blink Dagger and probably into BKB, so...
That's a
I
fair
wanted
level.
5, but I'll settle on, well, 2 at the moment.
You're being greedy now, come on.
Wait, no, we're getting a third. We're getting a third. Lelis is building one.
Fine. Oh. Rubicon. Oh, no. Has he killed Lelis?
It does
He
look
didn't.
like he may have killed Lelis.
Yeah,
Yes, he did indeed kill Lelis. But he's getting the woo kill. Respect that. And now Lelatroni's not looking that healthy, to be perfectly honest with you. He's urging to jump away to his teammate, but the vessel is on him, and Jabs will get the kill. And look, sniping in the back lines here, threatening. I hate it when
Dawnbreaker,
everyone's coming
Jansen.
towards me. Don't blink up for Jansen just yet. Jansen, this better be a 4-staff coming on your courier. It's not. It's a Ghost Scepter. I'm very disappointed.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I am sad that we haven't seen more Clockwork. But the hero just, it's so much fun to watch. Like, the hero design of cogs, like constantly getting changed, like, with the large cogs, having to walk in and out, you're bouncing people inside them. Now we get kind of like the projectile cog version. Like, and
Yeah, they figured
I
out
think
how
people
to make
can
the hero,
agree.
like, Apex fun.
Yeah, it probably is destined to be nerfed in some way. Maybe reduce the mana burn, but keep the damage because people play it for the mana burn.
Well, I think there needs to be some reduction to the hit cogs. You know, like if you hit a cog naturally, then full debuff, but maybe like half or something if you have to.
Dire's bottom tower
Something like
has
that.
fallen.
There's probably some inevitable nerf to it, but whilst it's in the game, we should enjoy it whilst it lasts because it is just such a fun spell design.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you're the
Katsura
clock player.
feels the same way as we do about it. But,
No. I mean, also against like Dawnbreaker, it's really awkward because like Solar Guardian, you kind of announce where you're going to appear, so the clock can just go like cog, 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 and then you appear and it's like boom, 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 you know, so it's kind of quite inconvenient. And yeah, Dawnbreaker also opted for a harpoon. Ricky?
I've got
One
a vision
cog.
on him with the Spirit Distiller here. From that, he's just going to die. Godlike now for Rubicon. 13-1-7. Good lord.
Very well.
Yeah, we didn't even discuss the importance of Distiller, right? Like, we don't see Ricky at all in pretty much any meta, any tournament of recent. And Distiller, one of the newer items in the previous patches, it's just hard counters you. It's very simple.
Doesn't need to be targeted on the Ricky either, so just, oh, I think he's here. Boop. Get it on him. Get the vision.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and I respect the attempt of picking up the Ricky and trying to go for this outplay, but you can kind of see how it was on kind of thin ice. Like, it really needed to just pop off, and I mean, it kind of did some work, but just the Dawnbreaker just had such a weak entry to the game that, like, Ricky was kind of built on out CS Puck and have Dawnbreaker to assist him. There was no Dawnbreaker to assist him.
We needed some kills mid with that smoke clutch. You know, that's what it's all about, right? It's smoke cloud, silence, smoke screen. Never saw it. The sport just didn't really find an opening for Lalajoki there, so.
It was very underleveled. Oh, no, Shaq onto two.
No, they don't see it.
They don't. Oh, there's a ward actually now. They're getting baited again by the sentry.
No scepters down, but without the 4-staff, no way to get away, Mr. Yamson. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm still holding on to that.
Dire's top tower is under
BKB
attack.
going to be up very soon for Rubicon, and with the Aegis timing out, it's just time to hit the jungle a little bit. Just make sure you don't get caught out in this teeny weeny little window they have of just 113 gold with this Aegis stack. Gonna be gone pretty damn fast, so.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So what are we looking for in regards to the kind of comeback potential for the Dire side? There's a Manta on Ricky, so he can start at least dispelling some of the, you know, the dusts, the distillers, and the random shenanigans. Drow also, Manta, Dragonlance. It's kind of the debate of, like, if they're allowed to stand still and right click, maybe they're fine. But with their heroes, unless it's based on tempo, they don't have the Banes, the Enigmas, the Clockwork, the Pucks, you know, the I press one spell, this is our fight location. Like, their best team fight spell was playing on Kinetic. And that's not reliable into Puck and Wind Ranger, especially when Wind Ranger has BKB. Like, it's not ideal. There's some of the cracks of the draft very quickly unfolding for Chili Pibble as they have to kind of really just overperform.
Yeah, they got to find their way back into this somehow, and there ain't too many. I mean, I don't know, maybe greedy, disruptor.
Oh yeah, he's already
picks up an
greedying.
Echo
Yeah,
at
don't
some
worry.
point. Yeah, he's
No,
getting
he's locked in. He knows exactly what he needs on the disruptor. I mean, Jab's about to get a BKB. Like, whoever Jabs wants to kill will die.
Yeah, Rubicon going in here, has the BKB of his own, so easily able to bring down Prada. Now in comes the Nightmare. Grip is not available though, cancelled out pretty instantly there. As Rio Estea will be forced away by the Fiddler. Pluto sees Lalajoki, he gets harnessed up by him as well. Has to back out. Sun desperately looking forward for another Nightmare here. Might just find him to wound. Doesn't quite have the cast range though. Buyback from Prada, by the way. Black hole in the backlines. Don't look though, because it's not really landing. And Prada's there to cancel with the Static Storm. So Jabs tries to go for a TP out. Doesn't quite make it. Trony's still alive here, but Rubicon still finding kills. Rio Esteo finally run down, but they have to kind of be on the defensive here. That's going to be tough. Running down the river, Katara Hayama staying on Yamson, and we'll find another. Double kill for the Drow. Little too far there for Nemesis, but in fairness to them, they push the brakes pretty well.
Yeah, they knew when to get out. Especially with like BKBs on cooldowns and, you know, your Puck's got a gem. If you go super crazy here, you are kind of gifting a lot of economy. I mean, Rubicon, we've been praising him immensely for his game. But when you are 51-7, one slip up, minimum like 1,000+ gold going the way of Chili Pibble.
Getting onto Lalatroni. Lalatroni, though, has the Manta to be able to get off the dust. Hookshot, though, still lands. Lelis going in blind here, and with the Essence of Scylla, now gives a vision, but he's got the getaway card, and now Analog has to come and help out Lelis here. Or just try to go for the Ricky kill even through all of this, and, well, he's going to get it. The Clockwork's still alive. Lelis is still fine. Analog and Lelis just putting on a clinic down here in the bottom lane. Rubicon now getting on top of Rio Esteo, who's trying to get to the high ground. Doesn't quite make it, and the Shackle's going to connect. It's going to be another kill for Rubicon here. Wowee. What looked like just a little kind of scare onto the Ricky actually turned into a full-blown murder fest.
Yeah, I mean, it's also Chili Pibble just didn't want to join this fight at all. They kind of looked at the shenanigans happening, and now Rubicon walks up to the high ground. 27 minutes into the game, 17-1-7, 249 CS, 20,000 net worth. Just to put it into context.
Yeah,
How do
6K
you kill this,
off the
man?
drow.
Like, the Chile people somehow need to bait Rubicon to press BKB and then hold Kinetic Static Storm with enough heroes in position that aren't getting coiled or black holed or cogsed or gripped. Like, it really is a multi-layered lockdown lineup that thrives when your carry player puts on a performance like this. Now they take the Aegis. The desperation wave cut is in full force.
Yeah, it's on a timer, it feels like, for Red Hot Chili Pepper now. Not a timer as in they need to win the game by a certain point, but a timer as in their game is going to run out soon. Not only is the Wind Ranger an absolute beast, Jabs has also managed to hit the timing on the BKB. He hasn't had much to say this game, you know, just kind of calmly did his stuff in lane, jumping around the fights a bit.
Took some
helping out with
towers.
the Vessel. I think the Vessel had a lot of value. Now, we got Blink, we got BKB, Jabs can make a statement in this game if he finds the opportunity to do so. Kind of getting pinned in by Analog here. Lelis just kind of watching. Ooh, somehow cooking. Okay, yep, there we go. Just walking away from the kill before it's over like 3 times in a row, trying to be cool about it, move on to the next thing. Poor Hood was just sitting there. Please finish me. Poor little squirrel. What's Ricky got? Manta, Diffuser, going in for Nullifier, but wants a shard first. Actually, he already has a shard. But he's got a shard on Quick Fire.
I'm sure he won't buy the shard, right?
He's got to take it off Quick Fire, otherwise he is going to buy it by accident. There we go.
No, he's not gonna buy it. I'm in the clear, it's okay.
But what if he, like, kills the Wind Ranger? Auto buy
Yeah,
the
true.
shard. I mean, I'm not lying. Like,
No, I agree. It's
you
just
have to do it twice, but could happen.
funny when you say it out loud. It's
Must still laugh. Oh, here we go. Yeah, he's got some cogs. Not quite enough for it, but I don't know, I'm just so fascinated by this shard thing. I just really want to see Lana trying to accidentally buy the shard.
come on. All right.
He just likes to feel alive. You know? It's a pretty dull game for him. Can't really do a whole lot. I'll just be like, yes. Slide this up. Nope. And focus fire coming out onto the Ricky. Ricky,
Oh, the
and the
cog
cog
again.
catches him as well. Lelis, the sniper. Brazilian sniper Lelis. Catching out everybody.
He's not a sniper, mate. Get him on the fucking Brazilian football team or whatever it is. They need him. Draw against
Oh,
Morocco. They need new strikers for sure. They're struggling.
You involved in any sweepstakes for that?
No. They are quite fun, but I'm just sitting back, seeing if England can do it, even though people always overhype them.
Just say yeah.
It is what it is. It's such a cringe. I'm so embarrassed about that even existing. Like,
It must be so
I know-
annoying. I mean, it's annoying for me, and you know, I do want them to win, so it must be
like
horrible.
at most a top 8 team on a good day. But our fans are very cringe, alas. Nemesis, just going through the regular motions, take mid-rex, reset to the high ground, let Rubicon either go back to base or just let his Aegis expire. They don't really need to do anything special, just keep it good old classic Dota.
I mean,
Maybe
this
even go
is-
top, take the top tier 2.
Kasaro Hayama is the only person who could possibly stop this Nemesis team just running over this game. He's the one who almost did it on the Terrorblade game. He almost made it close. The second game, he absolutely broke the game apart with his Muerta. His drought, it has been quiet, but one thing we do know about this player is that when he decides to enter a fight, he has a plan. He'll always have an idea of how he can get in and turn things around. Nemesis is very aware of that, very ready. They may even have a Jabs just ready to go on the back lines. BKB, Blink Dagger, Chasm Stone, just whenever needed.
Looking up to the high ground on Nemesis. They're just forcing them back. You need to find a way to enter the fight. It's just not easy. Oh, they've been found.
Yep, Prada caught trying to sneak back into the base after bedtime. Now Lalatroni caught by the Bane, but there will be the interrupt coming out from the Hoodwink, and maybe they can get the Bane return kill. They will. Yamsun falls. Rubicon, though, he's in so deep, just looking to blow up Lalatroni. Lalatroni, though, Force-staffed away, but Rubicon Force-staffs in, but then there's also Piked back, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to get the kill anyway. A few shots fired across by the Drow. Rubicon doesn't give a damn. Keeps it going. 6 seconds left on this Aegis with 2 heroes dead. It's not looking very likely they'll be able to make an offensive. Jabs is just sitting in reserve. He is the insurance policy. I'm not doing anything except popping this BKB, popping this Blink Dagger, and black holing anybody that dares touch my little Rubicon. We have been baited by illusion here. It's alright from Katora. We're going to need a lot more than that to turn things around. Let's pop in that Ghost Scepter by himself sometime, and Wu's the one that goes down instead as Rubicon blows him up with yet another focus fire. 15 seconds till the next one. You gotta be fearing this at this point. Tier 4 started on now. They want to put an end to it again. Katora just cannot find the opening. He's running through the simulations, trying to find the best percentage chance of getting into this game, but there just doesn't seem to be one. Not with Jabs sitting far behind, waiting, watching. It's just such a insurance policy here. Just watch this Enigma, guys. He's not doing a single thing. He's just chilling back here, ready to go at max blink range with max black hole range.
What are you meant to do when Lelis is just popping off with the cogs? Rubicon's hitting every shackle in the world, and Analog's already there with the coils. Trying to kill Rubicon.
Yep. Here's Rubicon looking in a bit of trouble. Up, Jabs is ready to go if needs be. Here we go. Black hole coming on down, landing onto the two of them. It'll do. It's not bad. Wu and Rio Steel have certainly taken out of the game. The buybacks are coming, though. They'll try to finish the game, though, Nemesis. This Ancient is pretty low. Not low enough to just focus down just yet. They might actually have to back away here, Nemesis, unless they can keep on fighting. Rubicon says, yes, please. BKB's ready. Satanic's on the road.
Give him a rampage.
Lalatroni is gone. He needs it, dude. This guy has never deserved a rampage more. Onto the Drow, trying to take it down. Katora Hayama gonna be the rampage for Rubicon. And absolutely deserved. What an absolute clinic. The Wind Ranger clinic from Rubicon in game number 3 leaves absolutely no doubt who is going through in these qualifiers.
Whew. I mean, yeah. What can you say for Nemesis? You know, I think between Lelis's clockwork, just making all these moves, kind of breaking down the map, understanding where he needed to be, and on top of that, Rubicon dumpstering the bot lane, getting the solo kill, and just leading the charge, knowing when to use the twin gate, knowing exactly what he wanted to do. Like, the discipline on his BKB, like, his itemization, again, super clean. Like, for Nemesis, this is the type of game that I was expecting in every single game that they play in this lower bracket, up until they meet some of the big contenders. They kind of underperformed in this series. They're going to be aware of that. They're going to need to try and fix some of these problems as they go up against Amaru, a fair contender to try and break into top 3 later today. But in game 3, Rubicon, he made a statement. He was ready to do this low bracket run, and this was a completely different game than before. Of course, Chili Pibble, the Ricky in the room, they tried to do it. They tried to pick up a niche mid laner to shut down a puck. It didn't work out. The creativity got the better of them, but you know, fair play. They stayed true to themselves. They're picking disruptors. They tried the Ricky. You know, it was a valiant effort, but today just wasn't their day, and you know, good luck in the future in other qualifiers.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. I think Red Hot Chili Pibble, they have shown us a lot, and they have gone, I think, deeper in these qualifiers than a lot of the other stacks of their nature. I think they've proven themselves to be the best of these sorts of younger teams, less experienced teams, and I think they should hold their heads up high, and also taking a game off Nemesis is no easy feat. So once again, Red Hot Chili Pibble, they come to these qualifiers and they're always able to, you know, show a little bit of fun, show a little bit of magic, but unfortunately for them, the consistency is just not there. Those little kind of quirky picks they try to pull out often don't end up working for them, and you know, this Ricky was unfortunately that for them this time around. Like, I'm not going to put the whole thing on Ricky, it's certainly not on the Ricky, it's a lot on the Wind Ranger, who's kind of just left to go absolutely wild here, as you see him, just flying through the fights, doing whatever, like blowing up everybody with all the mountains of damage he has, and yeah. I do want to shout out Analog as well, though. I think he had a really good game on the puck. Like, didn't really panic too much about the lane. Didn't overreact with his build either. He still went, okay, I need my Witch Blade. That is my do stuff item. After that, we'll go for 4 stuff to make sure I've got some sort of answer here. But overall, still very stable. You know, kept the game going long enough for Rubicon to just find the openings.
Yeah, no, for sure. And no, I think between like Nemesis did show that they have like the individual skill to be able to like take over games. Like the fact that Lelis has this clock performance, I think certain, you know, the Lion earlier as well. You know, Jabs, the lane was a little spotty at some points, but the overall kind of calmness that you saw with his Enigma, he wasn't like other Enigma players where he kept like forcing things. Like he was like, you know what, my team's doing it, I'll just slot in behind that. Like if they need me, I'll step up, but if not, I'll do my job. So I think this game 3 is something that Nemesis needs to try and just find a way to replicate a lot more in the rest of this qualifier. Again, it's very easy to say, you win a game, haha, do that one thing again, please, you know, but like drafts are different, you know, laning phases can be different, the pacing that your opponents bring is also so complicated, but at least for Nemesis, they took a victory in this series. That was the type of win that you want to see from this team. So yeah, game 1 and game 3, pretty impressive from a Nemesis, like the way they drafted, the way that they played. Game 2, again, the little blip, but I'm still happy, I think, for the future of this qualifier and the potential upsets. There at least was like a moment where you can go, that's how they might be able to do it against some of the big teams.
Yeah, exactly. You're seeing the puzzle pieces and you're seeing how they can make these picks work. You know, Rubicon, he does have the quality to play alongside the big boys. And yeah, I mean, some of these strategies are really clear. I mean, every single game was very well drafted. I will give that to Astini. Every single game, I feel like, from Nemesis they were set up to win. And I think they did that, and obviously in games 1 and 3. In game number 2, not sure what went wrong. Again, there needs to be a long talk about that one, because I don't think that's one of those situations where you can sit back and say, yeah, sorry, draft, you know, I set you up for failure, which you would love to be able to do, but I just don't think you can with any honesty. So here we get to see what we've got left in these qualifiers, and today we are going to be continuing with LGD Gaming versus Playtime as our next series, which a lot of people are bidding to be the grand finals, but of course, you never know. And then, of course, in the evening, they'll get a little bit of a break, and then a Team Nemesis have to come back to play against Amaru. So they've got another series to go. It's going to be a long day for them, and also an even longer day for Amaru, who had to play the first series than the last one, but that's the nature of the qualifiers. At least they're nice and at home, can chill, can relax, or do whatever they want to sort of unwind and hopefully not get overwhelmed, and hopefully lock in and have a great series at the end of the day. But see you, Governor. We're all done for today. We'll be back tomorrow with the lower bracket final, but now we're going to hand it over to Cap and SVG for the final 2 series of the day, starting off with LGD versus Playtime. So enjoy it, because I know we will.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The South American qualifiers is finally bringing some bangers. We have had some good series today, Avery, and hopefully that continues as we are supposed to see now the creme de la creme. It is LGD versus Playtime. This is going to be the first of possibly 2 times that these 2 teams match up against each other. Let's see who strikes first blood in this upper bracket final.
That was a good movie, John Rambo, First Blood. Anyone hasn't seen it in chat, you should go watch it. Do yourself a favor. Classic of the early 90s action genre. And perhaps we will get a classic of the action genre here. Do you like that segue, Austin?
I did.
That was a 5-star segue. Both of these teams are undefeated. Neither has bled, but someone will bleed here today. And perhaps it will not be the final blood, as it is very likely they re-meet. So you got to gain as much information and knowledge as you can from this series. Like, that's your primary goal, as well as confidence. The big thing you're going to win in this series, if you win it, is not a trip to TI yet, but the confidence for if you meet this team again in the grand final.
I think going into this series, much of the story has been going into this qualifier. In fact, it would be LGD are coming into this as maybe slight favorites solely because they have a little bit more consistent play throughout the entire year. And in fact, over multiple years, core of this squad has performed at multiple events, multiple times. We saw them win PGL Wallachia. We saw some of these guys do so well at this last TI and have a nice strong run. Meanwhile, Playtime is coming into this a step below LGD, or maybe just a half a step behind them. But I feel like in this qualifiers, their performance, they actually look the best, at least from a play stance.
I think their ceiling has looked the highest. When they were styling on people so far in this qualifier, they were absolutely styling on them in the team fights especially. So that's where you have to watch out if you're LGD. I think LGD has looked a bit more stable in the lanes and a bit more consistent at extracting farm efficiently from the map and kind of playing towards their win condition. But when it comes to the team fights, man, if LGD gets sucked into Playtime's kind of fast-paced, chaotic team fighting style, I think Playtime's favored. I just think their players are so good, especially the support duo, Schofield, El Micho. These guys are like the kings of chaotic skirmishing, right? They play these weird supports, the Nyx Assassins, the Clockworks, the Bat Riders, the Enchantresses, like all of these very heavy skirmish heroes that are already banned, as I mentioned before here, that are just very low cooldown, really annoying to fight against, give you a lot of map control, and just you do not want to play against this hero pool. So it's interesting to see a lot of these get banned, whereas LGD is, their support duo has been more towards like the Bane for KJ, which has been hit or miss. Just more like stable, we're going to pick you off around the map and not just run into you. So could be an interesting clash here if both these teams try and fight for some of the premier supports of the patch.
Well, we're going to start off with a first pick Beastmaster for LGD. With the Sapphire being banned away, feels like this is one of the easy go-to cores. There's a bit of flex possibility with the pickup, but it also just feels sturdy, right? It feels like it's got a mixed amount of damage. It doesn't really lose lane against many heroes. It's kind of like a stock standard, high-tier early pickup.
At least in this regional qualifier, yeah. I'm not.
I mean, wouldn't you agree with that over the course of like the last year or two with the rise of Beastmaster mid, and you know we had the off-lane stacking Beastmaster. Like I just feel like this hero has developed to a hero that is very like you can't really go wrong with this as an opener. You know.
No, it's totally fair. And no one's ever going to be sad to have a Beastmaster on the team.
5 seconds remaining.
The hero has to be really bad for that to be the case.
Yeah.
Though I don't think he asserts a problem as much as he did when he was really broken with the Ags timings.
Sure.
I think that time has come and gone. Like you don't see Beast and you're just, oh shit, here we go again. You know, you're not at that level of sweat. But the hero's still strong. He has some flexibility in his builds. Mainly the Helm is what people are trying to go for. So you have to prepare for that, be able to deal with it. And I was talking about the support duos. A lot of supports got banned. Playtime just going to take 2 right off the bat. Always a risky move because a lot of times these cores get stolen and you just don't have anything left. And you're also kind of showing all of your skirmish power at once So LGD have a chance to react to it either in dealing with it straight on or dodging the skirmish power, because it's quite high here between Ringmaster, Hoodwink. A lot of long-range artillery, poke, chain stuns, low cooldowns. Exactly what they like to play with here. It's going to be a fast-paced game.
I do like the fact that they have a save, and then they also have like a very aggressive hero in Hoodwink. High amounts of damage between both of these, a decent amount of team fight thanks to the Ringmaster. Like, I feel like maybe you don't like exposing both your supports as an opener, but I do feel like they contribute an equal amount to what you want to see in a Dota roster. I don't feel like they're lacking anything right now.
No, it's fine. Especially since a lot of the supports got banned first phase. I don't mind it as much in these drafts where that is where the priority is shifted, because you can risk running out of good supports. And this is some fast drafting right here. These teams know what they want.
Apparently. All that playtime really needed at this point in time is because they've got plenty of damage. They just need some initiation for the Ringmaster, Hoodwink, and SF to all play off of here.
10 seconds remaining.
I think that has been one challenging part of the meta for these teams is the off lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Not a lot of initiating off laners that seem to be too popular. Like, we're not seeing, because the Mars is dead. Axe, I guess, is maybe the most viable, but we don't see Axe a lot. It's mainly farming or damage dealing off laners, like the Underlord or something. It's a soft initiator, but not really. So I think it's a struggle to find those. And I think for me that ups the priority on the mid initiators, which for LGD, you got to think about the Coddle Storm, Coddle Ember, Coddle Pango here that are all available going into this 18th pick. A little scary for playtime right now if they don't either get a flex hero here or some lane dominating core. And they just throw a Largo up there. So not an initiator, more ball, and not a flex hero. This does give LGD a big opening here to secure the mid that they want. 2 bans for it, and then take a Largo counter. And they're going to be pretty happy with their lineup here, I have to imagine.
Yeah, we have not been impressed by the Largo. Actually, can I go back a couple of picks here? What did you think of the Bane into the Ringmaster? Like, they already had a save hero against the Beastmaster Roar. I feel like Ringmaster is very good versus Bane. Is this just going back to what you were talking about, comfort? This is the most picked hero for KJ, and they're just going to jam it anyway?
Yep, they have a very strong tier list of the supports they want right now, and I think KJ is going to play this Bane every time. It's an important hero for how they want to play the map, and to get him a frontlining support that is not the Clockwork or maybe Enchantress he might play if it's a good game for it. Otherwise, there's just not a lot that they prefer. So I think they're just taking it because they want it to function within their lineup. It's not really based on anything Playtime's doing, but it's good against the SF here. So you ended up having some value there. And I think Bane always gives you something. Gives you scouting, gives you some frontline, gives you some soft initiation. If you're going to play the map, he's a great hero for doing that. LGD are very set up to push lanes in, split play times, ball up, and look for the pickoffs. And they're probably going to lean into that more depending on which mid they take here. Or put the Beast mid and grab that Whispered Darkseer, which decimates Shadow Fiend. They don't have a melee support, but Coddle, giving him mana and stacking is kind of nice. It might be tempting here.
Man, they are going deep into their reserve time to finally decide on this pickup, and Pango it is.
I have to imagine they were debating the Darkseer versus the mid hero there for a little bit of that time, and ultimately decided let's just throw the Beast off lane and grab Pango. Now they could play Beast carry and still take this Darkseer, which is something LGD would do. So that option is not a 0%, but it's probably, I'd give it like 20% that they do that. I don't think it's super likely here, though it would have pretty nice triple core synergy.
How the Drow Ranger has fallen from a first pick, first ban scenario all the way to one of the last bans. But thank God they did, because if I was looking at LGD, I was tempted to pick up the Drow Ranger right then and there, thinking it's probably going to get banned, and we know how badly it abuses Largo.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
as you said, draft integrity-wise, they kind of needed some sort of frontlining, initiating hero that could play. And maybe they felt like they didn't have too many other options other than Panko.
I don't think this SF is that scary scale-wise. So I don't think you had to jam the carry there, because you have Beast, Primal Roar, you have Bane Grip plus a
Radiant
Feeble,
team
Blinding
back
Light,
dire
Pango
team.
rolling in with Basher. You have a lot of ways to interact with this SF and just disable him. It's not a great SF scaling game. So I think in that sense, you could hold off on the carry and just get something. Like, we could see the Yuma Gyro come out. We could see a Medusa. We could see a lot of different things here that are going to be completely fine with their
10
first four,
seconds
even
remaining.
if it's not the counter to the Shadow Fiend.
5 seconds remaining.
See what Yuma wants to get here. Ursa is also totally viable and a great answer to that hero. I'm looking at Ursa or Gyro,
Radiant
maybe the
team
Dusa.
Templar assassin.
Well, the TA, I always forget about this hero, honestly, because I feel like we haven't seen TA in the meta for like the last year and a half. He's starting to come back a little bit more. So I got to think about this hero more. But yeah, totally great SF answer. Great against the Largo with the early minus armor. And not a lot of
10
great
seconds
refraction
remaining.
break here. Like, you're looking at a lot of just heavy chunk spells that he can
5
block.
seconds
Great
remaining.
BKB game. You have Chalk or Magic for multiple refraction or meld hits. You get the Beast attack speed, which is nice with this hero, since she doesn't really build attack speed. And your Roshan is really good. You have an Ancient Clear. I mean, yeah, this lineup's got it all, man. Another hero that can help play the map, too, with Trap Vision for, like, Bane Grip setup or Beast Roar. A really solid pick. Gonna have to address something here if you're playtime. I don't think you can let them just get away with this lineup with some neutral pick.
What are the problems they need to solve? It feels like they could still use some initiation that they're lacking. Do they have? Is it just a hero that needs to be able to counter TA as much as possible?
Well, they want the
Select
initiation
your
route.
heroes.
And I think that's the stable route, but I honestly think it's a little mediocre in some sense, because there was a world where you just commit to push with like some Largo SF timing at the 25-30 minute mark, and you just pick a hero that helps you do that, and you just all in, or pick some lane cheese hero. I think the Storm, it doesn't really threaten LGD's lineup too much, other than I'm going to get on top of your supports and snipe them. It is a hero that helps play the map a little bit, create some threat on the lanes, which they were lacking. So in that sense, it's pretty useful here. You needed something to kind of bounce that out. It's a solid Storm pick. It's not a
10
bad Storm pick by any
seconds
means.
remaining.
But I do like what LGD got going on. I think their lineup,
5 seconds
when it's going to hit
remaining.
as 5, it's going to hit real hard if they get there. You have the Coddle heals coming through, multiple BKB pierces, Pango that is uncontested with Rolling Thunder in the team fight, and he has Chalk or Magic behind him. And then you're just dealing a crap ton of physical damage between these three cores, which Largo can eventually deal with some armor later, but we've seen this hero be really slow. So I'm a little worried he's just not going to get to the armor items before this lineup comes online. And 1 or 2 Roshans goes Yuma away, he's going to take this game over because SF can't fight him. So
What would you have thought if it was Primal? That way they have an answer to the ball, and I think it's still a decent hero against TA.
that's interesting. Primal's just so bad against Bane Coddle. That's so sad. Solar Binds, Enfeeble Grip, Sleep, Blinding Light, even the Beast. I think Primal's like, there's not a lot of players that are going to play Primal there. Dark Mago also doesn't play that hero. So I just,
He's only played it 2 times in his career, and Storm Spirit is a favorite of his. Like
For sure.
I'm actually surprised Dark Mago isn't a Primal Beast, because he's a melee mid specialist, and then outside of the melee heroes, Storm Spirit is his #1 guy.
For sure. I'm always surprised that Dark Mago hasn't expanded his hero pool at some point, at least by like 3 or 4. This guy just loves his like 5 heroes, and he's gonna play him till he wins or loses TI, and that's send it, you know, and you got to understand that and respect it. So he's a really double-edged sword player. I think there's a lot of teams that would not want to play with Dark Mago for his hero pool issues alone. And then you see him in teams and it's like, he's pretty good. You know, he is pretty good. But he has such a big weakness in his game that, I don't know, it's one of those questions of like how different his career would have been if he had expanded the pool, maybe for better or worse. I'm not saying it would have made him a better player. Maybe it would have made him a worse player. So hard to say, but it is a big question mark on his legacy here.
What do you think that says about a player when they don't? Because we've even, like, Falcons, 1 TI, we saw both Maureen and Amar over time have expanded their hero pools, despite being hero specialists, right? Like 2 or 3 years ago, you would have pointed to those guys and being like, yeah, like, this is how you do it. You play only your heroes, and you just play those heroes nonstop. Well, those heroes have expanded quite a bit. What do you think that says about a player who doesn't feel comfortable doing that?
Maybe he just hasn't been pushed enough to do it, or maybe he's shifting a little blame or responsibility onto his teams more than himself. That's also a possibility. I mean, that's a kind of negative viewpoint, but it is a possibility. I'm not going to say that's the case.
Sure.
I also think there's I think he should have done it, because I think there's a big difference between having a 5 or 6 hero pool and a 10 or 11 hero pool.
Sure.
Because like Maureen and ATF, they really only play around 10 or 11 heroes each.
Yeah, they play just enough that every patch they have 2 or 3 heroes.
Exactly. And also that it's kind of hard to ban the type of hero they want. The thing with Dark Mago is if you ban 2 or 3 of his 6, then you know the type of hero he has to play in the end. Like, you know you're going to have one of these melee goopers, or he's going to be forced into a spirit hero. And then you can just kind of cheese him, or like here, LGD, they first pick Beast. Tai Lung is going to go mid with this Beast. He knows he's not getting cheesed by Dark Mago. This Beast can always go mid. So you have that power as, ooh, Wits.
Easy pickup. Wits just runs him down. Wits is having quite the qualifier. I feel like every single time I watch this guy, I'm like, man, this was such a good pickup for playtime.
I think him and Tai Lung have been the 2 standouts for this region the whole year. They have carried their weight, proved their worth for sure. Good start for him.
Ooh, gets the healing salve canceled. I'm not sure that you should have read that a mile away. Like it's a coddle.
Oh, that's big. Trying to get Whisper back in this lane. Now you have the regen advantage. Might be able to win the CS battle now as you combat the Necromastery on the Shadow Fiend.
All right, so that lane is definitely going to be... It's not going to be the most fun lane for Pango. It's a double ranged hero. SF is also a pretty tough hero to match up against in lanes. Top lane, Nightmare back underneath the tower. We have Frank. Fortunately, El Misho is here with a really good whip that pushes Yuma out of the range, unable to do too much damage to Frank. Definitely takes more than he intended, but how do you imagine this matchup goes?
Largo Ringmasters is strong lane. That's a lot of nuke damage. It's a very strong combo, a lot of chase down. I think Largo will be absolutely fine up here. Bane's just not too great at fighting this low cooldown spell power.
Bushwhack lands and a quick kill onto Whisper. Schofield just pops out of the left-hand side of that tower and catches him with a bushwhack that Whisper just did not see coming whatsoever.
Well, a lot of experience for Theo down here.
Yeah.
His coddle's going to be pretty fat. But sad start for Whisper on this Pango. Back-to-back deaths. He bought an extra salve, doesn't even get to use it.
And Wits
this SF with early boots.
He is 450 ahead of the Beastmaster right now.
He's cruising. And with the early boots, you have even more aggressive potential. So Schofield putting in work early to set his carry up, gets the Lotus as well. And raises versus a melee hero. Always fun. Well, not for the melee hero, but...
Definitely the biggest downside of this Largo Ringmaster lane is that they're matched up against a TA. Another reason why it was such a good pickup, because you're right, this duo like, they do have so much offensive power in the first 3 or 4 levels. But
I feel like they will
refraction
kill
stops a
Yuma.
lot of it.
I think they'll kill Yuma at least once on this lane. Or they'll kill the Bane twice. Maybe one of those outcomes is
Pulling back in, they still have the dagger and the whip. And the whip will finish him off rather easily. Now a dagger going to be put onto Yuma as well. Doing some nice harassment. El Micho, love the way he's playing. Just super aggro.
Oh yeah, you got to get in there with this hero. Ringmaster's one of the best laners now with the triple dagger change. It's just so much harassment, especially when you run people down. As Schofield gets another one.
Schofield's an absolute menace, and he's going to take Whisper on a bit of a ride here. Whisper is going to get this kill, probably.
Yeah,
but it's going to take him some time here. With the bushwhack pulling in the neutrals, Whisper takes more damage here. Gets hit by the Centaur. The Acorn shot goes off, and Whisper finally finishes him off with the swashbuckle. But Schofield makes it hurt.
Just so good at creating space. And again, he's playing in the safe lane, not even his natural lane. Just demolishing his old teammate down here. Maybe a little bit of a personal vendetta there.
Yeah, could be.
It's like, yo, Whisper, I know all your tricks, brother. It's not fun to play against me, is it?
Caught Whisper again in another bushwhack. Puts him at half health. Had to buy out a raindrop. 33 hates to see it, but you kind of need it in this lane. A level 5 SF. I mean, 3 nukes and you're pretty much dead.
I mean, that's why you know, the raindrops, they're just 33's tears crystallized. That's what the item is. Somewhere he's crying right now as he feels the pain for Whisper's net worth.
Ooh, Dark Mago barely picks up level 6 as he was being zoned out of experience range by Tai Lung, threatening with the Primal Roar, but one creep died just barely inside of the experience range. Dark Mago gets 6, and the whole thing just changes entirely. Now Dark Mago doesn't have to worry about being roared, as Tai Lung is unlikely to be able to put enough damage in that stun duration.
He missed that Obs too. That is a great Obs. It dodges that sentry on the Bane rotation, so they'll get to maintain vision of the ganks coming in towards the storm. Super important as the supports are converging on mid. Trying to use this Beastmaster strength right now. Not a lot that Playtime can do to respond to this. It's just infinite axe spam. Storm is not great at fighting this Beastmaster head on this early.
I mean, do you even...
So this could just be an early tier 1.
Need to respond? Your side lane is going so well. Like, Pango's left alone in lane. He is not loving his life. Storm Spirit can just hit jungle. Like, the biggest fear is that you lose tower, but the supports can just drag creeps off of the tower.
You have to keep control of your ancient cities.
Gonna jump after Tai Lung. Dark Mago says, with fresh resources, now's the time to fight. Really awkward. Tree gets cut down, the whip goes through, but they really mess up their chain disable there. Dark Mago still thinking he can get the kill, and he's right about it. Plenty of mana still. One more jump up to the high ground to chase after KJ. And it looks like this is gonna be a 2-for-1. Dark Mago TP's in, makes a call that it's time to fight, and an excellent fight it is for Playtime.
It's pretty smart sequence by them. He just goes to base and heals. And he says, you know, like, I'm not going to sit around and try and defend this on no mana. I'm just going to go base. The tower's going to take some damage. When I come back, I have more than enough resources to all in this beast. They make the right call. Get a huge kill in the river. Ooh, Dark Mago.
20 HP. But now the reaction to that is, okay, the Storm Spirit's out of resources again. So back to hitting the tower.
This isn't that efficient for Dark Mago, but he's slowing the beast down, and he's getting some experience in the meantime. So there's some value there, especially when you have this SF just plowing through bottom lane. He is 1,000 ahead of TA.
That's huge, and look at him making an early Yatoro-esque rotation on the 8-minute power rune. Does not manage to get the rune. Can he join in on this fight, though? Tai Lung already caught by Dark Mago once again.
Damn.
A trip back to base. TP in, go for the kill.
Super heads-up gameplay, just punishing the stacking going on with this Coddle. It is now going to get stolen as well.
Dire's middle tower.
This is the issue going up against Playtime with these super aggressive support duos. They have the stronger skirmish power. They can choose the moves that they want to make in the early game. There's not a lot you can do about it because Coddle Bane with level 4s are not fighting Hoodwink Ringmaster. It's not even close. This is the difference we're seeing. So great support gameplay so far from Playtime, giving themselves Big lead in this game 1.
Yeah, up 2,000 before the 10-minute mark. Schofield just being a nuisance. Dropping his ults. It's low cooldown.
Yeah, that spell is efficient damage, honestly. Like, it's probably one of those spells you should just casually throw out more. For 100 mana, 45-second cooldown, you're going to deal 3, 4, 500 damage to somebody. That's just good value, right?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Templar Assassin has retreated back to the jungle where there are some stacks there, so we're going to see TA maybe start catching up a little bit to the SF, but it also means that Largo is back to farming in lane without too many problems.
The issue is LGD effectively have 3 cores jungling right now, and this means that Playtime got to give a lot of experience to their support duo. So we're seeing an XP lead open up, 5-level advantage for Playtime right now. Significant. You're missing support ultis on the side of LGD, you have them here with Wheel and Sharpshooter available. So if you take some team fight or you get sucked into a team fight if you're LGD, you're going to get punished hard. Some stacks being created as well. They're continually scouting these coddle stacks. And there's a big ancient one.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You can Requiem this?
Yeah, I was about to say, do you drop Requiem?
Maybe. Drop
That a play. They're going to quickly kill the coddle. Wait, maybe not so quickly. Got to land the shot, and it does land.
Time
Now
to
back to
Requiem
the
this
stack.
ancient camp. Let's go. Do it. For Eternal Envy's legacy.
You gotta raise it, whip it, and that's probably good
Okay.
enough.
Yeah, that was a lot easier.
And
I don't think I've ever seen
this
it.
is Witz is about to farm double ancient stacks because he just took yours, and now he's gonna go back and do his at some point because El Micho has been stacking up that triangle quite a bit for the Radiant.
He's a little out of control here. If they just get mid tower for free, this early game has kind of been a disaster for LGD. They gave up a lot for very little in return. A sacked offlane Pango, a TA that's going to be well behind the SF, and a Beast who had a good start but didn't get any of the stacks. Easy last hit for Dark Mago. Yeah, very successful early game here for Playtime. They are going to hit a very strong mid-game timing. In fact, they're giving some of the stacks to the Frog here. Boost Frank up a little bit. Oh, he got over Bruiser stun. That's embarrassing.
That is embarrassing. You can really
Saw
only
Largo
do the
hold his head
medium
in shame.
stack, though.
I think little Shard Golem should deal more damage based on how many Shard Golems are next to him.
What, like the skeletons from the Dark Troll Summoner?
There should be a Shard rally.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Or they all throw a little boulder, so you can just get hit by like 30 boulders. That'd be pretty based.
I mean, they do already have an ability to throw a little boulder, so you're gonna have
Yeah,
to
I'm saying they
expand
should
on that.
they should throw it at you while you're farming it, like as vengeance for killing their larger
I
cycle.
see. Yo, so you want more neutrals to use their abilities to grief players?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, I don't know. We've played a lot of games together, and the number of times I've heard you complain about the Prowler camps out of nowhere.
They do throw them at other neutrals, I believe. As weird an interaction as that is. I don't know what the conditions for that are, because it's very
I
rare.
have no idea what you're talking about.
So, like, if you have a bunch of summons and you're farming shard golems, I think they can throw one of their shards at one of the summons.
Okay. Weird.
But do not ask me what prompts are triggers. They just get mad. Like, fuck your Skelly boy.
Is it possible that being that this is fine for the Templar Assassin because you have the SF matchup, you're favored in that? Maybe you're down a bit of
okay.
net worth, but you can still be fine with your situation because you've got the hero-to-hero matchup.
Sure, you could play from behind. Again, you have some good scaling answers to SF. It's not as if a super farmed SF is going to 1v5 this game in a vacuum, but he is quite farmed.
Yeah,
we
the
should
game plan was to
emphasize.
keep the SF at even net worth with the TA. Like, that is not being stopped. Like, he's already cleared through the ancient stacks. It's done. It's dusted. Like, you kind of have to just be going and rolling with plan B, because I don't really see a way for LGD, because of their support duo, to get in there and stop those plays from happening, you know?
Nope. That's where all the opportunity exists for playtime right now. They can be the ones looking for moves, looking for plays.
Move up
They're
to the
gonna find
jungle.
KJ here.
KJ will tank the gank instead of the Templar Assassin.
That's going to be a free tier 1 top. That's just going to be able to farm your jungle out. That was an arcane rune for the storm, so nothing used there. Gets another power rune as well. This is the danger. You can lose a lot of map control right now while you're in dodge mode. And hope to scale into this SF. But you might not get there on good enough footing to be able to take those fights for the later Roshan tournament or objectives.
Tai Lung's doing a good job keeping pressure. He's pushing in mid lane, which will be denied by Dark Mogul, and he'll also take the Helmet Dom creep. Bottom lane, they're trying to get aggressive and push into that tower as well. They know the SF is going to take towers wherever he goes, so they try and offset that by getting aggressive in the other 2 lanes, and it kind of works for them. They get a tower, maybe it's denied, they get a kill, and will probably force some rotations here from Playtime, unless Playtime knows they can catch Yuma farming up this jungle area. But it seems unlikely. They're being scouted by a twin gate ward from KJ.
There's traps all up in there as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, the unicycle straight into him. God damn, that
A
was
little
savage.
hit and run there from El Micho.
Unicycled him right in the ass. We've all been there, Austin.
Don't think we have.
It's a common accident in the circus life.
Of course. That
I still don't understand why it doesn't do damage. Like, if I manage to unicycle into an opponent in a pro game, you're telling me it shouldn't do at least some damage or explode or something?
It's not that hard to hit.
What?
I
Okay,
think
I'm
it's
done with this
very
conversation.
strong as is. You move so fast, you go through
Yeah, it's
around
good.
the map so quickly.
You should be rewarded for unicycling.
You're already being rewarded by being able to make more map movement than any support in the game.
I mean, what about support Spectre?
Okay, you got me there. I thought you were gonna say Io. I thought naturally your snarky
Oh, that's true.
response
Yeah,
was gonna
Io
be
is
Io, but,
definitely
you
the
know.
highest. Yeah, that's. Oh, I was getting to that.
Oh,
I was
okay.
getting to
Yeah.
Io. A little pause here for playtime, though. Letting LGD recover a little bit. A little dangerous.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are down to just chill and farm, which you think that favors LGD?
For sure, given the early game. I think there's a lot of firepower behind Dark Mago with these supports. He's getting all the power runes. He has a lot of mana to work with. He can be threatening people on the map. You don't want to slow that down. And just let LGD farm up 3 cores with a Keeper of the Light stacking. I also think it's play styles between the 2 teams. I think when we see these 2 teams match up in this qualifier, a lot of these games are going to get determined by how fast playtime can accelerate and build a lead and momentum based around team fighting, and how much LGD can control the game, hit their timings, and kind of take these objective fights. So I just feel the more these games swing that way, it's LGD favored, just by default. If nothing's happening, Yuma's farming, he's probably on some good carry matchup. That's kind of what they want. So I want to see playtime continue to get aggressive.
Playtime, they
gonna
did
do
make
just
a
that?
move for bottom. They took that tower. Now they're going to smoke, running into Tai Lung. Perfect hero to run into. Point blank range. SF demolishes him nice and quick. Whisper tries to do what he can to set up another kill. Trying to roll into some of these heroes, but now Yuma's going to be caught out. Doesn't want to be inside of the ring. Can he get some support here? Not at all. Surrounded by 4 different heroes. There's not much LGD can do.
I didn't even really get anybody low. Beastmaster going down first really hurts. But then you still commit to the fight with this TA Rolling Thunder. And Whisper not accomplishing a lot. Largo kind of healing people up. The SF never even got touched, and that's going to be Roshan. And this is
literally
where
your
the
2
game can pick up.
damage dealers got gone on immediately, right? If Beastmaster isn't roaring and throwing axes and TA isn't following that setup, then there's no real damage from this trio.
scary roach to get up in this game. Put it on the Storm. You can just go ham. You can give it on the SF and potentially just take tier 2s. You get wits, so that probably signals you want to take some more buildings.
It's under attack.
Maybe you're not even concerned about Dark Mago dying in this game. I mean, how does Storm really die? It's one of the issues with LG's Ana. A lot of their stuns come from being bad enough to stick in the fight and eventually just rolling Thunder into him, or he runs out of mana and you can roar him. Otherwise, it's pretty hard to stun this game.
Man, especially even if they do manage to get a stun off or something. Gets hit by a rolling boulder, they still have saves. They have both the Ringmaster box that they could put him in. Then they also kind of have the Largo heals as well as the Catchy Lick. Just a reposition could do a lot.
I mean, you can lick him into a box.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That is true, yeah. It's a favorite move for some. Dark Mago
Mago looking for a solo kill.
just gets the roar out of Tai Lung. It's good enough for him. He's not good enough for him. He's going to keep chasing because he's got the Largo joining him here. Tai Lung has nobody TPing back for him. A deep chase from Dark Mago. I don't know how he knew he could do that, but he just went all in for it. And
He had a
no
lot of
punishment
mana to
from
work with.
LGD.
He knew Frank was connecting. That's a great play call. Saw some heroes mid. That's enough to trigger it. Dark Mago taking names right now. 5-0 to 0-4 between these two mids.
We have yet to see this hero right here get anything really set up. No Fiend's Grip, no Nightmare, nothing.
It's looking like some of the other KJ games where he's just kind of running around solo feeding. And they did win those games because the carry and the scale kicked in, but I still think it's just not panning out how they want it to.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Whisper can start becoming a bit more of a damage threat, also a bit of a nuisance to the Storm Spirit once he gets to an Ags. Then his Rolling Thunder will actually start doing some damage.
LG are very efficient though. They are keeping up in farm. Point that out. And
Look at El
TP2
Nicho's
outpost.
Solar Crest into a Crimson Guard Ringmaster.
That's pretty cool.
They take a lot of damage doing this Tormentor, and they're going to TP away some heroes. LGD are closing in with the smoke, and they're going to find some low HP pickoffs. Oh my god, that was quite the Lotus that Frank had in his back pocket. Too bad for him that the Rolling Thunder stops the TP, and the Templar Assassin does not stop putting out damage. So that's going to be your first Deso charge for Yuma.
It's a okay outcome for playtime. It was a pretty quick double TP outpost smoke for LGD. It's almost unlucky they didn't get there a couple seconds faster. They would have caught some big targets. Very heads up read of the situation, but unable to capitalize on the big boys. They'll take a frog instead.
The shards they would have gotten out of it are also so value that Tormentor is worth no matter what, right? Like they got Spotlight, which is good against TA, both for the reveal and the mischance. But then the other one would have been Boomerang, which is excellent for the SF and Storm and all the magic damage they put out.
Good shard lineup, that's for sure.
Long zip. He's going to find KJ. Mago does it again with a corner ward that spotted them coming down that Twin Gate area. Now he's going to quickly TP into mid where Schofield tries to make the initiation with his Blink Dagger. Doesn't quite land, but he lands the shot there of the sharpshooter to finish him off. Is that a gem pickup?
But the fight's happening top.
Yeah, what is this?
Box on the roar.
The TA can finish off SF. It would be big. Managed to get the wheel on the Beastmaster and 100 to 0 with Dark Mago showing up. Dude, they Storm Spirits everywhere, and he dodged the Rolling Thunder too. Now the SF has gone down the one time, but there is a lack of damage now. KJ cannot even complete that TP as this fight is being completely contained by playtime while the Beastmaster is dead 30 seconds.
Butterfly done while you're at the high ground at 23. This is an insane push timing. And this is almost why I wanted them to pick a bit here, like committed to this push, because I think LG don't have a lot to fight this early. They need more time for the Tricore to scale here. They need more of the late game. Your late game is irrelevant if you don't get there.
15,000 net worth at 23 minutes, a 670 GPM, and another pickoff on KJ. The supports are food because they can dive as deep as they want outside of going into the fountain. supports are easy kills. Now the Beastmaster's back up, but they do have the Aghanim Scepter of Whisper. So this is a timing. LGD are still not favored for the fight, but maybe they can take it out anyway. Though the grab onto Whisper, that's going to be dangerous. Got the roar. There's the box. In response, Whisper trying to get out of here. Run down by Dark Mongol. Pulls in Yuma into the whip. Chain stun. He's dead.
No
Two cores
shot.
instantly taken out. And this might just be a fast game one as LGD
Dive
are
the
overwhelmed
fountain.
inside of their own base. A BKB just to get back to that fountain for Tai Lung. He wouldn't survive any other way.
We thought this was going to be some close games. This is one of the fastest games of the qualifier. Maybe of any of the qualifiers. They're just rolling them. God damn.
Playtime will have to back out as there is tier 2s on both the mid and bottom lane because this push came so early. They haven't really gone through the steps of, you know, slowly taking map control away.
They already have Parasma on Storm with 21 Galvanized stacks. He has a Galvanized stack per minute almost. That's disgusting. You got double regen in this game too. That's why he had so much mana for that top jump to gate TB mid. It's been Dark Mongol all the way. He has Croca Genius on top of it too. Gotta remember his bonus damage. So you got Parasma plus Croca Genius with 21 Galvanized stacks. Even if you kill this SF through the box save, through the spotlight, the Largo heal, the Storm is a massive problem.
He's just able to build straight damage. You win Kaisanj into Parasma. He's going to buy an early shard here. He has no need for Lincolns or BKB. He doesn't have to stop and get a defensive item against this lineup. Once again, it is playtime a bit split here, and LGD have a chance to go for something. Witz is going to teleport away. LGD not knowing the opportunity that was in front of them.
They're still looking for some sort of setup with this Bane. KJ has been involved in nothing.
Oh my
0, 6, and 0.
God.
That's real rough, man. Like, to be not involved in anything as a support for the first 25 minutes, it's almost a death sentence alone.
I mean, Tai Lung has only been a part of one kill. He's been part of one assist. Yuma has only been a part of one kill. They only have 4 in total, so...
For sure, I'm not singling him out as it's only his fault, but as a 5 position, I think it's extra bad. You can sometimes get away with it as a core, but as a 5, it feels real rough.
Even if you can hit the timing to get through this butterfly, a Satanic will be there soon. Or Witz's SF. Storm Spirit. Ooh.
I missed the Bane.
Yeah. KJ
Nice
tucks
break
into
for
the corner
KJ.
here.
It's like I can't die anymore if I sit in this corner of the map.
And he'll join his teammates on the other side.
Need MKB on Templar Assassin before you fight, I think. I don't think you can afford to go BKB before it, so I think you're going to have to get MKB and somehow protect Yuma in the middle of the fight. I just don't know how you do that. You have very little to protect this TA. It's just getting jumped by Storm, and then the wheel gets thrown down, and then you're stuck fighting on top of this wheel. It just sounds miserable.
Even the offensive execution has to be insane. You have to stun the SF, Yuma focuses him down, and then Whisper is also hitting the backline hero, stopping the save at the same time.
Middle tower is under attack.
Sounds like a lot to me,
Yeah.
especially against Satanic Shadow Fiend. Probably just sit there. You have Ags, Largo too. A lot of extra sustain just hit this lineup. That buys them a lot of time to kind of hold the box and see what happens in the fight. Even if you roar a target, you don't have to box him right away. You're so tanky. You just sit there, see what happens. They roar. If they don't commit, okay, you hold the box. Then they have to commit something else. It's just miserable
Are scanning.
for LG to try and burst somebody down.
If they do manage to stall, though, they will have both MKB and Nullifier. So then you don't have a save anymore.
That helps. Helps the single target focus for sure. I just think you're going to be so far behind. Even if you kill the first guy, you run into the issue of are you winning the fight?
Yeah. You also don't dispel Crimson Guard buff, so.
The old Crimson Ringmaster.
Yeah, that's the first time for me, that's for sure.
Thinking about Vlads too. He's just pure old school aura. Physical aura bot for Shadow Fiend. I like it. That's what your lineup's built around. Make him as strong as possible. That's called net worth amplification.
Radiant's top tower
Classic
is under
OG
attack.
tactic. Oh, they already have a
Dire's
Vlad.
bottom
Okay.
tower
Well,
is under attack.
do they know that? Are they building two? What's going on here?
I'm sure Schofield will give him the heads up at some point.
God, Vlad's is
Schofield.
such a bad item.
Is under attack.
Wait, what's such a bad item?
Vlad's.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I can't.
It's really dog shit. This item is basically 2,200 gold for 20% playsteel and 18% damage, which is quite good scale.
Yeah.
But it's quite expensive for what it does, which is basically nothing. It gives 1 armor and 0.75 mana regen plus the armor over.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's basically
terrible
a
for the
ring of
person who
protection.
buys the Vlads.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But-
It's a really bad item on its own. It can be quite a good net worth amplifier in a game like this where your SF is just mega jacked.
Is under attack.
Yeah, then it works. Like, I don't dislike it here. I'm just saying in general, this item is, you need to really understand why you're buying it and what timing you're going for. In timing pushes like this, the item's amazing. So playtime
22,000
really
net worth.
identified.
The Storm Spirit at 19k, and both Tai Lung and Yuma sitting at 17k. They're going to give up a lane of barracks to just buy a little bit more time. Time that is rapidly expiring because there is no mid-tier 2. Wit's just going to keep it going. He's got 4 minutes left on the Aegis. You will have to fight this out. 5 versus 6. You better hope you have some buybacks on heroes.
It's the MKB for the TA. Gives you a little all-in potential here. 2 lives to get through on the Shadow Queen, plus the box, plus Satanic.
Trying to get the meld hit. Lands the roar, nullifier alongside it. Crimson Guard goes out, and look at the HP. It's not going down at all. Yuma tries in vain to do damage to the SF, but between the wheel and the Crimson Guard, not much is done.
what a push.
Caught by a beautiful bushwhack there from Schofield with a blink dagger, and GG is called before the fight is even done. LGD have completely trounced in this game 1. They got whooped.
They got absolutely 4 kills in a 30-minute game where they never held the lead. Got owned in the lanes. Incredible push timing from playtime that I think caught LGD off guard. They wanted to play their kind of farm style. They got their stack stolen. They got their tier 1s annihilated. They had the slower support duo. They got mega punished for it in this game. And beautiful SF strategy execution. You have these heals and some push behind the SF. That's what I wanted to see. They executed it really well. And they itemized for it. Like, that's how you should play this strat. You shouldn't just be itemizing for some 60-minute let's scale. You should be itemizing like, my SF's going to end this game at 30. I'm going to buy Solar. I'm going to buy Crimson. I'm going to buy Vlad's. I'm going to have Medallion. I'm going to have Largo and Hag's heal. Like, they had it all, right? And this guy's just untouchable. And there's no way to scale past this because the game is over. So, really out-executed here in game 1. And, yeah, what a showing for playtime. They just look damn good in this qualifier, man. They're just out-maneuvering everybody.
Have we seen a Coddle win in the SA qualifier?
Yes, we have.
Are you sure? Because I feel like I'm just watching it lose nonstop.
Nemesis won with it,
Yeah, okay.
and LG did win with it as well. But a lot of these games have been very one-sided. You could make an argument they would have won with anything. So it doesn't necessarily prove the hero's good or bad. The hero's fine. It is a strong hero. You just got owned in lanes and your stacks got stolen. What's he doing? Right? You lose a lot of your purpose and your value here. A lot of things went wrong. LG need to wake up for game 2. Because I don't think I've ever seen a player end a game with no kills, no assists in a long time. 0-7-0.
0. That is
AJ has a rough.
It is quite bad for a player who had his time in the spotlight when they bowed out of TI last year. It was a good run, but he had that losers interview where he promised he would be back next year. He said he even went so far as I'm going to win this thing. And right now, they are 1 game down against Playtime for 1 slot in the South American qualifier. Now, this is still the upper bracket final. So even if LGD do get dropped down to lower bracket. We are very likely to see them again in the grand finals, but who knows? I mean, the way playtime looks, this was a more dominant game than they had in that series against Nemesis, who they also beat real badly.
They just looked the cleanest in terms of execution. To me, it's one thing if you lose and it's like, all right, it was a close game. We maybe got out drafted or something. We can make some draft adjustments or some idea adjustments. These games, they're just outplaying people. And it's kind of hard to adjust as a team to being outplayed. You can't just go into the room after the game and be like, play better, lane better, you know? I mean, that's what you have to say in a sense. You have to wake people up. And you have to make it easier for yourself to accomplish some of the things that are causing you issues, like the laning, like the team fighting, right? There are ways to make that easier. But it's a difficult thing to adjust here. So it's easy for us to sit here and say LGD can strike back. But honestly, that was a demoralizing loss. They're going to have to reach deep here, find something hidden down in the muck, and extract it.
Yeah, very demoralizing start in their series against Playtime, as they may be playing a lot of games against them over today and tomorrow. But 31-minute victory for Playtime. They look hot, as they have looked pretty much the whole qualifier. We both said coming into this game that they, play-wise, looked the best. You described it as their ceiling was the highest when they were, like, both LGD and Playtime were smashing whoever they went up against. But when Playtime smashed you, it felt like it was adults playing against kids in the playground. You know, it was just not a contest whatsoever.
This is Shaquille O'Neal versus you, Austin. Like, it's not close. You're ending up in the hospital. So
I don't know. I think Shaq right now, I could probably do some laps around him. You know, run him up and down the court enough times, maybe.
What? Bro, he's dunking on you once. Your legs and spine are crumpled, and you are never walking again. Like, that is the reality. You're not even a human being to this guy. You're just
We're not doing half court. We're doing full court. All right, we're doing full court, and I'm running up and down the court as many times as possible.
I cannot believe you're even arguing this. Just go to a break. I don't want to hear this shit anymore.
We'll be back for Game 2 of Playtime versus LGD.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Much of the qualifiers has been leading to this matchup right here. LGD versus Playtime, with a lot of hype and anticipation, as both of these teams have done very well for themselves on the international stage. Both of them have had recent peaks in performance, and there is only one slot in South America to go to the international. And with game one happening, it looks like it might not be much of a contest at all. Playtime just whoop LGD.
Indeed, Austin. That was a ass whooping of the year in terms of what we expected versus what we got. Right, the relative gap was just, whew, that was tough to watch. Honestly, I feel bad for the boys because I don't want to see LGD go out like that. You know, I mean, God forbid we got 5 more games of that and they're just out. That'd be a really sad end.
Well, it'd be 4 more games, right? Game 2 of upper bracket final, and then a 3-0 in the grand final.
Sure. Yeah.
But surely that can't
hopefully
happen.
they can adjust.
How much of that is okay? You said they needed to wake up. Do you feel like Playtime look excellent? Do you feel like LGD, like how much of this was their own play? How much did they look worse than what they did before? Like, I find it hard sometimes to be able to judge how good a team is playing because how good you look is based off of your opponent, right? LGD looked very good throughout these qualifiers, but they're playing against teams that are several tiers below them, right? So they looked very good. Same happened with Playtime. We both had this idea that Playtime was a bit better because of their performance, but I still find that, like, how do you judge that accurately?
It's based on heuristics.
Okay.
I think it's pretty hard to objectively look at it because a lot of the metrics are going to be similar. You're going to build similar net worth leads. You're going to dominate the game from a stats standpoint in similar ways. But that's why it's nice to have an analyst, Austin, because as a pro player, you get a sense of the game momentum, the level of domination, what should be happening, and to what degree, how smooth, fluid, fast are the moves, how decisive are the Roshan calls, what are the entryways into the fights, and how fast do they look for those things. You can feel it when you watch these games. Those are the heuristics I'm talking about. And I'll tell you, I think Playtime has looked the best as qualifier. I said it before the series. I said it after we watched them play. Their moves are fast. They're decisive. They know what they want to do in the lanes. They know what they want to pick. The picks in that draft was quick, right? Like, they're firing on all cylinders. It looks good. LGD, they won some of those games, but I think we talked about it after that series. I still had issues with some of their gameplay in those games. And I remember saying it after their previous series where if they don't fix some of these things, a better team is going to take advantage of it. Because KJ has been having a real rough one. He keeps playing Bane. He keeps having very low impact. It's not looking great. Their lanes have not really been won. Even in the series they won, they didn't dominate the lanes as hard as they should have. The moves look a little slow. They're a little late to the party. All these things add up. And then when you play against a good team, you get goddamn ass whooped. And you're like, what? You know, how did we get ass whooped? I thought we're supposed to be the top dogs here. Well, this is stuff you needed to be fixing on your way to this series. So they still have a chance to right the ship, and they're going to get a fast support here, which I like. I think that is one of the keys here in this series. And we'll see if that speeds the game up and gives them a bit more oomph.
10 seconds remaining.
You could see that speed and decisiveness played out in that game one. I'm thinking about Witz's rotation on the 8-minute power rune. He wins the lane, comes out of the lane to help pressure that mid lane matchup. You know, trying to get the power rune, hit that tower, knowing that they're stronger. Dark Mago was in like 3 different kills across 3 different parts of the map with his Storm Spirit. I mean, he had a ton of mana regen for sure and was getting all these regen runes, but the speed he made those decisions was very good. As you said, the Roshan call, it felt very fluid.
5 seconds.
But why do you get all those regen runes? Because the supports are crashing mid, taking advantage of the support matchups and winning him, or those power runes, winning that matchup, right? They got those 2 big kills on the Beastmaster. That was a draft thing. That was LGD getting sucked into a bad skirmish against stronger supports that won side lanes. That's like what Team Liquid likes to do. So when you get compared to great teams, you know you're on the right track. You know, the supports looked like Liquid supports that game. Witz is making a Yatoro rotation. That's all good. You want to be making a Yatoro rotation. You don't want to be making like, I don't know. I feel like I'm going to flame some players. Like, you know, you don't want to be making like some. Who's a terrible carry? Give me a terrible carry, Austin. Name the first terrible carry that comes into your mind, Austin. Why are you laughing? Just name who's the worst carry that's ever played Dota. Just give me a name, Austin. I need a name.
You know what's funny is I'm thinking of an American player
10
who's in this
seconds
qualifier, not because he came to mind, not as a bad carry, but
5 seconds
simply because he's no longer a carry. I was gonna say Yamson, you know.
Oh,
I actually
that's
think
kinda
he was a very
sad.
good carry, but you know,
Well, apparently not.
apparently
Pass
not
that
good
one.
enough
That
to
was-
stay on game.
That was really toxic. Jesus. Yeah, so you want to be compared to the greats, you know, and that's what it'll do. So we're gonna have some more early support traits here. Got to get these big ones where you can get them. And the frog is back. The Largo round 2.
Oh, I
earlier in the
actually go
draft.
back to it. I've got a Reddit favorite for you. Nobody says oh, that's a classic Crystallis move.
That's true. Reddit does hate him, but Reddit has come around on him a little bit, I
10
think, because
seconds remaining.
I mean,
Now
'cause
they
he's
like him for
a
his-
damn likable person. You're
Exactly,
going to be won
exactly.
over
Five
eventually.
Seconds remaining.
yeah, that's true. There was a lot of the like "get me a Red Bull from the fridge" meme for Crystallis. That was brutal, dude. I actually never thought he was that bad. I never understood Reddit's take, but
I mean,
whatever.
anytime anybody makes a finals, especially with some players that are considered to be god tier, like Puppy, you know, and if they don't win those finals, then they must be dog shit. Leave aside the fact that they made the grand finals in the first
10
place,
seconds
you know.
remaining.
true.
All right,
No one
Largo
gets to a
versus
TI final
Beastmaster.
by
I already like LGD's lineup way more.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I don't know. I just don't like. I don't like Coddle. Everything that I'm seeing out of the hero right now, and we saw that one Nemesis game. It just fell flat.
You just don't like old men, and that's fine.
Well,
I
they're
understand your
ruining the
personal
world, aren't they?
bias. Okay, well, let's not bring politics into another series, Austin. I don't think that's what people are here to see. People are here to see Dota discussion, and Joel. That's the top 3 of 3. I saw some Joels today. That was great. You know it's TI season when the Joel spam comes out.
Well, we've got Largo, so we need to spam some more Largoba.
That's true. We need some Largoba, some Joel. We need all the animals swimming in the weird amphibian
Dire
space.
team pick.
Please no Bane. Nice. No Bane. They're gonna mix it up. I like that
Natural
just
predator to the frog, a bird.
for the fire.
Dire
Oh,
team
yes, the bird.
And they go for the Ringmaster again against Beastmaster. They're just down to pick this. If you're gonna keep picking Beast, we'll keep picking Ringmaster 1-1.
Strong laner. They did a lot of work in that game 1.
10 seconds
I think this hero has
remaining.
been slept on a little bit. I think he should get more play in the last 6 months than we've seen.
5 seconds remaining.
So I'm down for it. I like all these supports. I think both teams have some
Radiant
strong
team
openers here.
I think the annoying part for any team right now, they match up against a team that plays Ringmaster. It's not like you can just go, oh yeah, Ringmaster seems really strong, we should pick it, because I think this hero, it is hard enough execution that you actually need,
10
I'm not going to say a
seconds
Ringmaster specialist, but you want to be really comfortable with the hero. You want to get at least some
5
very
seconds
recent reps
remaining.
in on it.
For sure. It's a tough hero to just jam in if you don't have a hero specialist for it. The spells can be tough to land. You need to get there at the right time. You need to make sure you farm. You need to know how to lane with the hero. All these things make a huge difference. So I'm with you there. I think LGD could take the Storm on this slot, by the way. I think Storm has looked really good this qualifier.
Yeah.
I think this hero's just winning and having huge impact, and you end up in these drafts where the stuns don't have, or the supports don't have hard stuns. Like no one took the line or anything. You're pretty happy, I feel like, every time. And just having the easy initiation just seems so nice, because again, I don't think a lot of the offlaners are giving you that initiation, and Storm is the premier mid initiator. So I feel like his stocks go up even more because of that. What the
You know,
hell
that's
is
so
that?
weird, because
Okay.
the downside of picking up a Storm tier would be, okay, you're locking in
Team
Beastmaster offlane, right? You lose your flex going into the final.
That's
final
fine though.
phase
That's
here.
fine.
But they did that anyway without picking up Storm Spirit. Now you're just locked
Yes.
into offlane Enigma and mid Beastmaster and trying to leave your carry out there.
So the thing about this Enigma pick is it's a lane pick. It's a very
10
good matchup
seconds
against
remaining.
Windranger. There's pretty much nothing Windranger does to this hero. Can't deal with Eidolons. You just get Black Hole
5
later in the
seconds
game.
remaining.
But I I don't like it as a pairing with Beast, and I don't really like it with the two supports. I think it doesn't have the greatest synergy with their first 3 picks, even if in isolation it's good against what Playtime have. That's my main concern. Maybe they'll be able to play it fast because Whisper is an Enigma specialist,
10
and
seconds
he
remaining.
can play it a lot faster than a lot of other players with either Helm or Drum
5
build up into
seconds
just
remaining.
running at people taking over the map. If they can execute that style with the hero, then I'm down for it.
Dire team
But if their
back.
game plan is like, I'm
Radiant
going to
team
farm with
pick.
Enigma and scale, I hate the pick. So I think it'll come down to the style and how much they can get done early.
I got to push back against that. Okay, so Wind Ranger doesn't do anything to Enigma. Enigma doesn't do anything to Wind Ranger. Like, I feel like when I'm playing offlane Enigma,
10
I want to hit a
seconds
timing
remaining.
at level 3 or level 5 where I'm pressuring the enemy carry.
5
You can't
seconds
do that to
remaining.
Wind Ranger. She
You
dodges
can do it.
the entire thing. You right-click people with you and your Eidolons. And she has
Now you can push the lane in and kind of kick her out. You're not going to kill her like some other carries. So I know what you're talking about, but you can still get your game, you know. And I think that's what's important here.
instant
Really
pickup.
fast
It is
picks
the
again.
Kunkka, the Dark Mago. Kunkka is back in action.
Damn.
This time against Tai Lung's Beastmaster.
Very tanky lineup for playtime. Kunkka Largo with the Ringmaster heals, Clock Run interference. This is a lot of HP to get through with Boat Run on top, Wind Run on the Wind Ranger. Could be a little low damage.
Yeah, tiny
This is a really
Beastmaster.
weird
Like, you
draft.
have very tanky heroes on LGD too. And well, I feel like LGD does have damage to deal with tanky heroes, right? They've got Phoenix, they've got Enigma, they've got 2 percentage base damage heroes. Tiny is high damage, Hoodwink is high damage, right? While also they have at least 2 very tanky cores.
It's kind of hard for me to pick which draft I like more. I think this one's actually very close. Like, very, very close. I might favor LGD slightly just for their ease of damage output versus Playtime potentially running into trouble, but Playtime, they have Schofield, Clockwork, and Dark Mago Kunkka. I feel like these guys know how to make this kind of draft work and be cheeky on the lanes and put themselves in an advantage where that damage deficit doesn't make as big a difference compared to a lot of other teams. I think this is like one of the true 50-50s we had. I don't think I'm going to look at this draft, even in hindsight, and go, man, they've really got screwed. Like, it's just a lot of comfort picks, a lot of, little exchanges, and some pretty well-rounded lineups that can team fight, initiate, do objectives, build some auras. Like, they can do it all depending on the style they want to go. So it's really going to come down to execution in the first 15 minutes here, especially. Who can dominate some of these lanes and get out to a fast start.
Also, one more thing. You don't think, like, I'm with you, Enigma doesn't pair super well with these 2 supports, but they do have Black Hole Supernova. Like, that is a 1-2 punch that
Strong.
is very synergistic.
It's a lot of team fight. There's a lot of scale in this lineup. That is for sure. There's a box save again. There's the hook shot. There's some small counters, but yeah, you're right. If they can get it set up, anchoring a fight around an objective is super strong for LGD. They want to be the ones sitting in the Roche pit, making you have to go into the Supernova, into Midnight Pulse Black Hole. That's going to be miserable. So
I feel like
I
this
do
is a
agree
game where
that's-
KJ should be able to shut us up, right? And actually have a good game because they have so many ways to protect the A. They've got Black Hole, but they've also got Roar. They've got Avalanche, 2 other really good answers. He's matched up against some low damage tank heroes, which Phoenix pops off against. And also his playstyle has been super aggressive this qualifiers. He's been playing in the enemy jungle all the time and sometimes dying a lot for it. But Phoenix is one of the better heroes to play the enemy side of the map because you have an escape mechanism very few supports have.
I agree with you, but not for any of those reasons. He's not on Bane. That's all I see. It's not Bane. So I have to believe he's going to have a much better time because it's just a different situation than what he's done for like the last 6 games and has a miserable time. So I think sometimes you got to just change it up because something's going wrong and you don't have time to figure it out and you're just not feeling it. Like, he is a great Bane player. He really is. He's, and I say this as a fellow great Bane player in my time. he plays the hero quite
one
well.
of the great Bane players
Yes.
to another.
Like greatness recognizes greatness. Okay, and I'll tell you, like, he is a great Bane player, but it's not clicking for him right now. And you don't want to sit here and bang your head against the brick Bane wall and try and figure that out, right? Like, just move on, find something else. So I think he'll have a better time simply because of that. The monkey is off his back, you know, the Bane monkey, like the witch doctor cosmetic. You know, he flung it off his back, he hurled it into Playtime's face, and now they have to deal with the monkey.
What if Bane had a skin? Have you seen, is it called just The Monkey, that recent horror flick about the toy monkey?
What are you talking about?
Okay. This is not a small
What?
movie for a horror film.
Toy
It came
monkey?
Out, yeah. One of the monkeys.
You're thinking
has
of
the-
Chucky, bro.
No,
You're thinking of Chucky.
you know the toy that has the symbols. You wind it up, it plays.
Yes,
it
yes,
claps
I
its
know the
hands.
toy.
Yes, there is a horror movie about one of those and the curse that it has. Blah blah blah.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
Anyway, what if Bane had one of those when he put Nightmare on you? A little monkey showed up on your back.
They just got all the items.
Yeah.
I'm all for
Also,
that.
I feel like Wind Ranger is still ultimately a ranged hero that can kill Eidolons.
Early on, but not the later ones.
Sure.
Maybe if
I
they
guess
really
I
combo
always feel
those out.
bad about heroes that can kill Eidolons early. Like level 3 or 4 Eidolons, most cores can't deal with those anyway. It's the early Eidolons that need help, you know?
Oh, you got a micro better. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Are you telling Whisper he needs to micro better too?
Maybe. Maybe I might message him after this game. See what I do.
Well, I'll
I'm
just
sure he
say,
would appreciate
as one of the great Enigma players, you know, real
No, you can't
recognized
say that,
real,
dude.
all right?
No,
Whisper's
no.
a fantastic Enigma player, all right?
Is someone in this call with us? Because I know you're not referring to you. Like, there ain't no way in hell.
Yeah, I've got Universe. Universe came to LA and he's visiting me, and he said
He is a
Whisper's
great- he is a
Enigma is
great one.
very good.
Well, if he said that, then yes, I'd believe it. Because
Okay.
he is a great Enigma player, but I have not heard him say
He
that.
also said your Bane is trash.
You know what? You're not even a good Dota player, so you're lucky you
That's
have this
true.
job at all.
That's true.
The Enigma's killing it though. 15 and 8. 8 denies. God damn. And he is going the drum. This is what I like to see. No
Yeah.
stupid Midas shenanigan or some like Helm bullshit. Just get the drum, ramp it up, slay some nerds out here. You know, you got run over in game 1. Time to run them back over. Put that
Yeah.
car in reverse.
I even saw in the Chinese qualifier, I think there was Enigma, and they don't even go tranquil boots. They just rush straight drums. Where before it was tranquil boots, then drums, and then maybe you get boots of pairing.
Drum is the best item on this hero in terms of gaining an advantage in the game. So I'm all for it. And I think Hoodwink is a support that can easily set up those kills. You know, you split the Eidolons, you have drum, single bushwhack lands, that guy's just dead. So they have some easy setup to accomplish. And the lanes going way more LGD's way this time around. There's no SF out of control. There's no weird mid matchup that is losing runes or HP. It's just cruising, man. Cruising across the board.
Even the mid matchup seems to be going pretty well for Tai Lung, as he was able to secure some early denies with the boars. Seems like the Kunkka has to Tidebringer like 3 times in order to kill the boars.
They just micro.
Yeah, exactly. Also, what does Schofield do in this lane? Phoenix versus Clockwork is not a fun
Not a
matchup.
lot. Not a lot. He can pull waves. He can
Hey,
rocket flare range creeps. That's about it. Might see him try and move, but where do you move to in this game? Not easy.
Here comes KJ. He's going to make the first move through the gate. Schofield, he's going to TP in to try and counter that, but it's so hard to walk into an Eidolon army like this, especially
shot.
when
You're fighting up here.
you're fire spirited up. You can't even right click to kill them.
It's exactly what LG want. They want playtime getting sucked into this Enigma lane. The drum is already done. We have so much firepower up here. If I'm playtime, I don't want to be anywhere near
Oh,
this.
got the
Enigma lane.
shackle shot. He stuck around a little bit too long, Whisper. hit by the blood grenade and a dagger, multiple slowdowns. Now, Schofield's going to have some trouble here, but if they can get the kill on Whisper, it'll all be worth it. Whisper's definitely dead. Now the question is, will Schofield get out? A Bushwhack could land and get the kill. Bushwhack lands, the Eidolons come to collect, they get it. A shackle shot on Theolacour into the whip. Missed the dagger awkwardly enough, and Theolacour, I think, knows he's dead. He's going to try and get the kill on El Misho. El Misho has the potion to play for. Power shot misses. The Eidolons block out Wits, and Bushwhack, how did that not land? What?
Gabe Newell at valvesoftware.com, please, sir.
That was
I'm sending you a replay if you can review it on your yacht. What was that?
And here comes the drum. And
oh my!
Bushwhack that lands. A Bushwhack for the double. And Dark Mago's like, what the hell is going on up here, guys? I gotta bail you assholes out. He's gonna come in with his Invis rune, and he'll find nothing. Tai Lung has given the information to LGD. Dark Mago will not find anything for his rotation, but a couple of Eidolons.
Captain doesn't want to be bailing the ship. That's not what the captain wants to see. As its decimation is top. Like I told you, I would not want to be anywhere near this Enigma lane. I think that went better for them than it might have been in a lot of scenarios. Like they double blood grenaded Whisper down before he had Eidolon split. And it still ended up terrible because these Eidolons were taking names. I'm running him again. This is...
Get the boat back.
This is risky.
Theo. Power shot. They'll ensure the kill, and they will get the Wisdom Shrine. It's not guaranteed that KJ can get this on the other side, though.
It looks a little rough for him.
If he can survive through the Frog Stomp, he can hold here for long enough that his 2 cores show up. So, yeah, they will get it in the end.
I'm kind of surprised that LGD let this Kuka sit up here for that long without a punish somewhere on the map.
Tai Lung doesn't have a TP for some reason, so it comes down to him.
You're going to get dove again up here. I mean, you have to help Whisper. You can't let this happen.
Yeah, this is not acceptable. TP finally comes in from the Beastmaster, collected from the Courier, and the punish, got in front of him. He tried to unicycle away. The Ringmaster will die.
Now I feel they kind of overcommitted the TPs here. It's like, where were those earlier? Now the whole brigade shows up, but the right call. You have to defend Enigma in this game. He's too strong to let get run over. He's highest net worth. He's highest impact. The Kunkka does have the good matchup, so Playtime are trying to force that interaction as much as they can. But there should be a trade somewhere else on the map, either a free farm Tiny or you're getting power runes or something of this nature. They do get a haste for Tai Lung. It's pretty nice here. Pretty scary rune on the map as we take a quick breather. Make sure to stay hydrated, Austin.
I will.
And everybody, all those people in Twitch chat, make sure to drink water or you'll die.
If you don't drink water within 2 minutes, you will die.
That's how life works.
You can't really hang around this lane much longer. They gotta find it out. This is not a good place to stay any longer. Bushwhack and the black hole. He is being pushed and pulled and ripped apart.
Damn, he got spaghettified straight up.
Damn.
Which is the official term for being ripped apart in a black hole.
I do know that.
It's been 4 years of university got me just for that moment. Theo? He is dead.
4 years to get a degree to be afraid of black holes. All you did was develop a phobia.
I'm not afraid of black holes.
I mean, you should be. Isn't theoretically it's supposed to be like the most painful possible way to die? You get stretched out while also time is dilating and you just last forever. It feels like it's lasting forever.
Do you know anyone that's happened to? No,
I don't. That's why I said theoretically.
Exactly.
But
well, there's a lot of things theoretically.
You know, universe and Stephen Hawking just showed up. Stephen Hawking, what's up, man?
Let's just move back to Dota Austin. I think we're getting a little off beat here.
Okay.
Like, you keep bringing up these weird off topics.
Yeah, you don't like it when I win arguments by introducing people that don't fit, huh?
This is the guy who said he's going to take Shaq one-on-one. Like, I'm not hearing anything.
War goes out mid lane. Focus on the game, Avery. A little bit of a save there from the Ringmaster. Missed the dagger, though, to get the kill on KJ, while Dark Mago still being run down, and an avalanche to secure the kill. So core for support, and Yuma's going to keep hunting.
He's got an arcane room.
Blocked out by the cogs, though, and that kind of kills that whole situation.
Really awkward team fight. You lose your Kunkka. Such a tanky hero. Just gets bursted down, even with the box save. Unable to escape. A little rough here for playtime. All of a sudden, off kilter. LGD strike back. Just hard to interact with this Enigma up top. The Kunkka doesn't have a lot of damage follow-up with the support duo, which is something we highlighted in the draft. Will get fixed later on, but for now, it's kind of hard for Dark Mago to make plays. So it's a very static game for them. And so far, it's LGD winning out in that static lane setup as they get to play their style, kind of control the game, make the connections they want, and have some solid scale to fall back on. This Phoenix, Enigma, Beast, triple BKB piercing, ultimate triumvirate.
You know, this kind of reminds me of the, like, you know, over a decade ago. Remember the first concept of the dead lane? Not whatever BSJ was talking about, but like the heroes that you don't want to rotate into, right? Juggernaut, Lifestealer, these kind of heroes that it's just like a lane that feels like you can't take. And it was the idea being like a lot of it was good to be able to have those kind of setups against these super aggro teams, like let's say the MVP Phoenixes of the time, right? Where you create this situation where they want to be aggressive, they want to be active, they want to be rotating around the map, but there are certain lanes they just can't interact with. And it does kind of feel like that could be a good setup for LGD against this playtime. With the Enigma representing a hero they just can't kill unless they catch him in the river. All in, double ultimates, pull him back in with the tongue. He
we got all three.
But the power shot from across the screen comes in from Wits, finishes him off.
Is it enough?
And now KJ with the exploding egg can maybe try and get one kill out of this. It's Frank burning him, Sunray trying to chase him down to the ends of the earth, but the heal, the blood grenade, and the fire spirits are not enough. They cannot out damage the heals that get put in. In the end, it is the Kunkka for the Enigma, but LGD, they take over the battlefield and they take the mid tower.
All that spell power, and it's a 1-for-1. Kind of wild. If that black hole can exist for longer, it would have been nasty, but Whisper just got chunked down early. Great supernova. KJ's already had more impact in this game than he probably had in like the last 5. That's a great sign for LGD. Really nice positioning. He hit all the fire spirits there too. And honestly, a big item in this game has been the stupid Legion shield for Theo.
Yeah.
Like really good Legion shield game because you're protecting these Eidolons and the Beastmaster summons from the damage going through off these heroes. So it's just kind of impossible to take the summons down in these early fights. It's a big deal. This neutral item is really good, especially in games like this. So really smart pickup for him, bringing this team fight together. And all 3 of the top net worths belong to LGD here. A very different story in this game too. They're even getting some Beastmaster stacks. Everything going.
Radiant are scanning.
14-minute Wisdom Shrines are going to spawn soon, but doesn't look like any team has an idea of contesting the opposing. Both teams, similar to Game 1, team got a lead off an early laning phase, and now it seems like we may settle into a little 2 or 3 minute farming period.
What? Did you see that?
No?
The Shard Golems, they're hurl bouldering the Eidolons. I told you, they hurl boulder the summons. Look, it just did it there. You see that shit? What is that?
I was just about
What,
to
did it
say,
again?
I didn't see it, and therefore it didn't happen. Then I did see it.
That's what I'm saying. These Shard Golems will only hurl boulder summons units. But not all it's really weird. I don't know why it's coded like that. I feel like I was taking crazy pills or something, but now it's recorded for all time.
I was hoping to make you feel that way.
I mean, I guarantee you there was probably like 10 people in chat just trying to gaslight me into being like, no, they don't. They never throw it. Well, look at you now. You Shard Golemed yourself in the face.
Wow. LGD have managed through their various summons, despite the neutrals' attempts to stop them with the Shard Golems. They're up 5K. And it is only growing as they're going to, one, they have more map control, and two, I think they just have faster farming heroes. They've got a Phoenix that can farm up neutrals. Enigma is going to be very efficient at it.
They don't have a lot of vision to play off of, though, right now. It's been hard to get wards to
Theo.
many times out of the map.
Oh, the wheel didn't latch. He didn't manage to hold the beast long enough, and the black hole is just instantly going to get used on Wits. Whisper is not messing around. He's going to make sure this carry goes down.
This game's getting a little spooky for playtime. Like, they're up against a lot of scale and big ults, and they're going to start to bleed heroes out on the map, lose map control. Blink daggers are online for LGD on the Tiny and the Enigma. There's a lot of risk I'm playing out on the map right now.
TP that stops Yuma, sees an opportunity, cancels the TP bottom, makes a play for mid. Doesn't really find the opening for a toss back or anything. And they're actually going to just straight up roar Dark Mago. He got out the BKB before the roar, but there really wasn't going to be anything following that up from LGD. And Schofield recognizes that, gets the hook on Theo LaCour. Immediately an avalanche from Yuma.
Nice
And the Wind Ranger's going to be in some trouble here. A lot of damage from the Tiny, but he chases down Theo LaCour rather easily. And Whisper can't do anything about it this time around. No black hole. Goes for a teleport away, but the whip is there to stop it. El Micho puts him in his place this time around. 2 dead on the side of LGD as they opt to try and take a fight that doesn't make sense. And now the power shot gives the vision to Yuma. It's going to be a 3rd hero dead. A 5,000 net worth lead that is being ripped away from LGD as they got a little bit too big for themselves trying to take that fight in the mid lane. Initiating on a Kunkka with no black hole ready.
That is a big difference there. Effectively, no roar or black hole. Like, yeah, you traded a roar for BKB, and if you just back off, I think you're chilling. But then you get sucked into that fight. And how do you get sucked in that fight? Schofield clockwork. He does it again. He just gets the initiation. It was a nice bushwhack up the cliff. Looked like it was maybe going to disjoint that fight, but they just chased through. Power of the Largo, buffing everybody up. You're able to get in there, and finally, connection for playtime in this game. They're kind of Siggy. These chaotic team fights where they just run you down. You're not able to sit there and just cast your big ults. You're in big trouble. Kunkka is fat, by the way. We haven't really talked about Dark Mago too much, but he is net worth leader. This hero can farm super fast, and he can scale pretty well, even if he's a little low damage himself early game. He gets 4 or 5 slotted. Could be a problem for this LGD lineup.
Throughout this qualifier, we've been talking about Chasm Stone hits the hook shot and
nice
shackle
play
shot to
from
ensure the
Schofield.
kill. Wait, no, they're actually going to back off. A little bit afraid of the situation. Power shot as Witch was too low to feel good about going for the kill. He thought maybe the Tiny would show up, but Yuma has been farming away. KJ opt just an early Chasm Stone, which he is going to build Shivas at some point. But
telling you, these guys love these casual Chasm Stones. I don't know how much I like them. It's okay on this hero. See if it pays off in the long run. Not a farming item. Not a golden injector.
No.
Just
I mean,
there.
it does. Increasing the AoE makes it better for hitting the lane creeps, because it could be hard to hit all the melee and the range creeps with the 1 round of Fire Spirit.
Yeah, if you're bad.
No, like legitimately, you can't do it most. The spacing is not right. So, if
Just
he's
aggro
going to be
them.
hitting a lot of waves, it makes sense. Like, I think it's fantastic for core Phoenix.
Okay, maybe it gives you an extra little bit of GPM. Then it's worth it. I'll buy that argument a little bit.
You try and bullshit me. What are you going to do with this Shadow Blade, Dark Mago? He's got level 15 plus 75 Tidebringer damage with a recent Shadow Blade pickup. He is at a personal peak right now. They also have the Kai Assange done for Frank. So some of these items are coming together for this timing. Is Playtime going to make a move with it?
Ready to fight. The issue is fighting this game. You want to start it on a single target without LGD being ready. If they're just sitting there ready as 5, it's going to be hard to just run into them. Especially with the big spells. But they are trying to finish some items right now. So timing-wise, there's an opportunity here to maybe find something. You're trying to finish up this, I assume Shadow Blade for the Tiny, might be BKB. Ag's just done for the Beastmaster. There's a BKB coming for Enigma eventually here, so those are going to be the big timings for LGD. They're going to try and hit and then force some objectives with them. A lot of scale still to be built.
I just feel like Playtime should want to do something. They're keeping an eye on Tormentor, but look at the network, right? They pulled it down. It went 6K to 3K, then it's back up to 6K with just farming. Hookshot onto the Tormentor. Schofield actually missing the cause. Locking in Tai Lung. He's going to get roared and killed, though. The rest of the team too far away to immediately take advantage. Here comes Dark Mago. Gets the X. Initiation on Yuma. Yuma blinks into them, hits them with the avalanche. Doesn't want to go into the wheel. It may not have a choice. The black hole goes out, but it gets interrupted. And the BKB from Dark Mago looking for the kill on Yuma. Power shot hits him. He still doesn't die. And now they're underneath the tower. This is a dangerous spot to be. And we have a pause from Yuma out of nowhere. Where is the reason? Ooh, a disconnect.
There's the reason. Who's even... I don't even know who's favored at this point. This fight looks mega chaotic.
I mean, if you have buybacks on LGD, this has got to heavily favor them, right? They're operating underneath a tier 1 tower.
They don't have buys, though. I mean, you're not going to buy Enigma.
They've got it on the Enigma and the 2 supports, but yeah, the big hitters here, the Tiny and the Beastmaster, who it does look like Tai Lung is in serious trouble. He's got 21 charges.
He's about to get whipped, though.
He is going to be whipped. Wind Ranger doesn't have power shot. Already used focus fire.
I think the Beast is dead no matter what. Maybe the LGD supports get one of these heroes. But this looks like a one fight for Playtime. Unless Yuma's willing to jump back in. He does have another combo in 1 second with Blink. But he's on 100 HP. So he's got to be careful what he jumps into. But he could just combo everybody.
I think Wits dies. If he manages to get the
that's what I'm saying.
Wits dies. And
I think it's tempting.
AoE of
he
that
might
win you the fight on top of it. All right.
Let's see what happens. Post-pause shenanigans.
Tai Lung get bursted down before he can do anything. The whip goes out. Full retreat from Playtime. KJ has already hit the dangerous dive on Wits and finished them off. He just runs him down rather easily. Yuma does die going back in, but it is a one-team fight for LGD. Final bit of axes. El Micho trying to stay alive thanks to the potion, but he will take out KJ. Does some serious work in the middle of that fight. Schofield will try and zone him out from the Wisdom Shrine. Does so successfully, but it's probably going to cost him his life here. Being run down past the tier 2. They have anything to slow him down. Theo does have his ultimate. Bushwhack up 1 second. Oh, missed the Bushwhack. Schofield. He manages to sidestep it. Oh my god, he was surrounded by trees and Theo somehow missed.
He's going to hook him. He's going to hook shot him, dude. Oh, he's going to kill somebody here.
Go for it.
Oh my god.
Oh, he blinks.
Oh my god.
Kills. No way.
No.
Schofield, you absolute monster. If he manages to pull this off with a shackle shot latching down Tai Lung, Aurora goes out. Tai Lung's on the run. Wits. Can he hit a power shot to finish off Tai Lung? Doesn't need to. Dark Mago is there on the other side with the
Schofield got him.
And Schofield gets the...
He's not even dead.
Die. He doesn't die. He gets both the supports. He sets up the kill on the Beastmaster. What a goddamn legend.
This guy's the best Clawfoot in the world. Who the hell else does all of that in that sequence? The hookshot instant blink cogs them all on the bridge. Disgusting stuff from this man right here. He wants to win this series 2-0. He's like, hell no, I ain't losing this game. Y'all gonna butcher the team fight, but I'm gonna delay the Tormentor. We're gonna lose the team fight, and then we're gonna effectively wipe them anyway, and then we're gonna get Tormentor. Why? Because I am the Tin Man with the battle plan. That was a sick sequence.
Yeah, that was.
All because he dodged that bushwhack at the start, too. Like, he just sidestepped it. Holy.
And how bad does Theo feel, right? All of this could have been prevented if he had just landed the hit on Schofield. Then Schofield isn't able to stop them from running through the bridge. They're probably too far away for the Wind Ranger to catch at that point.
I mean, how many players in their career have said, if only versus Schofield? Yeah. That's him to a T. That's his play style.
Yeah. and rewarded with the Aghanim Shard off of Tormentor.
Hell yeah, he deserves it. Well, that salvaged that situation a lot. Still playtime on the back foot just because you are going to start to get some of the scale up for LGD, particularly the BKB on the Enigma. So now you have no black hole answer other than that hook shot coming through. But I guess the Shard Jetpack maybe helps you maneuver for that a little bit. Or if you can start on the Enigma, he does die very quickly. So that's another route you can go.
Yeah, Schofield cut the lead in half. They had an 8,000 net worth lead at the peak off of winning that fight, and it's dropped down to 4K. I can't believe it's not I can't believe that playtime hasn't been favored off of winning these last two team fights.
Their cores are still behind. I mean, that's what Dota's looking at, right? The models are mainly looking at net worth. So it's always a factor. Enigma scaling is also pretty good here. But it doesn't recognize the genius that is Schofield Dota. So how do you measure that in a model, Austin? You can't. It's an unpredicted. What's it called? A unpredictable variable. You know.
No AI would be able to replicate.
Hell no.
The craziness that is Schofield. They are going to be. Do you think double Shivas is still acceptable with new Shivas? Do you think maybe it's even better since it's a better armor item?
Technically, yeah. There's less overlap.
Okay.
So it's better to have two of them than the previous version. I think it's fine.
Okay. Also, just purely the fact that Shivas now builds from Chasm Stone. As you said, many of these players are really enjoying the Chasm Stone effect, and we've already talked about how it's good for Phoenix, but the Enigma, obviously, very good for this hero. Midnight Pulse gets more value, and then the magic of a good black hole is made a whole lot easier if the AoE is just that much bigger.
100%. I think Enigma's maybe the best Chasm Stone hero from the standpoint of what difference does it make for his spells. The extra AoE catching someone in your black hole combo or not can literally make or break a team fight, make or break a game. So
and
I think it's a must buy.
It snowballs on itself because at some point you can also build an Aghanim Scepter, which then with the pull, like the bigger AoE of the black hole itself and the bigger AoE of the pull, all becomes really annoying to deal with.
That's where all this scale is going to kick in eventually. So you got to start to find something here for your playtime, I think. You got to get this Wind Ranger back in the game a little bit more. Wits needs something. He's 1-4, 9 assists, but not holding a lot to his name as LGD eyeing up Roshan. You really want to force another objective against this Clockwork that caused just so many problems on that tournament.
You've got Supernova Black Hole. Like, if there's any objective
for sure
you can force, it's got to be Rogue.
Dangerous against Schofield, though.
And
dangerous against Schofield.
He can get a good setup here. Hookshot goes out, trying to stop Theo Lacour from getting off the ultimate, bursting out the Largo. Meanwhile, the ring inside the pit forces them to use the black hole just to stop the Aegis from being grabbed by Dark Mago. They will kill Dark Mago in that process. The Supernova also zoning back many of these heroes, keeping Theo alive as the little hoodwink stays alive inside the trees here. Avalanche goes out. Frank manages to survive through it all. Zuma started that whole fight going after him. Schofield not going to be as lucky here. Jetpack is going to be stopped multiple times by the Malefice, and the Eidolons will pick him apart. So this time around, they do go for an interrupt on the objective, but all playtime get out of it is the last hit on Roshan.
Smart play by LG. They ran near hill. They don't let the playtime core just go into the pit. Intercepts that fight, turns it into you have to fight into this black hole for Aegis. It's just impossible. Maybe if boat off before he ran in could have made a big difference because he did survive for a while. Just unable to be off, and let's make her in that fight. Yeah, you dagger that bird.
Get him.
Shiva's done now.
Done on him, and it looks like Whisper has said, you know what, maybe double Shivas is in the plane. He's going to go on instead.
Okay. Ocarina does boost your farm rate up considerably.
Bye-bye,
Frank.
Dude, he was
Having
just
trouble
about
getting
to
the lanes out.
complete, his Aghanim Scepter, too.
True. That's going to set him back. As the map control has been LGDs for most of this game, I feel. Yeah, you're getting some efficiency out of the jungle with the Kunkka, but it's kind of it. Your other two cores have been pretty sad. I just don't know how much Kunkka can carry this game. It is Dark Mago Kunkka. Gives me some more faith.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Smoke is going to be popped, rather, not break, as four-man movement through the triangle. And up to where playtime is, they're going to be in some trouble here. It's going to be the Ringmaster, gets jumped. He's dead immediately, but at least Wits is able to get out. And Tai Lung actually loses his BKB on Courier.
Radiant are scanning.
Huh. Nice snipe, I guess, by neutral creeps? I don't know. Don't know what killed it.
Weird one. Unfortunately, he's still working with 2.5 minutes on Aegis, so it may not matter him missing that BKB. But
the idea for LG to get high ground with this Aegis, I doubt. It looks a little difficult. You don't have a BKB on Beastmaster. Just get some tier 2 so on the side lanes. You're going to try to the scope of clockwork. But he wanted it. Times.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tai Lung's going to push in bottom lane and take another tier 2. And it seems like a lot of the wind has gone out of the playtime sails as they don't really want to contest during this Aegis timing. They're just going to give up objectives, which means that LGD is going to be taking more and more of a net worth lead yet again. Still, though, it hasn't really broken out too far. Sitting at a 6,000 net worth lead. Octarine is done for Whisper, which means he's going to start accelerating even faster, both between an Octarine pickup and then at some point you get your level 20. You're just throwing Eidolons all over the place. You can farm like a third of the map at a time. Yeah.
He's going to farm with his Octarine, but then you're still going to have to deal with double Ags Black Hole. Later on in this game, you only have that one hook shot. Maybe Ringmaster Ags
out here. Holy cow, how did he even get here? Trying to farm on the enemy side of the map. I guess thinking it was going to be too dangerous to be on his side, but got spotted by Yuma. TP in from Theolacor, and that is going to be a dead carry for playtime.
He has a finished BKB, but unable to really find anything in this game. There's a roar.
Died through, 8 goes off. Tai Lung has caught Schofield. Hookshot gets him away. Hookshot it to El Micho, and that these double ults used. Not finding a kill. They're not really going to be punished because they still have this Aegis for a time and no Wind Ranger to worry about, but still a sick play.
They're chilling. Yeah, you waste some time. Unfortunately, again, I don't think this Aegis was going to go high ground anyway. So you're just looking to extract as much net worth as you can. And you're definitely getting a lot.
Caught the X on the Hoodwink. The Yules. But unfortunately, that just sets up the cogs as well as Dark Mago's Timebringer hit. Gets in the tree, shoots himself up to the high ground. Dagger's missing all around. Jetpack goes off from Schofield. He wants this damn squirrel dead. Blinks forward, still looking. Does he find him? He finds him. Hits him with the hook shot. Rocket flare and some battery assaults maybe. Theolacor gets off the bushwhack. A power shot that misses. Still on the run.
Yo, this damn squirrel.
Yules goes off. They will get him. He will die. But it costs playtime a significant amount of time to do so.
Is that even worth it? That doesn't feel like it. You're getting your other lane shoved in by some massive Eidolon army mid. Holy moly. Beast shoved bottom with a creep. He shoved in top. Just can't get the lanes back out.
Here comes the smoke move. They figure one pick off. You're right. They spent a lot of time there. There was a lot of heroes there. They want to try and keep this snowballing. Get more pickoffs with at least 2 or 3 of these heroes. 3-man smoke doesn't find anything, though. They're going to clear out their own jungle and find not a damn thing.
It's too hard to find an opening because you don't want to just full send it into LGD sitting on a high ground with potential buybacks and this black hole threat. But if you don't full send it, you're not just going to randomly find some isolated hero. Tough situation.
No vision here. They're going to set up all this. Oh, he instantly tosses him away, push him into the wheel, gets hypnotized. He
Great
does
black
have a
hole.
BKB. Nice two-man black hole on two. A hook shot attempted. Instead, it's a third hero inside the black hole. And now the Supernova, it's a mosh pit here at Playtime, are getting knocked out inside of. They just got to head for the hills here. Playtime all trying to retreat. A Yule Scepter stops the Kunkka, got him inside the bushwhack. A toss back up in the air. Playtime took a risk. They went for the tankiest hero on the team. Went for the carry Tiny, and they got him to about half health before Whisper intercepted with his Blink BKB Black Hole.
Too easy for him, honestly. Like, if you start on the front liner and you just give him a free fight, he's always going to find the connection, and he can also black hole in a direction that blocks that hook shot. There's no chance for Schofield to find a cancel there. Even if you do, that fight might be over anyway. The scaling team fight here for LGD causing Playtime a lot of problems. Can't find their little chaotic openings when there's just this massive looming ball threat. LGD striking back super well in this game too after a demoralizing loss. And looks like they might come away with a convincing win here. This trend continues. It's Enigma
It does
pick.
feel like you were talking about before. Like, even if LGD close out this game, it does feel like a little bit sloppier. Like Playtime's game that they dominated, it felt like they made almost no mistakes.
Sure.
Roar goes out, catches Wits, and with a follow-up from the Hoodwink already at half health, and pushed back in, or pulled back in rather, by the Harpoon. Another pick off. Wits is just not having a game here. He dominated game one on his SF, and his Wind Ranger is finding no purchase in game two.
Again, there's just nothing really being set up for him. What team fight is he able to come into and clean somebody up? It's just watching his team get black holed. He has to go in close to focus fire somebody. He's a threat. There's a roar threat. There's a bushwhack threat. If he goes on the Phoenix, you're just going to get supernovaed. Really tough lineup to just run in and find connections on. Been the name of the game here as a Boomerang for Theo. Very nice.
Everybody will be healed up. Whisper is a farming machine, though. That's what I'm talking about with that Octarine. He's just been clearing through the map, running Eidolons through all these neutral areas and throwing them down lane after they split. He has picked up his Octarine, he has picked up a Refresher, and he's well on his way to luxury items at this point. He's thinking about a Boots of Travel, perhaps even a Bots 2. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Aghanims at some point, somewhere down the line, or an Aeon Disc, just to make sure he can always get off Black Hole.
I think Playtime's only option is to somehow start on the Enigma,
Radiant are scared.
or maybe the Beastmaster if you can land a good chain stun on him, but it has to be one of these with the Kunkka in front dealing the big damage, and then you can kind of attack the fight from multiple angles. Make it really awkward for these black holes to land. It's going to be tough. Doable if you can get some good vision out, but very tough. If you just run into LGD's front line, that fight is going to be almost impossible. You're just going to get massacred. So you cannot bite the bait that is Yuma on that front line. You see this Tiny, you have to go around the Tiny. You cannot run into the Tiny here.
Good ward, scouting everything. Good ward that doesn't last for long, thanks to the gem on Theo.
I'm just waiting for Roche. Absolutely force it.
A little fake out on the outpost and jetpacks away.
He got him. He sent the message.
And still rocket flaring the Roche, who they did steal Roche on last time, so the Clockwork putting damage on it makes it roar. And you know Schofield wants to go for the steal here.
Oh, he's gonna go for it.
Desperate times, desperate measures. Yuma's gonna try and block it, as is KJ, setting up even Theo outside of the pit. They know Schofield's likely to try and find an angle here, and they spot him. So now Schofield is not going to get that opportunity. Just a nice little kill for Yuma while the Roshan dies to the Beastmaster solo. On the other side of the map, Misho and Wits do take the enemy Wisdom Shrine, and we're looking for a pickoff. May still find it if somebody TP's up here. But with Dark Mago dead, maybe LGD do not go back and push out their lanes, but just push straight into a high ground.
Recipient of one of those black holes, courtesy of Whisper, straight to Dark Mago's head. Prophet's Pendulum not going to save you there, even with the potential boat run. Just too much damage, too much scale. Play time, running out of time. And this is a high ground Aegis right here. You have all your BKBs, you have all your ults, you have a banner.
You know, when you mentioned Dark Mago pretty early on having the highest net worth and what he can do with it, I feel like this is just a prime example. Kunkka gets these damage items, but I rarely see Kunkkas anymore. It's been a long time. Yuma trying to get some punishment for the kill on Theolacore, trying to recover the gem here. Picked up by El Misho, gets away the Glimmer Cape.
Great shackle.
Hit the wheel onto Yuma. No, he got off the BKB. And Yuma with the harpoon is trying to make a run for it. Blocked out by the Cogs. Not sure where to run from here. The Sun Ray is healing him up. The Black Hole is going to be put onto Frank. And they don't have the Wind Ranger focusing down this Tiny. Instead, he's getting caught by Tai Lung underneath the Supernova. Ultimately, LGD without the Squirrel and with Tiny almost dying. They just have too much net worth. They have too much firepower on these other heroes.
Insurmountable. Hell of a innate. You get extra status resist. Gets you out of that shackle a little faster. You're able to run a little bit farther away. What a stupid innate. Bails him out of that situation, and then all of a sudden, Wind Ranger's getting roared, Supernova's going off, your Largo's getting black holed. It's like everybody's under their own ultimate, just suffering.
He also had the Prophet's Pendulum, which, you know, he gets out of the disable faster, but also the damage got delayed, allowing the Sunray to heal him up before the damage really kicks in.
A lot of HP to get through on these big boys. Not a lot of time to do it in before the turnaround comes out. We also just haven't seen Playtime be able to abuse the cooldowns here. LGD have done a good job forcing the Roche when they have cooldowns up, which means even if you lose a fight with cooldowns down, what are Playtime going to do about it? Not a lot. There's not a lot to gain off the map.
There's the Bots 2 and Eon Disc for the Enigma. So
He's
6
fat.
slotted now at this point. Can get an upgraded Blink and can swap in another item if he wants to play around with the Refresher as a 7.
It's going to have to be some crazy stun connections here for Playtime. Like big shackles into wheels, into some Kunkka cleaves with the crits. Maybe you have a chance of bringing some of these big boys down.
Whisper's going to run into Dark Mago. Dark Mago's going to run into Whisper. He quickly Silver Edges away. And the Enigma is out of here. Doesn't want to get caught in the side of the map. A good thing, too. Meanwhile, his team already jumps in, finding 2 different victims. One is Schofield, the other Frank. No, the turret comes in. Perfect timing. BKB goes out before the wheel. Tai Lung slowed down. What a shackle shot, though. That could be the death of Tai Lung. Life number 1. Can they get KG as well? He still has Supernova, and they don't really have a way to force the egg here with the BKB on the Phoenix, holding his ground on the side here. And to be, oh, God, one shot real quick there by Dark Mago. No opportunity to use the Supernova, it seems. Harpoon up to the high ground. Can they chase down Yuma as well? With no BKB, he's in trouble. Caught in the X. And his team not around to bail him out. The Enigma's on his way with a Refresher still. No, he blinked back. He said, that Yuma, he's caught. There's just no reason we should throw more bodies at this fight.
Great execution from Playtime. Sacrifice the clockwork. The black hole lands only on one target in that Kunkka, but he's able to get boxed for a lot of it. And Largo gets to stay alive for once. I feel like that's a big difference. Frank actually gets to play a full team fight, just sustain everybody up through some of the big spells. Really nice execution on a lot of those little things. Great shackle as well. And that's what has to happen. You have to land some of these clutch stuns on the right targets.
Oh, God, this is real awkward. Whisper gets himself stuck right as the smoke gank is coming his way. But
Oh,
maybe it's for
no.
the best. Maybe because he's inside of these trees, he breaks himself free. Somehow they don't see him.
What? How did they not see
Playtime
that?
with the wrong direction. They're just barely outside of vision of seeing that midnight pulse.
It went into them.
Now it's going to break into it, and they got him. Immediate shackle. Neontis is going to go off. He's going to BK. Oh, they used the hook shot. Oh, dear. Schofield just too quick on the reactions there. If he had taken a beat, they would have realized they'd caught the Enigma, and there was no way out.
That was a very, very well-timed day on this bomb. What can you do? Still, this is some breathing room for playtime. They got level 25 on Kunkka, which is a big Tidebringer talent. He got an amp damage. Pretty nice. He has a full Satanic now. He's very tanky. Some breath of life here. This Kunkka can get some big hits in. These Tidebringers are pretty nasty. They're going to hit real
He's
hard.
going to get picked off. He does have, wait, no, he's got a Wind Waker. Wind Waker plus Blink Dagger. Shackle Shot goes out. Hook Shot lands on a 2 over here. Not a place that Schofield's likely to survive. So the Nullifier keeps him from being boxed right now. But fortunately, a little bit of a whip. There goes the black hole.
God
damn. Dark Mago's right in the middle of this.
He's alive.
And Whisper's trying to fight
What?
him out. Dark Mago is still battling through it all.
Oh my.
He gets another big heal. Dear God, somebody stop this man. They finally put him down. They'll put down Frank as well. But it took quite the battle for LGD to beat down this captain.
He tanked 2 black holes, Supernova, and Tiny just wailing on him.
7,500 damage taken.
That is a beefy ass captain. Holy moly. Just sitting in there with Satanic Amp damage, wailing to keep his life total high with Pendulum and Boat Rum. He's strong, dude. Takes double black hole to bring him down. And this is almost a great fight for playtime. You get 2 on the hook shot. You kind of survive these black holes, but again, the Wits is just not able to do anything really. You can't even kill the Hoodwink there early on. And it's just too much superiority with the team fight ultis. It's just so much to get through.
And this puts Playtime in an awkward position because they've got Eidolons and Tiny. 2 very good things for hitting high ground here. It's going to force buybacks pretty quick out of Playtime. We've already got 1 out of the Largo.
Can't fight without the Kunkka, so he either has to buy. You're gonna wait for him.
They're going to take Megas unless you do something to stop him here. Schofield makes the initiation. Now the buyback comes through. Dark Mago's on his way. Schofield almost dies for this one. Yuma's getting low. Yuma is just dead. That was fast. He gets the Megas. Tai Long is also likely to die here. Throwing out the Roar and Nullifier, but once again, struggling to kill Schofield quickly here. It is Megas, but Playtime are on the hunt. BKB goes out. KJ making sure 100% he will get out because they've got Megas. All they have to do is make sure they don't bleed out any heroes here and force Playtime into this awkward position where they have to go and push through Megas, through tier 2, just to try and get a buyback out of a hero.
Triple core buy, and you got Megas, so it's worth it. The only thing you're potentially losing is Roche, but it was a late spawn, so they're not even going to lose Roshan here. Pretty unfortunate for Playtime. They did get some level 25s. They got 25 on the Largo, which is a pretty nice one. He does have Bobble. Maybe you can do a little Bobble in here. Try and scale into the Ultra late or something, you know, make this game real weird. Megas is going to be tough, though. I guess you have Kunkka. Kunkka's pretty good, clearing it out.
I said we can't Roche. It didn't spawn, so maybe... I thought for a second they were going to Tormentor with the shield room.
Do you need Divine on this Kunkka, man? It kind of feels like it.
Yeah.
He keeps just trying to
Definitely
tank
at
up,
that
which...
point.
He's going AC now. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he should just go Divine and hope for the big crits.
Yeah, especially with this, how new is this talent? This Tidebringer ignores 25% armor. It's got to be a relatively new one.
It is.
Wonder if that's better than the old one when it was one of those Tidebringer cooldown ones, right? Went down by 2 seconds or something.
Yeah, I did have that at some point. They got rid of it.
I wonder if the bigger hit is stronger. Like, ignoring armor is a very unique and effective tool.
It is. The other one was better though. It was it reduced its cooldown for every hero it hit. You could just like chain Tidebringer if you were in the middle of a team fight. And that was really strong. So this one's definitely weaker, but it is a damage upgrade. I mean, he's hitting hard. We saw what he can do. The issue is you're just playing into so many ults. I don't know if you're gonna get a chance to hit people. It's gonna be tough.
Witz is they're letting him get all the creeps right now because he needs Satanic. Bought it out.
Going
Again,
to Roche.
situation with these Satanics, though. Are you going to get a chance to use them, Schofield? They are on high alert. LGD, high alert. We're doing Roshan. It's Schofield time. Everybody spread out and search for this guy. He's going to come back in with a jetpack.
Might have an angle.
Jumps. Oh, what a timing! Dear God, man. How does he keep doing this? He gets the cheese. He gets the banner. Instantly eats the cheese. He stole away some of the critical items. Not the
Does
big
it
one,
again.
though. The Aegis went to Yuma.
He does it again. I don't understand. LGD zoned him, and then as Roche was dying, they just all backed. They're like, okay, you can have a hook shot. That was definitely so weird.
Ah, they just black hole him. Glimmer Cape couldn't hit the Malefice. That's fine. Just black hole to stop him.
Dodged the fire. Waste a little more time. So that's one black hole down, but they know the clock does not have buyback here. Actually, he has it in 10 seconds. Okay, so he will have it coming back up. Wait, it was that short? I felt like he used that buyback in like the last fight, and that was like 3 minutes ago. Surprised it's back up.
Only one tier 4 remaining between LGD and that Ancient. Witz immediately gets avalanches. He tries to approach the Tiny. They go for the buyback. Immediately Supernova's going to be used, trying to keep these heroes at bay, protecting Yuma. BKB activates. Yuma is trying to go through all of this. That is thrown out from Witz, but he finally does fall. That's only going to be the first life, though. Can Witz, still with the focus fire, get him a second time? Shackle shot goes out. It didn't actually latch to anything there. Black hole gets the grab. Hook shot tried to intercept it, but Tylon was in front of it. And the black hole goes through the entire dump. Somehow Dark Mago is still alive. Once again, it's that pendulum, man. The pendulum allowed him to live for a while, but unfortunately, time is up for playtime in this one. We are going to a game 3.
Well, that's pretty hype. This game 3 is going to be a barn burner. 2 pretty convincing games. Obviously, play times was a lot more convincing, but this one I felt was in LG's control for 75% of it, barring some sick plays from Schofield. But that was sick plays from Schofield trying to salvage the game, not building a larger lead. Just too far on the back foot. And this Enigma pick really worked out. I was a little dubious in terms of how well it would play with their lineup, but man, it created such a large scaling threat in the team fights. And yeah, you're tanking the black holes, but then you just can't turn those fights around. Like, it's just too hard to find some hook shot angle. You don't have any cancel. It feels too bad. Too bad to get in there with these heroes and deal any damage. Tough for Largo too, because he's a hero that pretty much has to clump with the team. So you're basically guaranteed a double core black hole every fight. Rough team fighting for playtime. They got him where they're strongest.
The other big team fight hero did an excellent job. The Phoenix, or KJ in this one, 4-3 and 21 from him. We highlighted how he has had kind of a rough go of it in the qualifiers playing the Bane, and we both, for different reasons, said he was probably going to do much better in this one, and he did indeed. Kind of popped off on that Phoenix. I think that last Supernova was probably one of his best plays, and as try as he might, Dark Mago on this Kunkka, it was pretty sick watching him tank through everything, but ultimately just too difficult to do enough damage to get through some of these tanky heroes. And we identified that very early on in the draft, right? This Tiny was so hard for them to kill with the heroes that Playtime had.
It was a strong pick as well. He has Beastmaster Aura to play with. He has Sunray behind him. It's a 5,000 HP Tiny with the status resist, with, you know, the extra armor, and then you have Sunray healing him up the whole time. He has a Pendulance too much HP to get through for this Wind Ranger. He was dealing a lot of damage, but the second your BKB runs out, every one of these fights, with BKB gone, he's dead. He's just dead in like 3 seconds. So they have a very limited window to get anything done before the big lights come out. I might even see this Enigma just get banned in Game 3, not because you can't deal with the hero, but it's one of those things, it just changes the way the game's progressing, your feel for how you're scaling. And that can be really tough in these high pressure situations. You just don't want to deal with that kind of mentality, even if you have like a game plan versus it. So that's like the one hero we should single out here, but yeah, LGD finding some team fight momentum, which is going to be the key in this series.
2 pretty dominant wins and in 2 very different ways, I would say. Both of them very true to the style that the teams have shown so far, both at the international events, but particularly in these qualifiers. Playtime, just running over their opponents, playing really fast, high execution lineups with a very fast tempo. Meanwhile, LGD, a little bit more composed and a little bit more mid to late game oriented. They pushed it to that late game where Playtime just did not stand a chance.
So that's what they're going to have to decide in this Game 3 is, do you want to let LGD get the better scale again and risk being in a game like this where you're on a clock? Or if you give them the scale and it's a little slower, maybe you just speed it up even more and try and run them over again like you did in Game 1. Because they technically probably had better scale in Game 1, but they were never even close to getting there, right? And so a lot of that could come down to which supports you get and how you're able to lane those supports. That seems like it's determining the most in the series overall. So that priority is going to go through the roof. This hero might go up in priority a little bit. He did a lot of work in the laning matchup. He did a lot of work in the scale department. Those are the 2 big factors here. So all eyes on Whisper in this Game 3. What will he get his hands on? The Enigma, the Darkseer, the Bat Rider? You never know.
Yeah. We had 3 different heroes above 30,000 net worth. The most farmed was Whisper, the Enigma, or standout player. The one hero on the side of Playtime was Dark Mongo's Kunkka, to no surprise, but he still did 14,000 less hero damage than the Wind Ranger, which isn't particularly surprising, right? Wind Ranger, particularly against a damage soak hero like a Tiny, like you're throwing out infinite amounts of damage basically whenever you catch this Tiny, but I think it does kind of highlight the fact that Kunkka, as much net worth as you give this hero, it just is not that reliable of a damage hero, I think.
He does damage by surviving. Like if he lives 30 to 60 seconds, he can win the fight. If he dies in the first 15 or 20, you're going to have a rough time. And he was dying pretty fast. He was just getting sun rayed in a black hole. So it's like kind of worst case scenario for him. A lot of pure damage as well. Kunkka does not like dealing with pure damage. So rough matchups for him. Like they made his game hard. It's tough picks for him to play into. I think some of the worst heroes for Kunkka are these big pure damage percent-based damage chunkers like Timbersaw, Phoenix, OD. They're just miserable matchups. So they had two of those, 4 or 5 in this game. He's not going to scale that well. I have to go back to the Dark Mago hero pool to see what he busts out of his 5 heroes.
All right, Game 3 is coming up between LGD and Playtime. We'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yet another game 3 for the South American qualifiers, and this one should be a little expected. LGD and Playtime, they were supposed to be coming into this relatively evenly matched, and game 1 didn't look that way, and game 2 also didn't, but we still end up here at a 1-1 for game 3. And this gives us hope that if they do match up against each other, I'm not going to assume that they will, but it's a possibility for the grand finals that we should have a very interesting game, a series on our hands. Because Avery, what is it that you learn? What are the big things that you take away when you're playing 4, 5, 6, 8 games against a team in a short span of time?
You learn a lot.
Okay.
Radiant team back.
You learn what they like and what they like to do. That's the simple answer. And the elaboration on that is there are little peculiarities compared to the general teams in the meta. Because when you're in a meta, well, every team is going to like what the meta is to some extent. You know, if Drow is first pick, every team is probably going to play Drow first. Every team is probably going to play Clockwork Goblin, right? But what you learn is how good are these meta heroes for that team? How much do they want to play them? You get a sense of like, yeah, they could play Clock, but do they really want to play Clock? You know, do they have a Clockwork player? These little things. And then that changes your value priority on a lot of these top picks. And so you start to ban a little differently. And then you start to pick a little differently. And that's where we get the development. And so even here, right, we see SF banned. We see this Timber banned. These were not bans in game 1. And they're a result of these teams learning those little things about each other and maybe being more afraid of certain heroes and less afraid of other heroes. So you're trying to get different traits.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Now we'll see what the adjustment is with those bans. Are we going to go to the Beastmaster a third time for LGD and Tai Lung?
Maybe. They might just do it. Oh, the squirrel.
I say the Hoodwink is the better issue. They took that away from Schofield in game 2 because Schofield popped off on it in game 1. So they say this is a problem hero. We want to make sure that we have this hero. It's good. It's a strong meta hero. We also want to make sure they don't get their hands on it. The Beastmaster is not that important. Playtime will take the Tiny, who I think has been a difficult carry to deal with for a while now.
He's just so consistent. It's like this hero always does something. He might not win the game, but he always does something. It's always a lot of HP you got to get through. It's always a lot of burst damage on a single target. Avalanche Toss are never bad spells. You can't really go wrong with this pick. So I don't mind it here. It doesn't reveal too much of how you want to play this game 3. It is a hero that can jump the Hoodwink and absorb a lot of the high magic damage. So in theory, it's not a bad matchup. And you get some low cooldowns to play with. You get a stun. It's always nice. So
it's always these strength spellcasters, right? Because like they're inherently sturdy bodies that are able to have early mid-game impact with their spells. And if that hero can scale, then it's just like it's a no-brainer. Like if it's meta, just pick it up. If Beastmaster's meta, pick it up. You know, sturdy body gives you BKB piercing disable. It's tiny. It's a good carry that scales into late game while also having initiation for you, repositioning off the toss. It just feels good. Here's another hero, the same archetype, because this hero is deceptively tanky while putting out crazy image and can even super late game scale into some physical damage craziness.
5 seconds remaining.
Also kind of soft, nice matchup against the Hoodwink for the scouting with Mortimers. It's a really annoying spell for Hoodwink to deal with.
It breaks the bushwhack
a little bit. Yep. So this looks like a really strong opener for playtime. There's a lot of skirmish power. Again, right in their wheelhouse. Low cooldowns, strong laners, a lot of flexibility too for LGD to pick into here. You could take Drow +1. There is the Clockwork Drow available. That doesn't look terrible here. But we haven't seen the Drow be too prioritized. They're going to take the Kunkka. What?
Really?
The hell? Where did this come from? Why? Where did this come from?
Oh, I mean, I could see that Kunkka for playtime would be very strong. It would make their entire lineup incredibly tanky, while Kunkka Snapfire is like pretty deadly.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't remember the last time LGD played this hero, though.
Radiant team.
I mean, the question for me is it a Tai Lung hero? Because we know it's a Whisper hero. I just don't know if Tai Lung is like a super Kunkka player.
I don't think of him like that. I think he plays it, but I don't view it as a hero I would want to put him on. Maybe it has some good matchup for Snap in mid, but that to me just seems whatever. I don't know if I really care about that too much.
Yeah, he played it 24 days ago against Betboom at Blast Slam. That was the first time he played it in a year. He has played it a decent amount, but not recently.
I'm not sold on this Kunkka pick. They do Beast into it, which I guess is kind of nice for the Kunkka.
I mean, the matchup seems fine though for Beastmaster, and
it
the
did.
way Tai Lung played it.
It's fine. It's totally fine. You also get some BKB Pierce here, which is super nice with your first two. This lineup just looks scary. I'm looking at these playtime heroes. It's a lot of oomph. You just got some meat on them bones, you know. Grandma's cooking up some Thanksgiving turkey right now. Screw cookies. Get some pumpkin pie up in there.
You're getting me hungry.
I am hungry. I'm just thinking about it.
Well, we still got a whole nother series to go after this one. So if you're watching right now, stick around. We've got even more South American qualifier action since this day is going late.
Well, Phoenix here. Phoenix looks pretty good to me. Pretty good against the clock and the Kunkka. You have all these frontline stun setups. They will take it. This draft just looks strong as hell, dude. Like, I don't know what I'm picking here that I'm feeling good about.
Playtime had just taken three out of 5 of the heroes that LGD had last game that they beat him with and said, okay, yeah, you picked a good draft. Let me take that.
Remaining.
That was a good draft. We'll just beat your ass with it now. Okay. You can have the dog Kunkka against it. Really weird that this went this way. I did not expect this. And what can LGD really do to salvage the situation? You're not going to Enigma here into Tiny Phoenix. Way different scenario. So is Tiny maybe soft blocked some of Whisper's heroes as well?
Yeah.
Like Darkseer doesn't look great here. So maybe he's just going to play offlane Kunkka and you go for another mid, but the only one again is the Storm. Like, I just keep going back to Storm. There's the Yuma Gyro. Thought we were going to see it in that game 1, but he'll bust. He always plays this hero when it comes down to like a clutch situation. He needs a carry to carry the game. He's going to go back to the Gyro. He doesn't have any real buffs though. No damage buffs, no attack speed buffs, only the boat roam to really play with. So it's kind of just a naked Gyro. And nobody wants to see naked Gyro.
5 seconds
To be honest.
That's true. That's true. I can't imagine that body is too good to look at.
No,
but
that's
what if it's
not a hard body.
What if it is an offlane Whisper Kunkka, and you go like a mid Invoker?
Invoker is the one hero I think could bring this lineup together considerably.
Tai Lung is not an Invoker player though.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
He's
remaining.
a Tinker player.
Okay.
I don't think this is the game for it, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Buff heroes from the offlane. We stick with Kunkka mid. I can't even think like Slardar? Amtham? Well, Slardar's banned. Mag?
The other hero I'm looking at is Sniper, because I think Sniper
Radiant team
gives you some extra carry scale, egg hit, forces playtime to really jump in deep, and jumping in deep against Gyro Kunkka Clock sounds rough. That sounds like the situation you want if you're LGD. So I think a hero like Sniper could be interesting for them, even if it's not necessarily the best synergy with Gyro. I think it's okay. Gyro can play this kind of soft 1.5 role with another scaling mid, where he just kind of fights early and tanks up and doesn't have to be that true 1 that's getting buffed. That is, I think, a very classic way you can play the hero. They are trying to present
heroes are banned away. They banned Viper, Timber, Huskar.
10 seconds remaining.
Zeus Puck. Yeah,
5
it's
seconds
getting down there.
remaining.
They might just try and create a bunch of lanes that are bad for Beastmaster. I'm only seeing Sniper, man. That's all I see unless you want to go the Darkseer route still. It's okay with your lineup, not great against Playtime's lineup.
Radiant team pick.
What's it with?
Pango.
That's fine. It's fine here. I mean, there's only Roar. Pango's always going to do Pango things. I just don't think the LGD lineup has a lot of synergy behind one focus point.
10 seconds.
It's kind of just a bunch of dudes doing their thing, and they're just going to try and out team fight you. I think the Playtime
5
lineup
seconds remaining.
looks a lot more focused. You have high damage from range, melee, stuns, BKB control, solid team fight.
Is it it's Tai Lung Pango, right? And Whisper Kunkka?
Almost for sure, unless something weird happens with this last pick.
Okay.
You definitely prefer mid Pango here. I would prefer it. They do have the lane flexibility. See where the beast gets sent, because the beast can play mid or off lane here with this snap flex, and they can really pick anything they want. They could even pick Faceless Void.
Well,
That would be kinda hype.
Dark Mago isn't really a Beastmaster player. Again, he's a melee hero guy,
That is
but also there's a
true.
lot of melee heroes he doesn't play.
They might pick Faceless Void because it might just be Frank Beast.
You may now select your
Necrophos.
heroes.
Holy based.
So
It
you're
is
right
the
about
Dark
the
Mago
mid-tiny.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what they would prefer for these heroes, so they were looking at some carry. I was thinking Faceless Void because it's such a good matchup against Gyro Pango and you get the egg combo. But Necro is just a terrible lane matchup for the Pango or the Kunkka. It guarantees a lane win down here. And it honestly does also have a good matchup against Gyro. This is one of the heroes that Gyro struggles against because Gyro is not a single target focus hero. So you're playing an AoE healer against an AoE magic damage dealer for most of the game. And Gyro kind of relies on being able to sit in the fight, get low, Satanic back up off of the hits, and he's just flacking you. If you can just go in, stun Gyro, burst him to half, and Reaper him, it's usually pretty effective against the hero. Like, he's not a good Link Inspire. He doesn't like... He likes to scale his HP up so you can sit in the fight. It makes him a good percentage-based target. So, like, this is a good matchup. It's a pretty good Necro pick. It's really good here.
I 100% agree with everything you're saying there, but do you think there's
Thank
a
you.
timing that LGD can play the Gyrocopter into the Necrophos, make an early gate rotation? Like, you
sure.
go for the max Rocket Barrage build, you try and overwhelm the Necro with the magic damage he has early on?
I think that's viable. I think it would have been more viable if you'd gone something more scaling off of mid, like the Sniper route, and then you can just run around with the Gyro. With Pango, it's kind of a bunch of like twos here, and you want the Gyro to scale the physical more.
Yeah.
So that looks a little less appetizing, but it is viable here. Just depends how much pressure LG you think they're under to ruin this Necro's game. Like, if they feel, okay, if this Necro gets fat, we can't win, then you have to do something about it. If you feel like the Necro's not going to be a big issue down the stretch, you're going to be able to get Nullifiers or Wind Wakers or Lincoln Spheres or whatever and help your cores out, then I think you just play for Yuma's farm and you chill.
All right. Well, let's get into Game 3, Playtime versus LGD. Winner of this will be the first team into the Grand Finals. The other will have
Hell
to drop
yeah.
down and play another match tomorrow, lower bracket finals, if they hope to get that entrance to the Grand Finals and chance to go to the International to represent South America.
Hell yeah. Someone's going to have to take some long-ass flights to Shanghai, but that's the life you deal with from playing in South America.
Late smokes on both sides. Both placed a mid ward that did not get spotted because of the smokes. Witz is going to break his smoke and retreat from this bounty room. We'll just have a 2-2 split.
The boar survives. No boar for you.
Dio might actually be dead here. He's gonna bushwhack. He's gonna teleport away alongside the torrent. They get so much damage done.
Okay.
That wasn't terrible. It's an early TP use, and Theo's not gonna have too many resources right now.
Double Death Pulse used before lane, though. That kind of sucks for Wits. Large investment. Now, Misho is dead here.
Yeah, Misho is in the wrong position. Did he think that Theo TP'd all the way back to base?
Maybe.
Has been killed.
He might have.
Yeah,
He's
that
looking to
thought-
get really aggressive.
Yeah. Very awkward. That's going to be
Outplay.
first blood for Whisper.
A nice little pickup for the Admiral here. Boasting one of the old school cosmetics. Haven't seen this one in a long time. Still going to be an impossible lane for him over the long run, so not the worst first blood to give up in that sense. At least Whisper can maybe get some extra regen or fast boots or something.
Yuma's in some trouble. KJ trying to protect his carry with the cogs. Doing a good job with it. Does manage to get 2 different cog burns, but it looks like Yuma's just going to get chased down. Maybe they can get Schofield in return. Fairy Fire's getting popped on both sides, but Schofield survives. And now Frank is going to run down KJ with the boar on the other side of the map. El Misho gets his revenge against Theo, but Theo strikes first, getting the kill on Wits. This is not what is supposed to happen in this lane for playtime.
He took 300 damage from the lane creeps. Just out of position. Got bamboozled on that level 1. Necro is always susceptible at level 1. You can all in this hero. That's kind of your little timing to do something. So these are big wins for LGD now. They got that first blood and they got an early Necrophos kill, which is huge for Whisper. He has double bracer now. He's going to be able to exist on this lane for a lot longer.
And it's closed the gap there. It's the first round of Rocket Barrage on Schofield. Will not be able to get a second.
Boars are too annoying.
Yeah,
Just
Yuma.
slowing everything now.
Yuma has managed to kill at least 1 or 2 boars with his flat cannon. It's a very weird lane because like Snapfire has the answers kind of to Clockwork. Gyrocopter has the answers to Beastmaster.
Very favorable safe lanes for both teams, I would say. It might come down to which of these mids can impact the game faster, which they're also very even. And Dark Mago on, again, one of his signature, level 30 timing. This guy never is uncomfortable. Perhaps the most comfortable player of all time.
This is I believe this is both the signature heroes for the mid lane. Tai Lung, I think the most late hero is Pango, and Dark Mago is his time. Running him down. Another kill. El Misho and Theolacor. Meanwhile, Yuma tries to pick up the Beastmaster. Unable to do so. KJ battling it out with Schofield for the Lotus. He was losing that fight. Yuma comes back in. Oh, KJ almost getting bursted down. Schofield, though, he gets the final hit. Gets the kill before he dies. Another situation where they are winning this lane more than the Necrophos lane, but I would kind of say that Schofield is getting away with more than he should, you know?
Making something happen out of nothing, that's for sure, as he always does. Frank is suffering, though. He is trying to get this Helm of Iron oil. He might get it off this wave, but he might have to go heal. Pick it up.
Oh, the healing salve gets canceled by KJ.
Oof. Definitely got to go to base now.
Meanwhile, El Misho gets off the Fire Spirits, dives away. Almost goes down. Still has 2 Fairy Fires to work with. Theo does try and dive a bit. But
Certainly
this
kills
Necrophos
really
is not
skewed.
getting the best CS.
No.
Radiant's
The
turret
early
has been
bracers for Whisper made a huge difference down here. He's able to continually punish Witz's health, so he can't play aggressive. Might even die here.
Yeah, keeping him out of CS,
Close.
keeping him out of regen, and keeping him
Damn.
low enough to go for the kill.
Winning a Kunkka versus Necro lane. Insane outplay here by LGD. This is going to change this game a whole lot, regardless of what else happens.
And the fights just continue. Yuma kills Schofield. Frank gets the pickup on KJ in return, but Frank's going to take so much damage. El Misho runs down Theolacor in the bottom lane. And also the mid lane matchup, we haven't had a kill yet, but Tai Lung has been getting low multiple times against Dark Mago. So it's just all 3 lanes are threatening kills at all times.
SA Dota, baby. Let the brawl
Yuma is
commence.
too far forward and is met by 2 heroes. If they had a cookie, they could have gotten that kill, but Schofield opted for the second level of Scatter Blast. Almost catches Yuma on the healing salve there.
Still, it's LG coming out on top. Winning 3 lanes here, effectively, by some small margins. They got to be happy about that. I think you would expect playtime to be the more aggressive laning team in the series. So anytime you can come out ahead in this first 10 minutes as LGD, you're probably pretty confident, pretty comfortable. Especially beating this Necro lane. That's insane what they did down here.
El Misho loses his boots and a blood grenade. Rolling Thunder going to be put to use to try and get the Arcane Rune while Frank is being gone on by Yuma, fighting for the Lotus. Battles on all sides. Yuma can't win that one, not up against the third hero in El Misho, who lost his courier but shows up to get the kill, while the roll in the bottom, or in the mid lane, ultimately resulted in the kill on Dark Mago. Couldn't stop him from getting the Arcane Rune, but does manage to punish him. Schofield comes through the gate and gets the KJ kill.
5 Rolling Thunder connections.
Yeah.
Very balanced, very real hero. He did get the Arcane Rune for his death. So I guess Dark Mago got what he came for. But next time, pick a real hero, dude. Come on.
Just getting chain stunned to death is no fun.
Wisdom Shrine spawning, probably just get split here. They are looking for something aggressive bottom.
They got both. They got
Boat
early
is
level
available.
6 on Whisper. He is
Hell
such
yeah,
a
he's
high
hunting.
level. They got Wits in the X. Here comes the combo. Where is KJ going? He's going back for the Wisdom Shrine. He didn't join them for
great
this
cookie.
attempt and missed out because of the cookie. So Wits, he is a bit low, but should still be able to show up to get some of this CS and start killing.
His middle tower is under attack.
Still struggling down here. Like, he's not punishing this Kunkka. That is all LGD want to see. Anything else they get is the cherry on top. Still
KJ comes
hunting.
back after taking the Wisdom Shrine to rejoin them on this pressure on the Necrophos. And here comes that Gyrocopter. 3 levels of Rocket Barrage. They managed to get the Bushwhack on Schofield. And with the flat cannon shots, they will find that. It is funneled to Yuma, too. So if he gets that kill and the tower, that'll be a big boost in net worth for him. Tai Lung chasing Dark Mago out of the mid lane. It does leave Frank alone at top to pressure the safe lane tower.
Playtime kind of unsure where they want to go right now. Scrambling to react to this pressure on the Necrophos. The Tiny walks over, doesn't do anything. Now he loses that power rune. Just awkward positioning for them. They do have Reaper available. They have Supernova available. Strong spells down here.
Radiant's bottom tower
Need some stuns to line him up though.
Man, Wits needs some help. He is, like, constantly, he's not able to get any CS with just a combo putting him low. They go Reaper Scythe the Squirrel. And while the boat comes in, it'll do some damage between the raindrop and the heal that came out from a successful Reaper Scythe. The support's just getting too full of themselves, it seems. And he even has
Too much
a stack
confidence.
in his farm.
Gotta be aware of the Reapers in this game. Very strong spell here against no save, no real innate magic resist. Dark Nago getting messed up here. This is the second time he's come bottom and just did nothing with it. His game has really slowed down. Whereas Tai Lung progressing towards a pretty nice diffusive timing, has a haste rune in the bottle. Pango's ready to brawl.
Got the Bushwhack, that'll set up the Rolling Thunder. Quick cookie to get him out of the Bushwhack. They need Whisper to find him on the X. And they got him now. Look at this rotation, the Gyrocopter too. 5 heroes into that mid lane to make sure they kill this Tiny and keep Tai Lung's advantage.
Nice connection there. This is what Gyro can do in this game. He can bring numbers to the fights before Necro is ready to make his impact felt and just run these early skirmishes over. That's the strength of the pick. Speed, agility.
Oh, Schofield! That was so badass. He scatter blast Tai Lung, who was trying to get the last hit on the tower, and the attack speed slow made it that Schofield was able to slip in a hit and deny the mid tower away.
Caught you sleeping. You can't be taking a nap against this guy, man.
Frank got the top tower, but now he has to roar. Goes for the kill on KJ. He can't really stick around for long, though. Otherwise, Yuma will kill him, and he doesn't note it. But he's
just
being
salving
routed
running
by
at him.
Tai Lung.
Dire are scanning.
Doesn't have Rolling Thunder, but can slow him down with a shield crash. Hit by the cogs, and if Tai Lung stays in front of him for the bridge play, Frank is going to get run down by the gyrocopter. Dark Mago getting hit with the two-man avalanche, though.
Big combo.
Over the air, bringing Yuma a little bit low. They got the kill still on the Beastmaster and the Dark Mago. He's now out of spells to threaten any of these heroes. They're just going to keep throwing these low cooldown spells at him from behind. Schofield with the kisses. Can he land it against Yuma? Back at the fire. The last one lands. Schofield gets the kill on Yuma. A massive pickup, a teleport away from Tai Lung underneath the supernova that gets used. Meanwhile, Wits gets the life of KJ with yet another successful Reaper's Scythe. Or sorry, not successful. Got the kill, but didn't get the Reaper's Scythe buff.
Schofield salvaging this early. I think this early game would be a disaster for playtime without these openings Schofield has found. The deny mid, this extra kill top, the early skirmishing, the cookie save bottom, the bow combo. So many little things he has done to hold this early game together. As his Tiny has nothing. His Beast has an okay game, and now the Necro's kind of back. Got a lot out of that little sequence there. But he should be even more fat, to be honest. So LGD hanging on to their lead. You're going to have to continue to play well to hold it here.
El Micho is trying to keep the safe lane tower alive. It's eventually going to go down. The question is he
Space
going
created.
to die with it? And he is getting some space. Didn't get hit by the hoodwink. Ultimate earlier. Sharpshooter doesn't land. X-Torrent into the bushwhack. Another round of Fire Spirit, slowing him down even more. In fact,
going
he
for the
might
kill.
just be able to get the kill on Theo if he could close the distance and get another hit or two. Goes back for a Lotus, not going to get it. And finally, the Tidebringer is the death of him. They finally rooted out this Phoenix, and they can go for the safe lane tower. Meanwhile, Rolling Thunder in the mid lane. Dark Mago's tragedy continues as he tumbles
God.
farther and farther down the net worth chart. Soon he is going to join Schofield in Schofield land.
He is rolling into the dumpster with this boulder, man. He has nothing on this Tiny. And there's the diffusal for Tai Lung. Died on the courier. He would have had it a lot faster. I'm very concerned for this Dark Mago Tiny right now. What is he supposed to do in this game to recover? And they needed... The irony is, I think he, in some ways, needs the least. Like, all he needs is Blink, and then he can just go in, and he has a lot of damage from supports. He can do a lot with just Blink in this game. But that single item Blink is the most delayed of everything here. Poor Des, man. Dark Mago and some dark times.
KJ needs a hook shot, and he gets one.
Well, let's see how much this old man Necrophos can carry, because he's got a carry job ahead of him.
He does.
He's got the beard to do it, though. Look at that thing.
It's
Glorious
quite ornate.
You can always take the measure of a man by the measure of his beard.
Middle tower is under attack.
This is why you have no measure, Austin.
What? We have the same beard. I was literally thinking to myself, we have the same length beard. You can't say that.
That's not true. There's no way that's true.
Also, in the case of a beard tie, the winner goes to whoever has the most head hair.
That's... Who made that rule? That's a bullshit rule, you know it.
Too bad.
I've never heard that rule.
Rolling Thunder getting
Dark Mago's dead again?
Power rune tossed back into the roar, but the Rolling Thunder is too strong for them to fight into. Dark Mago's in a bad spot. Whisper is
Got
trying
invis.
to catch something. They do have the missile that's going to hit Dark Mago, but he comes back in with its invisor. Now the Supernova's going to be used with the Kissel alongside. There's a lot of team fight being put out. They kill the Supernova, but they need to make a run for it. And with the toss in from Dark Mago on the Necrophos, Yuma's life was in danger. Fortunately, a bushwhack intercepts and allows them to disengage from what was a nasty fight. KJ dies at the end of it. A 2-for-1 to the favor of playtime.
Great Reaper on a great target here, taking down the Pangolier. Almost get that gyro at the end. That would have been the cherry on top. Pretty nice fight for playtime. Really nice damage coming out from this support duo. Phoenix Snap, once again carrying the heavy load here. Some gold for Dark Mago on his road to recovery as they try and stabilize this game.
Tai Lung hitting his first death in the game. He was sitting around that top net worth constantly, but now it is a race between Whisper and Wits is Necrophos. It's funny how often Whisper on these various lineups ends up being top net worth as an offlane.
Boy's a beast. They own that bottom lane. He's really overperformed this game for the position he was put in. Has a very early pipe. Just going to build utility on this Kunkka. Try and save his other 2 cores. Great pipe game. Pretty good Lotus Orb game. So Kunkka able to offer some nice gold-based utility. You're on top of the spell-based utility. A true team player. As you can tell by the measure of his beard, which is quite formidable.
Why don't you grow out your beard more if you like big beards so much?
Because it's a lot of maintenance and work, man. I don't care.
Okay, so you can tell a measure of a man by his beard, and you are
Yeah.
actively admitting to a character flaw that you are not willing to make a big beard because it's too much.
Hey, I never
work
said I'm
for you.
perfect, man. At least I'm willing to admit flaws. You've got some egoisto attitude. Like, you ain't got nothing wrong with you. Come on, man.
I just don't think I look good.
Not a lot of people do. It's tough to pull out. Usually you got to be ripped as hell. Otherwise, you just kind of look like one of those, like, fat biker dudes. And we all know what I'm talking about when I say that.
Yeah.
It is an aesthetic. I'm not saying I'm not
I think
flaming
the
it.
Americans know what you're talking about. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not flaming it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, that's how you're gonna end up looking like.
Yeah, the Harley dad.
Yeah. You don't want to. You don't necessarily want to do that. That's not what you're going for. If you're going for it, power to you. But. All right, Blink done for Dark Mago. So maybe his life gets a little easier now. He can do what he's supposed to do in this game, which is set some team fights up, throw some heroes in, collapse the fight around the Necrophos and his damage. That is the ideal.
Yeah,
Pick
being
up
able
the
to pull
pace.
one of these heroes out of position and get a Reaper Scythe to start off the fight. Like, it's a 5 versus
Sounds
4, and the Necrophos is juiced up with all the regen that he gets. It's so hard to take that team fight.
It does seem like a very straightforward way to play this game. Especially you're pulling the heroes out of the Kunkka's arms. He can't give you that sweet embrace with the pipe and the ship. You're just getting tossed into Reaper before any of that can come online. Sounds
The arms
quite
of an
nice.
angel.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, Angel of Death, maybe. It's not a good angel. I don't think Necrophos is that much of an angel. Certainly doesn't have the face
No,
of an
you
angel,
said
that's
the
for
arms
sure.
of Kunkka. It made me think arms of an angel because
Oh.
you're talking about how he saves you.
Oh, sure. He's like a medic, you know.
Yeah. He's trying to get a Lotus Orb right now. Once again, somewhere in this 15-minute period, both teams are.
Dire's bottom
We have so much action. 26 kills in 18 minutes, but then we get this lull. Dark Mago finally breaks it. Blink down. Oh! Whisper, KJ, Synergy not on point, missed the hook shot.
Maybe he purposely dodged it.
Whisper's too good for his own good. He just automatically
His
dodges
instincts
the hook
kicked in.
shot.
Yeah. So I'm being hook shot. Shit, I got to dodge that shit.
Dark
got a
Mago's
lot
gonna
of
find
them.
another support. This is beginning to turn real bad. You can't afford
Yeah,
to
this
let
is-
this mid-tiny snowball off of kills like this.
This is why I said I think all he needs in this game is Blink, and he can do his job. The fact that got delayed so much in this game is a huge blessing for LGD, but now they're feeling the pain of not really having good answers against this tiny running around the map and tossing people into just overwhelming damage.
All right, LGD's ready to fight, though. They've got Ags on Tylon. It got delayed a bit from his one death, but it's here now.
They're bringing the gyro mid.
Yeah, with the Ags Chrysalis Gyrocopter, he's very strong as well. They got the X on Schofield. Cookie away, still hit by the boat. Inside this river area, it's not a good area to fight into a Pango, so you probably should give this up. And Dark Mago's still trying to save him, and he's going to be pushed down into the river.
Damn. What was he even trying to do there?
I don't know.
Oh, it's just that just seems like okay, give the support, you push in the side lanes, whatever. You don't have Reaper. It's not like Wits is going to join that fight. Very questionable decision. And LGD happy to collect. Even get a haste room for the Pangolier. and move their way bottom towards this Tormentor. Maybe going to try and do it before Playtime can group up, take this objective for themselves. There's a
Playtime's
Reaper
already
coming up
playing
in
for
20.
it, though. An early smoke, El Micho, Wits. They're going to be joined by Schofield Snapfire, who is the biggest threat for all this. Kisses on a Tormentor attempt could be nasty. They are sitting under a ward, which could give a false sense of security for LGD to go for the Tormentor. But if they play it slow, the smoke will wear itself thin. And LGG is just going to play for the fight in general. The smoke breaks into each other. Yuma with the Lotus Orb is charging up to the high ground. Phoenix is already dead. Tai Lung stuck a little bit here. And the Reaper's sight put onto Yuma. Not quite enough for the kill. And Yuma throws a couple few bits of damage back into Wits before he eventually falls. Boat comes through. Here comes the Tiny. Roar goes out onto the Kunkka. Tossing.
Oh, nice toss.
Beautiful play from Dark Mago. Putting them together like that for Wits to just collect on kill after kill.
Let's get the Pango, but that's going to be a little too far as the Necrophos does its job, gets the connection on the gyro. This is exactly the connection you want every time in this game. Frank had to go through the gate, so he's late to this fight. But you have sustain. You're able to survive. And this is all with Phoenix diving into Rolling Thunder and getting nothing off.
What happened to
If
Tai
you're
Lung,
LGD,
though?
he got
Steered
stuck
himself
between
into the cliff.
Yeah, but then he got stuck with the cogs, and then the cogs shot him back into that spot.
Yeah,
He just
but,
couldn't get up the hill.
I mean, he gets stuck of his own accord in the first place. You know?
I agree. If he had gone up the ramp, this fight might look very different.
It's
but
completely
he did
different.
not go.
Necrophos gets chains done instead.
Yeah. What can you do? The Pango giveth, the Pango taketh.
Live
Should've
by the
picked a
ball,
real
die
hero.
by the ball.
Sure.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scanning.
I mean, Pango has a beard too, but his beard's kind of weak. Well, maybe that's what we saw in that fight. The measure of his beard was on full display. There's a lot of bearded
Now, here's a
heroes.
question for you.
A lot of bearded heroes in this game.
Time to find out what truly is the rank here. What about Gyrocopter? He doesn't
Well,
have
this is
a
what I'm gonna
beard.
say.
He has a mustache.
No. He has mustache and sideburns, which is a classification of facial hair. It's acceptable. It does look pretty good on him.
It does.
But now that I'm looking at Playtime, they have triple bearded cores. And they got some good ones, dude. This Tiny's got like a 3-foot long stone beard. I mean, that's got to count double.
Well, the Phoenix doesn't have a beard nor a life as Theo the Core takes that kill.
Oh, beard strat coming out in game 3. That's pretty spicy.
Also, we don't know if Clockwork has a beard or not underneath the mask.
He does not. He does not. I can
Yeah,
assure you.
you've seen that? You've seen the man
Yeah.
behind the mask?
Yes, he does not.
Okay. Didn't know,
would get
didn't
caught
know
in
you and
his
Clockwork were
armor.
tight like that.
I know a bearded man when I see one, Austin. Okay, don't question my authority on this topic.
I've learned more today about your type of man than I ever thought I was going to.
Good. Store that knowledge. You need to learn something, boy. Learn what
BKB
a real fan
done,
looks like.
done for the Tiny. Yuma is still trying to work on his BKB. They get BKB Gyrocopter. I think LGD's team fight becomes superior again. But right now,
This Necro's far ahead, though. Look
Yeah.
at the gap. He almost has a heart done. Trying to finish it up right now, and then bots into the smoke play.
yeah, if he could
He's
just
gonna be a
live
monster.
through the 9-second BKB with that heart.
I mean, what's really killing him in heart? With Sunray behind, I don't see it.
Dire's middle tower has
No, I
Not
think
this early.
LGD reasonably they win the fight with BKB, Flat Cannon, kill Egg, and kill the other heroes. And Necrophos is left on an island where they haven't done enough damage for him to Reaper Scythe anything. And then he just kind of gets kited around and killed.
I will also say this hero has to be one of the best consecrated Raps heroes.
No, yeah,
So
no
good
doubt.
on it. With how survivable he is, and also the move speed. I feel like the move speed, people forget about it, but it's a big deal in this item. It's really big for a hero like Necro, who just needs to be able to walk in the fight and get where he needs to go.
No, it's why
Now
his
it's
shard
two
is
lives.
like core on him. You have to buy
Yes,
shard on
yes.
this hero because his mobility is so bad and it's so important.
Yep.
Tai Lung is going to get hit by an avalanche. Can they get the toss back? Roll up. Swashbuckles does not Rolling Thunder. That was a bold move. He needed to blink away before the Sun Ray could get a tick of damage on him. Close call. BKB is done.
Go anyway.
They got the pick off. But that's going to be a Reaper sight that doesn't actually get killed. And it was on his support. The Necrofoot's going to be surrounded here. Both use half HP. He gets off one of the Ghost Shrouds here, and he still has mages to work with. Meanwhile, Tylong has done some serious damage with that Rolling Thunder. A bolt that lands, a flat cannon shots that are coming in. BKB gets activated. Nice toss back. Tylong hits a shield crash with the shield, trying to stay alive. And he gets the blink away before Witz can finish him off. And Witz is almost out of mana. Dark Mongo's dead, as is Frank. Witz is left for last. And he doesn't have a Reaper sight to play with. They killed everybody else, left the Necro for last, and now they're going to kite him around with X.
Unbelievable team fight for Tylong. He did so much work here.
Yeah, those damage numbers have to be crazy. That was a cool attempt. He tried to jump onto KJ and to TP out if he was inside of the cogs. Doesn't work.
I just don't know if you're supposed to Reaper the squirrel there either like that.
Yeah,
I think you have to save it for a big target and threaten these cores. We see the damage numbers from this Gyro Pango out of control. Utility from the Kunkka came in clutch. That's why this Hoodwink doesn't die. He gets piped right at the end here with a little heal up. That's enough to tank that Reaper. And now you're in big trouble because Yuma has a free fight. He just gets to sit here and a huge ult going through all of them with the missile call down, and then he's flacking off the Gyro on the hill.
Yep.
Just crazy good positioning for him, but Tylong, man, this kid just rolled him in that fight.
7 shield crashes, 5 swashbuckles. He wasn't the damage leader, but considering what his hero is, I think it was the most impactful for sure.
100%. But that was supposed to be Playtime's fight. That was the Heart Necro with the Aegis. Unkillable. He was unkillable, but out of his entire team is dead. A very rough fight to lose. Now you're a bit concerned about getting outscaled in this game.
I wonder how different that fight is if they get the Reaper Scythe kill on Hoodwink, because the Necrophos needed the mana so badly. Like, his first life, he was out of mana, and I bet that he was not able to do a large chunk of damage simply because of that fight.
Definitely changes it a lot. I still think it just seems like a rough fight.
Are you supposed to do that? Yeah, for sure.
Like, I think the Reaper is too important in this game against the Gyro as a threat.
Sure.
The Pango too. I don't think you can really afford to kill a support with it and then just be like, all right, we're going to win the fight now.
Yeah, the way you play a team fight changes a lot if you have one of those big threats as Pango, right? Like, he has to roll out in the last 2 or 3 seconds if he's
for sure
close to half HP, because, you know, it's like, okay, I might just get Reaper Scythe as the Another Reaper Scythe. This one will land successfully on the Squirrel. Witz saying this is still the way to play it, which is pick off no matter what. Whatever hero they can get the toss back on, he will use the Reaper Scythe.
If you're going to use it for pickoffs, that's fine. It's not the longest cooldown anymore. I'm just concerned in the team fights. I think you got to up the priority. And no Roche to get or anything here because you used that Aegis, so you just got to farm the map. Necro's still pretty fat. If you can get an Ags BKB up, he is going to be a beast. But sometimes you get stuck in this valley on this hero. It's hard to get to that true 5-6 slots. You have some back-to-back deaths.
Yeah, you get those items combined with your level 25. You're spamming out death pulses nonstop. Then you've got both the team fight damage as well as the single target focus down with the Reaper Scythe.
Again, a close game 3 though. Less than 2k difference, 2 kill difference.
Who do you think's favorite?
I might favor LG slightly at this point. I think the Gyro's scaling is a little stronger than the Necrophos' scaling in a vacuum. However, this Snapfire is pretty fat, and this is a very good Supernova game if the Gyro gets controlled, which he should, because you have Roar, you have Reaper, you have some Tiny going in.
Sure. Even if he's
So
Lotus Orb,
I like the Phoenix.
it's worth it to protect the egg to just roar yourself and the gyrocopter.
For sure.
Got the X on Alamisho before he can get the dive away.
Damn.
Quick pick for LGD.
Shot down in his prime. Should have had a beer. Made it survive.
That is BKB done for the Necrophos. So again, the Phoenix is back up, but if they keep getting picked like this, KJ finds Schofield. Schofield gonna shoot his way out of the cogs where he can, but he's still caught in the X. So no way out. This is gonna start snowballing some objectives. Yuma's gonna take that tier 1 tower, probably push into the tier 2 as well. You can see Whisper, an entirely different kind of Kunkka from Dark Mago's Beast in game 2. Octarine and took the Torrent cooldown at level 20. So he is just looking to be as disruptive as possible.
Create his own Torrent Storm the hard way.
Yeah.
4.5 second Torrent. Pretty cool. If LGD ever get an Aegis onto Yuma, they're going to be in the driver's seat. That is worst case scenario for playtime here. So they need to avoid that situation at all costs.
That's why they're dodging fights and just playing for their item timings. Try and finish up. They got the BKB. Now they need to get the AC on the Beastmaster. These are big, big team fight items.
It's also Ag's Necro might be the biggest one in this game. You need this whole build to come together so you're a real damage threat. This Necro is not doing a lot of damage.
Yeah,
You can absorb some
get
damage,
that
but
before it's time for Roche.
it'd be huge, yeah. I don't know if he has the time.
Yeah, I don't think so
It's
either.
a long way away.
Smoke play. Necrophos gonna be spotted here, and Witz immediately jumps in on them. Pog separates them a bit, though, and this is a bit awkward. Witz has to use an early BKB and hookshot away, and LGD full retreat. This is beautiful for them. If they can get out successfully here, a BKB, Supernova, and Kisses all being kited. As long as
They did
Thailand
commit
doesn't
rolling
get caught
thunder.
here, Bushwhack back onto Witz, and they just keep on backing away. Dark Mago actually went up to that high ground, but this is the point where LGD are willing to turn with BKBs. Some of them on cooldown. They still have one on Yuma, but it gets roared up. They're going to focus him down. Lotus Orb caught, push away on Witz, but they get the kill anyway. And try as they might from KJ to bail out the gyrocopter, it seems like playtime, relentless aggression pays off here. Even though they wasted so many abilities here, they just kept LGD on the back foot and will run down 3 different heroes.
Two big things happen in that. One, you did kite a lot of these ults, but you used your Rolling Thunder. And I feel like you have to commit to the fight with the Rolling Thunder. I think it's too important to your lineup because the Kunkka does no damage. So if you use Rolling Thunder and then you try and take the fight, who's actually killing anybody? It's all Gyro. And the Gyro, Frank Blink tried to roar him or faked it, and the Gyro BKB'd as a response. Did not have it for the second half of that fight. So then when he went in later and roared him, there's no BKB to save him or bail him out. He's dead there 100%. Either the Reaper or, like we saw, just the overwhelming damage. So that's extremely concerning for LGD is they were unwilling to commit into the big ults with the Rolling Thunder.
KJ trying to find a hiding hole to TP out of. Dark Mago accidentally stumbles into him. They know some heroes are alone top, though, with so many showing. Can they catch Witz here? Witz has his BKB back up, so they definitely cannot kill him. And they can't even get him to use his BKB.
It was an important fight for him to win, too, because now he's going to have the Ags, whereas Yuma, he was trying to finish Satanic. That's going to get delayed even more. Should have an Ags on Necro without Satanic on Gyro for this Roche fight. Massive deal in this game in terms of those timings. It's playtime favorite all the way right now. You had a window to hit this Gyro timing. I think he was really strong, but you just didn't get that fight. And now this is so much different than last game where you had Whisper on a hard scaling team fighter that was just getting stronger and stronger. He's on a utility Kunkka. I mean, what is his impact really going to be? What big play is Whisper going to make down the stretch here on a, pipe Lotus, there's only so many things you can do.
He's trying to get a Wind Waker, which would be a big pickup against Reaper's Sight.
Sure, it's just more medevac utility, though. At some point, you have to kill somebody in this game. This might go Divine Rapier territory for Yuma, where you just have to YOLO in Divine, try and get an Aegis. Because you're just going to need the damage.
Similarly, you have Tai Lung didn't go for like a Basher. Instead, he went for this Disperser build, which I think is less damage than Basher.
Is that true? Is it less damage? I think it's
gotta
slightly.
Be, right? It's the same amount of mana.
I guess, yeah. I guess it's less
literally
damage.
just something, an item that doesn't proc for you.
Did you hit their timing? Satanic Gyro. They didn't get there in time to contest this Roche.
Got the Roche on
Oh, man,
roll,
this
baiting out the
Necrophos.
power rune. Nothing spawns. It goes top. Oh, shield rune. Tiny. Nope. KJ's going to make sure he doesn't get that. Can he get out? Unlikely. His Glimmer Cape wearing thin, using the cogs as best he can, but he's going to be hunted down by multiple heroes here. Still, though, the team is going to take this fight. They caught Schofield from behind with the Rolling Thunder. Lands onto Schofield, breaks through, hits Frank as well. If they can kill both of these heroes, it's massive. Chain stun up. He can't seem to get off the BKB. Gets it off now, throws out the roar, but he's dead. And Yuma has not taken enough damage for Wits to do anything about this. KJ, this time he put on his Schofield shoes, was the distraction for LG to win the fight and did the X. It does not last. Oh, that BKB barely lasted long enough.
Great distraction. And an important rune to steal, too. That's an insanely strong rune on this Tiny. Instead, they just chase this Clockwork so long, they expose their flank. You're able to get some really nice connections with this Rolling Thunder, and the Gyro gets to commit to the fight. Not worried about getting turned on, because Tiny is messing around with the Clockwork.
Yeah, and there goes your Aghanim Scepter versus Satanic timing. That was the big advantage for Playton.
Oh, yeah.
Now out the window, and Yuma could be looking at a Divine Rapier. Could also be looking at a Nullifier. But
no, I think you go Divine with this Aegis for sure now. Okay. And you're going to hit a really strong power point. Might just be able to end this game. You have a banner, too. You got to seize these moments.
I think he has an idea. He didn't commit. He was threatening the Rolling Thunder. Thought maybe he had an idea from the Rocket Slayer that there was a pickoff to be had.
When someone gives you openings like this in these high-pressure games, you have to take it and you have to jam it as hard as you can. Now, you don't let them off the ropes. Can't be afraid.
So you would hate to see dispersion then?
Personally, yes.
I got bad news for you.
We'll see what he ends up going. We'll see. Okay. The one issue is it's kind of hard to go high ground even with Aegis because there's a freaking Tiny in this game. This hero's just the stupidest high ground defender of all time. You do have X though. You can kind of counterplay it a little bit.
Rolling Thunder, this deep ward has been getting so much information. They played to it and should get a pick off here. Nope, got off the egg, and that means a Reaper side put onto the Kunkka. He lives back up to half HP. Yuma is getting 3 times the added damage from going into this. It was bottled up. This is trouble for Playtime. They got to do with this Gyrocopter somehow. Otherwise, these flat cannons are going to demolish them. Nice hook shot. Catches 2 inside of it. Another round of flat cannon coming in 8 seconds, but Dark Mago managed to assassinate the squirrel there. Yuma's running a bit low. Maybe he can't push through this. Maybe he can't do anything at all. Maybe LGD have just run into Playtime and fed.
Oh my god. They're actually going to win this fight.
It's absolutely insane. They had an amp damage Gyrocopter. They had the initiation. They almost got a free kill on Phoenix, and instead they lost 4 heroes, and Playtime lost nothing.
Necrophos Dota, just walk around in a circle and jam your spells off cooldown, and it's the ultimate damage test. They passed. They were spamming vessels on him, as that's their only heal, but not enough to burst him down. No big crits coming out from the Gyro. See, that's one of those things, like, if you just farm by Divine there and take that fight, you win it. You might just win this game.
Yeah.
And that's why I think you
Gyrocopter
just
did
have to send it.
9,000 damage, and I don't think there was
Oh,
any
yeah.
hero on playtime besides the Phoenix that got below half.
No. This Crimson Solar Glimmer on Schofield, he's negating a lot of the damage coming out. This Gyrocopter doing
Classic.
a lot of work.
Him and KJ are playing a little mini game of their own over here.
Are under attack.
While the mid
Yeah, I
lane
don't know why
of
he's
Barracks
fighting for
falls.
a Lotus, but sure. You fight for that Lotus. Delaying racks. Big momentum swing in this game. And we have a refresher for the Phoenix now too, so if El Misho can get off eggs in these fights, it looks really difficult to win.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So we took the Reaper Sight damage per missing health, so it is now at 1.2. What does that mean with the reductions and everything? When is he dropping that Reaper Sight? Can you do it at like 60%?
Honestly, if any of these cores gets to even around half, you're probably just dropping. And you're dropping, not with the assumption that it might kill them, but like that plus the stun time, and when they come out of it, is going to be good enough to kill them. And you don't mess around. You don't need to get Reaper kills. You need to kill enemy heroes. If Reaper lets you do that, that's good enough in this type of game. So I don't want to see him like waiting around, trying to get some perfect HP kill, you know. There's a Lincoln Sphere on the Kunkka now, plus the Lotus, so some spells you have to fight through here. And they did pick up Basher on the Pango. So they're getting to that late game scale. Will it be enough? If you can bring Wits down early, the fight does open up a lot. Though this Tiny's starting to scale. He has double toss charge plus a Daedalus Giant's Maul. Dark Mago recovering very nicely here.
Playtime and a very successful run at Dream League. And a number of games were off of the back of this combo right here, the Wits Necrophos duo. And they bring it back for the SA qualifiers for perhaps for a chance to get into the grand finals early. Up 17,000 net worth at 42 minutes. The game has gone to a bit of a stalemate, as we may just have to wait for another round of Roshan to give playtime the confidence they need to win the game.
He's got 6,000 gold, so they need to get this Necro to a point where he can buy the next item as well. That's a nice shard for the Phoenix with double egg available. If this Necro can eat Ags and get a Wind Waker, he kind of needs a Dispel in this game, then he'll be pretty chilling in the fights for the most part, unless he gets nullified and just obliterated by some Pango chain stun. Is there a nullifier out? There isn't yet. That's also a big deal in this game. You don't have nullifier against
You have two
Necro,
different
kinda
heroes that could have
sucks.
built it too, between Gyrocopter
Yes.
and Pango.
I feel like you wanted one here at least.
Wind Waker for Theo and a Shiva's for Whisper. They need that Wind Waker real bad. The fact that they're leaving it to a support to pick it up, I think, is a little sus. Between no nullifiers and no Wind Wakers, I feel like two very key items to counteract enemy heroes here. Rolling Thunder gets put to use, but the Avalanche jump already there from Dark Mago. They're trying to kill Schofield at the same time. He's locked in against his Rolling Thunder, but he's pretty tanky thanks to Glimmer Cape. He stays alive for now. The roar goes out. A lot of Core, that's going to be Hoodwink dead. They are not messing around with this here whatsoever. Oh, got him on the Lotus Orb Fuel Scepter. Toss him up in the air. Yuma, Reaper Sight, all in on him, and they got him.
It's enough.
No chance to BKB Satanic. No buyback available for the Gyrocopter. This could be the end, as maybe the rest of LGD get back. But 90 seconds, playtime. They gonna go for the kill here. Looks like it. They're gonna go hit the base and see what happens.
He has no buy, and he didn't get anything off. No BKB, no Satanic. Pendulum is not enough to bail him out of that Reaper kill. The 25 talent, he threw it out early. It's enough. LGD on the ropes.
LGD gonna try and hold or stall 60 seconds. I mean, that might be enough playtime as long as it takes them to be able to get through this top lane. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Stall things even more. Good hits alongside the Torrent. Multiple stuns. Chained up. Not that they're going to do any damage here, but again, playing for time as best they can. Now they have to reset. Toss back on Theorecord will ensure one death. Tai Lung makes a run for it with his disperser. 35 seconds now until the gyrocopter's back up with Glyph delaying things even further. Playtime may only get the one lane of barracks. In fact, they may even feel like they need to go back. I guess Roshan is only just now potentially spawning, so this lane of barracks and then play for Roche.
So much heal between the Phoenix and the Necro. Yeah, great hits, but everyone's just sitting there getting healed up. You don't have any anti-heal in this lineup, and it's really showing. Generally, Kunkka suffers in these kind of games where he has to play against sustain.
And the one bit of anti-heal they have, they're almost out of. The Hoodwink only has one charge left on the vessel.
And he got it because he just died.
Yeah.
It's not been going too well. I mean, there's going to be a Wind Waker on the Necro now, so he has double Dispel between that and BKB. They're losing ground here. Losing the ability to stand in the fights. There's just so much net worth on these supports. God damn, Scofield El Nisho.
He's out here and he's going for it. Just roars up the clockwork alongside the kisses.
God
BKB
damn.
goes out from Yuma and he TPs away. He realized almost immediately that this was going to be a clash they were not prepared for.
And now he's thinking about Divine Rapier. Is it going to be enough even if he gets there? Will he get there? I don't know. He's almost the poorest core in this game.
Divine Rapier has been stalled out heavily. The Wind Waker seemingly just never coming for LGD. Crucial late game items that are missing, that is allowing the Necrophos to do whatever he wants.
He's 10,000 ahead of this Penguin. What in God's name?
No.
So fat. What does he even buy at this point?
Yeah, you at this point are like Refresher in the backpack for double Reaper Scythe.
Yeah, that's pretty tempting. You replace Wraps with either Refresher, Octarine,
Maybe a Strength Point.
Shivas.
I wouldn't mind like a little bit extra
Okay.
mobility just to make sure you can follow through with whatever Frank does.
Yeah, it'd be okay, yeah. The world's his oyster. Octarine's just so nice when you have Wind Waker too. And reducing Wind Waker cooldown on top of, because then you can just like go in the fight, use Shard, use BKB, or Wind Waker, BKB, and then you have another Shard up and then another Wind Waker. It's just like impossible to lock this guy down, especially when you have no nullifier in this game.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, true.
tower is under attack.
I'd be
I
tempted by
love-
Octarine here.
They has a Refresher.
He does. I don't feel like he's been able to do enough though, because there's just so much heal.
Yeah, I feel like maybe he thinks about it as it's like the first Rolling Thunder, they're going to Supernova, and they can't fight into that anymore. So they have to have a second way to fight, but then El Misho's just going to do refresh and do the same.
At some point, you just have to man up though. You don't have good enough catch really to disengage and then re-engage them as an entire unit. You just have to send it. Which is where I think you just have to get Divine Gyro and just send it in. Hope you get the big crits. Turning the Aegis to the tiny.
Siege, Refresher Shard, and Banner. Give the Refresher
Refresher for the
Shard
beast.
over to Rank? No, over to Wiz.
Necro. That makes sense. Yeah. Double Reaper, pretty damn good here. Can stack them too.
Yeah, I mean, how tempted are you to replace your Wraps with that at the start of a fight? Like, don't...
Pretty tempted.
Reaper Scythe, refresh, Reaper Scythe, Gyrocopter. What are they possibly going to do about that without a save?
It's pretty tempting. It's also just kind of badass, so you just go and double Reaper this dude and you're like, get the hell out of my game.
Yeah.
And then he buys back and you lose the fight, but hey, you looked really badass for like the first 10 seconds here.
If Gyrocopter buys a Divine Rapier, you know he won't have buyback.
True. 25 Phoenix, huh?
Oh, yeah. That egg
That's pretty
cannot be
dank.
got.
25 snap, too, with the Kisses talent. That's super nice. They're all 25 on the side of playtime. It's going to make a big difference here. This Tiny is jacked all of a sudden. He's got too many items for his own good.
And between the heals and the natural tank of these heroes, even with Divine Rapier, I struggle to see them killing Ice Divine Rapier last second as he's teeping away under smoke. Yuma taking no risk whatsoever that they dropped Divine Rapier earlier because this is an all-in move.
He's all in. Doesn't have boots, so he's a little slower, but he does have Disperser. He's going to have to get in there with the Pango control.
They won't even have everybody here when the Kunkka gets initiated on. Whisper, he gets off his spells, but he is gonna die here, even as Reaper Sight doesn't claim it. Here comes the Divine Rapier, Flat Cannon hits, but the Wind Waker goes out from Wits. He's kind of okay. Activates its Ghost Shot. He's full health already.
What hell does
BKB? On
BKB?
the Kunkka. Wait for another round of Flat Cannon shots. It's back up now. Playtime resetting a little bit. Respecting the buyback use. Waiting for a better opportunity. Bushwhack on Frank. Frank still holding on to his BKB. Tai Lung, 15 seconds till his Rolling Thunder is back up. Doesn't want to have to use the refresher just yet.
Held the refresher on the Necro too. And they lost Banner, so they're just going to reset here. Be tempted to go back in. They will play it patient. They will play it conservative, wait for some cooldowns. Nothing wrong with that when TI's on the line.
He's going to go thinking about Overwhelming Blink as his next item. You also have level 30, which that other 25 talent is very good.
They're smoking out.
They're going to catch
They
him.
want to use the cooldown.
KJ throws it out now, but the Wind Waker has already got him to the other side of the cliff, and they can't pull him back. All they can do is bushwhack him, hold him inside the river. Here comes the help, though. Dark Mago toss him up in the air, but the death from the Yuma gyrocopter. Oh my Jesus Christ! 3,000 damage from Yuma in an instance as both the Sight Gunner and the regular gyrocopter both crit at the same time. Rolling Thunder in the pit, holding in these heroes, and Yuma, he needs to speed up. Here comes the Disperser, catches Dark Mago again. Do they have the vision?
No detection.
Where's the detection?
The dust.
It spots him, and they get it in the end. The buyback for the Necropost, and this is a commitment that is far too far. A Wind Waker, he's almost dead. He's dead. A dieback for nothing.
What was that? He had double Reaper potentially available, took 4,000 damage from Gyro off a hookshot stun and just died.
All these Reapers for what?
For nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nobody is threatening this Gyro. He's just waddling in with Disperser for move speed, and somehow he's just slaying people. Playtime completely caught off guard.
Where was everybody? How was the Necrophos so far away from the rest of his team that it took him Wind Wakering over the cliff, getting caught for like 5-6 seconds, and only person nearby was the Tiny?
Now Misho gets caught.
Yeah, even more. I mean, at this point, you've got no Tiny and no Necrophos.
Oh boy.
You're just making desperate moves to try and stem the bleeding here, but LGD, they catch you in the act, and they are going to hit that high ground.
You were just sleeping. You just did not expect LGD to make a move at that time. You were farming the map. You were waiting for cooldowns. You got lazy. You got sloppy. You paid a massive price in this game. All of a sudden, this Gyro, he has another 6,000 gold. So he can buy out the Ag Synth plus some boots if he wants the move speed here, and that's a big deal for him. He could also finish the Ag Synth and go Swift Blink. That's kind of his other option, but a lot more expensive. He's going to buy boots to travel. He might go to try and end this right now.
Yeah. And the Phoenix is trying to struggle what to buy. He actually bought the Scythe of Ice recipe and then is thinking maybe they need Nullifier. Either way, it seems likely he's going to have to use buyback and neglect both of those items. 20 seconds until the Necrophos is back up.
Do not let your Gyro get tossed in super deep. That is the one way you're going to lose this fight forward.
Maybe they feel like they can't really push it. With the Necrophos almost up, that toss could come in at any second. They have the Wind Waker now for Theo, which is one way to stop that. But but LGD only get 1 melee barracks out of all this time.
That's fine. You just don't want to throw away your lives right now. You're not mega or anything. The Raxes don't matter too much. The fight is way more important. Continuing to scale up here is way more important. You can always outscale Necro. This hero does suffer in the ultra late when everybody's 6 slotted because the Wind Waker saves the nullifiers. That physical scaling of most heroes outpaces them eventually.
They went from having no Wind Wakers to double Wind Wakers to help save Yuma. Both Theo and Whisper have saves against this Reaper Scythe. You had 2 Reaper Scythe, now you've got 2 saves to match up against, and maybe no Phoenix. Phoenix getting caught as the initiation of the hook shot into the
Can he get an egg?
alongside the silence. He's not going to be able to get out the egg. The torrent onto 2. Here comes the hits as the black cannons are just tearing through.
Just crumbling.
They're going to have to go through buyback. Dark Mago in some trouble, trying to harpoon himself away. A denied at Abyssal play from Timelung. Puts him in his place, trying to torrent. Pull out this with Necrophos where they can. Force him to use the BKB. Hook shot back. Avalanche on
Big
3.
avalanche.
That's a good avalanche, but do they have the damage to follow it up? Yuma has to use his BKB, and Witz blinks back in, looking for the opening on the Reaper's site here. Finally, the BKB wearing thin, but Yuma's already out of here with the Disperser, with Tylung running interception with the Rolling Thunder. Swashbuckles away before the avalanche is up, blinks out before he gets hit by damage, and they're all out. LGD are away. The kisses are going to fall, and they are going to watch as LGD get a full retreat. Nothing gained off the buybacks from playtime.
How do they catch nothing? Insane disjoint. And honestly, this Kunkka is becoming a utility issue because he has such low cooldowns on the waves, the torrents. He took the bonus spell effect as well. So these things have massive AoE. You're just getting waved and torrented and ghost shipped, and then there's cogs flying through. They can't run into anything. It's like impossible. The Rolling Thunder was controlling the Beastmaster on the side for the majority of that fight, if you were wondering where the roars were. Was that triple buyback for playtime here? Yeah. 4 buybacks on cooldown, 5 unavailable. They are getting outplayed severely in these late game fights. They cannot lock onto this gyro for the life of them.
And Yuma is about to pick up he's about to hit a very important step here where he can get bots too and have buyback. So even if they somehow do kill him, he might potentially still get back into the fight and reclaim his Divine Rage.
Might have 2 lives to do it with. Aegis. Gonna be a quick delivery here. No contest.
Scan goes out. Time too far away.
They're making for it. No buys on any hero. Only 1 egg, and it's not up for 15 seconds.
Aegis gets picked up. The rest of the goodies, they're slow to grab them, but understandably, LGD find that the formation is more important than the spoils.
They have an amp damage on Dark Mago. That's why they're soft hunting here.
An illusion rune that both teams are currently trying to bait out right now. Whisper is going to take it with his axe. Not much they can do about that one.
Surprised LGD didn't want to jump there. I mean, you have a 5-on-0 buyback situation with Aegis. I'd be hook shotting anything right now, especially near my outpost like that.
Playtime are still up 7,000 net worth, and if you look through the items of these heroes, you could see it. And Frank is holding on to 7 items right now with bots 2 in his backpack. Schofield's got a Scythe of Ice. They are rich, but somehow they cannot seem to overcome 1 man, 1 gyrocopter. LGD have funneled every bit of utility to protect him, and it is working so far.
They do have a nullifier. Frank with the nullifier, if you can get in Roar nullify Yuma, changes the situation a lot. Should be able to kill him. Maybe not even with Necro Tiny. Their supports could probably kill him with Mortimers and Sunray.